Well, a very, very good morning, and on behalf of the Southern Autograss League, a very warm welcome here to Beerley Raceway, home, of course, of the Southern Autograss League. It's a little bit damp at the minute, I think. I can't believe I left a sunny Wales to come to a wet Somerset, but there we go. The local forecast is that the rain is going to ease off, and it is easing off. We have had quite a bit overnight, but it's now easing off quite nicely. So if you're here on the venue, don't be despondent. If you're watching at home, then yeah, you should be here. We are set for a cracking weekend for the penultimate round, would you believe, of the Kent Cams and Beresford Chassis and Components sponsored 2023 British Autograss Series. It's all getting towards the sharp end, and that end is going to get a little bit sharper very, very soon, because we are going to be starting racing pretty imminently, I think. Marshals, quite rightly, I think, are just making the most of standing in the drive for as long as they possibly can, but they are then going to be making their way out onto the track. Race permutations and everything have been done and distributed, so cars are going to be called up to the start line. And I say we are set for a cracking weekend's racing. Haven't seen the final numbers yet, but we've got somewhere in the region, I think, of 500 drivers, just short of, signed on for this weekend. It is possible that some of the titles could be decided this weekend. I think a majority of them are going to be held over and, say, in limbo till we get to round 5. Round 5, of course, 2 weeks away, when we're all heading across to Mallow for the rearranged, what was going to be round 1 but is now going to be round 5. So this was going to be round 5 and is now round 4. But hey, you'll keep up with it. But the long and the short of it is, it's brought us some excellent racing through 2023, and this weekend going to be absolutely no different. What I will tell you from experience, and those of you that have been down here before will know, that this track will take some water and will still race very, very well. It is one of the hidden gems, I think, of autograss racing. Geographically, it's not out on a limb, but yes, it is south. So it's easier to get to than you think, unless you were coming down the M5 yesterday, in which case it was a real pain, but hey, that's nobody's fault. We're finding people from Yorkshire were doing the trip quicker than we were doing it from the Midlands because they came down a bit later. But hey, that's the M5 for you. So yeah, it is south, but I tell you, it is well worth a trip. It is genuinely, I believe, developed into one of the best tracks in the autograss racing circuit. The league have been here for many years now, actually, and always seeking to constantly improve the track, done a lot of work on it, and that absolutely does show. So I know the drivers, the racers, very much looking forward to this weekend and getting out there on the track. At the moment, I'm Billy No Mates. But you'll be very, very pleased to hear, I'm sure, that you're not going to have to listen to me all weekend at all. There are some, I think there's another 3 or 4 commentators somewhere on site, and hopefully at some point they will make their way into the commentary and we can have a chat. I'm scheduled to take you through classes 1 and 3, which is nice because historically those have been, you can't own classes, but they've sort of like been my classes, but for varying reasons, then normally administrative wise, then haven't been able to sort of like do them. So it's nice to be back on classes 1 and 3. I think all the BAS paperwork and everything is all sorted, or Nicola is finishing it all off and everything. So yeah, it's going to be nice to see you through that. Class 5 and Class 7, of course, saying you can't own classes. A man that does absolutely on those classes, Mickey B, is going to be taking you through classes 5 and 7. Gareth Jones, very pleased to say, I haven't seen Gareth, but I'm sure he is going to be here. I was told that, and I think Gareth is going to take you through, I think, 9s and 2s. Yeah, I don't know who else is coming down the line. There is a... It's almost a guest appearance now, but it's going to be really, really nice to have him back behind the microphone. Yeah, go on then. We'll spoil the surprise. Mark Hoppe, we're told, is actually going to be doing some commentating this weekend, which is good. Stuart McKenzie, who is the voice of Autograss down here, or one of the voices of Autograss down here in the Southern League, hopefully also is going to be joining us. So, yeah, we're going to shape it all up on the commentary front quite nicely. As I say, it means you haven't got to listen to me all weekend. We have now got some sheets of race permutations. And I can tell you that Class 1, when we kick them off, we're going to be seeing 6 heats or 6 races of the Class 1s. The format, for those of you not familiar with the Kent Cams and Beresford Chassis and Components British Autograss Series, 3 rounds of qualifying. Notionally 2 heats today, 1 heat tomorrow, and then semi-finals where required, and we are going to have some semi-finals. I shall let you know what we've got semi-finals in, and then the top 8 cars will go out in the finals. I say notionally because historically it's always been any 2-day meeting, 2 heats on the Saturday, 3rd heat on the Sunday, but in reality it's not, because if you split the racing halfway down the middle, then that's not where it all finishes. We don't need to get through 2. Great if we can, don't get me wrong, but we don't need to get through 2 complete heats to be on track for the meeting this weekend today. And as promised, then marshals certainly making their way out on the track, and cars making their way out onto the track as well. So the sponsors for Class 1 this weekend: your local sponsor for the meeting, PWL Engineering, and your associate British Autograss Series sponsor, TBR Racing. So a big thank you to both of those for their sponsorship and support, PWL Engineering and TBR Racing. And as I say, 6 races coming your way. Race 1 will bring out Charlie Richardson in Scarborough 94, Chris McDonald in Evesham 41, Ben Gould in North Shropshire 443, Ian Ullathorne in Yorkshire Dales 52, Dexter North in South Somerset 44, Dylan Hughes, yes, I had to query it, Dylan Hughes in a Class 1 TA 22, Charlie Mustoe in Breeden Hill 23, and Mark Stone in Invicta Kent 931. So I think Dylan joining the Yaris Cup from what we're hearing, so very much associated of course with Class 3, well he is in my mind, but yeah, he's out there in Class 1, he's there in Race 1. So full lineup of 8 cars. Just a reminder, all of the races and grid positions are randomly drawn and permutated by the computer. So looking at it then, looks like we've got 48 signed on, which is a little bit unfortunate, Class 1 drivers, because if there's 49, you get semi-finals. If there's 48, you don't. So there we go, 48 signed on for Class 1. If you could have convinced your mate to come down and bring his Class 1, you'd have had semi-finals. But you didn't, you haven't. So there we go. Oh, hey, this is all, if you're watching on BAStv, this is all a bit smart, isn't it? So all grid numbers and stuff. Right, they get away from the line. And yeah, a little bit sort of like timidly, but fully understandably, as they make their way into that top corner. What I will say is I can't see a thing out the windows because of the rain and stuff. We're upstairs on a double-decker bus. Martin Canning isn't here when you need him, who's our bespoke Autograss window cleaner. So we're going to be commentating from the TV screen, I think, primarily. So, yeah, Jeff, we're relying on you. But that's all right, because if you go rely on anybody, West Country Videos, absolutely the people to do that. So Ben Gould, it is, in North Shropshire 443. That leads the field down that far side. Ian Ullathorne in Yorkshire Dales 52 slots into that second place position. These two just begin to pull away a little bit from the third place car. I think that's Dexter North in South Somerset 44. A race leader comes past us, 443. Hey, you'd be a lap scorer. And it is, I think, Dexter in that third place slot. No, Dexter's running 4th in South Somerset 44. So race leader though, as he goes down that far side of the track, just pulling away a little bit. Ben Gould it is in North Shropshire 443. So yeah, tricky conditions at the minute as the yellow flag with the black cross gets made ready for the first time this weekend. That tells our race leader he's starting his final circuit, and I'll tell you what, it's getting a little bit closer, I think, at the head of affairs. YD52 getting a face full of mud for his troubles, Ian Ullathorne, but he is still right there with the race leader. These two have pulled away from that third place car. I think that's the Scarborough car, actually, Charlie Richardson in third place, under challenge from Dexter North in 4th. Apologies if not everybody is getting a mention. There's Dylan Hughes in TA 22. Going through the 31 car, I think, 931 car, that's Mark Stone at the wheel of that one. Evesham 41 is Chris McDonald. As our race leader comes round then, takes a good win. That's Ben Gould in North Shropshire 4.43. Ian Ullathorne, Yorksdale's 52 in that second place slot. It is going to be very close for third at the end of it all. And it's just, I think, going to be very, very close. Oh, there we go. Lap scorers, I'll let you sort that one out. I know who I thought it was, but lap scorers are situated to my left. So they will confirm on that one. Very, very close there between Dexter North and Charlie Richardson. So the lap scorers actually have got the misfortune of sharing the top deck of the bus with us as commentators. So we shall just shout across. Right. So we are hearing though that it's a little bit irrelevant how close they came across the line in some respects. Dexter North, I think, just got across the line just ahead of Charlie Richardson, but Dexter North then unfortunately picks up a green flag, so he will go back 2 positions. So his third becomes a 5th, and then Charlie Richardson in Scarborough 94. Right, race 2 then, away from the line, brings out Danny Cowburn, Rhys Edwards, Will Henry, Timothy Gardner, Toby Chamberlain, Malcolm Dommett, Charlie Williams and Lee Deegan, your Class 1 national champion, of course. And where do you find your Class 1 national champion? Leading the way, of course, Lee Deegan it is then. Your early race leader, Charlie Williams in Cambridge 42 in that second place slot, as they get fairly well spread out in the early stages of this, but you can tell that a dry line is going to develop on this track, I think, quite quickly. The rain is, if it hasn't stopped, certainly is easing off. As our race leader comes round, it's not the first time Lee Deegan's raced in the wet. Cambridge 48, then opening up a little bit of a lead now over Charlie Williams in the Cambridge 42 in that second place slot. And just coming through in third, then it's the 209 car of Timothy Gardner. North Wales 44 is Rhys Edwards. Then the Wessex car of Danny Cowburn in 58. And WS 79, Malcolm Dommett. Can't see Will Henry in SR19. So not quite sure what's happened to the SR19 machine. But very much we can see Lee Deegan as Cambridge 48 comes round to take that last lap flag. 1 circuit to go. 1 to go also for Charlie Williams in Cambridge 42 in that second place slot. And quite a gap then back to that third place position. And that's where we find Timothy Gardner in 209. The 58 car comes through next, then Rhys Edwards in 44. And the WS car then of Malcolm Dommett, I think it is, in 79. But Lee Deegan comes round, checkered flag, good win. Maximum points from run 1 for Cambridge 48. And it's going to maintain to be a Cambridge 1-2 because it's Charlie Williams in Cambridge 42 that comes through in that second place slot. It's once again going to be close for third, as it was in the first race, but it's just going to be the 209 car finishing ahead of the Wessex machine as they come across the line and complete. That was third and fourth, and going to be close for fifth and sixth as well. 44 it is, just finishing ahead of Malcolm Dommett in the 79. Well, you got up then. So there we go. So Mickey B has managed to get himself out of his pit. So sort of time to call this. But to be fair, he's doing his bit to try and help the, well, not helping or not. He's turned up in shorts.
Steve, I've got some stories, but I'll tell you about them later. It's been a morning.
So, there we go. Nice to see you, though. So there we go. So, yeah. Right. Much to your relief then, yeah, Mickey B's here. And race 3 is also here of the PWL Engineering and TBR Racing sponsored Class 1s. Ryan Parkinson in WS59, Dave Chapman in 3F, George Taylor in Evesham 711, Rob Barnett in Radford 15, Andy Kelsey in Evesham 102, Dane Antle in WS88, Leon Blackmore in PAC 67, and Thomas Southgate in South Somerset 50. Those are the 8 cars that we've got down on the line. They are going to be let loose onto the raceway very, very shortly. Right, so race 3, this will get us to the halfway stage on the Class 1s. Still can't see out the windows, but there we go, never mind. Do what we've done for most of our commentary career, just make it up. South Somerset 50 then comes round Thomas Southgate as the race leader. I think that's Andy Kelsey tucked into second place in Evesham 102. It is indeed, these two racing quite close. A little bit of gap then back to the Evesham 711 car, George Taylor at the wheel of that one. Also looking to go through there, Rob Barnett in Radford 15. But the local man it is, Thomas Southgate in South Somerset 50, that just pulls away a little bit now from what's developed into a good two-way Evesham battle. But having said that, problems for South Somerset 50 over on the far side. I think he just drifted into the super sticky stuff. And Andy Kelsey says, thank you very much, I'm coming through. George Taylor says likewise. Evesham 102, your race leader. 711 in that second place slot. Early race leader Thomas Southgate runs third in South Somerset 50. On the inside then is Leon Blackmore in the PAC 67. He's being challenged round the outside by the Wessex car. I think that's Ryan Parkinson in the WS 59 car. But how's things at the head of affairs? Very healthy if you're Andy Kelsey, because it's Evesham 102 going down that far side now, pulled away quite a bit from the second place man. That second place man is still George Taylor in the Evesham 711. But Andy Kelsey coming round to take that yellow flag with the black cross. So one to go for Evesham 102. Evesham 711, George Taylor also goes through onto his last lap. Early race leader looking safe in third place, Thomas Southgate in South Somerset 50. Having said that, Ryan Parkinson in WS 59 feels that there's some motion to be had right round the outside. And I'll tell you what, I reckon he might be right. And he's being followed through by some other cars now that have actually seen that tactic. But Andy Kelsey is the one that we're looking for. He's keeping it nice and tight towards the inside in Evesham 102 and favouring the shorter way home. And I think that's going to pay off for the Evesham man. Evesham 102 then, Andy Kelsey takes a good win. So those two cars then towards the rear of the field as they come across the line. So it is the 711 car of George Taylor in that second place slot. South Somerset 50 and WS 59 very, very close across the line. But I reckon just about in that order, Thomas Southgate and Ryan Parkinson. And then completing the PAC 67 and 3F machines. That's Leon Blackmore and Dave Chapman as they're finishing. I reckon a window cleaner is just about to appear, which is going to be extremely good. Oh, God blimey. Oh. Reese Wyeth appearing in front of you when you try and commentate will put you off, I'll tell you. So race 4 then of the Class 1s on the line. Jake Hemsley in IK 611, Stuart McKenzie in WS 100, Liam Morris in P65, Ocean Hughes in Tivy 122, Reese Phillips in Tivy 98, Connor Griffiths in Tivy 16, Joe Ferguson in Cambridge 34, and Jason Thomas in Tivy 123. You've missed the corners, Mr. Wilde. So that's it, thank you. So there we go. Does it look like a porthole? No. So well done, Reese. So there we go. As if the chairman of the weekend has probably got enough to do with having to clean our windows. But no, good on you, Reese. Thank you very much. So, only downside now is I've got absolutely no excuse for poor performance, other than just natural incompetence, which we've used once again for many, many years. Well, we've got Chris, who's in charge of our live streaming, sort of like desk cleaning as well. We're doing all right here, I gotta tell you. So, yeah.
We've got the massages in the corner. We're all right.
We're having more housework here than's carried out at home. I'll tell you. So, you tell I know Sally's not listening. So, right, race 4 then, just as soon as we're sorted out on that top part of the circuit, will be let loose. So, cones and things, I think, are back in place. And, yeah, I say it's Jake Hemsley going to be on the outside in 611. Good Tivy representation in this one. 4 out of the 8 are from the Tivy club. And it is Conor Griffiths in 16 that's just about the first one to show, as they're quite slowly away from the line. But, as I say, conditions dictating. But it is the Tivy 16 car that brings the field past us for the first time. Pulled away a little bit from Ocean Hughes in Tivy 122, doing better than his dad did. WS 100 Stuart McKenzie in that third place. On the inside then is the 98 car. That's Rhys Phillips at the wheel of that one. Not going so well for 123. That's Jason Thomas. They're not enjoying the conditions at all at the moment. TA16 up the far side though as the race leader, still from the 122 car in that second place position. But yeah, Tivy 16 and Conor Griffiths just a little bit slowly around that top part of the circuit. And yeah, me saying earlier the track was getting better and drying out. Not so sure as Conor comes past us. Ocean Hughes in 122, about to be under challenge from Stuart McKenzie in WS 100. Then comes the 98 car. We've got one of them stopped out there. I think that's the I don't know what car that is, to be truthful, but yeah, one of them's not going very far. Yeah, that is the Tivy 123 machine of Jason Thomas, and yeah, turned into a little bit of a parking block just going into that bend. So drivers having to find their way around, and we've got red flags on that one with cars stopped down there. So we'll find out what's happening on that one, but yeah, conditions so I suspect we are probably going to be seeing a rerun of that. So not sure that we had done enough lap to get a completion on that one. So I think race 4 could be our first rerun of the weekend. So race 5, yeah, it's going to be rerun excluding Jason Thomas, I think, in the Tivy 123 machine. Race 5 then, we'll bring out Tom Herbert in Stroud 31, Conor Urquhart in Tivy 211, Dylan Tyrrell in North Wales 6, Michael Baldwin in West Waterford 245, Alex Hill in St Neots 164, Rich Owen, North Wales 51, Kieran Griffiths in Severn Valley 31, and Chris Dyer in Evesham 28. So this is the penultimate one of the Class 1s, as I say. PWL Engineering and TBR Racing are our sponsors. So once again, just waiting for I think the Tivy 123 machine to be removed from that bottom part of the circuit, and as soon as it has been, then hopefully this race 5 is going to be let loose. So all eyes then to the first marshal's post, because that's where the drivers will get the wind-up signal. Yellow flag goes up. They know the bungee's going up, and straight away it does. And making quite a good break then from the middle of the grid. I think it was Rich Owen in the North Wales 51 machine, but we'll let them sort themselves out round this top turn as it all gets very tight and close coming back round towards us. And it is Tom Herbert in stride 31 that brings the field past us for the first time. West Waterford 2:45, Michael Baldwin in second, North Wales 51, your early race leader in third, St Neots 164 runs in that fourth place position. Alex Hill at the wheel of that one. Connor Urquhart comes next in Tivy 211. Kieran Griffiths not enjoying it too much in Severn Valley 31 at the moment, but the other 31 machine is looking to be, as much as you can in these conditions, enjoying himself. Tom Herbert in Stroud 31 goes up that far side as the race leader pulled away a little bit now from Rich Owen, still runs in second place in that North Wales 51. He's just trying to sort out the best way round that top bend. And it is Stroud 31, but he has been reeled in a little bit now from the North Wales 51, and in fact the 51 car then goes through on the inside. Rich Owen takes up the race leadership. Tom Herbert in Stroud 31. Problems for Dylan Tyrrell in North Wales 6, then finding it very difficult round that far part of the circuit. The Evesham 28 car then also uncharacteristically towards the rear of the field. And we've got red flags on that one. Right, so I say Mickey B to my left, and whilst we saw this, I am intrigued. It's because basically we had the you've had a morning and you've got a story to tell. We got a bit of time. Come on.
Well, it all started, Steve.
Once upon a time.
Once upon a time. Well, yesterday afternoon we left Barnby Moor. I hope my employer's not listening, but 10 to 2, right? You know. I finished early. I started early, if you know what I mean. And we set off. Callum was a bit disappointed because it took us 25 minutes in the petrol station. Well, I did a little bit of maintenance on the motorhome and filled it up with juice. And off we set on the intention of getting down here for scrutineering. And unfortunately, the motorways were a little bit pea-soupy, especially that M5. Oh, it was a bit of a...
It was a bit, wasn't it?
It was. So we got here, missed scrutineering. We hadn't had any tea, and I said to the missus, should we go and just be hospitable, you know, down in that white tent? So we went down there. Well, cut a long story short, right, Jilly did the army walk back, left, right, back to the motorhome. This morning, I've had to get up, cook her breakfast, make a cup of coffee, do the housework, right? And, like, I'm looking at me watch thinking, Steve's going to be gone, like, he's going to go, where is he? Has he turned up? And I have. So I've had a bit of a morning, Steve, but I'm here.
No, you're all right, because I did know you were here, because I must admit, I did see you coming through the gate in the darkness last night and thinking, oh, he's missed scrutineering. But I'm useful like that. So, yeah. No, the old M5 yesterday, even by M5 standards, was a challenge, I think. But it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. So, yeah, a little bit of sore heads this morning then, and stuff, so...
Not me, Steve. You know me. I'm like a racing pigeon. I'm an athlete. I always look after my body, the calorie intake per day. And it was no different yesterday. You know, as you can tell, If anyone's thinking that I'm looking a little bit plumpy round the face, it's because it's getting near winter. I'm like a squirrel, have to store food.
There's something in there to do with nuts, but we won't even go there at all. I don't think so. No, there we go. No, it is nice to see. And right, I'll tell you what. Having promised you one treat earlier on with the promise of Mark Hoppy commentating, we can double your pleasure, because not only are we going to have Mark Hoppy behind the microphone, so we've got, I won't say making your first appearance at a Baz Round as a commentator. Yeah, so there we go. A name and a voice that you will recognise. If you're lucky, you won't recognise the face. No, but there we go. Graham Bennett is going to be taking you through. What are you doing then, Graham? Eights and tens. Oh, good luck with that. So there we go. So the brown car followed by the brown car. No, Graham will do a lot better than that. He'll certainly do a lot better than I ever would with those. So yeah, Class 8. Class 8, as always, the most popular class. I think we've got 61 Class 8s signed on. So they are the only class that will have semi-finals this weekend. So, right, Class 1s, they're taking off the track. I wonder if they're going to see if the more powerful cars can blast some of this surface, I don't know what I was going to say then, surface top away. But the Class 1s are heading back to the pits, so they will be coming out again in a while, I think. Right, okay, so we are hearing that race 4, the one that got stopped, then all cars will go. Not sure what's happening on race 5, and race 6 has gone back to the pits. So it started off well. All I will say is, Mickey, taking them off the start line and taking them back to the pits does not count as a rerun. Okay?
I'm just consulting the rule book. So, I'll be back to you shortly.
I think Class 1 could be... We don't mind it being expensive because it's all in a good cause. If you're wondering what on earth are we on about, then hopefully most of you now will be aware that we are running a charitable thing this year. Started off at the Baz Round and then sort of got extended to the Nationals as well. Whereas commentators, we have to pay a forfeit based on the number of reruns that you have in your class. That's why I was very enjoying doing Class 4s. It used to be like 1 or 2 races a meeting and they'd sail through. It was great. And look at Class 1 now. But no, it's all in memory of a dear, dear friend, George Capper. And so, yeah, we're raising money. And people have just been so generous and chipped in. Some people with just considerable round sum donations. Other people have said that they will match what we come up with and things like that. The people that do the live streaming have actually put together something, I think, quite technical and stuff. So Mickey B is going to have a word with them in a bit, and we'll get it all on the screen so you can see where we're at and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's all getting very technical. But yeah, it is all in a good cause. I know we make a little bit of joke about it, but that's what George would have wanted. But yeah, we are aiming to raise money, and I think we're going to have a reasonable sum by the end of the season based on the number of reruns that we have as commentators. So to those people that have said that they will match me, then we didn't start off too well on the first run of Class 1s, folks. But yeah, I think we got 2 in the rerun lane and 1 non-starter. So there we go. But hey, 5s and 7s, they're the expensive ones. Right, we move on though to the Class 3s, sponsored here this weekend by Shebden Plant Hire. They are your local meeting sponsor and a series sponsor, Ram Developments. So big thank you to both of them. Big thank you to everybody that has sponsored BAStv and enables us to bring the coverage to those of you that can't make it down here and are watching at home. So to Kelly Recovery and Kensington Developments and KS Coles, Wellington Business Park. Big thank you to them. Big thank you also to KS Coles Farming and the Wellington Business Park. They are your overall meeting sponsor here this weekend as well. So KS Coles, then Ken, but obviously the face that we know at Autograss Racing is Paul. So big thank you, Paul, and everybody associated with KS Coles Farming and the Wellington Business Park, not only for BAStv, but also for supporting this meeting here this weekend. I say Kensington Construction Group and Kelly Recovery, also the sponsors. Right, 3 races of Class 3s coming your way. Race 1, Ollie Fernio in Radford 209, Simon Farrer in Yorkdale's 24, Paul Stevens in Ludlow 69, Phil Holloway in Evesham 34, Ryan Power in Yorkdale's 98, Martin Gould in North Shropshire 343, and Trevor Cusack in CK 25. Hey, this one looks a bit of all right, doesn't it? Martin Gould, Ryan Power, Phil Holloway. So there we go. And yeah, the extra power of the Class 3s absolutely telling as they get away from the line, but we'll see what they can make of that top turn. Ryan Power in the Yorkdales at 98 finds it a little bit sticky as they come, but not as sticky as Ollie Fernio in Radford 209. But your race leader is the Cusack machine, CK25, running in second place at Ludlow 69. The North Shropshire 343 car of Martin Gould in that third place position. Phil Holloway in Evesham 34 gets it all going again. Ollie Fernio in Radford 209, not enjoying the conditions at all. But motoring on then, it is the Cork 25 car of Trevor Cusack as he comes round once again as the race leader. Paul Stevens in Ludlow 69 in that second place. Martin Gould, early race leader, now runs third in North Shropshire 343. Ryan Power in Yorkdale's 98 chasing him as they come past us. Phil Holloway then in Evesham 34, and not forgetting Ollie Fernio in the Radford 209 car. But favouring the outside line as they come past us this time round, and it's certainly working for Trevor Cusack in CK 25. Paul Stevens in Ludlow 69 goes through in second place. The Yorkdale's car of Ryan Power is still in third. Martin Gould dropped back to fourth now in North Shropshire 343. I think Simon Farrer, a non-starter in Yorkdale's 24. But very much a starter was Trevor Cusack. CK25 comes out to that top bend. I reckon he's enjoying it out there, you know. He comes round and takes the checkered flag. Good win for Trevor Cusack, second place. So Ollie Fernio is a lap down in Radford 209. He will get his proper position. Second place goes to Paul Stevens in Ludlow 69. Third place, Ryan Power in the Yorkshire Dales 98 machine. And Martin Gould back fourth in North Shropshire 343. So Phil Holloway, I think, is going to take fifth in Evesham 34, and then Ollie Fernio in Radford 209. You can tell it never rains in map country, so the two MAP cars not enjoying the wet conditions. But Evesham 34 comes round, as does Ollie Fernio in 209. Right, that was race 1. Race 2 on the line then. Nigel Edwards in Tivy 11. Russ Tinker in York 4. Mick Sumners in Radford 169. Gary Wickham in Spalding 77. Lee Almond in North Wales 27. Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700. Callum Allenson in Yorkshire Dales 34. That's the lineup for the middle race of these three. I thought there was somebody hovering to my shoulder, and as parrots go, it's probably the biggest parrot you've ever seen. But yeah, there we go. So good news. Mark Hoppe, it wasn't just a rumour. The rumour that is Mark Hoppe is actually reality. So please say Mark is here with us. He is going to be taking you through 4s and 6s. So and stock hatches? Yeah, don't know, but there we go. Yeah, we'll find something else for him, I'm sure. But yeah, 4s and 6s. So he'll tell you how to take a Class 4 round this track in conditions such as this. So yeah, it used to be good. But yeah, great to see Mark here. So we had the pleasure of working with him, of course, at the Men's Nationals, where he was a roving reporter. So he was sort of like out and about and stuff. But yeah, going to be nice to stick him in the commentary box and actually behind the microphone and in front of the camera. So I've worked out from my point of view, it's better to be behind the camera and in front of the microphone. But there we go. So just looking to see, again, tyres. Keep off these tyres, you drivers. It's going to be a long old day for everybody, but particularly the marshals that are out there. I know conditions make it not particularly easy, but yeah, you can help. Looks like we're doing a little bit of grading work, are we, on the exit to the track? The sky is definitely getting brighter, folks. There is no two ways about it. It is absolutely brightening up. And yeah, we saw with these Class 3s that does make a difference. The totally unmodified Class 1s obviously struggling a little bit. But the Class 3s coping with it a lot better. And I'm sure the 7 cars that we've got on the line will do likewise. Haven't seen the full meeting stats yet. We'll see if we can get hold of those. But doing a quick add up, we've got 21 signed on for Class 3. So hence the 3 heats of 7. So JCB coming out, I think, to do a bit of work, and looks like some other track repair work coming out there as well before this next blast of Class 3s. Yeah, that's turn 3 as they go into that bottom turn, obviously is the one that's perhaps just lying the wettest and proving the most problematical. So we're seeing what we can do with that one. That's certainly where the Class 1s were struggling earlier on. Don't forget then all the trade stands and refreshment facilities that are here. Hey, what is it, 20 to 10? Breakfast, well, any time's really breakfast time. But yeah, situated. I personally recommend the breakfast, and they do open nice and early as well. So I had a cracking breakfast about 6:30 this morning. So yeah, catering facilities situated over there on the far side, as indeed are all of our trade stands. So please go across, have a look, and give them your support. And just whilst we got a bit of downtime, then don't forget. Also, I know we've only just started this weekend, and we're not wishing this weekend away in any shape or form. But the next Southern League meeting to be held here, if you haven't got it in your diary, Saturday the 7th and Sunday the 8th of October. It's the Grand Prix. So, unique event that was developed, I think, initially by the South Somerset Club, but very much been adopted by the Southern League. Unique event in so much as it incorporates a little bit of team racing in to Autograss, which normally obviously doesn't happen. But if you've never been to a Grand Prix meeting, then there is lots of racing. It does attract, quite rightly, lots of top racers as well. So if you haven't got that one in your diary, 7th and 8th of October, 10 o'clock start both days. You can't say you don't know where it is, because it's here. So yeah, get yourselves booked in for that one. I don't think you have to book in. You don't have to be in a team, but it does sort of like add to the enjoyment if you do. And I think it's a team of 4, if my memory serves me right. I think there are some restrictions that you have to have. You can't have more than one lady, more than one junior, or there's something like that. But yeah, investigate it. And so I'm sure all the details will be on the Southern League Facebook and website and all sorts of things like that. Because by Jove, they're technical down in this part of the world, aren't they? So you go and sign on and it's like scan the QR code and, oh, God blimey, all things like that. No, excellent. Very, very nice to see clubs and leagues moving with the times. So well done, Southern League. And obviously all the programme details are online. So no printed programme, which is good. It's not good that we haven't got one, but yeah, save the planet and all of that. And yeah, so you can sit in the comfort. And even if you're watching from home, then get onto the Southern League Facebook page, as I say, and you can download the app and everything, and you can see all the programme details and just follow a little bit more what's going on. I think the race permutations, I think, are on there as well. So yeah, all sorts of good things. Right, quite a bit of work going on that bottom bend there. Mickey's going into super efficiency mode and looking and telling you where everybody's standing in the BAS at the moment, which is, I didn't have time to do because I had to do a mad panic up here from printing sheets to start commentating. So I will try and catch up with that for the Class 1s and Class 3s. Unless... Oh, there we go. So, yeah. Technophobe Barker to my left. So, yeah, there we go. We can tell you who's doing what in Class 3. I said didn't have time to do it, unfortunately, because I sort of like got dropped in here a little bit. Because it's all Gilly's fault as to why I had to rush to get here then, isn't it? Yeah. Right, so Class 3, right, Martin Gould in North Shropshire 3:43. We've already seen, but didn't have the best of runs in first run. Currently sits top of the shop. Ryan Power in Yorkshire Dales 98 sits in that second place. So yeah, so that first heat might have just shaken things up a little bit. Trevor Cusack was 16th. Yeah, his heat win is going to do him no harm at all. Rupert Lomax sits in third place. Rupert we're going to see in race 3. Lee Almond in North Wales 27, who's out in this race too. He currently sits in 4th place. Jamie Lee in SL 170 sits in 5th. So yeah, so everything all up for being shaken up a little bit. And as I say, certainly Martin Gould, then only 38 points clear, and then 26 points back between second and third. So everything very much to play for. So I'm going to put my neck on the block and say Class 3 isn't going to be sorted this weekend. So get those ferries booked, you Class 3 drivers. Destination Mallow to decide the 2023 Kent Cams Beresford Chassis and Components British Autograss Series title. So yeah, there is a fairly major excavation going on that bottom bend.
Just looking to the right-hand side, Steve, there's a bit of encouragement. It looks, unless that's the morning sunrise, but it does look like we might have a little bit of better fortune for a few hours anyway, at least.
I'm all for that and don't want to appear pessimistic, but just trying to work out which way the wind's blowing. I think it's blowing the other way, innit? So that's what we've had. Would I be right? Looking at the flags?
Well, yeah, possibly.
No.
It's a good spot, though, Steve.
I'll run with your theory. So
forever the optimist, me, Steve.
Yeah, no, we'll take it from wherever we can take it from. So yeah. No, actually, it's looking sort of like brighter all the way round, to be fair. So, and given that this year is probably the last I can make hay with this one, so not a cow or a sheep in sight. So,
but we are close to Wales, though, aren't we? You know, I did see some signs.
It felt a long way yesterday, I can tell from my part of Wales. But yes, we are very much close to South Wales. So yeah.
I think the good thing about though the British series, though, Steve. I mean, generally, I've probably done most, I think, all rounds for the last number of years. It does get you around the country to see different parts of the country, travelling down, and definitely this neck of the woods. And I say, when you go into Wales, there's some beautiful scenery in there. Obviously, there's quite a lot of cattle and stuff like that are on farms. Which, look, you know, I came from a built-up city. You know, I was like, I didn't get to see what you probably saw in your earlier days. You know, which is like cow, sheep,
traction engines and things. You mean?
That's it. I was too bothered ducking and diving, you know, just to be a bit streetwise. But no, I've enjoyed. We were down here. Last time I was here was Ladies and Juniors about 3-4 years ago.
3 years ago, yeah.
Yeah. Because I remember this is the one. Because when I had a look at the track this morning, down at that bottom end as you come in round turn into 3 and start gate turn. The other side of that double Armco is a ditch, isn't there? I was going to say dike, but that's not. That doesn't describe it. It's a ditch, isn't it? And if I'm right, this is where Nicola Jessie, York 44, took her first roll of her career and ended up over the Armco in the ditch, upside down, having her hair washed.
Absolutely, and if you can see at some point, then West Country, we'll see if we can get them to focus on it at some point during the meeting, then somebody has very kindly, across the Armco, spray, they're not Banksy, whoever did it, but it does say Nicola Jessie was here. So that's the one. Get that water cart out. We don't need a water cart. Get that water cart out the way. But yeah, so yeah, Nicola Jessie was here. So that was exactly as you describe it, the scene of Nick's exploits. And yeah, we'll give credit to, as I say, Banksy he isn't, but we'll give credit to the artist well done to Chris Tudgay, who I believe is responsible for that. Not sure it's a Tudgay there because all the spelling was right, but yeah. So there we go. But yeah, you are quite right. And joking apart, then obviously a little bit frightening at the time, but yeah, very well dealt with everybody, and Nicola obviously here and stuff and everything as well, and yeah, no trepidation, I'm sure, on that.
And I think then you kind of look at various different tracks. I mean, Callum then, probably what age would it be? 14. So he still had a couple of years to go. We weren't expecting the year break with the pandemic and everything like that. But yeah, about 14 when he down. Got into the semi-finals in the J-Specs. And it was one of those first corner kind of like just racing really, you know, coming together, a tangle of wheels, and he didn't get through. But it just shows that you need a little bit of good luck and fortune. We saw that down at the Ladies and Junior Nationals recently. And look, she's a neighbour of mine, but Vicky Appleton, she must be the most unluckiest Class 8 lady driver. The year before, she was leading the final, and that unfortunate incident with Alice Scott brought that final to a close. And then this year, May stormed it through into the final, and I thought she's definitely got another chance there as well, alongside a strong lineup of ladies eights as always. Off the line, the car next to her flicks a stone up that hits her kill switch and shut the car off.
Oh, is that what it was?
And that's what it was. You know, we all thought, oh, hold on a minute,
yeah.
the car's just broken down. And it took, obviously, Vicky a little while just to realise. And then if you remember, she then did a bit of curb crawling around the outside, you know, on that hope that maybe some red flags might have come out. But it run to a conclusion. And fair play to... I've got Claire Horner Williams. You know, they get married, don't they, Steve? They always do that to us. And yeah, she went on to take, which is I think was her 14th national title, which is unbelievable, but, absolutely unbelievable.
No, as you say, Vicky, the only sort of luck she does seem to have is bad luck. But yeah, fair play and congratulations to everybody at Cambridge. I have to say, I thought it was a cracking Ladies and Juniors Nationals. One of the smaller clubs in National Autograss, but I reckon they put on a super event that actually very much credit to them, credit to the sport. And yeah, the Ladies and Juniors had some excellent racing up there. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
And it just felt quite relaxed, didn't it? It was just, it had a good feel about it. I know what you mean about that, Steve. Plus there was the old yellow thing in the sky was out as well, wasn't it? Which obviously makes a bit of a difference. I'm a little bit concerned, Steve, that there is a Bowser out on the track.
As long as it's going to suck and not blow, we're all right, I think. So yeah. But yeah. But no, very expensive Ladies and Juniors Nationals, or it certainly was for me personally, because I have this thing where Sally, the better half, sort of comes racing, but then doesn't, because it suits us. Then we tend to sort of like now Airbnb, so we'll sort of like rent a property and stuff and things, because it's just easier, because tend to have early starts, late finish. So there's no point B&B-ing or anything like that. So we have these properties, and if I say so myself, we found some quite good ones. And the one for the Ladies and Juniors was right in the middle of Ely, right by the cathedral. So Sally decided quite early on the Friday that she really liked the look of Ely. So Saturday she was going to have a wander up round the shops and everything, and not come racing on the Saturday, and she was going to come racing on the Sunday. So Saturday she goes up, spends a reasonable amount of money, because there was a market on and everything, and she found all the expensive shops and all of that, so that was good. So yours truly very stupidly says Saturday evening when I get back, oh, so you'll come racing tomorrow? Oh, well, no, because there's another market on. I want to go and have a look at the cathedral. And so, yeah, so she had 2 days shopping. So I've just had the credit card bill for the Ladies and Juniors. It was an expensive weekend.
I stayed down on the Sunday night. I was going to actually travel down, because if you remember, Steve, I was flying solo at Ladies and Juniors. Jilly didn't come. Callum stayed at home because he'd obviously started.
He's grown up now, isn't he?
Well, he started his apprenticeship and he realised that there's 2 7 o'clocks in a day now, and and I think it wore him out. So I was flying solo, and my plans were to leave Cambridge on the Sunday night, drive down into Hertfordshire, park on my friend's drive and then use that as my base for the week and then come back the following Friday. But we finished reasonably late on the Sunday, didn't we, at L&J? So I stayed Sunday night, got up early Monday morning and started to drive down. It was a beautiful morning, absolutely. And it was my dad's birthday down at Billy B, down in Bexhill-on-Sea, as you remember, ladies and gentlemen, the old Coffin Dodger place. And 82 years of age. And I thought, do you know what? I'll pop down and see him. So I went from Cambridge down to Bexhill-on-Sea, parked on the seafront, phoned him up. All right, Dad, happy birthday. Oh, thank you, son. Thank you very much. He does talk like that a little bit. I said, who's with you today? He said, oh, I'm on my own. I'm like Billy No Mates. Oh, right, okay. Where are you now? And he said, oh, I'm in the kitchen on the old laptop. He does like to surf the net, even at his age. And so I pulled up outside the place and went and rung the doorbell 3 times. He's still talking to me, hasn't heard it, right? I'm just saying he's gone a bit mutton, right? I've knocked on the door twice and heard me. I've had to give it big licks, right? And he went, oh, I think there's someone at the door. And it's back over to Steve.
So there we go. Right, here we go then. So it is North Wales 27, Lee Almond. That's the first one to show. Tucking into that second place then is Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700. Callum Allenson runs third in the Yorksdales 34. Mick Summers in fourth in the Radford 169 machine. Then comes Russ Tinker in York 4, Tivy 11 and Spalding 77. Gary Wickham, so they make it round the recently cultivated bottom bend. Yeah, it does look better, folks, has to be said. Lee Almond, 27, goes down that far side. Battle developing for second place. Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700 holds off the challenge of Callum Allenson in Yorksdales 34. Russ Tinker racing now ahead of Mick Summers in the Radford 169 car. Nobody races ahead of Lee Almond though. North Wales 27 comes round, another lap completed. 734, York 4. Mick Summers just dropped back a bit now. He's under a bit of challenge from Nigel Edwards in Tivy 11 and the Spalding 77 of Gary Wickham. But no challenge at the minute on Lee Almond as North Wales 27 goes round that top bend for the penultimate time, because when he comes back in front of us he will be greeted with the sight of that yellow flag with the black cross. So it's one to go then for North Wales at 27, Lee Almond. He's going to move himself up the points chart without a doubt. Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700, Callum Allenson in 34, Russ Tinker in York 4, Tivy 11 and Spalding 77. And Mick Summers in Radford at 169. See, I tell you, these map cars don't like these wet conditions, but certainly enjoying them. It is the North Wales machine. Lee Almond in North Wales 27 comes round, takes a very convincing win as he comes across the line. Rich Lee, Scunthorpe 700 in second place. Callum Allenson third in Yorksdale 34. It's Russ Tinker underneath that mud, honest in York 4. Tivy 11 is Nigel Edwards. Spalding 77 is Gary Wickham. And completing it all is Radford 169, Mick Summers. 2 down, 1 to go on the Class 3s. As I say, sponsored by Shepton Plant Hire and Ram Developments. And the final race brings out then Jamie Lee in Solway 170, Keith Kelly in Mallow 247, Rupert Lomax in North Wales 1, Jeff Gibbs in Hereford 1, Pete Robinson in North Shropshire 72, Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71 and Adam Henley in York 11. So Adam absolutely now finding his feet, I think, in Class 3. Many years, very successful Class 4 racer, still campaigning the Class 4 very successfully, but equally the Class 3 as well. So we are just looking to move the track and keep moving it to develop a good racing surface on that bottom part of the track before this final heat of the Class 3s are let loose, and just sorting out cones and stuff. So whilst the track is in this sort of condition, we are going to be seeing quite a bit of cone and tyre moving. As I say, we've got a whole weekend to develop and look at this track, and they will. Absolutely. Right, here we go then. Away from the line, Jamie Lee makes a good start from the outside in Solway 170. Pete Robinson from the middle of the grid in North Shropshire 72. They're just about the first ones to show as they throw it into that top bend, but it is the Solway 170 car of Jamie Lee that comes round as race leader. North Shropshire 72, then the North Wales 1 car of Rupert Lomax in that third place, Steve Woodruff in 71, Keith Kelly in Mallow 247, Jeff Gibbs in Hereford 1. But down that far side then, Jamie Lee in Solway 170 just looks to pull away a little bit from Pete Robinson in the North Shropshire 72 car as he comes round once again. SL 170 it is, NS 72 in second place. That's the 1 and the 2. Running in third place still just is North Wales 1, but being challenged by Keith Kelly in Mallow 247, Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71, Jeff Gibbs in Hereford 1. That's the race order. But Solway 170 stamping his authority a little bit on this heat of the Class 3s as that last lap flag goes out. So on to his final circuit. North Shropshire 72, Pete Robinson, I think, going to have to settle for second place, but looking safe and sound in that second place slot. Rupert Lomax in North Wales 1. Don't think there's anything Keith Kelly can do in Mallow 247. Steve Woodruff in the White Rose 71 and Jeff Gibbs in Hereford 1. So all the cars on to their final circuit, but coming round for the final time, then your race leader, your race winner, it is Jamie Lee in Solway 170, Pete Robinson, North Shropshire 72 in that second place slot. Third is going to go to the North Wales 1 of Rupert Lomax, Keith Kelly in Mallow 247 in that fourth place. White Rose 71 and Jeff Gibbs in Hereford 1. So Class 3 successfully completed. So no reruns to come out of the Class 3s. And looks like we are going to be doing a little bit of start line work, and then we need to wait and see if we are going to have another go at the Class 1s or the Class 5s are going to come out. You can see them both in the holding lanes. I think it could well be Class 5s actually looking down the holding lanes, but we will wait and see. But just whilst this is going on, then yeah, we were talking earlier on, it could be about driving into Wales and stuff and things. Don't forget, then tomorrow brings out, if you haven't heard over here in England, the 20 mile an hour Welcome to Wales philosophy. So forget 30 mile an hour speed limits as default speed limits. No, Mark Drakeford and the Welsh Government got other ideas on that. Everywhere in Wales that currently is 30, unless it's particularly designated, becomes 20. Save up for your speeding tickets.
You know what points make?
Yeah, I'm going to have plenty of them. Oh, it's going to be horrendous. Absolutely support, 20 miles an hour around sort of like schools and places like that. No problem whatsoever with that. But yeah, like all rural areas, then the default is going to be 20 miles an hour in Wales.
Is there a congestion charge around there as well?
No, we've avoided that one so far. But yeah, because the only congestion we get on air lanes is like if they're slow at getting the sheep across or something like that.
The only reason is I said to Jilly, right, what's the best route? So she said, there's two, right? There's 20 mile difference. And then she said, but there's only 3 minutes between it. I thought, okay, fair enough. What's the short one? Well, there's a congestion charge in it. And I was like, congestion charge? Where's? And it was like, she was thinking it's around Bristol area or something like that.
Right.
And she said, apparently £9. And I was like thinking, £9, right. And what's the other one? Yeah, it's 20 mile, right, okay. So we went the longer route. And then we got stuck in all that traffic. And I'm thinking, we've done an extra 20 miles. We're in the heavy traffic. We're going to miss scrutineering, all for a £9 saving. And then I thought to myself, congestion charged down here.
Well, yeah, right. I'm going to have to give you a little. Just as you've had sort of like the livestock lesson, cows and sheep, you're now going to get a little bit of geography lesson. Bristol, very much England. But there is indeed, there is a congestion charge, emission charge. I don't know. But yeah, there is one of those in Bristol. There's also one in Bath or Bath, depending how posh you are. Because I sort of like came off the motorway yesterday and was heading towards Bath, and thinking, oof, is there going to be a charge around here or something? So, but managed to avoid it. But yeah, Bristol. Yes, you have to pay to drive through Bristol. A lot of people pay to drive out of it, I think. But yeah, but as it stands, you have to pay to drive in it. It's like the Severn Bridge, best thing they ever did, because you used to have to pay to drive into Wales, but they soon cancelled that.
Yeah, I think what it's technically known as is a money-making scheme. I think that's what it is. We're a little bit short on the coffers, so I'll tell you what, we'll put one of these clean air charges in or whatever. I think, like you think of Birmingham at the moment. I mean, I couldn't believe it. They've gone bankrupt, haven't they? The city council.
Yeah, absolutely, haven't they? Just so yes, they've gone a little bit astray, I think, on the financial front. So But no, talking of sort of like motorways and stuff, and around the Birmingham area, this one did make me smile a little bit, because those of you that are familiar with it, there's the M6 toll road, which sort of like bypasses the M6, which notoriously has been quite a bad motorway for traffic congestion and all of that sort of thing. So round the West Midlands, you can either go up the M6 and normally sit in a load of traffic, or you can pay a reasonable amount, I think it's like about £9 now, to go down the M6 toll for 20-25 mile and in theory bypass it. But speaking to some people the other day, and they'd been speaking to each other, one of them was crawling along the M6 toll, having paid, I say, about £9 for the privilege because of some traffic problem, and the other one was on the M6 and absolutely sailed down free of charge. So I thought, yep, that'd be just my luck, to be honest. But they do seem to get us poor motorists whichever way you look at the minute, don't they?
I think it's like racing weather, Steve. Sometimes you're lucky, and sometimes
it's a buzz round. Yeah, right. Yeah, I know. That's what
actually, think about this year. Have we had any dry ones? I can't. Oh, Sunny Scunny.
Sunny
Scunny was probably the only one. I think there's been a few challenges, hasn't there? Obviously, the first round, we should have been over in the Emerald Isle back in early May, and that probably set the scene, didn't it, really, for what was to come.
Yes, absolutely. And we then had some heavy Welsh mist and dew, so coped with it really well, absolutely. But yeah, it's and then Yorkshire Dales was Yorkshire. So yeah, but no, it's all going to be good for a fortnight's time. So there's the Indian summer is coming over in Ireland at the end of this month, so we'll catch the end of that.
I'd heard that as well. Someone was saying that the Indian summer, and like I was like thinking, is that like a chicken tikka, extra hot or something like that? But apparently, I'm not going to tempt fate because commentators curse and all that. But if what you're saying is true, Steve,
of course it's true.
I'd say I'm always optimistic, but I'm maybe a little bit pessimistic on that one. But if it does turn true, because it deserves it, really, a fitting way to finish off the 2023 British. And I can't believe we are a couple of weeks away from being end of September, start of October, and then it's all to. I know there's guys and girls that have already kind of said, right, cars in the garage, we're stripping down, ready for the 2024 season. We've got potentially some news that may scupper Callum's racing for a while. He likes his football. He had a football injury about a year or so ago. Which they didn't necessarily pick up that he'd actually fractured his ankle, but it had it's kind of healed, but it's meant that he's got his angle and his foot's wrong now, and so he's going to have to go and have some quite intrusive stuff done, and possibly out for a year. So, so that could be. This is like a caring father, in it, right? I had that like split moment of concern, and then pound signs come in my head. I was like, a year off, running a Class 8. Oh, happy days. Jilly Carney was making these noises in the bathroom. I could hear her. She was going,
I don't really want to go there. Oh, sorry. Right, I'm with you now. So, yeah.
Yeah, so that's it. We're planning 3 or 4 foreign holidays next year, and So no, we'll wait and see what comes from that.
But, that all gets sorted. But yeah,
yeah, and he's still a young enough lad, you know. So get it done now, get him back sorted, and then come back because he's kind of got racing in his blood. His first meeting was at 6 weeks old. There's a lot of the youngsters and even senior drivers now all started out in that way, being dragged around race circuits and tracks, and then they get that group and circle of friends and contacts, and that's it. Once they're in.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Because I've been sort of like doing this probably far too long. Most people out there would think. And people say, oh, does it make you feel old when it's sort of like, children of people that you remember racing when you started a racing? And I thought, well, yeah, it does. But what makes me feel even older is there are some grandchildren now of people that started racing when I started commentating. I'm thinking, yeah, that's a long old time. But, yeah.
Yeah, I'm into that as well, Steve. I've got four grandchildren now, which I've mentioned it before, but we've got a little Charlie who's he's going to be 5 next, right? And he's just, as you'd expect at that age, they're just full of energy and they're curious, and he loves his football as well, and he runs me ragged. But yeah, it's definitely enjoyable. We've got obviously a couple of granddaughters as well. One a little bit older. She's into makeup and looking at boys and stuff like that. So yeah, there's a few Scarborough warnings going out there. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Come and meet me granddad.
Yeah. We're actually going to meet the dad. I mean, that's worse enough. Yeah. Yeah, Chris has got a little bit of something about him, so he'll be vetting them quite keenly. But no, it's good. I look back and I didn't get into racing really. I started in a Class 2, Steve, when I was in my early 30s. Obviously, I've only been doing it about 5 years.
I'm going to say, absolutely so.
And you know what? It's something that was like a hidden gem, really. I think still today, and maybe with the power of what we do with live streaming now and getting that message out, is I still speak to people, even at work, and what do you do in your hobby? I say, we like to do a bit of racing. Oh, what type of racing you do? And I say, National Autograss, and they kind of look at me with a blank stare and go, and it's always, what's that? And then you explain it to them, and then you maybe show them a couple of clips, and that looks really good. And maybe that's what we should do. We need to kind of spread that word. Everyone's got a responsibility, I think, around all these venues and at home that you support it. Just get pinging out those clippage of some of the exciting racing, thrills and spills. I know that's, West Country videos and all his Dirt Devils that he's done over the years. People do like to kind of sit at home and watch that. But to be fair, my kids, used to get that for their Christmas, wrapped up a Dirt Devils video.
The free copy that you got, that you used to give it to them for Christmas.
Yeah.
You're a man after my own heart.
That was like, they always thought I was a real generous father. And talking about generous, I want to gauge some opinion around the track, and even if you're at home, ladies and gentlemen, just let me know what your thoughts on this. So Callum now 18, he's done his 2 years at college, and he's now started his apprenticeship. So he's earning cash, right?
Oh, here we go. How much should my keep be? No.
Jilly has said to him, without consultation, by the way, Callum, my mum and dad didn't charge me any board, so I'm not going to charge you, right? Without consulting, right? And my light was like, what? Hold on a minute. I was thinking of an extra couple of pints of Thatcher's. There are other ciders available, by the way. And apparently not. Apparently free lodge on board.
It's very unusual and the last thing I would ever do is cross Jilly. But yeah, I have to say the finance guy in me here is querying that decision a little bit, I have to say.
Well, only because, right, you really do want them to get the understanding that if you have a 15-minute shower in the morning and a 25-minute shower in the evening. It costs money. Right? Hey, Yorkshire Water think I've got 18 people living in my house. I'm telling you. Good grief! I was like, I'm knocking on. Callum, have you finished?
You mean you let them have hot water?
Yeah, maybe I should turn the combi off.
Yeah, go for cold water.
Actually,
I will guarantee you won't spend so long in the shower.
Thanks, Steve. I'll tell you what.
I'm here to help.
Thank you. Right. I hope he's not listening, by the way. Right. I know where the switch is.
No, nobody listens to us. You've worked that out by now. You should know that better than anybody. But no, we won't go there. We won't go there. So, just in case they are.
If there's anyone else that wants free board and lodge, come round to Barker Towers.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
but you must admit,
just remember who's going to choose your care home, though.
Yeah,
so, that's all I shall say.
I know. Well, the funny thing is, right, is that obviously when we started, we switched it out from the junior special into the Class 8, and it was like maybe a labour of love, really. We kind of got the chassis, and then we kind of over the course of about a year, while he was still racing juniors, was just buying bits and pieces and starting to build it up. I've realised after all of that, whilst it was good fun and it got us out in the garage and doing stuff and sharing time together like that, it was expensive. Like I'm a quantity surveyor from my original trade, Steve. So we're like that numbers game. We're on that same page, aren't we? And I've got a spreadsheet for everything. As you've probably seen when on the George Capper red flag, there's already a spreadsheet set up that's tracking all of the money.
I say already set up. That was set up by sort of like 9 o'clock the first Sunday night of the first BAS round. Fair play to you, yeah.
Yeah, and so I set myself like a forecast budget. Listed down what I thought was all the required parts. Little did I know, I'd underestimated that. And then I look back and go, do you know what? I probably should have just bought one that was already done and ready to go. But no, we've had some fun, and
that's the main thing in it.
He's coming up to the end of the second season in it. And yeah, he loves it. Absolutely loves it.
No, he's looking good.
I was looking at his heat though, Steve. By the way, in the 8s, he's coming out a little bit later. I think he's in race 7. All I'm saying is, right, good luck.
He'll be good. Right, good luck to you as well, because I think we've got Class 5s that are appearing. So I'm not sure when my Class 1s are going to reappear, but I can at least stop waffling for a little bit, because it looks like race 1 of the Class 1s. So I'll let you take them through them.
Yeah, thanks very much, Steve. So lorryinsurance.co.uk, our series sponsors. MapTech Surveys Limited sponsoring the Class 5s this weekend. Right, race 1 then. Who does it bring out? IK72, Steve Donovan out of lane 8, PAC 11, Ian Thorndike in lane 7, Dan Godfrey, Cambridge 10, coming out of lane 6. Dan comes into this weekend running 3rd in the BAS points. Typhy 8, Jonathan Jones, JJ coming out of lane 5. Chris Tudgate in Wessex 15, lane 4. Jeff the Snake Bateman, Stroudon District 45, lane 3. And Penny Smith in Gloucester and District 112 out of lane 1. So that's the highest point scorer is Dan Godfrey, by the way. Looking down on the points, so this is where it stands at the moment. First place, 698 points, and that's Charlie Holloway. So Charlie been running well, and can he continue that form as we set off from the line? And who's going to make the break as they come up there? I think it's Tudgay there in that Wessex 15 who starts to show it round the corner. I think that's Penny Smith a little bit further down the track as they come round. So it's Tudgay then from that Jonathan Jones machine, then Godfrey, then Donovan goes in there, and then Penny Smith running in that final place. And do you know what? Fair play to the guys and girls. They've done some track work and taken some of that top stuff off, and it's I think it'll be looking to do okay if we can just keep that weather at bay. But taking up the lead now, it is Typhy 8, Jonathan Jones then. Down past commentary comes from Chris Tudgay, Wessex 15. Dan Godfrey, Cambridge 10. IK72, Steve Donovan and Gloucester and District 1-1-2 of Penny Smith. And look at that. JJ, he's off and running now, isn't he? Oh, he's just washed the wheels through that puddle that's down that opening straight, and then bringing it round turn 1 and 2. There's a bit of a dry line appearing around these corners, and JJ is then still from Chris Tudgate and Dan Godfrey and Steve Donovan. 1, 2, 3, 4, as you were. No change in that. Penny Smith just dropping back a little bit, maybe not liking these conditions at the moment, but as they come round this time, we picked up the last lap flag. We're going to checkered, and it's going to be Typhy 8. Jonathan Jones takes the win. Second goes to Chris Tudgate in Wessex 15. Oh, third, Donovan's got up in the third in front of Dan Godfrey in Cambridge 10. And Penny Smith, hey, you've gone for a bit of Strictly Come Dancing up on that turn 1. And, oh dear me, of all the places in all the world where you don't want to be at the moment is in the thick stuff on turn 1. And that is where Penny is stuck at the moment. And she's giving it a good go. Go on, Kenny. Get it up on the grass. That's it. So Penny there just going to bring it back down and take that car back into the pits. Right, let's go into race 2 then. Charlie Holloway then, Evesham 9, currently leading the points, been doing really well as well. 698 points he's got. He's 35 points in front of the second place. And the second place, that's Ben Reid. He comes out in race 4. But this one brings out Riley Diaper, Forester Dean 255, Baxter Pargetter, Nottingham 45. He's running 6 at the moment. Sarah Howe, Stroudon District 1. South Somerset 22, Jenny Shepherd. She's coming out of lane 3. Patrick Daly, West Waterford 188. And Ian Jones, Cumdee 31. So there are the 7 that are in there. I'm just looking down here. No one coming out of lane 4. So Jonesy out of lane 1, Patrick Daly lane 2, Jenny Shepherd lane 3, Charlie Holloway middle of the pack lane 5, Sarah Howe 6, Baxter Pargetter 7, and Riley Diaper in that Forester Dean machine coming out of lane 8. So Charlie Holloway, 35 points. You've got your nose in front. As we know, you drop your worst 4 races, and then you get your best round double up. And at the moment, after 3 rounds, Charlie is sitting at the top of the shop. But if he wants to stay there, he's going to have to notch up some big points this weekend, and also get those extra bonus points in the final as well. Here we go then, bungee lifts. Let's go racing then, as they set off up into turn 1. And again, that Daily machine that looks to take that early show. Jones is running back in 5th at the moment, but it is the West Waterford machine from Baxter Pargetter, Jenny Shepherd. Then it's Charlie Holloway, then Ian Jones and Riley Diaper in that Forester Dean 255. So Patrick Daly from the Emerald Isle is leading the way in that West Waterford 188 and throwing it round turn 1. He's seen the dry line and says, Mickey, I'm going to go for it. And he is as well. Baxter Pargetter running 2nd, Jenny Shepherd 3rd, 4th is Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway 5th is still Riley Diaper, and then Cumdee 31. Ian Jones has dropped to the back of the pack as up again they come. And this time they're going to come round turn 1 and 2 for the penultimate time, because we are going to last lap flag. 1 more lap to go on these lorryinsurance.co.uk and Maptech servers, class 5s. So it's Daly then from Pargetter. Jenny Shepherd now looking for a move. But Pargetter closes the door as they come into that turn 3. Stargate turn for the final time. And on the opening straight, it's West Waterford 188. Patrick Daly then. And he's just going to slow it into turn 1, turn 2, and take the checker flag. Patrick Daly takes the win. West Waterford 188, Nottingham 45, Baxter Pargetter 2nd, South Somerset 22, Jenny Shepherd 3rd, 4th is Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway. 5th goes to Forester Dean 255, and that final place will go to Cumdee 31, Ian Jones. So, Charlie Holloway, I did say to you, my friend, that you wanted to accumulate some bigger points. 4th place, while it's 28 points, you wanted more than that. Then we'll put our eyes down on Ben Reid. If Ben Reid picks up a win, he might just jump to the top. Right, race 3, Wes Hathaway, Tom Evans, Kevin Glidden, Adam Brown, John Wilde, Pete Cheshire and Ian Lloyd. Looking at all these guys, they could do with the points as well. Not any of them in the top 8 from what I can see. So someone's going to be happy after this one. 55 points for the win. Adam Brown, Mallow 184, young lad, doing really well. I enjoy watching him drive, coming out of lane 4. John Wilde in that CY7 out of lane 3. Pete Cheshire, will he be grinning after this one as we set off from the line? And it looks a little bit Lionel because they're all over the place. And guess what? For me, it's the first red flags of the weekend. And race 3 goes back to rerun lane. So I'm not sure what. I'll have a listen out on the radio to hear if. Hold on, what's coming through? I might be able to capture this live on what they're going to do. Was it a messy start? Someone quick off the line? We'll wait and see. Nothing officially coming through on the radio as yet. So I'll give you that update soon. But, well, I'll tell you what, let's go to race 4 then, Mickey. Right, OK. And talking about race 4, there's 4 in the top 8 in this one. Ben Reid, highest point scorer, running 2nd in the BAStv at the moment in the Breeden Hill 66, lane 5. Then we go to Danny Lodge in Scunthorpe 212, running 4th. He's coming out of lane 6. Oh, Reedy and Lodge side by side. Then we go to Brian Neal, PAC 16, running 7th. And then North Shropshire 1, ping pong, Ollie Howe in that 8th place. And right on cue, Ollie Howe looking to show them up into turn 1. But he has got company as they bring it out of turn 1 and 2. And it's going to be the Neil machine from Howes, from Reed. Then it's Lodgy. Ludlow 24 is next to show. That's Jordan Powell as they bring it around that Stargate turn. And that PAC 16, Brian Neal, as I said, running 7th, the old Len Goodman 7. And he's leading it and doing everything right at the moment. He's slowing it down, keeping it tight to the cones and putting the power down. So Neil from Ollie Howes, from Lodge now, who's up into that 3rd place, running into that Ludlow 24. Jordan Powell still running in that 4th place. And I think Reedy is, there's a bit of contact there. Someone's up on their back hind legs and showing the undercarriage, who misses, but we are all still running and coming round to pick up the last lap flag. Oh, he's a little bit out of shape. Neil went square-wheeled it. That's Howell's gone for it. Howell round the outside then in that North Shropshire 1 from Neil as they bring it up there into Lodgy running in that 3rd place. Lud 24 is still holding there and Jordan Powell in 4th. But into the final 2. Checker flag being prepared. North Shropshire 1. Ollie Howe, can he hold on to it? Can Brian Neal get back at him as they come out of that final turn? It's going to be Ollie Howe from Brian Neal, from Lodgy, from Ben Reid. Then we go down to Lud 24 and Carl Burns in the Breeden Hill 81. So not coming out in that one, no. I was missing him, old Les Shamona Grice. But again, Nicola's leading the BAS points in ladies 5, so he's probably thought she's got a better chance than me, so I'm not going to damage the car. Yes, maybe she's hidden his helmet or something like that so he couldn't go out. Right, we are into race 5 already. And it brings out Colin Hadley, Severn Valley 247, Dev North in South Somerset 10, PhD 20, Mark Yuka. Lud 8, well, he's running 5th in the BAS on the points, but he is your new national champion 2023. Jaber Smith, Lee Cox in Forester Dean 1, and John Marley in CY27. So they are your runners and riders. Looking down, they're starting to push these cones and the tyre markers out a little bit. They're trying to, get this racetrack in as good condition as it can as we bring out the rest of the classes. Steve has got some men's class ones that still need to run their first heats. Quite rightly so. Fair play to them. They did take them off. I've seen it before in the ones where the mud gets in the rear wheel arches and it locks the wheels up, and then you just kind of drag in the background. So they did the right thing, and it seems to be paying off. So keep it up, guys. You're doing a good job. Testing conditions this morning, but we will get through it. We're a sturdy, hearty lot. So lorryinsurance.co.uk are been our series sponsors in the men's fives all through this British series 2023. Mabtech Surveys Limited are your local sponsors for this Southern League BAS round down here at Somerset, and a lovely part of town as well. So Marshall's making their way back to the post. We are looking for track clearance. We've got that. I'll tell you what, Cox has had a good old lift off, hasn't he? As he looks to go up into turn one in the lead, but he has to drop back into that second place as Jaber Smith, then that Newcastle champion, down a little bit of the hill into turn three he goes. And they're all fighting for places, and some of those markers we've just moved out, they've been flattened. But it's one of the perils of the sport, really. Whatever you put out, the drivers will knock them down, I'm telling you. So Jaber Smith then from Mark Euchre. Then we go down into Colin Hadley. South Somerset 10, Dev North, Lee Cox, and CY27, John Marley. And John running the back of the pack, a little bit challenging in these conditions, testing the drivers. But no mistake, it's Jaber Smith who's coming round for his last lap already. So Jaber Smith from Mark Euchre in PhD 20, Colin Hadley in Seven Valley 247, South Somerset 10, Dev North, Lee Cox in Forester Dean, number 1, and CY27, John Marley. So no change in positions for the last few laps, and coming round, and he's going to start his weekend off down here in great style. 55 points goes to Lud 8, Jaber Smith. PhD 20, Mark Euchre. Third goes to Seven Valley 247, Colin Hadley. Fourth is Dev North in South Somerset 10. Oh, there is a change, Mickey. Yeah, fifth. CY27, John Marley across the line, and Lee Cox didn't catch it out of the corner of my eye, but looks like he might have lost that car coming into turn one, and that means he's finished last. That's Lee Cox. So men's class fives, only one rerun to come on that. Steve's still going to wait patiently for his men's class ones, because up on the line we have got Super Saloons, Max Sport Competition Tyres, our series sponsor, SPD Electrical Contractors, our weekend sponsor. Right, who's coming out? Phil Parliament in Pennine 23, running 6 in the points in the BAS. Darren Adams, Border Counties 26. Chas Edley running 7th in the BAS points in that Scunthorpe 69. Will Bradford, Border Counties 115. Damien Harris 140. Colin Atkinson, Central Scotland 30. Kerry Pope in Spalding 82. And Dan Johnson in Scunthorpe 383. So they are your runners and riders. Just having a look down. I keep seeing this Bowser moving. Hopefully it's just come for a bit of an old suck down that opening straight. Still a little bit of a puddle down there. But looking around, the rest of the track, underneath that early sloppy stuff, there is a hard, grippy racetrack under there, and it is starting to show itself, which is good. Looking down there, the Bowser, just having a little look round that turn 4. Oh, look at that! And it is. He's doing a sprinkling of water around the cones. So there we go. The marshals have already had enough and said, "Look, lads, just put a bit of water around the cones. Just encourage these drivers to stay away." And But the main thing is to give them a racing line to go on, because it is getting a little bit tighter up in that turn 3, and it's a fair old little sprinkling. It's not just around the cones. It is on that dry line that had appeared. That is down in turn 3 and 4. Where's the Bowser going to go now? Is it coming back into the middle? Or are we going to go and do some sprinkling elsewhere? No, he said, no, Mickey, let's get these super saloons off and running and get us around this Southern League track. Here we go then, bungee lifts, let's go racing. And it is Darren Adams, border count is 26. That's got a great start. Come out of lane 2. That's not a bad lane then, is it? As they bring it round there, but he's left the door open. And it's Damien Harris goes through, Chaz Headley. Then Darren Adams, then it's the Johnson machine in 3-8-3. So I say he's normally it'll be, you could see the bright orange of the car, but it's maybe a tinge now with a little bit of that brown stuff. But Damien Harris it is then, Radford 140, flying down, Chaz Headley goes with him, then it's Johnson, then it's Phil Barliman, Darren Adams, and then that border count is 115, Will Bradford, Kerry Pope, and then Colin Atkinson, Central Scotland 30, Okaidanu is running out the back, and those two have drifted away from these top boys that are running. Damien Harris then, one more lap to go for him here. Chaz Headley, Scunthorpe 69, running 7th at the moment in the Bass points. Dan Johnson, Scunthorpe 383. Barliman looking for a cut back up the inside. Barliman right on the tail, and I think he's going to do it as well. Barliman is coming up the inside. Can he make it? Yes, he does. Damien Harris, though, is around that final turn and takes maximum points. Radford 140 takes the win. Chaz Headley, Scunthorpe 69 second. Third, who's got that? Hey, Johnson's got back at him. Barliman over in Pennine 23 in 4th. 5th is going to go to Will Bradford in border count is 115. Then we're going down to Darren Adams, border count is 26 from Kerry Pope to Spalding 82 and Central Scotland 30. And that is Colin Atkinson. So well done there, and good result there for Damien Harris. Nice and quick. Had a good nationals as well. Right, race 2 brings out Bill Bradford. So we've just seen Will, now we got Bill in border count is 15, lane 1. Senna Proctor, Scarborough 23, lane 2. Cumdee 5 is Matt Lloyd in lane 3. Scunthorpe 12, Jake Lee, lane 4. Okaidanu! It is Colin Reid in Central Scotland 21. He's in 10th place on the Bass points. Russ Shepherd, South Somerset 2, lane 7. And Sid Lomax, North Wales 199. So he is coming out of lane 8. So let's have a look down here. Colin Reid, by the way, has been... he's been really, really quick this year. Been good to watch as well. Another good campaign expected from him this weekend as well. Senna Proctor, Scarborough 23. Now he's quick in that. This is his his third Bass round. Didn't make the first one, but been at the others. So keep an eye out for him. Bill Bradford, season campaigner is Bill, isn't he? In border count is 15, coming out of grid 1. Who else is there? Sid Lomax is coming out of lane 8. Right, here we go then. And we are off and running. And who's going to kind of there? Senna Proctor, I told you, he's made himself up into that second place already. But it is Bill Bradford, Senna Proctor, Jake Lee. Then we go Cumdee 5. Lomax is up there as well. Colin Reid is running back in 5th place at the moment, but he's got company because they're all over him like a rash as Russ Shepherd in that South Somerset 2 is looking to come round the outside. That may be a brave move in these conditions, but still leading the way. Bill Bradford from Senna Proctor from Jake Lee. There's your 1, 2, 3. The Cumdee 5, Matt Lloyd in 4th. There's a bit of mess behind, but then it's Colin Reid from Sid Lomax from that Russ Shepherd South Somerset 2 machine. Right, let's go back to the top 3 as they come round turn 2 for the penultimate time. One more lap to go on this one then. Border count is 15. Bill Bradford, Centre Proctor Scarborough 23. Scunthorpe 12. Jake Lee. There's your 1, 2, 3. Matt Lloyd, Cumdy 5 in 4th. 5th place is Colin Reid in Central Scotland 21. 6th is South Somerset 2. And that's at Russ Shepherd. And then the Lomax machine running in final place. But checker flag at the ready. And he's led it from start to finish. Bill Bradford then takes the win. Centre Proctor 2nd in Scarborough 23. 3rd, Scunthorpe 12, Jake Lee. 4th is Matt Lloyd in Cumdy 5. 5th is Okaidu, Central Scotland 21. That's Colin Reid. Ross Shepherd, South Somerset 2. And that final place is that North Wales 199, Sid Lomax. So race 2 of the Max Sport competition tyres, SPD Electrical Contractors, Super Saloons down here at BAS round 4. 4th round of the British Series. 1 to go after this weekend. Right, race 3. Wow. Here's the entrance fee money paid already. Scunthorpe 61, Andy Holtby running first in the BAS points. He got that from his last BAS round. He wasn't top then. He is now, and also your 7-time national champion in the Class 7s. Alongside him is Cameron Mills, Cumdy 9, who's running 2nd on the BAS points. And the difference between them, Andy Holtby's got 821 points, 816 to Cameron Mills. There's 5 points between them. There you go. What's going to go that? And guess what? They're side by side on the grid as well. Coming out of lane 1 and lane 2. Matt Richards is in there in Evesham 555. Jake Roberts, PhD 72. Still the youngest national champion in Super Saloons. Lewis Woodruff, White Rose 72. Brendan Ellison in York 219. And Paul Johnson, Yorkshire Dales 22. And Paul coming out of that lane 8. That's the furthest away from us at the commentary side. And Paul he's quick in that machine. 1 and 2, Cameron and Andy. That's where you're probably getting some good starts from that at the moment. And they've probably thought, happy days, we are positioned where we would want to be. Paul's right over on that far side, so he's going to have to maybe fight his way across to try and get onto that drier line as soon as he can. That's if the cars around him allow him to do that. But here we go, bungee lifts. Let's go racing then. And guess what? It is Andy Holtby. Cameron Mills go for it. Already into it. Holtby shapes the back of the car up. Mills has been pushed out into the sloppy stuff. Oh, but he's back on the pace. Holtby then from Cameron Mills, from Paul Johnson. Then it's Jake Roberts, Ellison in there, and then Lewis Woodruff in that White Rose 72. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in this one. And it's Andy Holtby then who's got control of this as he brings it into turn 1 and 2. Again, keeping it to that dry line and keeping it tight. He's saying to Cameron, if you want to go past me, you're going to have to be brave. And I tell you what, as soon as you come off that dry line, you're into some of that thick stuff, and it is making a bit of an impact. You saw that with Cameron in that previous lap. Come round turn 2, hit that bumpy stuff, and it cost him, and he's done it again. I tell you what, Johnson is going to find a gap in a minute as Holtby picks up last lap flag. Scunthorpe 61 from Cumdy 9, Cameron Mills 2nd. Then Paul Johnson, Yorkshire Dales 22, PhD 72, Jake Roberts, York 219, Brendan Ellison, and White Rose 72, and that's Lewis Woodruff. He's a young lad as well, but he's enjoying his time in those Super Saloons as Holtby, as he does, picks up maximum points. Scunthorpe 61, Cumdy 9 2nd, Cameron Mills 3rd, Yorkshire Dales 22, Paul Johnson. Then we go down to Jake Roberts, PhD 72, York 219, Brendan Ellison, and White Rose 72, Lewis Woodruff. So 3 down, 1 to go. Oh, he's come round for a lap of honour. Or has he got some extra fuel that he wants to burn off? There we go. Right, race 4 then, Mickey. Who's coming out in this? Well, Archie Bentley. Now, he's another lad, isn't he? Border County 7. He took to the Super Saloons like a duck to water. Really good to watch as well. Running third in the Bass points coming into this. Who's top point scorer alongside him? Well, it's Mike Barrett. York 2 coming out of lane 1. He's came into this weekend 9th on the points. The rest just need to accumulate some more, right? Who else is there? Ali Ashmore, Spalding 514. Radford 176, Simon Hawthorne. Pennine 8, Andy Graney. That Radford 176, quick car. And Julie Hawthorne Ferrio picked up the ladies' national title in that. Pennine 8, Andy Graney. And again, that's another car we'll see out in the ladies. Samantha there racing that. And again, she gave Julie a run for her money in that final. It was brilliant to watch as well. Jodie Faulkner, Severn Valley 6, coming out of lane 7. And Sam Gould, North Shropshire 34, coming out of lane 8. So Marshall's just walking back through the mud to their post. We've got track clearance, bungee lifts. Let's go racing then. And Mike Barrett's got a good flying start there. But who's going to go with him? Well, I tell you what, it's Ali Ashmore. Can you get it turned in, Ali? Just gone a little bit wide. Has that allowed the change in the place? Ali Ashmore then from Mike Barrett, from that Andy Graney machine. Then it's Archie Bentley, Simon Hawthorne, Gouldy and Faulkner. That is how they're running after that opening burst from the start line. But Spalding, 514 it is then. Ali Ashmore with the side protectors on the car as well. She probably thought it was going to be a little bit more muddier than this, but it's doing something because leading this one from Barrett in second. Pennine 8 third. That is Andy Graney, but Graney's got company because here comes Archie Bentley looking for a move up the inside. No, he can't just get it just yet. He's gone for it again. Bentley then moves up into third place. Ali Ashmore still leading this one in that Spalding 514. As they come round, they're picking up the last lap flag. One more lap to go on this one then. Ali Ashmore from Mike Barrett, from Archie Bentley. Oh, there's contact there between Simon Hawthorne and Andy Graney. Gouldy nearly picked up a place as well, but has to settle for where he is. Severn Valley 6, Jodie Faulkner in that final place. But as they come up into the final 2, slowing it down again, and as she slowed it down too much, Ali Ashmore, oh, she's thrown it away. Oh no, Mike Barrett, York 2 takes it from Archie Bentley, Ali Ashmore, Simon Hawthorne, Andy Graney, Sam Gould, and the final place goes to Severn Valley 6, Jodie Faulkner. Wowee. That's what I say, wowee. Hey. Oh, not just because that was a cracking race and it all went down to a change right in that final corner, but Class 7s all the way through without incident. We're happy about that. Hey, we like that. Right, up on the line, it looks like we're going back to the Class 1 machinery. So Steve Langley, who was waiting patiently for them to be brought back to the line. They've been brought back. Now the track is in tip-top condition. There should be no incidents at all. And, you know, because, like, I'm Class 7s and 5s. I'm quite happy with one red flag, Steve. It's 10p into the kitty. And how do you think you're going to go?
They're going to sail through now. Probably literally if they hit that bit of water there. But no, we'll be good. They did have the rough end of the stick earlier on, I think it's fair to say. So, right, trying to identify, because we've got 2 reruns and one that got taken off the line, haven't we? So, I wish my eyesight was better. Right, so that's Swansea 2 on the inside. Yeah, that's it, binoculars called for. You've got an Athelston 34.
No, it's Cambridge 34. The sea was being locked.
I'm going to say Athelston 34 is going to throw. Right, race 4. This is then. This is the one that got stopped. We're all going back in from what we believe. So Jake Hemsley in IK 611, Stuart McKenzie in Wessex 100, Liam Morris Penhouse 65, Ocean Hughes Tivy 122, Reese Phillips in Tivy 98, Connor Griffiths in Tivy 16. Joe Ferguson in Cambridge 34 and Jason Thomas in Tivy 123. So yeah, this is basically Tivy take on the world. in this one. Class 1 sponsors then PWL Engineering and TBR Racing. So big thank you to both our meeting sponsors and also to our associate series sponsors. Right, we're doing a little bit of, it's more than a little bit, we're doing some grading up there on the top part of the circuit. And we can tell you that Connor Griffiths in Tivy 16 that's out in this one, currently sitting top of the points chart in British Autograss Series standing, 50 points clear, which isn't a lot by the time you've doubled up and dropped rounds and all sorts of complicated things like that. Lee Deegan, who currently sits in second place in Cambridge 48, we saw earlier on, had already taken a heat win, as has Andy Kelsey in Evesham 102. So, yeah, the top ones have picked up nice points already, or some of the top ones. So Connor Griffiths will want to do likewise in Tivy 16. Oh, there we go. So to my left, we have another man that's going to be contributing, I'm sure, to the Welsh speeding pot. That's going to go. Yes, you can laugh. Good morning, Gareth. How are you?
Yeah, very, very good, thank you, Steve. Yeah, I think we're all going to be.
Aren't we, George? Yeah. You can tell how much we're looking forward to it,
won't we? Yeah, yeah. But
yes.
then we all vote for them. Well, some of us do anyway.
So yes, there we go. So yeah, nice to see you though, Mr. Jones. How are you?
Yeah, we're back here. Yeah, yeah. I'm really good. I'm in a really good place. Yeah.
No, that's good.
The Belly Raceway. Yeah.
Have you come with your camera?
I have. Yeah, that's why I've
Jolly.
just trundled up now. Yeah.
No,
yeah,
no. So were you out in all that rain earlier on?
Yeah. Well,
Wimp.
I got a lot of photos of brown cars followed by brown cars and more brown cars behind them. Yeah. Yeah. But it'll come good.
No, it is. I know green light photography and stuff. Then yeah, no, I know you're back into that, which is excellent, and some really good stuff. And yeah, if people see the things that they like, then just contact you and.
Yeah. I'm one of many good people.
Yeah, no, I know you are, but you happen to be stood here with a mic in your hand. So hey, make the most of it.
Yeah, go on then. Yeah.
So yes.
Awesome canvases, 30 quid each. There we are.
No, absolutely. So. Yeah, very.
So have you booked your ferry, Mr. Langley?
Yes, indeed. So
Mr.
yes.
Bennett?
Absolutely.
So yes.
Mine's been booked since March this year.
Yeah, I say we're on our rearranged
I
booking.
must say though, a big shout out to Bernadette at Irish Ferries. She's a star, right? We keep like messing her around a bit, but she's really good.
Yeah.
She's fine. You know, like she said, Mickey, I'll squeeze you in. Right, and I was like quite happy about that. Jill wasn't, but you know, yeah. No, it's good. We're looking forward to it. The only downside is apparently I did ask her. I said, are we on the big ferry or the little ferry? I mean, they're all like, but it's the smaller ferry, right? So it could be a little bit choppy.
It's the one that the raft they're going to tell you behind. That's what she meant by squeezing you in, sort of thing. So yeah, they've got this thing they chain up to the back.
All right. I thought my luck was in, but it's obviously not then. But when we first went, was a couple of years back, the ferry we went on, we got the last one out. It was like, was it midnight or early hours or whatever? It was huge. It was massive. It had like shops. I'm sure it had a casino on it and stuff.
Are you sure you were in Fishguard, not Southampton?
It had Cunard on the side.
It was a long way.
14 days later, you got to where you wanted, did you?
I thought, is there Autograss in Antigua?
No, but I reckon there should be, right?
Hey?
But,
well, there
yeah.
again, but I did have, me meal at the captain's table in me BAStv T-shirt. So there's a load of people with dickies on, you know.
The things you do for promotion, eh?
I know, yeah, that's it, yeah.
No, looking forward to it. So yes, you coming across, Mr. Jones? Or I suppose work and stuff.
No,
unfortunately,
I'll be able to,
yeah. So yeah, I know that is going to stop quite a few people. But yeah, those of us that are going are looking forward to it, and of course, it will be on BAStv. Don't use that as an excuse not to go, folks.
And we're going to very, very capable hosts who will do an awesome job, and we all know that before we even get there.
Yeah, the welcome. I mean, the welcome we get everywhere, including here, is excellent. But we know the welcome and everything that we will get in Mallow will be second to none. Make sure you take loads of Alka-Seltzer and things with you, folks, because the Irish hospitality, you'll need them. That what Gilly been doing this weekend then, Mick? Sort of like revving up, ready for a fortnight's time.
I've been
in training.
The last time I went, I had to put the lock on the door because, like, you know, I do get a little bit giddy tonight. But when I was announcing the food outlets around the place, right, there was a place that had jacket, bear, potatoes. So I've been practicing that during the week, you know. And then, do you remember, Steve, a couple of local commentators that were over there? There was a real young lad. He's probably shaving. He's probably shaving now. And there was another bloke, a local commentator, and he told this story, right? And you know when I couldn't understand a word, I just was nodding, like going, "Oh, right, yeah." He must have thought, "Why is he nodding and smiling?"
You didn't need to go to Ireland for that. You stood next to me, man.
Probably telling her like a real sad story, and I'm smiling and laughing at him, nodding my head. Yeah, that was. So I poke myself in the eye then. But I presume that some of those guys will be over there as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's me. I think it's me, you, and the Irish. And you're coming then. Yeah, me, you, Graham, and the Irish. So yeah, there we go.
So this is why Graham actually first bass round is going to do 8s and 10s. That's a baptism of fire, isn't it? But you know, this is it. This is the warm up, isn't it? Now ready for round 4 and then round 5 over there.
Baptism of fire and empty pockets.
That's it. Yeah,
Don't put him off. We're racing. Oh yeah, there we go. Right. So away we go. Sorry, folks. Right, Tivy 1, 2, 3. Jason Thomas. It is. That's the first one to show. The Cambridge 34 car. Then that's Joe Ferguson at the wheel of that one. Looking to go through on the very much on the inside, I have to say, is Ocean Hughes in the Tivy 221. I think the track been moved in a little bit on that bottom bend, but it is the Athelston 34. Oh no, Cambridge 34 then of Joe Ferguson that takes up the running that comes round then. Just pulling away now a little bit, 3-4 car lengths up on the 1-2-3 car, and then Ocean Hughes in 1-2-2. Tivy 16 then Conor Griffiths, a bit to do at the minute. In 4th place, as I say, 48 signed on, so you're not going to get semi-finals, you Class 1 drivers, so we are going to need the top 8 to go straight through to the final. So in some respects, this could be just about the toughest qualifying of the weekend, I think, in men's Class 1. As our race leader comes around just a little bit wide, though, and 34 goes back through, then takes up the running to 1-2-2, onto that last lap, 1-2-3 and 16. And Stuart McKenzie in the Wessex 100, the Penthouse 65 car, then that's Liam Morris at the wheel of that one. Jake Hemsley in IK 611. So the cars then on to their final circuit. But little doubt at the end of all of it about the race leader and the race winner. Joe Ferguson it is in Cambridge 34. Comes around, takes a checker flag and takes a good win. Second place, Ocean Hughes in 1-2-2. Connor gets up to 3rd in 16. 1-2-3 then is Jason Thomas. So that was all right for the Tivy Club, I think, at the end of all of that, as the back markers come across and complete, including Jake Hemsley in IK 611. So that's race 4 successfully completed. So we've got, I think we're going to be seeing a rerun of race 5 and race 6 still to come. So I was going to say with trepidation, with Mickey have a look through binoculars, but probably not going to help much. So I think we're on race 5 on this one, yeah, because we can pick out Rich Owen in North Wales 51. So unless you're Mickey, in which case it's probably West Waterford 15 or something, but there we go. But yeah, no, it is race 5. Tom Herbert in Stroud 31, Conor Urquhart in Tivy 211, Dylan Tyrrell in North Wales 6, Michael Baldwin in West Waterford 245, Alex Hill, St Neots 164, Rich Owen in North Wales 51, Kieran Griffiths in Severn Valley 31 and Chris Dyer in Evesham 28. Those were the 8 cars we started with originally. We have only got 7 down there, so we're not sure which one is the non-starter, but we'll try and identify them. But Chris Dyer in Evesham 28, out of lane 1, is the first one to show. Rich Owen in North Wales 51 tucks into that second place slot as they sort themselves out round top turn. Conditions a lot better, still not perfect, but a lot better than first time out when we saw these cars. Tom Herbert runs 3rd in Stroud 31, Severn Valley 31 then on the outside of Conor Urquhart in the Tivy 211 car, but it is Chris Dyer in 28 down that far side from the Owen machine 51. Just a little bit out of shape coming out of that start line turn and causing a little bit of a traffic jam behind him. But everybody's still facing and going in the right direction as Chris Dyer in 28 comes round. Once again, a couple of laps to go for the MAP man in that second place slot. Still 51, North Wales 6, Gun Tyrrell 7 Valley 31, Tivy 211, West Waterford 245, and Tom Herbert uncharacteristically at the back of the pack at the moment in the Stroud 31 car. But your race leader going down that far side, Chris Dyer it is, just shaking off Rich Owen a little bit now in North Wales 51. All sorts of problems going on, I think, for the Severn Valley machine then of Kieran Griffiths over on the far side, but it's all concertinaing up at the head of affairs as the last lap flag goes out. Chris Dyer in 28, on the outside Rich Owen in 51, West Waterford 245, Dylan Tyrrell in number 6, Tivy 211, then comes Severn Valley 31, racing just ahead of Tom Herbert in Stroud 31. But we're going to have a challenge for the race lead as the 245 car of Michael Baldwin looks to make a move up the inside of Chris Dyer. Easton 28 just closes the door on him though, and North Wales 51 then, Rich Owen in that third place slot. So it's the West Waterford car though that has taken up the run in as they come towards the checkered flag. Good win for Michael Baldwin in 245. Long time race leader Chris Dyer second, 51 in third, Conor Urquhart in fourth, Severn Valley 31. Dylan Tyrrell then comes next in North Wales 6, and then Tom Herbert in Stroud 31. So that completes successfully race 4, race 5. So I think we've now got race 6 that is the one that actually got taken off the line. That's why these cars look so clean. So it should be Adam Jones in Swansea 2, Jason Stotton in North Wales 91, Jamie Hussey in Scarborough 223, Ollie Wrigglesworth in Scarborough 221, Tom Powell in Evesham 82, Rich Parks in WS 36, Brandon Glover in Scunthorpe 171, and completing, I think we got NW 97. That was a late addition on to the sheets. So yeah, 8 cars we're expecting, and looking down the line. So yeah, 8 cars expected, 8 cars there on the line. I say PWL, Engineering and TBR Racing. Then your Class 1 sponsors. Told you weather was going to get better, and getting better it is. And certainly the track very, very raceable now. And it's going to develop very nicely. So just looking round, I think we've just about got track clearance. Yep, and Wind Up Marshall is happy. So we're underway. And once again, Class 1s get away from the line, and the first one to show then is Tom Powell in Evesham 82. The North Wales 97 car there looks to put that challenge through on the inside, but Tom Powell just looks to close the door on him as 82 comes round as their race leader. 97 in that second place slot. Ollie Wrigglesworth runs third in 221. Jonesy on the outside in Swansea 2. Then the 223 car of Jamie Hussey, Jason Stotton in North Wales 91. But Evesham 82, Tom Powell it is, going down that far side, pulled away about 3-4 car lengths clear now of the man in second place. That's still the North Wales 97 machine. As he comes past us once again, that's another one of the Owen Racing team. Swansea 2, 221 and 223. North Wales 91, Jason Stotton at the wheel of that one. Rich Parks it is in WS 36, and Brandon Glover completes it all in Scunthorpe 171. But coming out of that top bend, it is once again Tom Powell in Evesham 82 going to be greeted with the sight of the last lap flag. 1 to go then. Still the Owen car, North Wales 97 in second place. Adam Jones runs third in Swansea 2. Scarborough 221. The Ollie Wrigglesworth car, the best of the 2 Scarborough machines. They're racing together there over on the far side. And just behind them, Jason Stotton, who's getting in amongst them in the North Wales machine. But I think it's going to be a win for Tom Powell as Evesham 82 comes out of that top bend for the final time. It is indeed. So Tom Powell takes it in Evesham 82. North Wales 97 in second. Adam Jones third in Swansea 2. Scarborough 223, Jamie Hussey, then Jason Stotton in North Wales 91, Ollie Wrigglesworth in 221, Rich Parks in Wessex 36, and Brandon Glover in Scunthorpe 171. So that completes the men's Class 1s and men's Class 3s. So looking to the line, it's another one of our 10p races, I think, because it's rerun time. And it's men's class 5s. So it's going to be, of course, back over to put your hand in your pocket, Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Steve. And I brought this rerun round quick, so that's good. It is race 3, lorryinsurance.co.uk, series sponsored, and Mabtech Surveys Limited, the weekend sponsors. Right, this one didn't get very far, did it? And I'm looking up on the line, and I think we might have got a couple of casualties along the way. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 5 on the 5s. I think they were just waiting for another one to get lined up. I think that could be John Wild that I just see's being pushed around by the marshals. Can't actually see it from where I'm sat in commentary, but we have got the benefit these days of a TV monitor. So we're seeing the pictures that are being live streamed back home. And yeah, there he is, John Wild. They're tugging him this way and tugging him that way. Oh, misses. It conserves fuel, that's all. What are they going to do? Are they going to give him a jump off? Or if not, they're just going to go, do you know what? We gave you every opportunity and you couldn't get yourself back out. But if anything's on his side, luck is, because the water... You wouldn't have thought that this morning, would you? You wouldn't have seen thought the Bowser would be sprinkling round actually the racing line, but it is, and that's testament really to how this track is starting to open up, and it's in a far better condition than what I thought it would be so soon. And looking at it is. John Wild is heading back into the pits. So we will just have 5 left out in this rerun. And that's excluding him. We should see Ian Lloyd, North Wales 50, Pete Cheshire, Breeden Hill 99, Adam Brown, Mallow 184, and said it earlier, a young lad who's making his way in these class 5s. Spalding 252, Kevin Glidden, South Somerset 7, Tom Evans, and Wes Hathaway. There we go, and we've got away as we set off from the line, and just having a little sort out amongst themselves. Oh, I tell you what, who's gone for a little bit of a manoeuvre? Tom Evans moves himself into second, but it is at the Adam Brown machine that takes up that running as they bring it down. Kevin Glidden and Pete Cheshire. He's not grinning at the moment because he's at the back of the pack, and maybe that water that's just gone down just caught him out a little bit. Definitely Kevin Glidden there just slowed himself down, but look at this. He's off. Oh, a bit of smoke appearing. Oh, hopefully that's not too much to worry about, but Adam Brown, Mallow 184 from Tom Evans, South Somerset 7. Then we go down to Ian Lloyd in North Wales 50. There's your 1, 2, 3. Little bit of a gap before we get down to Kevin Glidden and the Spalding 252 and Breeden Hill 99, Pete Cheshire in that 5th place. But last lap flag being shown already, so they're looking to get through the racing as much as they can today. Adam Brown then, Mallow 184, 1 to go from Tom Evans, South Somerset 7 from that North Wales 50, Ian Lloyd. Again, we've still got that bit of a gap before we get to Kevin Glidden in Spalding 252 and Pete Cheshire in Breeden Hill 99. But as Pete comes across the line to pick up last lap flag, the checker flag is prepared and shown to Mallow 184. Adam Brown takes the win. Second, South Somerset 7, Tom Evans. Third is Ian Lloyd in North Wales 50. Fourth, when he gets round 1 and 2 for the final time, it will be that Kevin Glidden machine. There he goes. He'll take it back into the pits, give it a little bit of a wash down, and back out for Heat 2 a little bit later. There we go, finishing off the men's class 5s for their first round of asking, and that is Pete Cheshire in Breeden Hill 99. Up on the lines, open wheel specials. So it is over to the voice of an angel, Gareth Jones.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mickey. Straight on to the first round of qualifying of the Extracts and Mrs. B's Animal Feeds sponsored Class 9s. 3 races going to come your way in this first round of qualifying, and we're already up and we're racing, and it's the Pennine number 5 machine then, one of the quickest out of the blocks, but he's going to lead the chase into that first turn because it's the 75 machine of Kieran Cobb that leads past us for the first time. From Richardson there, it's the Barry Ashmore 154 machine that rounds out the top 3, but he's pushed on towards that Amco on the start line turn, so that's allowed, I think it's the ARC 3 machine of Lee Seagreaves to now lead the chase down that far straight. He's of course your current series leader after 3 rounds, and he's there now trying to reel in the back end of the Kieran Cobb machine. IK75 then continues to lead from ARC 3, Pennine 5 and 154. Then it's the Thomas Lloyd machine, and I think it's Tonto there in 5th, or is it the North Shropshire 71 machine of, no, it's not 71 at all because he's not even in this race, but he's there in that 5th spot. But this time round he's going to see that yellow flag with the black cross. Kieran Cobb, can he hold off the pressure for one more lap? It looks like he's making a bit more daylight between himself and Seagreaves now. From Pennine 5, IK121 was the one that we missed. That's Stuart Taylor, he's there in 4th, racing on the inside of the Barry Ashmore machine. Ashmore just about holding on to 4th at the moment from this vantage point at the very least, but it's check and flag time. He's led from turn 1, he's not going to throw it away on the last turn, and it's Kieran Cobb, IK75, that takes the win. Seagreaves takes 2nd in ARC 3. From Pennine 5, Barry Ashmore 4th in Spalding 154. Stuart Taylor takes 5th in IK121. From the York 49 machine of Steve Young and Thomas Lloyd in TA 42, who will be back taking more photos before you know it. And I've got an interesting story to tell you about Thomas a little bit later on, and Dad Geraint showed me an interesting photo last night, so we'll talk about that in the second round of qualifying maybe. But race 2 of your first round of qualifying then of men's Class 9s are down there on the line. This one brings out your current series runner-up, the one that leads the chase on Lee Seagreaves' Phil Cooper, ARC number 5. They're away then from the line, and already it is Coops that's got clear distance as they go into turn 1. Going with him is the Carlo machine of Jack Julian. Carlo, number 9, leads the chase past us then as they round out their first 3 quarters of the circuit. Slotting into 3rd, they're just about Wayne Llewellyn in PhD number 9. He's currently 4th in the British Autograss series, and he's there ahead, I think, of the Barker machine. He was from 26, but they're all swapping and changing towards the tail end of the field. But it is ARC number 5 that comes through the farmyard turn then with a couple of laps to go from Jack Julian and Carlo number 9. Then it's the little 80 machine. One that we haven't mentioned is Jimmy Smith, and he's there rounding out your top 3. These 3 now breaking away from the Pitman machine. South Somerset 81 rounds out your top 4, so we've lost someone to the tail end of the field. But this time round, Phil Cooper is going to be a familiar sight. He's going to see that yellow flag with a black cross, and he knows he's got one more to go in this first round of qualifying. Jack Julian from the Southern League holding on to that 2nd spot in Carlo number 9 from the little 80 machine. He's always been there, done it, and that's Jimmy Smith in the little 80 machine that holds on to that 3rd spot. But it's checkered flag time this time round, and ARC number 5 then starts his weekend and starts his 4th round campaign on with 55 points. From Jack Julian, Jimmy Smith takes 3rd, Gav Pittman takes 4th in South Somerset 81 for Wayne Llewellyn in PhD number 9. 5th place, Johnny Barber in Athelston 23, and Mark Barker rounds it all out in Evesham 26. So race 2 of 3 of the first round of qualifying of the Extracts sponsored men's Class 9s. Of course, your local sponsor here for round 4 this weekend, Mrs. B's Animal Feeds, and I'm sure that Laura, your new champion of champions in the ladies category, is over there in the trade stand somewhere. So yeah, if you've got a dog, then make sure that you go over to the trade stand area and support. As always, it's always the same names that seem to be supporting the sport these days. Right, and yellow flags all the way around this Bailey Raceway. Race 3 gets away from the line. Sam Pinches, super quick out of the blocks. In Radford, 35. Who's going to go with him? There's all a bit of contact there between the York 78 machine, and I think that's possibly Robinson in North Shropshire 71, but that allows Pinches to pull clear. In 35, we've got one in the anchor here on this near side straight. That's Adiman, who rejoins the field at the tail end of it, but it is Pinches That continues to lead then in Radford 35, just about a length of the straight of an advantage over the Robinson machine. North Shropshire 71, I think, is still there in that second spot as we continue with this Class 9 heat. Palmer's there in third in the North Wales 31 machine, racing ahead of York 78, so that's Andy Hornshaw back there rounding out your top four. Second, third and fourth, nothing to split them really, but away and gone in this one, and showing the rest of the field the way to go is Sam Pinches, and he's going to come past us to start his final circuit behind the wheel of Radford 35. No changes at the moment for second, third and fourth, but nothing to split the two at the head of affairs then. 71 and 31 battle side by side for second and third, but that allows Sam Pinches to pull ever clearer into the farmyard turn. He goes for the final time, and he's going to start his campaign 7th at the moment, but those 55 points will move him up the points tally, that's for sure. So 35 takes the win from North Shropshire 71, Adam Robinson. Third place goes to Dave Palmer in North Wales 31, from Andy Hornshaw in York 78, and York number 6 then of Russ Adaman will come round to round out your first round of qualifying of your Mrs. B's Animal Feeds and Extracts sponsored men's Class 9s. 5 races of junior saloons are going to be exiting that start line because we move on to the first round of qualifying of the Silver Lake Garage and Shropshire Design Junior Saloons, and race 1 down there on the line brings out Kyrese in PAC 55. It doesn't look like we're going to go with the juniors. Looks like we're going to go with Class 2s. And we've got another 5 races of Class 2 coming your way in this first round of qualifying. Class 2 this weekend, your local sponsor is Keep Camping, and your series sponsor for the British Autograss Series, as always, Fleet Care Services. So big thank you, as always, to all the sponsors. Race 1 brings out Jamie Lillington, your home league driver, South Somerset 45. He starts out there in grid number 8. Ryan Mulroy, Mallow 117, starts alongside him, and he's coming from lane number 7. Ben Foster, IK 231, starts in lane 6. Chris Manners in Forest 96 starts in lane 5. We're away then, we're racing with the first race of the men's Class 2s, and it's a familiar sight as Craig Conway, your current British Autograss Series leader and I think defending champion, leads into that top turn and puts the pedal to the metal and revs the little engine down past us. Scunthorpe number 1 now, from Scunthorpe 127. George Cresswell slots into that second spot. He's currently placed 10th after the first 3 rounds of the series, and he's there in that second spot. Severn Valley 23 is the Tim Harbour machine, and he's there in third, racing ahead of the St. Neots 34 machine of Daniel Robbins. There your 1, 2, 3 and 4. There will be a quick announcement straight after this race as some cars and vehicles need moving, but it doesn't matter at the moment to Craig Conway what needs moving. All he knows is that he wants to go with the first 55 points of the weekend. A little bit of a love nudge there from Dan Robbins on the boot lid of the Severn Valley 23 machine, and he now claims that third position, still trying to reel in George Cresswell, and at the moment he hasn't got an answer to Craig Conway, who starts his last lap in Scunthorpe at number 1. So it's 1:27, 34 and 23. Jamie Lillington, South Somerset 45 then, he's there in that 5th spot. And like I say, these are not too much to split 3rd, 4th and 5th at the moment, while the rest of the fields are fairly spread out. But exiting the top part of the circuit then for the final time, Craig Conway starts his weekend with a win. Scunthorpe number 1, 55 points. George Cresswell, 45 points in Scunthorpe 127. Third place goes to the Harbour Machine 23 from Robbins, and Jamie Lillington. Chris Manners takes 6th in 96 from the Ryan Mulroy machine, Manor 117 and IK 231. Then Ben Foster rounds it all out for race number 1. Right then, we need a white Range Rover moving ASAP as it's blocking emergency access. So the registration number J190JA. A white Range Rover needs to be moved ASAP, please. So if you're out there in spectator land or even watching the stream on the fields, and you know that that's your vehicle or that's a friend's vehicle, that white Range Rover needs moving ASAP, please. Right then, we're back to Class 2 action. A few of the tyres and the cones being adjusted on this start gate turn, and once again we see the water bowser coming on. Not sure whether that's just going to put a little bit of a dousing over the cones or whether that inside line is going to have a little bit more unnatural moisture. And race number 2 are down there on the line, and that's not what they want to see, but down there on the line we've got Kyle Ukart in TA2 and 2. Also joining Kyle then, we've got Ben Griffiths in Severn Valley number 8, Ryan Smith in PAC 25, Michael Jordan in Radford 231, JD Farrow in Scarborough 17, Paul Morgan in Radford 22, Sam Doddridge in Forest 515, and Chris Hall in Scunthorpe 227. The best on the points tally after the first 3 rounds of this year's championship is Chris Hall. He's currently placed in 4th place after the rounds at South Wales, Scunthorpe, and where else have we been this year? Scunthorpe, South Wales, and well, that name for now eludes me, but we're here at the Southern League, and race 2 are down there on the line, and the water is being put down then on the inside line on this top part of the circuit, just on the exit of the turn actually, just possibly to avoid a little hole that's developing there from getting worse, and making sure that these front wheel drive vehicles actually just slide through it. And the grader on the front end of the JCB as well, doing a little bit of work on this near side straight. And Mickey B, I think he's had a message from OnlyFans.
Yeah, so as you know, with our red flag fundraising that we're doing for Gorgeous George in his memory, and all proceeds going to Alzheimer's. Along the way, every red flagger commentator, if you get red flag, you have to throw 10p in the pot. Not a lot, but along the way, we have had generous one-off donations and people match funding and everything like that. Just to confirm, I've had one come in, and I'd just like to take it read out. We've got a little bit of time. So Dave Vickers, he's donated £50 in cash. So brilliant. I tell you, he spends most of his free time raising money for charity. He's done 6,000 quid for breast cancer charities just this year alone, so that's a brilliant effort, and thank you very much for that kind donation. Talking dirty, so Ant Ross and his mob have decided to match his donation of 50 quid also. So there's 100 quid in cash over with me. I'll try and get it over. Well, we're going to send security round to pick it up. Thanks very much, guys.
Yeah, thanks very, very much, yeah. As always, we keep mentioning that it is for a super cause, and it is in memory of one of the sport's finest legends. And that word gets used and bandied about a lot, but yeah, when it comes to Gorgeous George, or Grandad George as I used to call him, then yeah, that word doesn't actually mean enough. Right then, race 2 of your Class 2s are down there on the line. Looks like the water bowser is making its way off the circuit, and marshals are making their way back to the posts. So very, very shortly we will be back up and racing with race 2 of the Keep Camping and the Fleet Care Services sponsored man's Class 2s. And race 2 gets away from the line, and it looks like Sam Doddridge is going to left behind in the Forest machine, and it's the 227 machine of Chris Hall that's going to lead into turn 1. Going with him then is the Scarborough machine of JD Farrow, and they're the first two to lead past us then for the first time. Paul Morgan in Radford 22, he's there in that 3rd position. He races ahead of fellow clubmate Radford 231. That's Michael Jordan, who's there back in that 4th position, racing side by side with PAC 25. I think that's Ryan Smith back there in that 5th spot. That's very uncharacteristic for Ryan to be that far down the field. He's racing ahead of the TA2 and 2 machine of Kyle Ukart, and Kyle just getting a little bit too excited, just throwing it a little bit too sideways, scrubbing up too much speed, and that's allowing the door to open for Ben Griffiths in Severn Valley 8 to really reel him in. Not quite making it count at the moment, as 3rd, 4th, 5th all bunch up together, and Kyle then just gets it all wrong on that start gate turn. But it is Chris Hall, a man that's currently 4th placed in this year's series points, and he starts his last lap ahead of JD Farrow, who's still holding on to a very secure 2nd place at the moment in Scarborough 17. Then it's Ryan Smith, who's trying to turn his speed in PAC 25. Oh, contact between the two Radford machines as they go down into the start gate turn. It all ends in tears. That's allowed the Doddridge machine to go through from about 7th to 4th. That's Sam Doddridge behind the wheel of that one in 515F, and Kyle up the tail end of the field. But it's Chris Hall then that takes his first win of the weekend. 55 points in the bag for that man. From JD Farrow, Scarborough 17 takes second from Ryan Smith in PSC 25. Sam Doddridge 4th in Forest 515. Ben Griffith 5th in Seven Valley 8 from Michael Jordan in Radford 231. Kyle Ucart in TA 212 and Paul Morgan in Radford 22. So race 2 make their way back into the pits. Race 3 are down there on the line, and we have 7 clean cars waiting to emerge from that start line. Jordan Robinson is there starting on the outside in Spalding 26. Also there then is Wes Hathaway in TA 17. He starts in lane 6 next to Ashley Lillington in South Somerset 38. That's that purple micro that starts right there bang in the middle of the grid. Ash Wigglesworth's there in Scarborough, treble 2, starting in lane 4, starting next to Josh Woodward in Athelston at 182. Dan Owen in North Wales 151 starts in lane number 2, and on the inside then Owen Marley in Causeway 72. Dan Owen is currently placed in 7th in this year's British Autograss Series after the first 3 rounds, and he is one of the quickest ones away from the line. But going with him all the way is Ash Wigglesworth in Scarborough, treble 2, and it is the Scarborough machine that goes past the beer tent for the first time. So treble 2 then and 151 are your first 2 to show. Jordan Robinson in Spalding 26 is there in that 3rd spot from the Athelston machine, and that's Josh Woodward in the 24 machine. Just slots into 4th momentarily, but there's contact, and Jordan Robinson just about gets it back pointing in the right direction before that car on the outside just eases the pressure. So good race on for 3rd and 4th between Owen Marley in Causeway 72 and Jordan Robinson, but it is the Wigglesworth machine that continues to lead then. Treble 2 and 151, they begin now to break away from Owen Marley in the Causeway 72 machine, and Dan Owen looks to make a move and pressurise on the inside line of the North Wales 151 machine then. So it's 151 on the inside, treble 2 on the outside. Good race there between these 2 micros at the head of affairs. Jordan Robinson in Spalding 26 is also getting up into the mix as well, and he's holding off the challenge at the moment of Ashley Lillington in South Somerset 38. So these first 4 then, not too much to break away from the rest of the field as 1, 2, 3 and 4 begin their last circuit of this Bearley Raceway. But it's Wigglesworth in treble 2 that continues to lead. Dan Owen slowing down to control the pace. He's left the door open though for Jordan Robinson to go through. Jamie Lillington just bashing the boot lid of that North Wales 151 machine, so nothing to split 2nd, 3rd and 4th, but it looks like Wigglesworth and his 55 points pretty much secure in Heat 1. Scarborough treble 2 then holds on to take a win. Dan Owen reclaims that 2nd in North Wales 151 from Robinson and Lillington in 3rd and 4th. Hathaway takes 5th in Tyree 17. Athelston 24 on the car, 182 on the paperwork. Josh Woodward takes 7th, and then somebody picks up a green flag. Not sure who that was. It might have been Josh Woodward in the Athelston machine. But as soon as we know and find out, we will obviously relay that information on to you. Right then, race 3, go back into the pits. Race 4 down there on the line. This one brings out Brad Ellison from lane 8 in York 16. Going with Brad then, we got Jack Bromley in IK 130, Wayne Blackmore in PAC 28, Paul Melly in Swansea number 3, Dan Heath in Pennine 89, James Espley in North Wales 101, and Josh Lewis in Swansea number 1. So there you line up, and they're down there on the line, and Josh Lewis and Paul Melly then I think possibly go head to head for the first time. Oh, SP26. Okay. So just confirmation then that it was the Spalding car of Jordan Robinson, Spalding 26. He picked up a green flag in race number 3, so he will be demoted 2 positions when it comes to the points. But we have yellow flags now beginning to wave around this Bearley Raceway. We're racing with the penultimate race in this first round of qualifying. James Espley then, North Wales 101. One of the quickest away from the line. Swansea number 1 then is there on the inside line. And just a little bit of a love nudge on the inside of the Dan Heath machine as Dan then just begins to lead the chase down this near side straight in the Pennine machine, holding off the pressure from Josh Lewis, who's there in third in Swansea. Number 1, he's now looking for a gap through on the inside, looking to make it stick as they get back onto that start line straight. And it looks like Josh has got the momentum to take up that second position, but not at the moment to make a move on your race leader. Too much momentum for Josh because he slides too wide, and that allows Dan Heath to cut back on the inside in the Pennine 89 machine. So we'll focus on this race for second and third, because that's where the battle lies at the moment. But Josh Lewis could be about to throw it away because he's thrown it too eagerly into that start gate turn, just clipping a cone or two behind the wheel of the Swansea 1 machine, and that's allowed Dan Heath to break clear in Pennine 80 now. He now leads the chase on your early race leader. That's still James Espley in North Wales 101, and he comes back towards us then to start his final circuit of this Bearley Raceway. 101 then from 89, and number 1. You've got Oak 16 is Brad Ellison. He's there in that 4th position, racing ahead of Wayne Blackmore in PAC 28. Then it's the Swansea 3 machine of Paul Melly and Jack Bromley in IK 130 at the tail end of the field. All 7 cars, all 7 starters onto their last lap, but it's James Espley that exits that top part of the circuit for the final time, and the North Wales driver takes 55 points from round 1 of qualifying from Dan Heath in Pennine 89, from Josh Lewis in Swansea 1, Brad Ellison in York 16. Then back there in that 5th spot, Wayne Blackmore in PAC 28 from Paul Melly in Swansea 3, and the IK 130 machine of Jack Bromley then rounds it all out for race 4 of your men's Class 2, sponsored by Keep Camping, your local sponsors here for the Southern League, and your series sponsors for Class 2 within the British Autograss series is Fleet Care Services. So the last race then of men's Class 2 are down there on the line once again. Just a few of the tyres and the cones being adjusted on the start gate turn, and bringing out coming out in lane 5 is Adam Smith in PAC number 50. That's the white Nissan Micra that starts all the way out there in lane 8. Then we've got Jay Albriton in Scunthorpe 156, Ash Farrow in Scarborough 249, Will Alford in PAC 81, Carl Verity in York 190, Scott Cheshire in Breedenhill 12, and Tim Pole in Radford number 11. Now, what a race we should have here, because we have the people that are currently placed in 2nd, 3rd and 5th in the championship, and they go head to head in this first round of qualifying. They, of course, are Will Alford in PAC 81. He starts in lane number 4. Ash Farrow in Scarborough 249. He's the one that starts towards his outside in lane 6 with an empty lane 5. And Jay Albriton then, who's 5th, starts in lane 7, but he's not had the best of starts, and he's the one that's the last one away from the line. But it is Will Alford that leads then into turn 1. Scott Cheshire in Breedenhill 12. We got red flag, so that's my first 10 pence then of the weekend. And is that probably down to a bungee issue, is it? So yeah, the first red flag then for men's Class 2 this weekend. And race 5 will go back into the pits and the rear lanes as we look to the holding lanes, and we can see junior saloons that are all lined up there. So another 5 races in this first round of qualifying for the junior saloons, and I say sponsored by Silver Lake Garage, and then your British Autograss series sponsor for the series is Shropshire Designs. So, not sure. Yeah, we must have had a jump start there. Oh, Class 2s are coming straight back round. So they're going to be given a second chance immediately. So it's just going to be a quick repair of the bungee. Not sure who actually broke it. Not heard of any exclusions or flags. But certainly Jay Albriton, one of the slowest away in that Scunthorpe 156 machine. Adam Smith is definitely there in the PAC 50 machine. He's back in grid number 8. Ash Farrow back into grid 6 in the Scarborough 249 machine. Alford's there starting in lane 4. So I think we're going to go with a full rerun again, because we were meant to have 7 cars. We've got them down there on the line. And like I say, the only grid that's empty, if you're watching the live stream, then the empty grid is grid number 5. And if you're watching the live stream, as my parents are probably are, because they're on the coach trip and they're on the way to Italy. So knowing Dad, he's his heart's in Italy, but his head's probably here at the Autograss racing. So yeah, enjoy your holidays and bring me back something nice. Right then, so race 5 of the Class 2s down there, back up on the line. Doesn't look like the bungee has been repaired yet, so we probably will have a few minutes of downtime. We've seen a few Southern Ireland League cars here at the British Autograss Series this weekend, and I think that the last round of the All Ireland Series is going to take place, I think, next weekend at West Waterford. I think that's the fastest person on grass out in Ireland as well. So yeah, big meeting, I think, coming up for the West Waterford Club. That's, of course, at the at their home, the Ballysagat Raceway. And I'm sure that they are going to have a very busy weekend next weekend. And their first qualifier this year, one of the biggest one-day meetings ever to have taken place in Ireland. I think they had something just short of 160 cars, which, like I say, one of the biggest one-day meetings in Ireland ever. So yeah, a good turnout, a super turnout for their first qualifier. And like I say, if you do know that you go into the last round of the British Autograss Series, or if you're tempted to go but not quite sure that things can add up, then you can make it a holiday and you can go for 2 weekends of racing as the fastest person on Irish grass, and the last round of the British Autograss Series then out there. And that is going to compile the next 2 weekends in the Southern Ireland Autograss League. Also next weekend then, I think the nearest meeting to me anyway, I think, is being held at the Radford Club. That's obviously at the Westall Farm venue at Inkborough. And I think that incorporates the Worcester Championships next weekend as well. If you've got any more meetings that you want to plug, then just send them over and we'll try and advertise those meetings for you. Forest and Pennell running on the reserve date? No, that's officially cancelled. So race 5 then of Class 2 gets away from the line, and it's Will Elford. Super quick start for the South Wales League driver. PAC 81 then, with clear daylight as he exits turn 1. Tim Powell in Radford 11 leads the chase, but he's left the door open, and Ash Farrow looks up the inside, side by side for second and third. Carl Verity hoping it all ends in tears in the York 190 machine, and Tim Powell takes 2 wide a line. So Verity through to third, leading the chase on that little boot lid of the 249 machine, but that allows Will Elford to pull clear in the PAC 81 machine. Back there in fourth then is Adam Smith in PAC number 50. He now races ahead of Tim Powell in Radford 11. Back there in sixth is Jay Alberton in Scunthorpe 156, and the car at the tail end of the field, Scott Cheshire in Breeden Hill number 12. They're swapping and changing for second and third, or are they? It's Verity and Farrow that are going side by side for second and third, but meanwhile that allows a pressureless Will Elford to pull away at the head of the fares in PAC 81, and he starts his final circuit of this Bearley Raceway from the Farrow machine. Ash Farrow then in Scara 249, then Carl Verity in York 190 from the PAC 50 machine of Adam Smith. They're all bunching up though behind Farrow for second, third and fourth as they make their way up that far straight. Verity looking up the inside. Is the momentum going to be with the York driver as they go into the farmyard turn? We'll have to wait and see, but certainly it's Elford that takes the win and bags his first 55 points of the weekend. It's going to be close for second, but I reckon it's just about Verity in 190 from 249. Then Adam Smith takes fourth in PAC 50, Scott Cheshire fifth in Breeden Hill 12 from Jay Alberton in Scunthorpe 156. And rounding it all out after a super quick start, Tim Powell in Radford number 11. So that brings to a close then your Keep Camping and Fleet Care Services sponsored Class 2s. We can see a mixture of cars down there on the line. We can see, what can we see? We can see Micras, Yaris's and Minis. So we're going to go with race 1 of the first round of qualifying of the Junior Saloons. We've mentioned them already, but Silver Lake Garage and Shropshire Designs are your sponsors, both locally here for the Southern League and for the series within the British Autograss Series. Race 1 brings out Kai Rees in PAC 55. He goes with Liam Regan in TA 123. Bo Bennett in Breeden Hill 33. He starts in lane 5 next to Rhys Davis in TA 9, who starts in lane 4. Coming from lane 3 then, Josh Pittman, South Somerset 15. He's only been racing a couple of months, but he's there, mixing it with the best at this British Autograss Series round. And he's going to start in lane 3 next to Lewis Middleton in White Rose 21 and Isabella Hitchcock in PhD 5 as she starts in lane number 1. Right then, so we got the JCB on the machine, on the track once again, just scraping a little bit on the exit of the start gate turn. A few of the tyres and cones once again being adjusted on the start gate turn, and the grader and the tractor and Bowser are doing a bit of work out there on the loose on the outside line of the start gate turn as well. And the Bobcat, if that's what they call them around this part of the woods, the Bobcat up there on the top part of the circuit as well, just doing a little bit of sweeping and scraping that top part of the circuit. So, well, you've heard me waffle on all morning, and we haven't actually been introduced so far this weekend to a newbie who's back on the mic. So, yeah, how are we feeling this morning, Mark?
Well, I'm feeling like I come from this locality, the first local voice of the day. So, a little bit nervous, Gareth, probably, because I'm not used to being on the telly. Well, not much now, anyway.
Not when it's not Crime Stoppers, anyway.
Exactly that. But yeah, I think I'll be all right. I can cope with 4s and 6s and stock hatches, I would think. But
so, how many races have we got this weekend?
how many races? What have I got? 1 there, 2 there, and 4 there. So what's that? 7. 7
so
times 3.
your maths has improved over the last few years.
7 times 3, 21, 3 finals. That'll be 24 and about 19 reruns, I would imagine. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. It'll be what it is. It's a shame that the rain's come down, but it's drying a bit. I've seen a bit of dust kick up. And even had the bows around.
Yeah.
And so yeah, but great to be back here, seeing how the Southern League has put it all together. You know, time stops for no man. I've spent many a year working and leading and racing here, so it's great to come back occasionally and see how they've took it on to the next level, and the great job they've done. I think it looks really good. Good. So, but yeah, nice to be here. Amongst commentary royalty, I have to say.
He's talking about you again, Mickey.
Just a quick shout out. Can I just say, Ian Jones Tyres, you've been doing a collection while you've been at work. A big shout out to Margaret. I think she's the one who's been like giving everyone the old put some money in the kitty towards the George Capper Alzheimer's charity fund that we're doing this year, and they've raised £70. So we've just had a £70 donation dropped off. So brilliant. Thanks very much. And also there that we've got Mark Hoppy has already put himself in credit. So as commentators, it's 10p. That's how it started. 10p for every red flag. So Mark's put 50p already in the kitty. So without a single red flag in sight yet, he knows what's coming.
Well, hopefully that'll lead us to go the other way. That we won't have any red flags, but we'll see. Who knows in these conditions? And those Class 6 boys, we know they can be naughty boys. Class 4 will be a very well behaved, I'm sure. Yeah, well, I don't know about sedate. You know, we'll have a look. I wouldn't call Darren Grasby and Adam Henley sedate, but we'll see. I'm sure it'll be fast and furious when they get going. But
so, do you miss racing then?
Do I miss racing? No. I don't think I do. I miss the social. I like the social. I loved being at the Nationals. It was excellent, and it's great to be asked. Done a little bit of work Friday night, and had a nice easy weekend with Auntie Patrick feeding me beautifully in the.
Did she feed you?
Oh,
I was told I couldn't have any more salad.
No. We used no. I didn't have any salad, so maybe they'd run out, Gareth. But it was great. I love the Nationals. The Nationals is the best weekend of the year for me, historically, for the last 30 or 40 years. How long have I been going racing? I don't know. Like 40 years plus. So it's great, and I think the guys out there have done a fantastic job, put the bar up again. And I think, you know, the whole sport has moved so much I've been out of it, 10 years? 11 years. 10 or 11 years. It's moved so much. The technology, the speed, the organisation is just fantastic. Yeah, it's I've been involved a little bit lately. Been in a few NASA meetings. Best not spoken about on here, I think.
Oh, just I was going to ask you a question, but I thought, oh, maybe I should be quiet.
No, you can ask me a question.
So is the co-directorship still on the cards?
Well, there was a rumour at the Nationals, which was very, I don't know, we were very pleased to have heard this come back, that my good friend Grant Victory and I had been asked to join the board as consultants, but it was a great rumour that went all the way around the field, and I don't know where it come from, but thank you. Thank you. So I certainly...
You do anything for some free hospitality.
Oh, anything for free hospitality. And all joking apart, I've walked up the other side. I've seen my long-term friend Joan Bevan, who's actually said, Mark, we'd love you to be at the Men's Nationals in next time it's hosted in South Wales. So tea and cake already ready there. So it's all good. It's all good. I've had a fantastic morning so far. So, and it's nice to see you down here again, Gareth. But we're on the wrong side of the track, it feels like.
It does feel very weird, doesn't it?
Yeah, when I drove in, I was on autopilot looking for a bus over that side. So, but yeah, it's
I think
good.
it's the first time ever in this field, isn't it, that the finish line's been on this side, even when the start was at the top. I think it was the other side. Yeah.
Yes. And we've been. I mean, we've been at the I'm a member of the of Wessex. No, I'm a member of Wessex. We've been in this field and the next field, and we've raced in quite a few permutations. So this is the regular one. The other field we had a BASt round in quite a few years ago, which was sideways, which was massive
2004?
amount, huge amount of rollovers. And I was in class 4. Carl Proctor took my car out because it was so useless. And
2004, was it?
Was that? Yeah, that would have been about 2004. But actually, before that, we'd raced in this field.
Along the hedge?
But sideways.
Oh, okay.
Go in the cross. And I had a Mark 1 Escort in Class 2 when the Novas were taken over or had taken over. I had an Escort.
Taken over.
Taken over, very, you know. I haven't lost it, Gareth. I haven't lost it, you know. I've still got it.
I never had it.
Well, you know. Some you do, some you don't. But... yeah, so we've raced in a few permutations, but now they've changed the track this year a little bit, put a bit of width in it. It looks fantastic. It does look fantastic, and it's, like I was saying, it's a shame it's rained because
it was really looking good last night.
Yeah, I was out here Thursday, dropped some kit off in a work capacity, and it looked fantastic. So it's all good. I mean, hopefully it'll scrape and the cars will brush it off, and we'll have some faster racing as the weekend goes on, but it just looks a bit grim up there. I did have to check. I didn't have my sunglasses on because it looked so grey, but unfortunately...
It's the tinted windows of the bus, it is.
Oh, is that what it is? They're like mirror tinted, and outside it's like Bermuda or something. But it's great, and it's been a good series. I've watched quite a lot on the YouTube feed, and that's been... it's been really good. I love the fact that I can watch it at home, so I can do something, watch what I want to watch, go and do something else, and then I can ask Michelle to make me a sandwich while I'm watching something as well. It's always great. But yeah, so it's been good to do that without having to go and take part. And you guys have done a fantastic job on commentary, I have to say. It's been really good, really interesting all year. So, right. Does it look like it's nearly ready? My waffling is... I'm going to run out by about 4 o'clock this
Birds
afternoon.
are you beginning to run out of potatoes now?
Right, I'm going to press this off button.
So a couple of messages coming over on the old social media and stuff. So if you do want to send us a message, we'll give you a shout out. Might need a bit of a donation, who knows. 07359 112 920. That gets you through to my hotline.
And that's dangerous.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. And don't phone me other number because that's where I go, that's me heavy breathing one.
What are you wearing?
You don't want that one.
What are you going on?
Liam Williams has messaged. He said, "Morning, Michael. That's my Sunday name." And Steve, he put him in brackets. Watching BAStv. Can you say a big happy birthday to Nicole Kinsley, please? 25 today. Oh, I can remember being 25 down the Dog and Duck. That was when you had the 2-for-1 offer on steak and chips and a couple of pints of Tetleys. And lucky enough to spend the day with me. So, I'm not sure if that's going to be right myself. Graham Green, where is the one-off engineering mug? So, yes, I did get a mug off Graham. And it's like, Coronation Street, and there are other soaps available, like EastEnders. Peggy, get off my daughter.
Get out of me, Peg.
Oh, no, that's the one after 9 o'clock. It's a good episode, that one. But, product placement and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We don't actually mean to do stuff like that, but I suppose we're advertising Asda Stillwater. Water
Many
and,
other brands available.
And that isn't my drinks bottle, by the way. That is Haley's. So Haley Turner Goodwin, if you're listening, up there in Yorkshire, we found your water bottle. If you're watching, there it is. I'll bring it back up the motorway tomorrow night when we go back. But hello to Graham up there in Yorkshire as well. He's doing a little bit of they've got a bit of a farm. It's cowslip farm. Nothing else, and they've got a building out there. They're just currently converting into a little bit of a love nest for the son and his bit of squeeze, Alex. So and Alex is a girl, by the way, not like because modern society and all that. That's what it is, isn't it? Modern society.
I think I should say something that's to stop you digging, really. So. I had a message, so I must be a social media sensation already, I guess. So
You haven't even done a race yet.
Well, I know, and that's how good I could be in my own mind. I had a message from Pete Fry, long-time Class 6 racer at superstar level, SS90, back in the early 90s, who didn't recognise me on the screen. He thought it was actually George Clooney in here commentating, which I'll take that as a compliment from someone who does Ironman and is like Mr. Superfit. So I guess because I've got my Iron Man T-shirt on, maybe the physique is fitting the bill. I don't know.
I thought that was your job, where you go and do ironing for you when it said Iron Man.
Yeah. What's an iron? I don't think we got one of them in our house. So, well, I'm probably in trouble now.
Yeah.
Can you dig me out, Gareth?
Well, I can try. Let's get back to important stuff, eh?
Yeah.
Right, we got class. No, we haven't got class at all. We got junior saloons down there, but we've still got a big mound of mud on the top bend. So maybe I'm going to have to rely on you again.
You want me to come up with something? Oh, hang on. I've seen this all before. Actually, at one event here, which is like in the dim and distant past, that was left there, and I think a car launched over it, and then they had to fishing out between the Armco and the pile of mud. So I don't imagine that'll happen today under the leadership that's here this weekend. But it was.
So that happened under your watch, did it?
No, I wouldn't have thought so. Gareth. It might have. I don't know.
So we just mentioned Hayley. She did message me about an hour ago. She went, have a fabulous weekend, guys. Gutted we're not there, but enjoying BAStv. Hayley, we need your organisation skills. She really does keep us in tow. Another commentator, it's Russ Thompson. So he's... morning, Mickey. Hope all is well and you have an enjoyable weekend. Yeah, we're going to try our best. We do, as you know, like to have a bit of banter. If possible, please give a shout out to Oliver as his birthday today, the Big 8. Wow, happy birthday, Oliver. There was a time when people did think that he might have been related to me, but it's true, it's not. The results came in and thankfully... no more paternity payments. Cheers, mate. Best of luck to everyone this weekend. And we'll pass on that sentiment as well as a bit more track work that's going on. And to be fair, I think taking this bit of time to do it will just make it right for the rest of the racing that's going to go through today. And I think they're going to try and get a lot of it done today. I think tomorrow could have some challenges along the way, but hopefully not. My wife's phone, I don't know if anyone else has got that. Not my wife's phone, by the way, but when she'll look at her phone and go, Oh, the forecast. Oh, the forecast, right. And then I look at mine and going, wait, don't say that on mine. You know,
I get that. I've got 2 different apps, so if you go for the best. But, yeah, it's... well, you can hardly believe it, though, can you? That's the trouble. But I have just had a message, actually, of just talking about your George Capper collection. Grant Victory is offered to put £1 per rerun on the races I'm commentating on. So that might be nothing, it might be a lot. So we'll see what we can do. If we shout red flag and that will stop anyway,
we'll call it 30 quid and we'll call it even.
Well, you know, he does live in Wales now, so he must be quite affluent, because there's no poor people in Wales, I don't think, is there, Gareth?
Oh, well, there's one of them, yeah. There might not be any poor people in Wales anymore, but because he's here.
They moved down. Yeah. What we'd always grown up with the impression that there's no poor people in Harrogate. That's apparently that. But Carl Proctor doesn't seem to agree with me. So, but we will see. We will see. Well, they are doing some serious digging up there, aren't they?
We got another message in, guys. Morning, guys. Please can I give a big shout out for Tom Lewis? Oh, hello, Tom. Happy birthday for yesterday. Lots of love, the Shaw family. He's enjoying his retirement from Class 8 and working on the house. And then it's just got Becky. So thanks, Becky, for sending that message in. And retirement from Class 8.
He'll be back next year, surely.
Of course he will, yeah. You know. But there again, I must have to question him, right? Clearly Becky might wear the trousers because, like, you're decorating the house, right? Retire from 8, decorate the house. But at least you've said happy birthday to him, so that's nice of you, Becky.
I think that's good. Yeah, actually, I think buying a house and doing it up's cheaper than competing in Class 8, isn't it? So I've had a message come in from my good friend Roger Jefferson, all the way up there in Pateley Bridge in Yorkshire. I spent the weekend in Yorkshire, just up the road from Roger, back in July, and it rained and rained and rained. And I've come down here and we've had rain, and he sat out there telling me how glorious it is in Pateley Bridge this weekend. So, but I did have a really nice ice cream and waffle in the shop opposite his house, which was very nice. But the weather wasn't the best, I have to say. But yeah, so nice to hear from Roger. Shame he's not here. Oh, Mark Davis now. No one will remember who he is. He used to be quite good down here, WS80. Another good friend of mine. I didn't realise I had so many. He's watching me on the telly and said I could smile a bit. Well, you know, why change the habit of a lifetime, Mr. Davis?
We've got another commentator on here, but they're all coming out of it. Tim Jones. Hi, Tim. You know, we miss you, mate. We'll obviously catch up again soon. He said, hi, mate. All sounding good. As always, and sorry not with you all, with a sad face and 3 microphones. There must be some kind of message in there somewhere, but no, enjoy your weekend, Tim. You know, I think that's a good thing, is that you get, you know, to have a break now and again, and you get to hear some other voices. It's great to have Mark as well, with the old dulcet tones of Mark, or maybe it's George Clooney.
Well, allegedly.
Hey, I mean, George Clooney, that, actually looking at it, there is a little bit of
similarity.
The grey.
You've got some skin on your face.
Yeah. Hey, if it really was, where's the coffee? That's what we really want.
Yeah, I know.
So, but yeah, all good. Someone else messaged me. This is showing how old I was. I've just looked at it. Matt Manning. I was looking forward to commentating on Matt Manning until his arm fell off. But he sent me a message in our usual banter, that just saying superstar, because
he's talking about himself again.
He genuinely thinks I am, for some reason. When he was a kid and used to beat me in Class 4, but he thought I was a superstar for some reason. So thank you, Matt. You can agree or disagree if you like, lads.
I did nod.
All right, yeah. That don't work over the microphone very well, does it, Gareth?
Can I have your autograph?
No, well, maybe later. Let's see. Let's see how the day goes. So.
You might have to pay him a cheque now.
Yeah, I did used to be all right at it, but yeah, I do miss it a little bit, but not enough. Not enough. I think that's exactly that. Not enough. not enough. I did go last week. I went to have a look at Autocross locally. There's a local Southwest Championship, which is odd really, because sort of end-of-life grass cars can have a new life in autocross and be very competitive, which is odd. The top car down there last weekend, I mean, a load of road-type cars and Rover 25s and KAs and stuff, but the top car down there that was FTD last weekend was Andy Hornshaw's old twin Class 7, which it almost felt like the guy that had brought that was bringing a gun to a knife fight. It really was sort of so quick.
Monkey with a machine gun, maybe, was he?
Oh yeah, it was. But good, good to watch. Nice casual atmosphere.
Nothing like this, though.
Not like this. You're racing the clock, so it's a very different cup of tea. I sort of fancy a go, but I'm also concerned whether it'll have the 7 cars.
Yeah.
By
The trouble
your
is,
side.
you can't be good at everything, so you wouldn't be as good at something new, maybe, as everything else that you do.
Well, the older I get, the better I was, I think, in grassing, to be honest. So, well, in everything, I think I've lost me touch in my car trials this year. I've not won a round this year, which has been a tough slog.
So how far have you got to travel to do that then?
So, British Championship takes us to North Wales 4 times, Anglesey once, Yorkshire for a double header weekend, a few in the Midlands, 1 in the home counties. So a bit, but we do a couple locally. The club I'm part of run the what's called the Golden Springs car trial, which is one best trial of the year, last 4 out of the last 5 years. So we've got a really good venue, set up some pretty good hills. So season starts again soon. So we've had a few grassers come out and have a go locally. So it's nice, easy, relaxed, cheap way to have a bit of motorsport fun without going fast and crashing into people.
So where is the nearest venue to here?
About 15 miles away on the way to Dorchester. We have a venue, and 15 miles the other way towards Crewkern. We have another venue. So yeah,
Plenty of local action then.
Yeah. We run an 8-round series in the winter between October and March, April, and then the national series starts again, running sort of April through to October. So it's all year for me now.
Yeah. Have you got to cancel meetings in the winter, or do they run regardless?
We tend to lose 1 out of the 8 during the year. Not so much, more on safety grounds really, because if you're climbing a hill and it's that slippery, what goes up must come down, and that's where the sort of treachery comes from. So, but yeah, so we don't tend to. We got a really good sort of chalk-based venue that soaks the water up really well. So, it's we're pretty good. We're pretty good on it. We don't like the council, but enjoy it. Nothing in Wales though. Nothing down in South Wales. We really would like to get a British Championship round down there.
Are there many that do autocross then down in South Wales?
Autocross? No autocross down in. It's all in the southern England really. So, autocross is struggling a bit for numbers. I think car trialing is also struggling a little bit for numbers at national level. Locally, we're strong with our 8-round trial series, but nationally, I don't know. I don't know if it's just sort of the whole economic climate took a bit of a chunk out of the travelling, and it tends to be a sort of older clientele, should we say, in car trials. It's a bit more gentle, so it does. We need a few more signed up. For my sins, I'm about to take on the chairmanship of the BTRDA Car Trials Committee to try and rejuvenate it a little bit. So, not one that can ever leave it alone. So we'll see. But yeah, it's all good. Oh yeah. Thank you, Mr. Davis. I can't say that. So. So. But I thought Mark was going to be here this weekend. Mark Davis. He's a long. I've known him for 50 years, I suppose. I thought he was going to come and have a look. He's another one. Left the grassing world. We often talk about that. He always looks back from the outside, and I couldn't get back into it. And he's busy on trials bike riding, enduro riding. I tell you, on a bike, he's good. He can fall off anything. He's really good. Broke a few bones. I've told him 4 wheels is a lot safer. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't catch me on 2 wheels.
We've got another ka-ching moment. Jason Bryan up in the Scarborough Club just messaged down, morning Mike, good luck to all SY. I will donate £50 to the George Capper Fund. So brilliant stuff. Thank you, Jason. We'll catch up again soon. And yeah, we're starting to get some momentum on this fund, by the way. Hopefully by the close of the weekend, we might push past maybe £1,000 already raised thus far this season. So brilliant stuff. Thanks very much, everyone. Every penny goes through to Alzheimer's at the end of the season.
I didn't realise it was so popular.
That's why I leave my phone in the camper all day.
Yeah. So Vinny Givens has asked us to give him a wave. So hello, Vinny.
Oh yeah, I blocked your face there.
Right.
Do it again.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Oh, yeah. And then Graham Cleal is he reckons that when I'm on, the TV is better on mute. So
Oh, that's harsh, isn't it?
yeah, that's a bit harsh. I don't know.
Because you didn't used to babysit Graham when he was a young boy, didn't you?
Well, it's hard to tell how old he is actually. So he'll get that. But yeah, wishing him well. I wish he was here. I went out with Graham and Nick a few weeks ago. Nice to see Nick looking well. So that was good. Shane Graham was there, but he had to bring Nick. So Colin Tomlinson, he did reckon I used to be quite good at grassing, but didn't have much luck with punchers. So thank you, Colin, for reminding me of that. And who else? Paul Brooks. Oh yeah, Paul Brooks, ex-chairman of Norton Radstock, shares the same birthday as me. He reckons I look younger than ever. He's probably just trying to give himself a compliment there. But that's probably not having the stress of being the chairman, he reckons. So.
We've got an eagle-eyed viewer, by the way.
Oh.
It's come from Dave Vickers. He goes, Mickey, can you get Mark another bottle of water? He has been drinking from an empty bottle for 10 minutes.
No, it's not empty. Look. Oh,
if you was in the desert, though, you wouldn't survive long on that, mate, I'm telling you.
Does that mean I've got to go and get one? I would expect someone to bring it to me, wouldn't you?
You can have mine, mate.
Ah, yeah, that's all that talking. I've got to keep it well lubricated, you know. Yeah. My voice, my voice is insured.
My bottle of water obviously was like champagne the way that squirted
You've been
everywhere.
shaking it up, haven't you? I'm wearing that. So. Hey, I like this. We didn't used to just sit around just talking rubbish.
No, we turned the mic off.
Yeah.
Them out there preferred it.
Probably. Yeah, there must be like, I don't know, 15 people watching now.
I reckon there's 24.
So Tom Roberts has just messaged him. Shout out to Jess, Craig and Lucy Conway, Scunthorpe 1, Class 2 and Scunthorpe 125, the Junior Special. What a season the Conways are having, by the way. I call it in my book, greedy. That's what I call it. Yeah, they've always put some fast, good turned out cars as well. And he sells them on as well, doesn't he, quickly? You know,
And builds them, didn't he?
Yeah, they build them, get them out the door. Build them, race them, win with them, then sell them. Yeah,
And then you realise how bad a driver you are.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
You buy a winning car and you can't race it.
But you know, like you were talking about how things have changed. When I first got into the sport, and I didn't start grassing until early 30s. You know, I wish I'd actually been
1930s.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mark. Yeah, thank you. Yes, I'm in my early 30s. I would have loved to have done it as a junior because I was into all of that, you know, probably more motorbikes at the time. But yeah, and I think that opportunity to get in. But I started with a £700 Class 2 that came with a spare Dave Walker engine, and that now came with a spare Dave Walker engine, and Now, and I said, you know, and I'll tell him the same story. He started yawning. I thought, well, it must be late because he must be tired or something. But I don't think £700 would get you far these days. I think some of these Class 2 boys have got some cash in them.
Yeah.
700 quid will get you a seat.
Yeah, and it is. You're right, Gareth. Gareth said, you know, £700 might get you a seat, and now, I mean, all of the kit is, you know, is top-notch kit, and the boys are investing in that. And yeah, you're right, 700 quid. I think my first Class 1 junior car, which was would it be 1981? 1981, was like 50 quid. 50 quid, ready to race.
So you actually raced juniors then?
Yeah, I raced juniors 81. Yeah, 81, 82. It was because of then, it was only 14 to 16 year olds, so you only had a two-year window really. And then what did I do then? I had a Class 1 and I went to Bangers. So my claim to fame, the first standalone Ladies and Juniors Nationals, 1984, hosted by Weymouth Motor Racing Club, as it was back then, actually run Bangers that day, and I won the Bangers overall that day at the Ladies and Juniors Nationals. So that's the best I've ever done at the Nationals, I reckon.
You know, I mean, you've got to love Bangers, haven't you? That's,
and when Weymouth was in its infancy, Bangers was what people come and watch for. And there was some good racers started in the Bangers down here. John Gay started in Bangers. Henry Poltimore was a prolific Banger driver, father of James, and then he went on to race in Class 3, did Henry, but he was a fearsome advocate. I remember his car come piling through the pedal box of my little Toyota 1000 that was chained to Mark Davis's Ford Capri in a chain race, and I thought, nah, let's move out of this. So.
Luke Hardy ordered these highlight tapes from the 90s. He said he can come over and pick them up. But so if he wants to come over.
So a shout out for Luke Hardy. West Country Videos have got your order all packaged up, ready to collect. So come and see us at the double-decker bus over here at Commentary, and we'll give you your DVDs. Gareth, have you looked at what the titles are? Something Dallas, eh? Are they racing DVDs or?
It's got 18 something on them, and I'm not sure if that's a year or.
Oh, that's with all that dodgy music on. Yeah, I know the ones. Yeah. Jeff, by the way, seems you're here, West Country Videos. Any Dirt Devil news or anything like that? Is there going to be another one, or are you having a break or?
No. It's going to come out probably after the Grand Prix. Yeah, sometime in October. End of October.
Ah, right. So I was saying earlier about the Dirt Devils DVDs used to form part of the Christmas present package for the kids. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're out there is going to be a Dirt Devils. What's it? 18 now? 18. Wow. And look, there's some age that sat in here. You know, I'm looking at Mark here, because he's like divulged that he was racing juniors in 1982. Everyone at home's getting the calculators out to work out how old he is, right? But it's like, you know, like now that's what I call music. Now I can remember the first one coming out.
Yep.
And now it is. It's
yep.
like, was it now it's 1922 version.
Yeah. You would have bought that on vinyl as well, wouldn't you?
No, I think it was DVD.
No, I thought I had a vinyl.
You had vinyl?
Because it wasn't called number one. It was called Now That's What I Call Music.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it.
I had that on vinyl. Double album.
Was
black
Queen
cover.
the first track? Was Queen the first track?
Oh, I don't know.
What a Christmas speech?
Queen of the Freddie
I'd like
variety.
to thank everyone for listening.
You can buy it now 117 on vinyl too.
I tell you, I bet that might be worth some money. That
We're coming back in now, boys.
Yeah.
I think I had an Ultravox on vinyl. It might have been white vinyl. And then look, there's going to be some youngsters out here who are thinking, what are they on about? Banana Skins. That was on, that song, 1 banana, 2 banana, 3
Yeah.
banana, 4.
Was that officially released?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
on yellow vinyl.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And interesting, that song, Grant Victory and I have had a debate over many years about what the 4 banana splits were called. And because he never believed it was Fleagle. And he said it's not Fleagle, but it definitely is. I've checked. And he wouldn't have that for years. And he robbed me of a massive Scrabble score for Patanki, which is a form of balls. And he wouldn't let me have that. We were on
I
holiday.
thought that was a dish down at my local Indian, by the way.
It could be as well, but
It's a bit spicy, that one.
But yeah, they wouldn't let me have that, and I still feel robbed. And that was like 1986 or something like that. So
I thought that might have been since he's moving in Wales.
no. It was when he was quite abrasive about the rules. So
I don't know if I know, Gareth, you've had this.
What have I had now?
Well, I'm just going to explain really.
You're going to make something up.
I'm not. No, it's true. I get people who go, right, Mickey, these are the words you need to get into your commentary today. And you had one last season. It was like song titles of steps, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Yeah, and you managed to get them slipped in.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, you did well. I mean, years ago when me and Soz, Danny DeVito started out, we used to have some fun, but we used to just do like music song title themed, like days, Elvis Presley, and it's all Internet all shook up and all that, and people had to guess how many you were getting through on song title. We might have to get that going again.
I had for my first bass round, 2007, I think, in Pennow. I had a very, very rude one. I didn't know what the meaning of the word was then, but I actually did it. And the looks I got from then on, I was told, you go in there, you got adverts to promote, you got sponsors, and you got racing. You have a similar experience.
But then you've also, I mean, maybe you got, because I'm gullible or whatever, but I did at the Ladies and Junior Nationals only a few weeks ago, get a message come through on the phone, and I read it out.
Oh, okay.
I read it out, and I just and someone came to me and said, "Do you know what you've just read out?" I was like, "Yeah, I've just read it." He said, read it again, and I read it, and it was like one of those, when someone gives a number plate.
I wasn't one of them.
But it was probably as bad, and I was oblivious to it. So there's people now fast rewinding and trying to find what I said, but it was a dodgy one.
Yeah. Somebody's just run in now and let us know, the team behind the stream, who let us know that the first track on Now That's What I Call Music was Phil Collins' You Can't Hurry Love. So, yeah, thank you for that. And here to sing it live is Mickey B.
You can't hurry love. And now the voice of an angel
is going on mute.
No, come on. Do you know the words to that?
No. I'm too young. No, I wasn't born then, boys.
You were... Oh, yeah.
No, you're only a youngster. So.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. They were the days, though. I mean, I used to have one of the big purchases was one of those Sony Walkmans. You used to put cassette in.
1970.
With headphones, they were like, and you're like one of the
1979, is it? They came in. I think
Something like that,
I think I learnt that in my history lessons from my GCSEs.
79 is history. No, I don't know about that. I saw a photo yesterday on Facebook talking about that there was a picture of all this tech, this chap with all this tech, like the big, ghetto blaster on his shoulders and all of that. And it said, this was, I don't know what year this was, early 80s, 79, whatever. Everything in this picture is now on your phone, or now in your pocket, so on your phone. So, camera, music, everything in this picture, a huge amount, game consoles. It's just incredible, isn't it? That is incredible.
Again, and it's not, when you look at how many years it is since all of that came around, even like the internet, when it first kind of, you didn't really comprehend how how much it was going to change. You
Yeah,
like we've sat here today, this morning, and just got up on the phone are the BAS standing points. You know, a click a button, you've got that access through to that. I mean, I'm still a novelty, right? I'm sure shop assistants look at me and think I'm daft, right? Possibly so. But me paying for something off my phone with my bank card sat in it still chuckles me, right? Because, like, you know, when you have to do, like, the face recognition, yeah. So I always make out that I have to smile for it to work. I have to smile. And he goes, bing, you know. And I'm so chuffed at that, you know. But nowadays, the youngsters, that's what they're used to.
But even stuff like paying by card to come into a race field
Yeah.
wouldn't have happened 10 years ago.
No, it's not.
No. And I, during COVID, really, I went to using my phone to pay. Never really realised you could do that. And now, it's rare that I have any cash to pay for anything. And like you say, Gareth, you come in the gate, you can pay. Go and buy a burger, you can pay.
So does that mean you're a shoplifter then?
Well, maybe.
Very rarely I pay for it.
The only problem I have with paying on my phone is that it pings straight up on mine and my wife's phone, and so she'll message me within about a minute. You go, have you been in McDonald's?
What do you spend that £7.62 on?
So I need to. We're off
Oh,
racing.
we're off. We're
blimey.
back racing. We did well there, boys. Right then, so race 1 of your junior saloons then gets away from the line, and it's going to be a new junior, I think, at the head of affairs, or a new car for a junior anyway. It's Bo Bennett in Breeden Hill 33 that leads towards us then. The ex-Watson machine races away from Rhys Davis, who slots into that second spot in Tivy number 9. There your 1 and 2 as they race ahead of Lewis Middleton. White Rose 21 then rounds out your top 3. Then it's the local driver, that's Josh Pittman, only been racing a couple of months, but he's there in South Somerset 15. Isabella Hitchcock then facing oncoming traffic on the apex of the start gate turn as Kai Rees in PAC 55 just crawls up that far straight, but it's Bo Bennett in the Breeden Hill machine then that continues to lead as we race under yellow flags through the start gate turn. They go. Bennett from Davis and Middleton. Your 1, 2 and 3 continues to be in that order from the South Somerset 15 machine of Josh Pittman and Kyrie's towards the tail end of the field in PAC 55. Somebody then going to pick up a blue flag, I think, and that's just because there's a bit of smoke coming from the Aris of Bo Bennett. Breeden Hill 33 then, and he starts his final circuit. Rhys Davis still there in that second position in Tivy number 9 as the back marker then gets out of shape as Kai Rees in PAC 55 just manages to avoid the front running 3 on that far straight from Josh Pittman. South Somerset 15 then is there in 4th, and Isabel Hitchcock just still getting sideways onto her last lap, but taking the checkers then. Bo Bennett in Breeden Hill 33 from Rhys Davis, who takes second in TA number 9. Lewis Middleton takes third in White Rose 23. Kai Rees is a lap down, but he's been checkered on the track in 4th in PAC 55. But actually in 4th it's going to be Josh Pittman in South Somerset 15, and Isabella Hitchcock getting it all wrong again on that bottom turn, and she's probably going to decide to call it a day because the red flag is up on this finish line. So race 1 make their way back into the pits then. Race 2 down there on the line brings out Bo Chamberlain in Forest 22, Jack Owens in Tivy number 5, Lexi Owen in North Wales 97, Lexi Hardy in South Somerset number 1, Troy Holtby in Scunthorpe 161, Grace Williams in Cambridge 142, and Finn Robbins in Swansea 46. Lexi Hardy, one of the local new juniors down here in the Southern League. Not sure if it's actually her first BAS round behind the wheel of the South Somerset 1 machine, but certainly a new junior racer beginning her career in Autograss in 2023, and she starts in lane number 5. Who's that being pushed off the line? If you're watching the live stream, I think that's TA123, Liam Regan, being pushed back into the pits. So we're going to go, I think, this time with a 7-car lineup. We're away. We're racing then with race number 2, and Grace Williams in Cambridge 142 then from that inside line. is the one with the advantage as they go into turn 1. Trying to get out from grid number 7 is Bo Chamberlain. 22F now hugging the cones on this top part of the circuit, and he there leads the chase on Grace down this near side straight. Lexi Owen taking a wider line in North Wales 97. Through the start gate turn they go, and she's going to lose 2 or 3 positions, and she's going to rejoin the pack back there in that 5th position. Troy Holtby in Scunthorpe 161 though, now up through into that 2nd spot to lead the chase on your early race leader. That's still Grace Williams. In Cambridge 142, Jack Owens is there in TA number 5. We saw Troy and Jack go head to head, side to side at the Ladies and Juniors Nationals a few weeks ago, and they're there this one as somebody picks up a green flag that went out to the Cambridge machine. At the head of affairs, Lexi Owen and the Chamberlain machine get it all wrong, and it's Lexi that's come off worse for wears in North Wales 97, rejoining the field almost at the tail end of the field. But this time round it is last lap flag time, and Grace Williams from the East Anglia League then, Cambridge 142, starts her final circuit from Troy Holtby in Scunthorpe 161. Jack Owens now looking toward the outside in the TA5 machine. He'll try and cut back on the inside as they go through the start gate turn, as the 142 machine has taken a little bit of a detour and gone from 1st back to 3rd, so that's handed race control to Troy Holtby. Scunthorpe 161 now takes up the run in with 1 bend to negotiate of this Bailey Raceway, and through the top part of the circuit they will come for the final time. 161 then is going to hold on for the 55 points on offer in round 1 of qualifying from Jack Owens in TA5. Grace Williams, Cambridge 142, takes 3rd from Bo Chamberlain in Forest 22. Finn Robbins takes 5th in Swansea 46 from Lexi Owen in North Wales 97. And Lexi Hardy then will round it all out for race 2 in South Somerset number 1. So your junior saloon sponsors here locally at the Southern League this weekend are Silver Lake Garage. Your series sponsors for the British Autograss series for the 5 rounds are Shropshire Design. So big thank you to them. As always, race 3 are down there on the line. This one brings out Charlie Jones in Hereford number 10, Charlie Ducrow in PAC 181, Zach Southgate in South Somerset number 50, Casey Jones in Cambridge 33, Lily Chapman in Forest number 10, Rory Jones in Cambridge 32, and Reese Tipton in Ludlow number 1. I think Reese was your 2023 junior champion at the National, so he's coming out to play in this one in race number 3. So 7 cars should be down there on the line, and if you're watching the stream then grid 8 is empty, so the rest of the lineup is there as they get races 4 and 5 also lined up behind them as well. So 3 more races of this first round of qualifying of the junior saloons to come your way. Who's going to pick a winner out of this one? Well, Reese Tipton as always will be there. Lily Chapman will be up competing with the best of them in Forest number 10. Who else has had a turn of speed this year? Charlie Jones is also down there in Hereford number 10, starting in lane number 7. And you can never discount the rest of the lineup either. So once again, cones and tyres being put back in place on this bottom part of the circuit. Yellow flags are beginning to be shown around this Bailey Raceway, particularly on this near side straight, but this looks and sounds like we're under starters orders. So the red flag is dropped, the yellow is raised, the bungee goes, and away we go. And Reese Tipton and Ludlow 1 quick out of the block from grid number 1. But it's the Cambridge machines that are going to go with him side by side into turn 1. 32 then on the inside. And that's the Rory Jones machine, and Casey Jones goes with him in the 33 machine. So I'm not sure brothers and sisters or cousins or whatever, but it's 33 from 32, and Reese Tipton looking to split them in the Ludlow number 1 machine as they go into the start gate turn for the first time. So it's the East Anglian League followed by West Midlands, and then it's the Forest 10 machine of Lily Chapman who's there in 3rd. Charlie Ducrow from South Wales then, PAC 181, moves through into 3rd. But we're going to have a battle at the head of affairs because Casey Jones is going to come under some heavy pressure this time round from Reese Tipton in Ludlow number 1, managing to make the momentum carry in her favour, and just closes the door on the front end of that Ludlow number 1 machine, who's just flicked a cone into the air there on the entry to the start gate turn. Charlie Ducrow still there in that third spot, looking up the inside of the Ludlow 1 machine, and he's there looking to sit on 45 points and take 45 points from round 1 of qualifying. Lily Chapman still there in that 4th position in Forest number 10, and Rory Jones in Cambridge 32 back in 5th. Yellow flag with a black cross goes out, and it is Casey Jones then that starts the final circuit from Charlie DeCrow in PAC 181, who's under some severe pressure this time round from Rhys Tipton in Ludlow number 1. Oh, contact there between the first two. Oh, Rory Jones in 32 then gets it all wrong, and Charlie DeCrow takes up race control, but we could see flags on that one. But into the top part of the circuit, on the track at very least, we've got Charlie DeCrow, who's going to come back towards us to take the checkers and possibly 55 points in PAC 181. Ludlow 1 takes 2nd place from Lily Chapman in Forest number 10. 4th place on the track is going to be the CA 32 machine of Rory Jones from the Hereford 10 machine of Charlie Jones, and rounding it all out then, Zach Southgate from South Somerset number 50. So we have 6 cars on the line, so that means that we're ready to go with race number 4 just as soon as the Cambridge machine is going to be recovered there on the far side. We will await for any discussion on that one to be concreted, and for any firm flag decisions to be cemented before we relay that information on to you. But certainly as they cross the line, it was a win for Charlie DeCrow in PAC 181. So race 4 down there on the line brings out Grace Booth in Penhouse 65, Travis McKillie in PAC number 9, Pip Melly is there in Swansea number 2, Tom Creed in Breedenhill number 40 is the Sky Blue Micra that starts in lane 5. Jacob Morris is there in a Penhouse 67, that's the white Mini that starts in lane 3, and Athelston 212 Hannah Lewis in lane 2. So they're the 6 cars that are about to emerge from the line for the next race here at round 4 of the 2023 British Autograss Series. Shropshire Designs, your corporate sponsors for the British Autograss Series this year, and they're down there on the line. So confirmation then on that one. Charlie DeCrow in PAC 181 will pick up a black flag for contact in that one, and the result will stand from the previous lap, which will reinstate the Cambridge machine of Casey Jones into 1st place. So that's what's going to happen with race 3. We're awaiting to see what's going to happen with race 4. Certainly down there on the line, 6 very competent juniors coming out to play in this one. Grace Booth, a little bit of a new name on me. Penhouse 65 starts out there in lane 8, even though I think that's Charlie Prettyjohn's car or Prettyjohn's number, isn't it? Penhouse 65. So she's down there in lane 8. Travis McKillie, he's going to start in lane number 9. He's travelled all over the country this year, doing club meetings and doing the British Autograss Series here, there and everywhere. TJ is going to start in lane number 7. Another one that's, well, he travelled a lot by March, let alone the rest of the season, but Pip Melly is there in Swansea number 2. Of course, your map champion last year. Didn't have the best of luck at the map open this year, but looking to make it right this year. And Hannah Lewis certainly finding her feet amongst the boys in this junior category. And it is Hannah that's got clear daylight as she goes into turn 1. Athelston 212 then is the one that breaks clear at the head of affairs, and she's just overcooked it. She's on the grass, gets back on the track in the 1st place, but I'm not sure whether they're going to call that racing on the infield or not. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, she's got it all wrong. A little bit of a tangle there from Tom Creed in Breedenhill number 40. He's still pointing in the right direction, but unfortunately for Hannah, she's not. So it is Breedenhill 40 that takes up the run, and then PAC number 9 over there on the far side is Travis McKillie. He leads the chase on your early race leader as they go into the top part of the circuit once again. Pip Melly is there in 3rd in Swansea number 2. Somebody's going to pick up a black flag, are they? On this near side straight. We'll have to wait to see. Oh, so the black flag is going to go out then to Hannah Lewis in the Athelston 212 machine. So that means that Thomas Creed in Breedenhill number 40 is going to continue in the same vein in this one, with I think a lap and a half to go of this Bearley Raceway, pulling a little bit of daylight now between himself and Travis McKillie, who's still there in that second spot in PAC number 9, and Pip Melly in Swansea number 2 is your third placed car. And then it's the Penthouse 67 machine of Jacob Morris. That's just crawling on this near side straight. Not sure if it's Jacob's first British Autograss series or not, or whether the car's got some mechanical failure. And also the Grace Booth machine, Penthouse 65, towards the tail end of the field. But they're all on to their last lap as the checkered flag gets grabbed then. But it's Thomas Creed that's going to go into that top part of the circuit for the final time. Put the pedal to the metal down past us for the last time. And number 40 takes 55 points from round 1 of qualifying from Travis McKinley in PAC number 9. Third place will go to Pip Melly in Swansea number 2. And then it's going to be the Penthouse pair. It's going to be Jacob Morris in Penthouse 67 and Grace Booth in Penthouse 65, who's going to round it all out for race number 4. So one more race of these junior saloons to go, and race 5 should bring out another 6 drivers. We should see Warren Dommett in Wessex 27. Will Evans should be there in TA7. Finn Rowe in Forest 408 should start in lane 3 next to Molly Bubb in Evesham 146. Stefan Davis-Williams in TA29 should be there in lane 7, and Will Hadley in Severn Valley 107 will start in lane number 8. So the good news is all 6 scheduled drivers are down there on the line. They await their first round of qualifying, as the tyres and the cones then being pushed back in onto the grass on this top bend. And in all fairness, the cones haven't really been moved that much on the start gate turn, so still racing on a dryish inside line on both parts of the circuit for this last race of the junior saloons. Shropshire Designs, your corporate sponsor, Silver Lake Garage, your local sponsor here at the Southern League. And we've got yellow flags once again waving on this near side straight. We await the yellow flag from Marshall Post number 1, which is about to be shown. Bungee brakes, and away we go. And it is the Southern League machine, and one of the quickest out of the gates, at least until he changed gear. And that's Warren Dommett in Wessex 27, who's going to lead the chase into turn 1, but it's Molly Bubb in Evesham 146 then that has the daylight and has got the advantage as they come past us for the first time. Will Evans in TA7 then looking to follow through into that second position in TA number 7, and it looks like Stefan Davis-Williams is going to go with him in TA29, but in trying to do so he falls back to 5th. But we've got a change at the head of the fares because Molly Bubb has taken too wide a line on the exit of that start gate turn. That's handed race control this time to Will Evans in TA number 7, and he's the one that's got 2 circuits of this Bailey Raceway to go. TA7 then continues to lead from Severn Valley 107, Evesham 146, and Molly Bubb back there in that 3rd spot, racing ahead of Stefan Davis-Williams in a TA29. Then it's the Warren Dommett machine, Wessex 27, back there in 5th. And Finn Rowe in Forest 408, the current back marker. But this time it's going to be last lap flag time for Will Evans. Didham Lan Wilbach. TA7 can take 55 points from this first round of qualifying, can't he? It's TA7 with 1 lap to go from the challenge of Will Hadley. Will's had enough of following him, and he's going to try and go right round the outside on this start gate turn, but the momentum just carrying the Tivy machine back up to race control on that far side straight. So just under half a circuit for Will to hold on in the TA7 machine as they go through the top part of the circuit. Then doesn't look like the top 4 is going to change, but it's going to be 55 points in the bag from race 1 for Will Evans in TA7. Then it's the Hadley machine that takes 2nd from Stefan Davis-Williams, who takes 3rd in TA29. Molly Bubb takes 4th in Evesham 146 from the Wessex machine of Warren Dommett. And then Finn Rowe in Forest 408 will come round to conclude it all for your first round of qualifying of the junior saloons. So we've built his appearance up enough. George Clooney has now left the building, so it's my pleasure to hand you over to Mr. Mark Hoppy.
Oh, well, I love the fact that you've built up to this. This is incredible. Now, I'm on a mantle that is easy to fall off. Anyway, very, very pleased to be back talking about racing. We've had a bit of banter, and that's been great fun. But let's go racing. So, Class 4, sponsored this weekend by KP Thomas and Sons, and the series sponsor D&M Design and Fab. So we thank them for their support. Class 4, only one heat this weekend, but it is a heat of quality. Top of the shop currently in the British Autograss Series, Darren Grasbury, but very, very closely pursued by Adam Henley, who we saw recently win the national championships and go on to take Champ of Champs again. Ben Gould, Andy Whittingham, Jamie Williams, Colin Attrell, Otis Williams and Dorian Davis, but Grasby, as usual, in that imp, flies out in front, but they all close up behind him. Henley goes second, as we would have expected, but they're battling away in the minor placings. Attrell and Jamie Williams coming together, hindering progress. No, Grasby, usually, as we say, very, very quick away, but this slippery track might just be a challenge for him. But let's have a look. Henley's going to go with him. Ben Gould's coming through now in the Rover machine, which has had some good results this year, and it looks a bit of a beast, to be honest. But they're getting called in because Attrell's up against the fence here, broken down in the SS272 machine. Henley not having an answer at the moment for Grasby. The track looking slick, but those front three are probably your quickest three around. And Dorian Davis just struggling a little bit back and forth. Or no, even back in sixth, I'd say. So let's have a look. The yellows are waving. Grasby still holding on in the imp. Slides it around. Henley's looking to be on him, but he needs to get the points from away from him, get back in front of him. But at the moment, they're fairly static, about 4 or 5 car lengths there. But Otis Williams in TA13 making a challenge back up onto the third place under Ben Gould, coming into that top corner. He's on the inside line and he's making it work in the little mini. So the first of the minis in third. That is an imp in front from the Micra, the Y777 machine. No answer. Grasby just takes that first win. Class 4 done and dusted. Jamie Williams, after a great performance up in Scunthorpe to take the win, just struggling a bit on the slippery stuff this first time out. Right, wow. Class 4 done and dusted, neat and tidy. My 50p is still safe currently, so that's good. Right, so we go Stock Catch. So Stock Catch this weekend, sponsored by TCI Mechanical. So Tom Ireland, thank you for your sponsorship. A competitor from the Southern League, and D&D Transport, our series sponsor for Stock Catch. 2 heats, and we have coming out in the first heat, Darren Lewis in Hereford 61. Paul Harrington in SL90, second in the BAStv series currently. CS818, Lucas Brown down from Central Scotland. So what a journey that's been. IK124, David Gibbs. YD95, Paul Lickley, 5th in the championship currently. Jake Whittingham in SR5, and Breeden Hill 25. Jordan Regan will be coming out of Grid 1. But first to show, coming out of Grid 2 is the Jake Whittingham SR5 machine. Looking very tidy. That Saxo into the top corner. The rest of them are scrabbling away, looking to find that inside line. But SR5, it is. The motor's on, pulls away. YD95 goes with him though in Paul Lickley, trying hard, but a challenge right round the outside from the SL90. Paul Harrington looking to try and make sure that his championship aspirations stay on track. So he's off in chase now. He's just pulled away a bit from Paul Lickley. But out in front it is Jake Whittingham in SR5. There is about 6 or 8 lengths in front, motoring on in that nice looking Saxo. The SL90 machine through, YD95, Breeden Hill 25, Hereford 61, IK124 and CS818 are the runners in that one. Oh, a bit of a problem. Someone's clipped the tyres, gone wide, nearly speared the side of someone, but I think they all just about avoided each other. Bit of a problem there. SR5 though, back to the front. Jake Whittingham just got a bit tangled up the top. SL90 it is though. Paul Harrington is closed in just a little bit as they navigate that bottom bend, and I'd say SL90's just got a little bit closer, but they're on the last lap flag, and it is Whittingham that gets some drive off of the penultimate corner. Just pulls away a little bit. Looks as though he's got this one tidily done as he comes out of the corner onto the straight. Checker flag are ready. So it is SR5 from SL90. Paul Harrington. Third is YD95, Paul Lickley. And then we're seeing Hereford 61, Darren Lewis. IK124, David Gibbs. And CS818, your final finisher, Lucas Brown. So heat 1 of Stock Catch. No big drama. A good win there for the Jake Whittingham machine. So we go to race 2, and Phil Peake in this one, the leader of your British Autograss series so far in the YD33 machine. But he's going to be up against Dean Smith in Lud 47, currently 3rd in the championship, and John O'Crosby in Melton 4, currently 4th. And to round out the top 6, Chris Patterson in S64Y. So a bit of a challenge here. And then local hotshot, Dougie Atkins in SS40 is going to be coming out of grid 2, which is the inside grid. No one in grid 1 in this heat. Jack Stevens in Athelston 16, and Billy Cornwall in WS570, another local driver from the Wessex club. So Dougie Atkins, quite fanciable around here and never one to bet against, but Phil Peake is leading the championship in Stockhatch, and has been the man to beat for much of the season. So YD33, the car to look for coming out of grid 3. And as we say, we've got 1st, 3rd, 4th and 6th in the championship. So with these smaller classes, of course, they're going to come up against each other more often. So very much a chance to take points off of your main competitors in this championship. So Phil Peake has just seen Paul Harrington take a 2nd, so there is a chance for him to just pull a few points in the championship or lose a few points depending on how this race goes. So the marshals just weaving the tyres and cones back into place down that bottom corner, working hard this weekend because of the conditions, and we'll be ready to go up that straight. It is starting to dry a bit. A lot of work that they've done scraping the track has certainly had some benefits. We're not up to full speed racing at the moment, but it is challenging skill wise for all these drivers. Right, we see that yellow flag go up, the bungie's gone. So Dougie Atkins looked quick for the first 20 yards. Oh, who's that? Someone shot right out the middle in the Peugeot 205. But it looks to me that it is 2 local hotshots. Dougie Atkins on the inside, and on the outside, Billy Cornwall in 570. But Cornwall's just dropped back a place, but Atkins isn't. SS40 it is that leads. Lud 47 from WS570, YD33. Phil Peake back in 4th at the moment. So he'll be looking to get up the places. Cornwall in the 205 just doesn't seem to be able to get on an inside line, and he's lost another place around that bottom corner and just drifted back into 5th in the 205. But out in front in the yellow and red machine that I think had a 4th at the Ladies Nationals recently, so we know it's a car that runs well, is Dougie Atkins in SS40. Under some pressure, but not as much as it needs to be, from Dean Smith, 3rd in the championship currently. So doing his points haul some good up in 2nd. Phil Peake now through to 3rd, but a distant 3rd at this stage as the last lap flag already comes out and Dougie Atkins is motoring on. SS40 it is that comes by us from Ludlow 47. Phil Peake in YD33. Melton 4, John O'Crosby there as well. He's 4th in the championship. So the points are getting shuffled around certainly in the championship. But Dougie Atkins into the top corner for the final time. Keeping it neat, tidy, no big drama for Dougie. Been working hard to get this event on this weekend. And there it is, 55 points for Dougie Atkins. Ludlow 47, Dean Smith takes 2nd. YD33, Phil Peake. John O'Crosby in Melton 4, S64Y. Athelston 16, and then Billy Cornwall in 570 had a fantastic start and managed to just shuffle himself back down the pack. It didn't look like that 205 could just hold quite such a tight line, and was out into the loose and just not getting the drive off the corners. But again, neat and tidy, they're through. Right, we move on, Class 6. We get a bit faster and a bit louder. So Andy Russell, first coming out of the grid. He's the national champion. He's also the round sponsor in the IK64 machine. So thank you to Andy for that. The series sponsor, Elite Transmissions. Heat 1 though, we're going to see Andy Russell, Martin Phillips, Jordan Coupland, James Armstrong, Ashley Hutchins, Josh Holden and Andy Johnson. So let's have a look who we're going to see. It is Andy Russell trying to swing it right round the outside in the big Volkswagen, but it's not happening at the moment because out in front is Josh Holden in Penal 9. I had a message from his mum Sam wishing him the best of luck, and certainly he's making that work in the Penhow 9 machine. IK64, Andy Russell running second, S16Y there, Andy Johnson in third, so some big protagonists in this one that are going at it. Andy Russell leading the championship, the current national champion, but currently he is running second in this one. Josh Holden looks to have the measure of him at the moment. Oh, SC15, the Coupler machine just drifts to the inside, got a bit of a problem, pulls to the infield. But out in front, Holden it is, there's about 3 cars up on Andy Russell. Andy Russell worked super hard at the Nationals to take the win, but at the moment he's not making any grounds on the Vauxhall Corsa of Josh Holden and Penhow 9. So the P9 machine it is, motoring on. As they come back around that top corner, it looks to me that the checker flag's already out, which is very quick. This race has gone through very quickly, but P9 it is. Josh Holden, happy with that one. IK64, Andy Russell, Andy Johnson and S16Y, PhD12, S76Y come through, Ashley Hutchins and James Armstrong. And that was over as quick as you could blink, I have to say, but a good win. Josh Holden taking that one. Right, race 2. Lee Nicklin is going to be out in this one in the YD8 machine, currently second in the championship. Seen his main contender Andy Russell just drop a few points there, so can he pick some up? Andrew Lewis in PhD 85, Ollie Soul in SN 668, C279 Richard Jones in the Big Alpha, and that's a monster of a machine and super quick. CW 51 Nigel Dooley over from Causeway Carlo Club, and Darren Bryan in S41Y, previous national champion of course, coming out of lane 3. So 6 cars in this one. Revs are up, they're away, so is it going to be Bryan coming from the inside line? And it is indeed. So as the S41 gets on the brakes early, just slows it up, not giving them a gap. C279 Richard Jones though having a sniff around the inside, getting the Big Alpha powered up down the straight. SN668 Ollie Sol in the Skoda pickup there in third, so they're all fairly close. Now Nicklin in YD8, he needs the points, but he's back down in fourth at the moment, but he's got a spurt of speed on up that far side. These races are all over so quickly that if you're not at the front at the end of the first lap, it's going to be a challenge. But it is Darren Bryan that leads them away at the moment. C279 Richard Jones is there, and Ollie Sol. There's your 1, 2, 3. Nicklin into fourth, and your fifth place man Nigel Dooley at the moment. But they come around, last lap flag already out. Darren Bryan looking super neat, just holding a tight line, gets on the power down the straight. Richard Jones coming under some pressure though now from Ollie Sol. So Richard Jones, he's been looking forward for the challenge to get with Bryan, but he's dropped that away. But Ollie Sol might have one last go around that top corner as he closes in under braking. But out of the top corner, Darren Bryan in the Scarborough 41 machine takes a 55-point win. Richard Jones, Ollie Sol, Lee Nicklin is quick as that across the line. Nigel Dooley crosses, and your final finisher coming through is the PhD 85 of Andrew Lewis. So all over very quickly, very neat and tidy. Right, let's go, race 3. 6 cars in this one. Jack Brown in Mallow 182, Jordan Tinker in Y35, TA221 Neil Reid, SP5 Lewis Clayton, PAC 37 Adrian Brown, and Martin James in CM11. So Martin I spoke to briefly this morning, prolific builder of Class 6s. He's always good value, but Jordan Tinker is never one to be counted out in the York 35 machine. Jack Brown, Mallow 182. Not going to be far away, I'm sure. And Lewis Clayton in SB5, he's been there or thereabouts this season, so hard one to call. Coming out of lane 1 though, Martin James, but lane 1 does look a little bit deep as you cross over that apron of dirt that's been kicked out on that bottom corner, so that could be a challenge. You might see an initial bit of movement from Martin James, and then he might just get bogged down in that mud and hand it back to the ones on the outside. Okay, so yeah, pointing out to me that Martin should be in grid 1, but it looks as though we're running from grid 2 this time. So they all look like they've shuffled over a bit. We're missing one car, actually. So looking at the screen, I hadn't looked at the screen, I hadn't thought about that. But SP5 it is, it's first to show. And that's Lewis Clayton around that top corner, and they're jostling on the inside, a bit of sideways in the minor placements at the moment. Lewis Clayton it is, PAC 37 comes through next up, Adrian Brown. But drifts a little bit wide, and now we're looking at Tinker in the white Peugeot coming through into second, off in chase of Lewis Clayton in the 37, the number 5 machine. Out in front, these machines revving hard, looking for grip as they come out. So SP5, Y35, PAC 37, and then no Martin James in this one now. So Neil Reed battling at the back and has just been demoted. Jack Brown through into 5th, but the last lap flag is coming out, and still motoring on at the front. SP5 it is, Lewis Clayton, Jordan Tinker working hard to try and get on terms, and he's closed in a little bit around that bottom corner. Can he make anything happen, because it's just half a lap to go? Whoa, and he's gained on him a lot going out that far side. Is he going for the big move? He's going for the outside, but it is a bit loose and deep, but he's looking for the cutback. But Lewis Clayton it is, he holds on in SP5. York 35, Jordan Tinker, PAC 37, Adrian Brown. From Mallow 182, Jack Brown. And your final finisher, Neil Reed. So no Martin James in CR11 from that. So disappointing. Not quite sure what's happened there. But we move on to the final race of round, how do we describe this? Heat 1 at round 4. Race 4. Final race. And we're going to see TA66, Darren Thomas, Alex Hay, Ben Gadsby, Tristan Daniels, Carl Proctor, James Sinnott. So 4th, 5th, 6th and 8th in the championship so far. Proctor had a fantastic, amazing meeting up at Scunthorpe. Won the final up there on the polish. But at the moment, Gadsby it is this lead. Sinnott in there as well. Daniels, Proctor back and forth, looking on that inside line. They're all looking to try and hug in on that inside line. That's where the grip in the fastest line is. But out in front, Ben Gadsby, 4th in your championship currently, looking to add some points to his season total, and he's motoring around, looking good. Just got a couple lengths away from the James Sinnott machine, the CW174. And then Tristan Daniels in the Typhy 36 running 3rd. So they're a line astern, not a lot going on at the moment, because no one wants to jump to that outside line. And because there's not a lot to be had out there. Carl Proctor just struggling a little bit back in 5th, but Gadsby onto his last lap. Sinnott chasing, Daniels on him. Now TA66 under some pressure is Darren Thomas, with Proctor trying to get around the outside of him, but that outside line just not working. There's just not enough there at the moment. So as they come out of the top bend for the final time, it's going to be Ben Gadsby in the Pennine 7 from CW174, TA36, TA66, Y77 and Y24. Alex Hay, we didn't mention during the race, but he was 6th, but it was a close 6th, we'd have to say. I can do. Yeah, so, right, wow. So, that's 6s. I've been handed an extra bit. I've got some extra homework to do. So, I'm going to be doing F600s. So, sponsored this weekend by AT Commercials and D&D Transport, the season sponsor. So, we've got some names in this one. So, Tony Wilson, I thought, is ventured out into F600 in the SC10 machine. Just bought a car, top spec car, absolute flying machine apparently. So he's coming out of lane 8. Phil Goodenough. Now Phil, probably one of the longest serving racers on the field this weekend, I'd imagine, in the S7D machine. Been around a long time. I think he was Class 7 national champion back in about 1980, something around there. Charles Spencer at ARC 19, TA 35, Peter Evans, Harry Russell, YD86. Now he has been a young man on a mission and has been driving superbly from some of the video I've seen. Athelston 33, Dave Murphy out in the 600. I know that they were trying to sell one or both of the cars from the Murphy family. So I'm not sure if this is a new car or if it's still up for sale. And then we've got PAC 20, Shea Fuller coming out of Grid 1. So just the one heat of 7 of them. So a little bit of pressure off because they'll be into the final, but it is about points. The British Autograss Series takes your top 16 points and then does something with your best event and doubles them up and comes up with some mathematical number at the end that says who the champion is. Someone understands it, I'm sure. But so it is a season-long series about points, but the prestige is on being the winner tomorrow afternoon. So F600s, of course, being adopted more and more. We're going to see them racing at the Nationals next year. They're going to be on a control tyre, from my understanding, looking from the outside. So some things afoot to make a very new, tidy class at national level. So a lot of work going on there. And Stock Hatch has been brought in this season, of course, and that's second time they've raced at the Nationals. Still a little bit of sorting out to do, I think, with Stock Hatch to really hone those rules down like they have on the other restricted classes. But yeah, going well. A really good pair of classes to get involved in autograss racing, Stock Hatch and F600s. And I'm going to be really interested to see Tony Wilson up against Harry Russell on this one, because they're the two standout names that I've seen. Right, let's have a look. Oh, I need some new goggles, I reckon. Can't see what number that is. Oh, I ought to look at the telly. Harry Russell out in front, is it? Yeah, there he is. So he's absolutely flying around in the 86 to pitch of these cars. Tony Wilson in the SC10 machine through in second and trying to give chase, but Harry Russell, he's already about 10 lengths clear, absolutely flying away up that far side in the 86 machine. So Tony Wilson's car looks more modern. I think there's a more modern look to that machine in the 86, but you know, this is about speed, and it's not a beauty contest, luckily for some of the people around here. But moving on out in front, Harry Russell, absolutely under control. Looks like he slowed it down that time. Tony Wilson's just closed in, not quite in striking distance. Charles Spencer running in third in ARC 19. Phil Goodenough running at the back of the, well, nearly at the back of the pack. Dave Murphy there in the Atherton 33. Coming round, but Harry Russell, he looks super smooth, a lot of experience from junior specials, and takes the win from Tony Wilson. Charles Spencer in 19, the PAC machine of Shea Fuller comes through from Typhy 35, Peter Evans, Phil Goodenough in the 7, and Atherton 33, Dave Murphy. All over as quick as that. My stint, not one rerun, 50p, safe in the bank. I'm going to step away. I've enjoyed my first stint. Hopefully you have. If you haven't, tell someone else. Graham Bennett, debut time at British Autograss Series.
Yeah, let's. How'd you follow you three then?
Well, you know, just
let's have a go. Let's see what we can do.
Just make it up as you go along, Graham. That's all we do.
Yeah, I've been doing that all my life, mate. So it's
Right.
that's the
Have
best
fun.
way to be then. Brilliant, thanks, Mark. So men's class 8 then. We have on the line Bowser coming back out. As you can see, the Bowser hasn't really been making much of a difference out there. Still plenty of grip out there, which is pretty good. So we'll go in and see what our season sponsors, ProLinks, which is thanks you for them, and G&P Metal and Spares, which I think is something to do with Craig Pyle. So, yeah, he's out there on grid 1 as we speak. Title as we stand at the moment, not title, the positions as we stand at the moment. So we got Dan Thomas, PhD 47 on 702 points. Ash on 692 in PhD 21, Jonesy on 677 in BC 69, and Steve Mills on 641. So as you can see, it's within a race win at the moment for the top 4. I think they're all Welsh as well, but we'll get into that later. But you English boys need to pull your fingers out. So we've got Dan Mack, Mitch and Rossi Mullen. That's your 5, 6, 7, 8. Sorry, they're going to pull that back, hopefully. They're out together later on. I think it is Rossi, Dan McKenzie. So, and Darren Mullen. So that'll be cool. So we're away then. Bunges away. Craig Paul makes a fantastic start in WS 666 out the inside. Then Liam Nichols there, YD7. And who's that? Throwing it around the outside. Let's have a look as they go in the top bend. We'll switch back to the camera, but they have stuck it in. Liam's gone out in the loose, which has dragged him in. But oh, he's a big time sideways. What a save, WW132. But it is Kate Lockwood. She's the beater of Cameron at the last bash round, so I'm sure, I don't know if he's led that down yet, but it is Kate Lockwood down the back straight, then showing her way around. SC191 from WS 666 down the back straight. Then we'll have a look. I think that's the West Waterford guy. Just got loads of push on going in there. Gets it completely wrong and sneaks up the inside would be Kat Cox then. So the women in first and third with Craig Paul stuck in the middle of them. He'd love that. WS 666. Round the bottom bend they go then. Kate Lockwood down, driving a superb line. Paul just puts it out a little bit wide. Allows Kat to come up the inside then. And here is the West Waterford car then, as we said, which is Jamie Meehan, I think that is. He sticks it in a bit wide again. And Kat's trying to try and make the move. We're on to our last lap flag. SC191, WS 666, 158F. And Liam Nichols is back in fifth, trying to pull back through. And we've got a couple of tail enders now. Unusual to see Rich Cooper back there. And the C48 car, but they come round to the last lap flag. She gets a little wide, but picks up the grip. But as she comes out the top bend, then that is SC191 takes the win. Great drive for PayPal. 158F, 132. YD7 in fifth. And Rich Cooper's going to come around and pick up some points for sixth place. He is a semi-finalist and a finalist earlier on in the year, but having a few issues back here. And then we've got the Cameron Phillips machine, I think it is there, C48 just bringing up the rear. So fantastic racing on the Class 8 men's and ladies, as we see. So two of the women that are racing here this weekend taking top points there, first and third. So good points for them to get going. So on to this heat we were just talking about, isn't it? So we got Mullen out on lane 8, Phil Talbot lane 7, Liam Morris lane 6, Dan McKenzie lane 5, Rossi lane 4, James Huston lane 3, Gethin Lewis lane 2, and James Bow lane 1. That, ladies and gents, is a mega heat. That is a mega heat. That'll get your taste buds going. Talking of which, I need a drink. So Hesse's having a good run, isn't he, this year? He keeps dropping them in there. He'll have a good result, and then he'll have a dodgy result, and he'll have a good result. But he's definitely one to watch. But I think the inside grid there, James Bow and Gethin Lewis. Gethin's a big out-wide man. If you'd have watched him at Border Counties a couple of weeks ago, fantastic driver, flat out, isn't he? If he can drive flat out, he'd beat most people on their day without a shadow of a doubt. So let's have a look round. We've got a few red flags still up at the moment. And yeah, just waiting on the bottom corner. Oh, we got one on the top corner. I missed that totally. So it was in the blinkers of the bus. Ah, Mark Barker. There you go. Mark has he has as much luck as I do, to be fair, which is not a lot. So Evesham 25 just being pulled to the centre of the track there. And then I think we've got yellows then going up round, and then we'll wait for the man when his little pirouette on the... let's see how good his pirouette is. Oh, not too bad. Look at that. Away he goes then. So who makes the greatest start then? So the best start we will say is P9. Grid 1 definitely is the lane that is doing the business at the moment then. So P9 James Bow then. Darren Mullen sticks it in sideways, but he's got Rossi coming through. Rossi knows what he's doing, doesn't he? Years of experience, but he just gets a bit of push on, and Mullen comes through in the second. Dan McKenzie, YD75. Where is Rossi? He's facing the wrong way. I opened my big mouth. Think he got a load of push on, but he's trying to get it going. Not sure it's the greatest place to leave him there, ladies and gents, but we'll have to wait and see. But it is red flags. He was trying to move, to be fair, but he did move out of the way just in time. It's a real shame, that is, because I've got a feeling he might not be coming back out. But we'll have to wait and see. But that was shaping up to be a race, wasn't it? But Grid 1, for definite, Grid 1 is the grid to be on at the moment. As the meeting will go on, you'll see that the grids will become more and more alike, which is obviously what we need, really, because we want to see them coming into bend side by side, don't we? That's what we're here to watch. So, talking of good races then, so what we got now then? Your current leader, your current British Championship leader, Dan Thomas, PhD 47. Dan Thomas he's been doing well on the polish, isn't he? King of the polish at the moment, isn't he, Dan Thomas? So, yeah, pretty good. Another flat out racer, but he is adapting his game really well. So, Adam Jones is on lane 1, Norman Grasby E20 on lane 2, Dan Thomas lane 3, Michael Tinker Abbott again one to watch out for in lane 4, Dan Barnard again one to watch out for in lane 5. We're revs are away, we go through him. Jonesy again, he has this flying start out of Grid 1. It's definitely a bit of an unfair advantage, isn't it? So let's get into it, but Jonesy sticks it in there, drifts out wide, gets the back wheel in, and we've got a collision at the back of the field. But hopefully they can get going. But into the bottom straight they go. Oh, this is going to cost me an absolute fortune, isn't it? Absolute fortune. However, it's going to cost Lee Waldron more because Lee Waldron, Lee Waldron has offered to put £1 in for every 10 pence that I put in, which is a great idea. So, yeah, Lee Waldron, you're going to regret that, Mill Fruit. I hope you visited the bank, and Mickey will be on your case later on. But that's our second rerun, so Jones is a little bit annoyed because he knows that that grid position is the right position to have. So hopefully it'll stay for him in the next run. He knew he was away there. He'd just take everything to heart, Jonesy, doesn't he? Massive, massive heart in such a small body. So we got race 4 then on the line then. So lane 8, Juggins, Chris Juggins, SC50, SS24, Reese Candy, Colin Pitt, SS72, SL8, Paul Sharp, MA13, Colin Lynon, flying man from Ireland, IK65, Tim Russell, Ash Howard, he is second in the Bass as we speak at the moment, PhD21, and your winner of the last Bass round up at Scunthorpe, SC31, Dan Ray, brother to Carl, obviously. So they're sat on the line then, and I think we've got yellows up, just a little few marshals running around. Let's watch for the pirouette on the first corner, and away they go. And this time grid 2 gets the better start. Ash Howard, he's learned, hasn't he? So Dan Ray, he should have had the whole shot there, but it is going to be Ash Howard, so your current second in the championship at the moment. He didn't watch that race in front, know that it's got to go again, and he knows he's got to have 55 points out of this to have a chance come the end of the year over in Ireland. So a little bit of push on there in the bottom corner for MA13. We've already got a green flag, not sure what that was for, but it is down the back straight, PhD21. Then Dan Ray, then SC31, he's sat there in second place, because I think we've got one. There we go. So Colin Lyman come through. Sorry. So PhD21, then MA13, Dan Ray trying running outside. Colin gives him a little bit of a wheel going in, but rubbing his racing, ladies and gents. So down the back straight we go. He is on form this year, isn't he? He's inspired, PhD21. Down the back straight then, into the bottom corner, into the top corner even. He comes round, gets his sideways, strains himself up. And away he goes. Dan Ray now securely in second place. SC31, MA13, IK65, SC50, Juggins back there. SL8 and SS24. So down the top back straight we go, at the start straight, sorry, for the final time then. They're all onto their last lap as they go now. Sticks it in sideways. Dan Ray tries the big move and sticks the back wheel in the dirt, trying to get a bit more grip. But your race winner, PhD21, SC31, MA13, IK65, SC50, SL8, SS24. And who's going to bring up the rear then? So we reckon that's, SS72 in Colin Pitt, just bringing up the rear then. So bad news out of race 2, was it? Or race 3? Race 2. Anthony Ross excluded from the rerun. And in that race, IK65 took a green flag. That was very odd earlier on in the race. I didn't quite see what it was for, but he did get on the first lap, sorry. So... yeah, so a little bit more track maintenance going on by the look of it. That's Dolt Thomas, I think, out there. It's a bit fast for him after his 6, isn't it, mate? So he's going to go ahead and do a bit of track maintenance. Mickey's showing me the ropes, look, see. That's why my wife likes you, Ricky, you know that, don't you? She said you tickle her. Which, ironically, if I tickle her, I get a clip round here. So, yeah, well, you know. Yeah, not everything's for sale. Not everything's for sale. Not sure he'd do my bacon sandwiches in the morning, to be honest. So I don't know whether he's just taking that off the track for now, and we can get back on with some racing. I think most of the loose has been sort of scraped to the side and out the way. Dolt Thomas done a fantastic job out there. Jumping on the machine for them, so I think it's Dolt anyway. I hope it is, and apologies if it isn't. But yeah, he's going to make his way off the track now, and we will move on to race 4. So, sorry, race 5. Sorry, race 4 is complete with a green flag for Tim. So race 5. So we've got lane 8, Matt Doddridge, 51F. Steve Mills, who is currently 4th in your British Championship standings. Stu Whitehouse, who is getting to grips with his BMW, isn't he? He's been flying of late in WR5. SS69, Jamie Candy. Harry Liversidge, again, flying. I think he won last weekend down at YD and YD90. Ludford, Bryn Powell, Chris Pope. You can never write off Chris Pope in SP8. And BC81, Nigel Back at BACH. So I'm hoping that's back. So here we go then. Machines are just making their way off the track. Yellow flags are going. We're going to see the man with his little pirouette again. Going to try and wind himself into the ground before the end of the day. But BC81 then, that's how good this inside grid is. And Chris Pope there by the side of him in grid 2. So into the first corner they go. Oh, Harry Liversidge sticks it right in, gets the wheels up in the air. But it is Popey, as we say. Never counts him out. SP8 from Steve Mills, C10. YD90 Liversidge from Whitehouse in WR5, sorry. Ludlow 4, Bryn Powell just tucked in there behind him. But down the back straight then, it is SP8, Chris Pope, C10. Steve Mills tucked in behind him. He'll know this is good points for his British Championship. He won't be trying to do too much silly. He's only about 70 points behind, I think, in my reckoning. So down the back straight they go then. YD90 Harry Liversidge in third place from Stu Whitehouse, and Bryn Powell trying to get at the inside of that BMW. So let's see what grunt this BM does then at back straight. While we're saying that, we have Chris Pope then into the top corner. He's going to come round now for his last lap flag. Picks up that nice bit of dry there. Gets a lot of grip off there. C10 in second. YD90 gets get at the inside of Stu Whitehouse and promotes him up into third place from WR5 with Ludlow 4 back there in fifth. Apologies to the rest of the field at the moment. Down the back straight though, Chris Pope basically led into the first corner, and away he comes. He's going to take maximum 55 points. Loads of revs on board, Chris. SP8, C10, YD90, WR5, Ludlow 4, BC81, 51F and SS69 bringing up the rear. So fantastic racing again. And again, these inside grids definitely seem to be the ones to have, don't they? I think Popey come out of grid 2 there and definitely made it count going into the first corner. So get to the end of the season, so they probably turned the limiters up a little bit, didn't they? They know they ain't got much more to do. Some of these, hopefully all of these will be heading over to Ireland in a couple of weeks, but revs are rising and away we go again. So here we go, race 6 then. Sean Wright, I think that was, that shot out of grid 2. He's into the first corner then. Mitch Wells then, not having such a great year, Mitch, but he's certainly trying to pull it back through now, isn't he? He sneaks through into first place, IK356, WR11, C8421, which is Sam Matthews, 427, sorry, Sam Matthews there, trying at the inside of Sean Wright. Sean just gets on that loose at the top, but it's rough on the inside, and allows Sean to get back around the outside of him. So Mitch Wells, hopefully his luck will hold out at the moment. He comes round and picks up again that nice patch of dry there, comes through with Sean Wright second. CI 247 there in third place. So down the back straight they go. IK356 finds that inside line, bit of grip there. Sean Wright needs to find a way round him. He tucks back on the inside. 45 points is good enough. They are on semi-finals, these boys, but Sam Matthews has other ideas. IK356 and on to his last lap. Sean Wright then from CA247, and then it's the Weeks machine and Ludlow 44. Down the back straight they go then for the final time into the top bend. This is a lovely little drive, isn't it, for Mitch Wells and IK356. Round nice and tight and tidy. Again, just picks up that little bit of dry. IK356 from Sean Wright, WR11. CA427 by Sam Matthews. Ludlow 44, Mark Weeks, IK116, CM26 Karen Thomas, and ST187. And followed up at the end by Radford 76 Tom Hawthorne, who is really getting to grips with this car now. So we are done again. Flying through him now, Mickey, aren't I? Shouldn't have said that until after race 8, really, but we will see. So there we go then, race 7. So let's keep it moving. A few cones getting put back up. So while we do that, we'll have a look at WS89, Mike Sturmey out of grid 1. Cameron Mills coming out, grid 8. Cameron Mills out of lane 7. Neil Tivey, again, a super fast lad from Ireland, WW42. Looking forward to going to watch him over at Mallow in a couple of weeks' time. Jake Herdman, I think, was your first Bass Round winner, or definitely one of the first 2 Bass Round winners in TA57. Dex North, SS11. Russ Shepherd, SS3. Michael Barrett, Y18. And Callum Barker, again, who's had a good couple of runs in the last few meetings in S50Y. So again, just a little bit of track work, just pushing a little bit of that loose off towards the start bend. They've dragged the cones right in now to the edge of the well, I don't know what we call that. What do we call that, Mickey? That's pretty swampy, isn't it? Yeah, we'll say swampy. So we just pulled the cones into the edge of that, so hopefully they'll see that, and actually that'll hopefully push them out a little bit and allow these marshals a bit of a breather and not going out picking cones up all the time. So just a little bit of work going on, as we say, down at the start straight then. Again, trying to probably even up the grids a little bit as they get off, because definitely grids 1, 2 are super fast, aren't they? And it's a bit of an unfair advantage, but it is luck of the draw. It's not like they chose that grid, they were given that grid. chose at random, as we say. So Cam Mills, not sure where Cam Mills is, but it is a new car for Cam in this Class 8 C19. So he's running a Gixxer K8, I think, Gixxer Thou K8. Obviously a few mods, I'd say. I don't think it's going to be standard, is it? So he'll certainly want to see what that thing can do up in this one. Who else should we look out for? Well, Neil Tivey again running a 1,000cc. Well, I don't know, just drive it really. They're not 1,000cc's, but they're supposed to be 1,000cc motors. But I'm guessing they probably had a few tweaks, and they're probably a bit bigger than that now. Russ Shepherd, I don't know which car Russ has bought this weekend, because he has a couple of cars, but I'm guessing he's going to be in the Booster car, because that's what he's been flying in the most. So there's a bit of a mismatch in this one. Couple of Gixxers and a few Boosters. So just have a little bit of a breather a second while they just finish off pulling this dirt off. So a couple of reruns to go, as we say. Race 1 will be a rerun, and race 2 will be a rerun. So that's how we started. Sorry, not race 1. Race 2 is definitely a rerun. Kate Lockwood obviously won race 1. I haven't heard that that's a rerun yet. So race 2 we definitely know is a rerun. Oh, and race 3 it is. It's a rerun. Sorry, 2 and 3 are a rerun, because that's the one with Rob Morgan, Owen Williams, Chris Dance, Dan Barnard, Michael Tinker Abbott, Dan Thomas, obviously. Norman Grasby, and that's the one that Jonesy was winning, wasn't it? So yes, as we look through, it all makes sense. So we got that one to look forward to coming up shortly. So only 8 heats. I say only 8 heats, but still enough for semi-finals. But 8 heats of men's Class 8 this weekend. I think we've been up around 11 heats in the last couple of meetings, or definitely the first 2 meetings. I think the last meeting it's going to drop down to 10 heats, and then we're down to 8. Pretty certain we'll probably see a few less than that over in Ireland in a couple of weeks' time. So I hope you're going to make the trip over there. Fantastic people. I mean, they travel over here all the time. I've got a lot of good customers of ours that support us at BB Motorsport. They really look after us when we go over there. Great people. Thursday night's always a fantastic night, isn't it? So when we get over there, so yeah, we'll go over there and enjoy that. And I hope, as Mickey said earlier on, I hope we're on the big boat. We don't want to be on the little boat, Mickey, do we?
Well, I'm going Thursday morning, Graham, and it's the little boat. That's all I've been told. Bernadette said, Mickey, you're going on the little one. Right, we've had a message in. Can you wish Benjamin Higgins a happy 12th birthday? Well, happy birthday, Benjamin. I wonder if that's your first year in big school, senior school, or is that second year? I presume that'd be first year, won't it?
I get confused with all this now, yeah.
Yeah, I know, but it used to be
year 7, 8,
when I
9.
went, it used to be like when you went to senior school, it was like year 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4, 5, and then you got expelled, so you never got any further.
No.
Nowadays, is it like year 12, 13, 14?
It starts at 7 senior schools, isn't it? 7, 8,
7,
9, 10,
is it?
11, I think, isn't it?
Oh,
Something like that. Something like that.
Yeah, my school days are long behind me.
Yeah, likewise, unfortunately. And it's even worse when your daughter's 20, because hers are gone.
Every day is a school day for me.
Well, and I've just had confirmation. So that is obviously the shout out for Benjamin. Just confirmed it is first year. So yeah, so
Ideal.
that'll be where I'm doing a bit of work down in Maple Cross at the moment, and all the kids get off the underground tube, and they're all in like these first years with the like the blazers that are like size for the next 3 years.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh yeah, big baggy blazers.
Yeah.
All good fun.
It's funny, when you get older, you start using smaller clothes to try and make yourself feel better, don't you?
Why were you looking at me like that? I tell you what, a big shout out, by the way, the Flying Pig Kitchen, who have done some of our lunch boxes today down at the Four Winds Cider Farm. What a name that is, isn't it?
Lovely.
Obviously, they must do some cider because we are down in Somerset. Yeah, so brilliant stuff. Yeah, thank you very much, the Flying Pig Kitchen. Oh, I'm sure they'll be on social media, won't they? Do a search for them. Yeah, pretty good stuff. All low calorie, Jilly, I promise you.
Yes, yeah. What did you have, 2 lots, though? Because it was low calorie.
Need to get me calories in.
Yeah, because you never had enough calories last night, Mickey, did you? So.
No, I didn't.
No, definitely not. Not we're getting here late anyway. So yeah, as we say, we got fair few trade stands over the back there. I saw Damien Harris the other side of the fence with a load of panels and fronts and bits and pieces. I think Rhys Griffiths is down there, R&M I think it is. They've got a few bits and pieces for sale. Dave Robbins, obviously BP Grassing, good supporter of nearly every big round, isn't he? Let's put it this way, he's always there. He's the one that you run up to when you're in a load of trouble. So he's over there. Not sure what other. We've got a list of trade stands, Mickey. I don't know if we got a list, have we? No, we got a few bits here. Wildcat Photography. Oh, we'll have a look at that. Yeah, so Wildcat Photography's over there here this weekend, taking photos, printing them out. Please leave your car number with them, and as soon as possible, obviously, so give them plenty of time to get some pics as they will. Great memento of this weekend's racing and good Christmas present. There you go. I didn't say that. This is their presentation. It's really well done, actually. They also have a sale of photos at the moment. I know they do because my dad's been over and bought my daughter a few pictures over there. So I hope it's the new car. I don't want pictures of the old car, mate. You don't want to go backwards, do we? So. But yeah, a load of track work going on again. And again, we wouldn't have expected to see this Bowser out, would we? But it's not actually making that much difference. I think it's just keeping these cars off the cones as they're going round. So, there's me on telly, look, Nicky. That's not any good, is it? So it's a shame for these drivers though, because they're sat on the start line, and experience tells you. I've been in enough cars over the years. When you're sat there, there's nothing more infuriating than psyching yourself up ready for the race. And the best one I used to know for it was Beresford Jeff, and he was. I had to wake him up at map open. But genuinely, we're sat at map open, and I'm sort of like. I'm to the side of him going, is he all right? Like, is he well? Is everything all right? Jeff. Oh, what's the matter, Graham? We're going, mate. Oh, right. That's when you know your car fits you and you're super relaxed.
The sat on the line, Graham, is obviously Callum's up there. I think it is the race 7 this. And he'll be looking at it and going, this is just my luck here. He's seeing the Bowser, going round at the moment and thinking, where's he going to dump that water at the moment? But there is, a bit more track work going on there. I think that last race, it was quick as well, wasn't it? Definitely getting quicker out there. But they're going to keep on top of this track, make sure it's kept in as best condition we can to get through plenty of racing today. And I didn't expect it to be as good and quick as it has so quickly. So fair play to the guys. They always work on. I think it's around about 17 and 19 races an hour is about good pace. If you can get to that kind of level, then you can get through quite a bit of racing. And definitely down at the British rounds, there's been good attendance throughout the season, and that just means that you've got lots of races. But to be fair, the driving standards that I've seen so far today have been pretty good. So keep it up, guys and girls.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't let us down.
No, absolutely. I mean, we're fortunate. We're not that far from here, an hour and 20 minutes, and I'll rub that in a bit more over the weekend when you're travelling home. But we're only about an hour and 20 minutes, so we do get to come down here quite a lot. And I know they had this track relayed, I think, this year, so we'll have to go back to that. So we're away. Yellow flag's up and away we go then. So who makes the best start? Callum Baker on the inside, but it is, or Barker, sorry, on the inside, but it is Russ Shepherd, but it is Cameron Mills, isn't it? So Cameron sixth at the inside. He gets a big sideways. He's been doing that a lot lately, and the car's just back up behind him, but it is Russ Shepherd then on home soil, Lives Running Road, SS3, WW42. Oh my word. Something just hit the screen there, a big lump of mud. But down and back straight then. SS3 it is from WW42, Tivy machine then. From the Jigsaw car of Cameron Mills. He does stick it in wide on that top corner, picks up the loose and comes out. But it is Russ Shepherd picks up that nice dry line there. SS3 from WW142. Cameron Mills there in third place. SS11 Dex North from TA57 there in fifth place. Down the back straight they go then. Not much change at the moment. They seem to be driving all their nice line. Let's see what Cameron can do now then, because he's going to stick that wheel in the dirt again and hopefully try and get some grip round the outside. But it is Russ Shepherd then coming through onto his last lap flag. Tivy driving a lovely line. Loads of sideways though, and Cameron does try to go around the outside then in Candy 19, I think it is Candy 19. So down the back straight they go then. It is Russ Shepherd then into the corner for the final time. Nice and tidy. Cameron goes out wide and allows Tivy a bit of room at the inside, but I think he's going to have to drag down. So SS3, C19, WW42, 142, SS11, Tivy 57 then. And then battle for Trinidad, WS89 and Callum Barker just bringing up the rear then in S50Y. So, fantastic racing. Russ Shepherd showing him the way around in this this venue. He does know this venue, doesn't he? Because literally, he does live over the road, so it's a bit of a bonus if you can come and race here when they're racing all the time. Nice little bank on that top corner. It does throw you out. You get a bit of push on that top corner, but if you get it nailed and get it set up quickly, which is what I'll be telling my daughter later on, hopefully, she might be able to, you'll get round there and do the job. But there's a nice sort of light brown patch coming off that top corner, if you can see on the telly when it comes round. And it's a good bit of grip there that they're trying to get to slingshot them down this straight. So a few marshals out in the middle of the track just eyeing up a cone and a tyre. So they're moving back now, which is good. And we will move on to our last race of Class 8, so you'll see Alex Orr out on grid 8, and who's that out in the middle? A fantastic start then from, I think it's Radford 9, isn't it? Damien Harris, but I think he had a win in the Class 8, in the Class 7, earlier on. So into the first corner they go then. Alex Hall sticks that wheel in the loose. He's another Gixxer car running there in first place in R411, R9 then from C27, WR9. And we'll watch the runs as they go through then. So a bit of push on there at the rear of the field. So down the back straight then. Alex Hall got this car wound up, hasn't he? 10, 15 car lengths clear then into the back straight. Damien Harris. Not sure I've seen Damien much in Class 8 this year, but certainly making it go in the Class 7. Loads of sideways there, and it's Tyler Priest trying to come up the inside. So it is R411, R9, C27, WR9, BC17, IK95 and WS96 bringing up the rear of the field. Down the back straight they go. Certainly got it all his own way at the moment, isn't he, Alex Hall? He's had some great meetings this weekend. Getting married next week. Going up to his wedding on Thursday, so this will be brownie points for him. So R411 then on to his last lap. Tyler Priest and Damien Harris having a great battle. Tyler's definitely going to stick him up the inside. I know Tyler of old. So C27 then flies round. He's now up into second place with R9 now into third, and WR9 in fourth. So around the top corner then drove impeccably well, hasn't he? Alex Hall then comes out the top corner, picks up that nice bit of grip and gives him a boost. R411 then C27, great drive down second. Radford 9, WR9, VC17, IK95, Scott Shell, and WS96 bringing up the rear of the field is Regan Coles. So that's us done for Class 8, apart from the two reruns, which is Race 2 and Race 3, which we're hoping we'll see shortly, and we're moving on to Class 10. Class 10 as we stand at the moment, ARC1, Lee Seagraves, popular name in Class 10. He is currently leading the standard. 713 points, but very close behind him is R207. We're away already. No time to waste here, is there? So fair play to him. I think they're going for your record, Mickey, trying to get as many races as they can, but bit of argy-bargy up the straight there with young Brandon Young, and Evesham 1 gets pushed out, and we are on red flags, so we don't have the pause delay here, so we can't really see what's happened at that start straight, but I'm guessing there's been a few issues, but that was the YS1, E1, MA25, H250, SS166 and ST40. KS Coles, Paul Coles was your sponsor of the weekend, and SGS Gases is your series sponsor then. So they'll quickly move race 2 up to the line, which we will see. Chris Ellis, again, local racer, knows this track inside out. Not so local is Craig Bartlett, CS43. He's had a long drive down, hasn't he? Ben Herdman, R207, currently sat second place and only 26 points or something like that, is it, behind, or 23 points? No, rubbish maths. I'll work it out in a minute. 16 points, I think he is, behind Lee Seagraves, though. Phil Young, E23, SC53, and Gary Morris in lane 1 is G28D. So they're just pulling them up to the line. I think caught them out a little bit on the start line there. Oh. Okay, so race 8 then, black flag, Damien Harris. Not really sure what happened there. It was a shame jump start. I thought he had a good one. He did have a good start, but no, Damien Harris unfortunately black flagged, so I think he'll be back in his 7 before we know it, won't we? But it was good to see him go around. He didn't cause any hassle, did he? So it's a fair result there, I would say, for Alex Hall. He wouldn't want to be doing that again. So, like I say then, we're on to race 2 of men's class 10, and we're just waiting for track work on the top corner. Not sure who that was. I think it might be Brandon Young, is it, in the Evesham 1. He's a young lad, come out of juniors, didn't he, this year, straight into class 10. Showed his old man the way round, isn't he, Phil Young, who we'll see later on. Will we see him? Yes, we'll see him in this next heat in lane 4. So Brandon's super fast lad, and really nice lad as well, which always helps, doesn't it? So yeah, hopefully they can get that fixed, and if Dad's got anything about him, he'll win this race so we can get back to the pits quicker and help you get it fixed for your rerun, mate. Yeah, so I think he's just going to go in from behind. He must have some damage on the back of the car there, and they're just going to lift him from behind and get him off the track. So, yeah, as we were just saying then, the CS43 Craig Bartlett, new car for Craig this year in the XC Works Class 10, had a bit of a tumble, I think, or a crash into a fence. He was telling me a couple of meetings ago. John's had the car back and repaired it and back out again the last couple of meetings, and loves his racing. You have to love your racing, don't you? You travel down from Scotland, you have to love your racing. How do you feel about a Scottish Bass round, Mickey?
I'd actually be up for that.
Definitely.
I years ago, me and Soz went up. We had an invite to come up to the Scottish Club. Great hospitality. Loved every minute of it. And we managed to see an old Ford Capri in one of the cars up there as well.
Wow.
We nicknamed him Terry McCann. But yeah, he was. No, it was good. I think that, you look at like Colin Atkinson, Colin Reid, and some of the other guys over the years that have come down and continue to support this. It would be good to try a different venue.
100%, yeah. I mean, it's one of the things that's been on our list again to get up there. It's a long way up, but they travel all over the country, don't they? Or over to Ireland. I know that a few lads are going over there as well, and a couple of my customers in Class 8 or previous customers in Class 8, they're over on the Isle of Mull, so they've got a bit more to come, and they don't care. I think it was 18 hours he told me it took him to get down here yesterday or Thursday, I think he came down. But 18 hours is a fair track, mate. So I was flying out and on a beach in that time. Well, less than that time. So here we go then. So Gary Morrison is on that grid 1. It looks like, is it Gary Ray there? I think that will be. It is Gary Ray there on the inside. SC53 though, sticks it sideways, gets it wrong, and Phil Young tunkles in. And again, there's 2 Young cars to collect. That's a real unfortunate thing. I'm pretty certain that's going to see red flags again. It is. This is costing me a fortune. Actually, it's costing Lee Waldron a fortune. It's not costing me so much, but poor Lee Waldron, he says through gritted teeth. Rerun and rerun. So firsty and secondly of men class 10. So it looks okay for Phil Young by the look of it. He's driving off. He'll have a little bit of a wobble of the steering wheel and just make sure everything's okay as he does there. So hopefully no damage to that car. And like I said, he can get on and help Brandon get his car ready. Gary Ray had a flyer out of middle of the grid, was he? Where was he? Gary Ray was link 3, so nearly the middle of the grid. So yeah, I've got a feeling that might be put down to him on that top corner, but we shan't speculate. Here's your guy who's running second at the moment, R207. Ben Herdman, recently back to grass in the last couple of years in the Beresford retro themed car. Looks lovely, doesn't it? So what we got next then? We hopefully get through this race. So 2 of my favourite people to watch in this one is Wes Tinker in lane 8, Andy Hornshaw in lane 6, Jill Grasbury lane 5, George Young in lane 3, Lee Seagraves lane 2, and Lewis Riley in lane 1. So I think Wes Tinker's going to struggle at lane 8, but he has got Hornshaw on the inside, so I reckon you'll do a bit of switcheroo on the first corner, maybe flip at the inside. We'll have to wait and see, but Lee Seagrave seems to have the best line, doesn't he, as we've been saying. But George Young certainly putting this Aston 21 car to go the last couple of meetings that we've seen him. I did commentate on him down at Border Counties when he came down for the shootout, and he had a great meeting down there, to be fair. The car was absolutely flying. They've had a few problems with these Quacker motors, these late Kawasaki motors. I think they're Kawasaki's late motors, and yeah, but they've done loads of work to them, and hopefully they've fixed it now. And I did see Bishop's name out there, Andy Bishop YS1, which I think is the sister car to that one. And again, they've had a few issues with that beginning of the year, but again, I think they seem to have solved it. So they'll be doing these last couple of meetings ready to get going for next year. Really, they won't need a strip down, I doubt, but hopefully they'll be in one piece. We just see Gary Ray, he's on all 4 wheels, isn't he? So hopefully they can get that repaired. We'll just have to wait and see if he's allowed to rejoin the rerun. So here we go then. Revs are rising. Tinker does have a bit of a good start there, but it is at the inside grid. These lanes 1 and 2 are fantastic, aren't they? S88Y Lewis Riley backs off into the corner, allows himself time to get in there. He sticks up the inside. Who's this coming through? It is Tinker, as we said, switches it back under. So he's at the inside. Seagray's on the outside. None of these two will back off, I guarantee you that. So it's ARC1 into the bottom corner with Y40. Tinker trying the inside, loads of sideways though, and just squares himself up a little bit. And then we've got the twin boost machine of Y7 Andy Ornshaw flick there in third place. So round the top corner we go. Twin booster car from the Gixxer car then. ARC1 from Y40. Y7, A21 then, Evesham 122 and S88Y just dropped to the back of the field at the moment. So down the back straight we go then. Struggling a little bit with these conditions, aren't they? 1 minute is smooth, the next minute they're just trying to roll over the rough, but they just stick it in. He sticks it sideways now. Tinker's got a wound up. You can hear him coming before you see him, can you? ARC1, Y40, Y7 now just trying to ring them in. And then a little bit of push on for Aston 21, which spoils his race coming in there. Down the back straight go. Tinker's got it all wrong, and it allows Andy Ornshaw, Y7, to go through then. So we're coming around. It is the last lap flag. Fantastic drive then from Lee Seagraves. And ARC1 picks up the win. Ornshaw 3 into Y7 to second. Y40 in third. Aston 21, Evesham 122, and S88Y just brings it home in the rear of the field. So that's your Class 10. Done and dusted for a minute. 2 reruns to come. Race 1 and Race 2. That'll come back shortly. We have junior specials on the line, I think, because that looks like Smurf on the outside, doesn't it? So, is that Lewis Middleton, mate, on the outside? I think it is, yeah. So, we will mix over to J Specs. So, Pickering Tyres are your sponsors for this weekend, and Digger is your overall sponsor, so thank you very much for them. Just see the last car get towed off the track and a few yellows going up round the venue. But it's not, it's Class 8 Rerun. It's not Lewis, it's Darren, isn't it? Revs are too high. So it is the Rerun, and it is P9 that gets the jump at the inside again. He sticks his nose in, but who's that trying to go around the outside? Darren Mullen then. This is the one with Rossi, I believe. So here we go then, down the back straight. BC40, Gethin Lewis then from Mullen there in YD37 then. Gethin Lewis sticks that back wheel in the grip. We know he likes it out there. He keeps it flat out. Down he goes then. Mullen in second place then. Dan McKenzie through there into third place from Pennine 9 is James Bow then in fourth place then. So down this straight we go. He's found the grip, hasn't he? Gethin Lewis, BC40, YD37, CA44, P9, and that's YD75 there in fifth place. So SL2 and BC64 bringing up the rear. So down the back straight we go then. This is coming around then for their last lap flag on this one. Dan McKenzie flicks on the inside. He comes through under Mullen then. So Mullen just pushed a little bit wide there. He's trying to fight back though. But it is Gethin Lewis from Dan McKenzie then. YD37 just clips a cone on the way through, but nothing in that. P9 sat there. And Dan McKenzie's found the way through, hasn't he? Found that grip on the inside. He shoots through. Gethin Lewis then, BC40, tries back on the outside to his favoured line, but it is nice and tight and tidy. Dan McKenzie, CA44, just from BC40 and YD37. And I think Hesse did grab fourth place there, but we'll have to wait and see. Pennine 9 bringing up there with SL4 and BC40. 64, Liam Morris just bringing up the rear. A few problems with Liam's car over the last couple of meetings. Hopefully they can solve that and get that fixed and get it ready. But that race is complete, and well done to Dan McKenzie. Fantastic drive there in Cambridge 44. Whew. Yes, so this is our race 3 then, which is Dan Thomas has a fantastic start, doesn't he? But Jonesy gets the best part of grip there. So the two boys from South Wales currently running first and second, but not in that order in the BAST Championship at the moment. Jonesy gets the drop then, so he's round, he flicks it on the inside, nice tight line. Then we've got PhD 47 and Dizzy Dance then just tries to stick it at the inside. He won't get too much mileage out of Dan Thomas, but who's that at the inside then? 95F, Owen Williams then into third place, but down the top straight we go. Into the top corner then, Jonesy sticks it nice and sideways, lovely little drive there, nice line. He's got it sussed as me, BC69, R62, PhD 47 and Owen Williams in 95F, tries back at the inside, push on for Dan Thomas. This isn't going to do his points any good, is it? Down the back straight they go then, Jonesy, he led the first one. He's round here then for his last lap flag on this time. Then we got Dizzy Dance in the Radford 62 car. Owen Williams in 95F in third. PhD 47 Dan Thomas. Owen Williams just flicks a cone there and just goes at the inside. Down the back straight they go then. BC 69 it is. He's there. Down the top corner. He's got away with it, Jonesy, isn't he? There he goes. Fantastic win then, Jonesy. Great result. Fair play to you, mate. BC 69 from 95F, R62, PhD 47. I reckon we might see a flag out in that one a little bit later on, but we'll have to wait for confirmation. It's a shame. Right then, so we are on to junior specials then by the look of it now. So that's your 2 Class 8 reruns done. We'll just wait for official confirmation of that result. But we are done. Lee Waldron, take a breath. You only owe us £2 on that one so far. So men's Class 8 done and dusted then. So look like junior specials, as I say. And let's have a look. Yeah, Tom Cosgrove. That is definitely Tom Cosgrove out on grid 8. Vince Pascal, Vinny H450 in lane 7. Cody Phillips, C49. CW18, Nick. I should know this name, shouldn't I? We'll say it's Nick, CW18. Nick Gribovskis, isn't it? Yeah. Gribovskis, that'll do. I should know that. He's one of our customers. Lucy Conway, SC125. Cara Blaber, A213. WW989's Darashi. And Corey Mumford is 161. So who do we have near the top of the field on this one? We have Corey Mumford. He's currently running 3rd in your championship this weekend. So, as I say, Pickering Tyres are your meeting sponsors, with Diggett is your overall sponsors. So currently leading is Alfie Ross, ST717 from Lewis Farrow, who's having a fantastic year, isn't he? YD3. 161F Corey Mumford is in 3rd, and your Max, or I've wrote him down here as Max Champ, SC6 is your current national champion, following in the footsteps of his father, obviously. And away we go then. So good start then from grid 1. Corey Mumford, 161F then. And Darashi there in grid 2. So CW18. So we have Corey Mumford then into the top corner. Darashi gets the back end out but keeps it nice and tidy, with Nick there in CW18, goes right around the outside of him. So we are 161F, CW18, W989, and then we've got the Cosgrove car, ALC 25, and Lucy Conway back there in 5th place at the moment. Down the back straight they go then. Corey Mumford had the best grid, didn't he? Had a grid 1. Down the top straight he goes, and 161F stretches his legs a little bit then from Nick there in CW18. Again, these boys from Ireland travel miles, don't they, to come and race with us. Very, very grateful we are too. So 161F, CW18, WW989, RC25, SC125, Vinny Pascal in H450 and C49, A213 bringing up the rear as we speak. Down the back straight now, he's got a healthy lead, hasn't he? 161F then from CW18, tucked there nicely in 2nd place. He'll know this. Nick's a seasoned racer now. He'll know that 2nd place is great for him. Him and WW they have some great battles over in Ireland. We get to hear about it all the time, which is great for us. So they're tucked there in 2nd and 3rd, just waiting for a mistake there. And Nick has just stepped out quite wide there, and at the inside goes the WW car, Darashi, then he just nips up, but Nick has to go round the outside of him. But we are checkered flag time. 161F's going to take it. Let's go and see who's getting the drag out this top corner. And fair play to him. Nick CW18 gets it. W989, Cosgrove ARC25, Lucy Conway in 5th place there, along from Vinny Pascal in H450, C49, and young Cara Blaber just bringing up the rear of the field. But a lot more on the pace car at that time. She's right with him there. So hopefully she'll keep picking up the pace the way she is. But that is race 1 done. And we move on to race 2. Hopefully we can get this through quite quickly. I think we're just going to get the Y45 Tinker Rabbit car just pulled out of the centre of the track there. Yeah, off he goes. So we're going to see in this one Max Holtby, as I say, your champs in this one, but right by the side of him we got Lewis Farah, Tilly Clark as well. She's on grid 1. She had a good run at Nationals, didn't she? I think she had a win in her first heat. And Shawnee Bradford, BC 117, lane 6, Georgia Duckrow in lane 7, S6, Junior Jones lane 8, Liam Grasby and Daisy Bennett just rounding out the field. So they're just going to make their way off the track. And we'll see who makes the best of the starts out of this one. Obviously, we'll be looking to the inside grid. So Revs are rising, the bungee goes. So Tilly Clark's on grid 1. She does get that grip, doesn't she? But it is the Grasby machine in the middle. Max Holtby and YD3 far at the middle of the pack at the moment. But we'll soon see where they end up. So into that top corner, Tilly Clark. And Grasby's trying to go around the outside then. He's trying to find some grip and is doing so. Down the straight then, R210 from E121. Max Holtby there, your national champion then. SC6 just put there in round the outside into second place now with Shawnee Bradford in fourth. Barra, you need to get your toe down, mate. You're back of the pack at the moment. This isn't good for your overall points. So into the top corner they go then, but it is the Grasby machine there of Liam Grasby in first place then with your national champion SC6 just pulling him down then in SC6 R210 EC117 S6 YD3 and SR25 down the back straight they go then. And it is Holtby then all over the back of Grasby, but Grasby's got some experience now, hasn't he? So Liam will not show him the door, hopefully. They're going to come round here now for their last lap flag. So out they come then, on to their last lap. So Liam Grasby then, E121, SC6, R210, BC117, YD3, S6, SR25 rounds off the field. They go into the top corner, tiny bit of push on there in SC6, which allowed Liam Grasby just to get a couple of car lengths away. This is a fantastic drive from Liam, isn't it? So Evesham, I'm going to get it wrong, aren't I? Evesham 121, I'm not going to get it wrong. Evesham 121 then, he's going to take you in. Fantastic drive, Liam, from SC6, R210, BC117, YD3, S6 and SR25 bringing up the rear. So, great driving from these juniors. We are 2 ticks to the good. Race 3 then. Let's see if we can keep moving on. Ludlow 46, William Smith, Dylan Grasby, brother to Liam, who just saw him take a win, unfortunately coming out of grid 7, so he's got a bit of work to do from out there, hasn't he? Lily Rose Pratt is a fantastic little junior racer in YD76. Harry Berryman, S111Y, PAC 15, Angel Jones, Owen Bradford, BC 116, Lewis Middleton on the inside, WR20, and then your current BAS leader, Alfie Ross. What a great run this is going to be, isn't it? So out of grid 1 and grid 2, we have 2 of the fastest boys in the country at the moment. They are Alfie Ross and Lewis Middleton. So we just got a bit of track work again going on, or just not sure what he's. I'm just going to ask them if you can hear us over there. You're not really supposed to be stood up against that fence post. Not sure if you can hear us, but I would move from OFOU. That's Jesse Corner. Have they not heard about Jesse Corner? Things happen on Jesse Corner. So hopefully they'll remove themselves from that area, and we can get racing, or at least stand back a couple of 100 yards. No. Well, it is Jesse Corner, as we say, mate. So it's happened again. It's happened before, isn't it? But we are yellow flags, and away we go then. So great start from the middle grids, though. So that's a change, isn't it? So that's maybe they've moved across, got a bit of weight, got a bit of grip underfoot. So here we go then. S111 looks like Harry Berryman that takes the lead into that first corner, with Angel Jones then tucked up in second place and Lily Rose Platt there. So it is your current BAS leader, ST717, Alfie Ross, with a bit of work to do, and Smurf there behind him, just in 5th place. But at the inside then goes Alfie Ross at the inside of PAC 19 then. So down the back straight, Harry Berryman down the back straight from Lily Rose Pratt in YD76. Oh, a bit of carnage at the back of the field with Liam Grasby, unfortunately, just tapping the back end of a slowing car. So Berryman it is from Lily Rose Pratt, from Alfie Ross, back up to 3rd place, BC 116. And it is Smurf there in 5th place and in WR20. But down the back straight they go then. Great little drive, isn't it, from Harry Berryman? So the grids are changing, aren't they? They're middle of the grid seem to be the best grids now, as they in that race anyway. Let's see what happens in the next run. But it is Berryman coming round onto his last lap flag then. S111Y from Alfie Ross now moving up to 2nd place. This is going to do him the world of favours, isn't it? So he's there in 2nd place now, and then we've got a green flag waving around somewhere, but we're not sure who it's for, so we'll leave that for a second. But a few problems for Lewis Middleton, massively off the pace at the moment. Flat tyre, so that would explain it. Unusual, bad luck as usual for Lewis. Sorry. So S111Y takes you in. Alfie Ross gets a good 2nd. Lily Rose Pratt in 3rd. Then we got the PAC 15 from Ludlow 46, Evesham 120 and WR20. That's flat tyre on the outside. When can we have beadlocks on junior specials then, Mickey? It's unfair for them, but Owen Bradford was the one I missed there. So well done, Owen. I think he come over in 4th or 5th place there. So good result there for Owen Bradford. Gets some points back on the board. So 3 races, 3 down, 3 passes. Don't think Lee wanted to put a pound on these ones. But we are revving already. Pirouette done. So again, that centre grid seem to be doing something now, don't they? They must have had a little move around on that start line. And she is a quick girl, though, isn't she? She IK19. So Rosie Russell, she goes into the first bend around the outside of her. Let's have a wait and see who they come through. But it is Y22 then. YK19, BC39, B5H, Y23, B10H, H50 and WR7 bringing up the rear of the field at the moment. So it is Y22. Ben Ayres then down that back straight from BC39. Kian Lewis, he's there in second place. Then we got B5H and of Alex Hines. He's done really well this year, hasn't he, Alex Hines there in B5H. So round this corner they come again. Another lap complete for Y22. BC39, B5H. Rosie Russell dropped down to fourth place there in IK19. So down the back straight we go again then. It is Y22 from BC39. Kian Lewis then. Tuck there in second. Let's see if he can do anything. He's trying to switch to the outside there, which is also going to allow B5H a little run at the inside. And we will see what comes in. But there is a bit of grip there, so hopefully they can keep it going. Y22 is still your race leader. All onto their last lap flag now, just with the last car coming over now. WR7, so down the back straight we go then. He's led from start, isn't he? He's done really well. Ben Ayres then in Y22. He's there in first place from B5H then. Alex Hines, he's now up into second with Kian Lewis just on the outside then in BC39, but it is checkered flag time. Y22, Kian Lewis, BC39, B5H, Rosie Russell in fourth place. And then we lost a few as they come over the line. It was a good gaggle of cars there. But great racing again, and another race completed. Y23 and Y22. So it looks like a couple of brothers out there. But Y22, Ben Ayres, he's taking the win there. And a great little drive again, wasn't it? So that tells us something, doesn't it? So we've been looking at grids 1 and 2 as having just the best starts as they go through. But it now looks like the centre grids are starting to come into play. So will it move along? Will the grids 8 and 7 slowly come together? We're already... one red flag up over here, but yellow's up around the rest of the venue. So just there we go, reds are down. So we're just going to go around a wind up now. Does a little pirouette and away we go then. So this is race 5. We have Tom Williams, Jacob Davis, Denver Whitehouse, Max Young, Iago Evans, Callum Peace and Dexter Jones as they make the break then. So looks like Y46, Max Young, I think, had the best break then as he comes through. Tom Williams round the outside, then Denver Whitehouse just trying to luck on the inside and does a great job, WR6, but it is Y46, WR6, TA44, PAC13, Iago Evans in TA6 and NS35 just bringing up the rear along with C55 at the moment. Down the back straight they go then. Max Young had a great Nationals, didn't he? I'm not 100% sure where he placed. It might have been 4th, I think, but he's there and he's in the mix though with Tom Williams there and Denver Whitehouse just trying to get some drive around the outside and allowing Iago Evans just trying to come up the inside there. So it's Y46, TA44, WR6, TA6, PAC13 and Young NS35 then. Having a good start to his season, isn't he? Callum Peace, only a couple of race meetings in, and C55, Jacob Davis with a few problems there, just making his way around. So we're on to our last lap flag. Max Young then, he's away, Y46, Tom Williams, TA44. Iago Evans gets up in front of Denver Whitehouse in WR6, PAC13. Down the back straight they go then, so led from start to finish really, hasn't he? He's done really well again, as we say. Max Young then, Y46, immaculately turned out car, just got to negotiate the back marker there, a C55, sets itself out wide, but he knows where the grip is. He's going to pick up that dry line and away he comes. So great win for Max Young. TA44, TA6, WR6, C55 is a lap down, PAC13 will be your third place. Young Peace over the far side, look, gradually getting quicker. Mark my words, these juniors, you blink and they're at the front. It's really that quick. They pick it up so fast. So yeah, there they go then, S35, and then we'll just wait for C55. I don't think he's going to come around. They did give him the checkered flag, but he will get his points for that, I would have thought, being he picked up his checkered flag. So we are away, and we're on to ladies class 1s, aren't we, mate? So you ready to go? Good man. So we have another commentator on the board. Which one you on? You on that one or this one? Headset. So take you through ladies class 1s and 3s, I believe.
Yeah, thank you. So ladies 1s is me, so I'll find my sheet and then we'll be away and racing. So, who are your first? What's your first race? So, in from lane 1, you've got PhD 5, which is Jess Hitchcock. Evesham 82, that's Jess Conway. Swansea 46, that's Joe Robbins. Cambridge 34, that's Stacey Mills. Scunthorpe 161 of Danielle Holtby. IK 611 of Faye Steventon. SS 183 of Emily Retter in lane 7 and Charlotte Hart in lane 8. But we are away and racing already. And Evesham 82 is your first to show from Cambridge 34, SS 83, 183, trying to look for a gap around the outside, but switches it to the inside. Makes a good move to take that second position, or can she not? No, a little bit sideways, down the straight. But already away and gone, Evesham 82. That's your race leader from Cambridge 34, from SS 183. That's your 1, 2, 3. And you got the orange machine of IK 611. But as SS 183 and IK 611 go right around the outside of your Cambridge 34 machine, but all eyes back to the front. It is Evesham 84 into the top turn and out of turn 2 to take the last out flag. That is Evesham 82 machine from SS 183, IK 611, Cambridge 34, WS 36 of Charlotte Hart from PhD 5 from Swansea 46. But it is Evesham 82 down the far side to go into the top turn for the final time. Out of turn 2 to take a very good victory. Led from the start, Evesham 82. That's your first race winner of the ladies. From SS 183, from IK 611, from Cambridge 34, from WS 36, from PhD 5. And your last one is Swansea 46 of Joe Robbins. So, who have we got now? So I can see Typhy 2 machine in lane 3. That's Laurie Davies, I think. Anyway, I'm sorry if I butchered your name. I'm going to do that a lot. So we've got PAC 181 in lane 1. Scunny 213, lane 2. Typhy 2, lane 3. Lud 19 in lane 4. St. Neots 292 in lane 5. WS 165, lane 6. SN 16 of Maddie Tilson in your lane 7. And Claire Compton in lane 8. But we are away and racing. And who's your first to show? I can see the blue machine of your St. Neots car. I think that is St. Neots 296 of Victoria Tilson, but we'll pick them up. And that's St. Neots 16, right around the outside. That was right. Which is Maddie Tilson. So the two Tilson machines. Maddie Tilson all the way around the outside. Can she make it stick? I think she can. So it is. St. Neots 16, St. Neots 296, Lud 19, and I'll pick up the rest of them up as they come down the far side. But into the top turn goes Maddie Tilson down the home straight. It is St. Neots 16. That's Maddie Tilson from St. Neots 296 of Victoria Tilson. Still 1-2 for the Tilsons from Lud 19, from Scunny 951, from TA2. But all those back to the front. It is Maddie Tilson in St. Neots 16, St. Neots 292, Lud 19, Scunny 213, Scunny 951, Typhy 2, WS, and WS 165, and I think that's Scunny 951, not sure. Anyway, into top turn goes Maddie Tilson. Can anyone stop her now? Out of the top turn, no, I do not. I think not. As she takes the checkered flag, that's St. Neots 16, from St. Neots 296, from Lud 19, from Scunny 213, from Scunny 291, from your WS car, from Typhy 2. And your final finisher is PSC 181. So, want to race through already. We've got Scunny 171, Spalding 16, Star 19, Evesham 146, North Wales 6, York 90, and Typhy 25 of Nia Jones in lane 8. So we are missing one, I think. Yeah, got no one in lane 3. So one short on this one, and we are away and racing at Slight Style, and away we go. And who's your first to show? I think that's the Star 18 car, 19 even, of Laura Henry. Into turn 1. from your Scunny 171 car, a little bit sideways, but hangs on to it. Does your Star 19 car. From Scunny 171, from Spalding 16, Eastern 146, Typhy 25, York 190, and we'll pick up the rest of them as they come back round. But it is Star 19. That's your first to show. On this lap 2, from Scunny 171, trying to look for any kind of gap, but nice and control from Star 19 is all you need. From Scunny 171, from Spalding 8, but all eyes back to the front. It is Star 19, led from the start, still leading. Can anyone do anything in any shape or form to stop her? I'm not sure at the moment. As we go on to last lap flag for your Star 19, for Scunny 171, Spalding 16, Eastern 146, Typhy 25, York 90, and North Wales 6 is your final finisher as it stands. But it is Star 19 back up and at the front. From Scunny 171, getting very up close and personal, trying to make it all the way around the outside, can't find a gap. So it is Star 19 takes you in from Scunny 171. From Spalding 16, from Eastern 146, from Typhy 25, from York 90, from North Wales 6 is your final finisher of here, ladies class 1. So, is that? Yeah, a rerun on the line of your men's class 10. So, should I do this? Yeah. So we are away in racing, and first one to show, I think that is that Come to ET? I can't really see it from here. But it is definitely a white car, I can tell you that for sure. Coming out of turn 1, that's G28D from Alpha 207. There your first 2. From Euston 23, that's your Phil Young machine, that's your 1, 2, 3. Trying to find a gap up the inside of your Alpha 207 machine. And I think he does absolutely beautifully. Slides up the inside, does Phil Young. But it is G28D, that's your race leader from Euston 23, from Alpha 207, from SF6, from CS43. But all the way back up and at the front, it is G28D. Going down the far side into the top turn. That's G28D. From your Phil Young machine in Euston 23. G28D, Euston 23, Rafa 207 and SS6. Obviously local, and CS43. That's your final finisher as it stands at the moment. But into the top turn goes G28D. Can anyone stop him now? I don't think so as we come across the line. G28D, Euston 23, that's Phil Young from Rafa 207, SS6 and CS43. So on the line, we've got I think we've got ladies class 3. So just your 5 coming out here. Of NS343 Becky Smith. So sponsors. Class 3 sponsored by SDG Access Limited and Ram Developments is your series sponsor. And Ladies 1 sponsored by Retta's Garage, or that's your Round 4 sponsor, and TVR Racing your series sponsor. So Ram Developments your series sponsor for this Ladies Class 3 race. So it is Lane 1 Becky Shaw, BC Treble 1, North Wales 27, Typhy 1, Carmarthen 3, and NS 343 of Becky Smith in lane 8. So, was Becky Shaw national champion, or was that last year? Can't remember who ladies 3 champion was. I was there, but it's a thought, isn't it? Can't remember. I don't know. Yeah, so thank you to very kind sponsors. So we've got a little bit of a sprinkling from from the water bowser, and we've got some just general track work, I'd say, going on here. So just a gentle sprinkling on the cones, just stop everyone ruining the cones. And you got a tractor just going around the outside. Yeah, on the cones, it's just a little sprinkling. Nothing too major, but yeah, so just the 5 of them, I think. For most people, this is quite low down, isn't it? For like the Southern League, I mean. It would be, isn't it? It would be. Yeah, I do feel sorry for the Irish and the Scottish people. That must be an absolute pain just to get anywhere, really. But then again, it's for the love of it, isn't it? If you love it that much, then you will go how far is necessary. So yeah, Round Developments is series sponsor of your ladies class 3. Thank you to your kind sponsors of BAStv, KS Schools Farming, Wellington Business Park and Kelly Recovery, and Kensington Construction Group. So we are away in racing, and it is BC Treble 1. That's your first show of Becky Shaw from NS343 on out of lane 8. That's Becky Smith, but Becky Shaw favouring that outside line from your Carmarthen 3 up the inside, but can't make a mistake. So it is BC Treble 1. That's your early race leader from Carmarthen 3, from Typhoon 1, from NS343, from North Wales 27. So, but it is already stretched in a lead. That's BC Treble 1 from Carmarthen 3, from Typhoon 1, from NS343. All taking it a little bit wide, a little bit wonky from Becky's Tiff machine, but she holds on to it as Becky Shaw comes past the commentary for the second time. It is BC Treble 1. That's Becky Shaw. Goes down the far side, as does Carmarthen 3, as does Typhoon 1, NS343, North Wales 27, is your back marker for the moment. But very wide goes Carmarthen 3, wide against the Armco, favouring that line, but it is BC Treble 1 making it work. From your Carmarthen 3, from Typhoon 1, from NS343, from North Wales 27, that's still your back marker, but it is Becky Shaw in your Treble 1 machine. Not touching, no one's touching that inside water line, but it is. Checker 5, BC Treble 1, that's your winner. And a little very sideways across the line goes Carmarthen 3, from Typhoon 1, from NS343, from North Wales 27 is your final finisher. So, that's... Yes, it's Class 10 rerun, so I'll hand you back over to Graham.
Cheers, Finn. Well done, mate. So, yeah, we're back on to Class 10, aren't we? So, had a few messages from people. Thank you very much for that. Really appreciate it. I'll tell you what, bike riding ain't for me. Just had to ride back over to the pits and sort the door out, but away we go then. So, Cole's on the inside, but it is Mark Pascal then that gets the good jump there. So, H250 with SS166 on the inside. So, let's see how they present into this first corner. We got Bish YS1 on the outside, but it is Mark Pascal then just drifts out wide, picks up that nice dry line then. H250 from YS1, SS166, and then the Mallow 25 car, and characteristically back in 4th place at the moment. So, away they go down the back straight then. Mark Pascal picks up that grip. H250 then down the back straight. YS1 then. Bish is the car I was talking about earlier on. Oh, we got one at the back. That's C1. Obviously just trying to get round, get his points in with a few issues. Is Brandon Young, so sensible there if he can get round. So H250 then. Mark Pascal, YS1, SS166. He's your weekend sponsor, Paul Coles, isn't he? Mark drifts out wide, just gets his back wheel on that grip there. Down the back straight he goes, and plenty of power. H250 for a Fireblade machine. Then into the top corner again. Then this is the last lap flag. Drifts out really wide then. Coles is trying to find a way around. Mark's just hung out to dry there. Can't get off the loose, but it's going to get awfully tight, isn't it, going in? Colesy just clips a cone, pushes out wide. Then Mark Pascal's held up slightly, gets it on a load of right-hand lock, but it is YS1. A little tiny puff of smoke out the back end. Hopefully he'll be okay though. And Colesy takes a different line. Mark Pascal again just drifts wide, gets onto that loose. So it is going to be Colesy. SS166 and takes the win. YS1 from H250 takes third place. Then it is the Cusack machine there who takes fourth, MA25. And then, as we say, Brandon Young, whoa, loads of damage on that back rear arm, isn't he? That's why they did it. Just get out there, get some points. Very, very, very sensible there. Division 1, like I said, loads of damage. So that'll be another arm coming back for a bit of repair. I think they got a spare one, so they should be okay and get Brandon out for the next run. So, ladies class 5. Who are we doing ladies class 5? Who have we got to do ladies 5? You doing live? Yes, of course it is. Mickey's doing it, obviously. So I think I've got one more rerun to come, Mickey, somewhere. Another class 10 somewhere. But ladies class 5, back over to Mickey B.
Yeah, just let you know, I think you are leading the red flag charge. Well done. Right, so we're in with ladies class 5s. Lorryinsurance.co.uk, our series sponsor, Plum Pal. Our sponsors for the weekend. It brings out Lynn Olsen out of lane 8, Lindsay Pittman lane 7, Lucy Wickham lane 6, Jess Bradley lane 4, Dawn North lane 3, Laura Blaber, hey, our new national champion 2023, out of lane 2, and Kirsty Godfrey. Kirsty currently running second in the BAS points, and right on cue she says, Mickey, well, I want to see if I can come first. And off she goes. And guess who's going round the outside? Yeah, Laura Blaber. Athelston 13, and that's paid off. And she's got clear track, and off she goes. Kirsty Godfrey, Lynn Olsen. Then we drop down into Dawn North in that South Somerset 10 machine. Jess Bradley one place further back. And then that final place is Lucy Wickham in PAC 11. But a cracking drive. I mean, Laura Blaber did so well at the Nationals. She didn't think, well, she scraped into the final and then went and won it with aplomb. And look at her now, she's absolutely flying. Cambridge 10 then, Kirsty Godfrey. So, as I said in the points, Laura is running third on BAS and Kirsty running second. And they've switched that round a bit because Laura picking up the last lap flag. One more lap to go for her. Kirsty Godfrey, Cambridge 10 running that second. Then Lynn Olsen. Then there's a little battle going on with that PAC 11 that's made some space up. Lucy Wickham now up into fourth place. But checker flag at the ready. Athelston 13. Laura Blaber takes the win. Second goes to Kirsty Godfrey in Cambridge 10. Third goes to Lynn Olsen, Breednill 27. Fourth goes to Lucy Wickham from Dawn North. From that, Jess Bradley, Ludlow 24. So Heat 1, Race 1 clear, and a tick in the box. Right, let's move it quickly on to Race 2, bringing out your current BAS leader, York 44, Nicola Shimon Grice, Jessie. Yeah, you look at that, see how I kind of took her from a maiden name into a married name. PhD 20, Donna Forrest, Sarah Bateman in the Snake Machine, Sandra Jones, Gail Morris, Laura Jones, Kirsten Bartlett. So there we go, and good start from Donna Forrest, but Nicola Jessie is trying to find a way through. She's gone out wide. That might cost her. No, she comes down the hill. Woohoo! Oh, Donna Forrest, you spin me right round, baby. And she's now gone to the back of the pack as Kirsten Bartlett running into that second place in that South Somerset 22. But it's no. Now, that's one of those, isn't it? Slide down, girls. PhD 20 then, Donna Forrest spun it out, and Sandra there just giving us all a little few palpitations. No doubt Donna Forrest, she can't see because she's facing the arm code. But yeah, that was close. But she'd gone off the track and then got the car going and come straight across. And I do believe she will be excluded from the rerun for the cause of the stoppage. And that goes to rerun. And that was a shame. I thought the girls would be nice and clean today. but I was wrong. Right, let's have a look up there. We are going to move into ladies' super saloons. Max Sport Competition Tyres are series sponsor, as and they have been for such a long time. D&M Design and Fabrication sponsors for this weekend. So let's have a look at it, where we are on points. Well, it brings out your current BAS leader. It's PAC 53, Michaela Dance. Coming out of lane 6, she's accumulated 756 points thus far. Who's running second? Well, it's your 2023 national champion, Julie Hawthorne-Fernio. She's not out in this one. She's out in the next race, but she's only 32 points behind Michaela. So, Michaela, well, you need to do what you like to do, and that is pick up maximum points. And if you can keep doing that this weekend, then it will put you in a reasonably good space as we head over to the Emerald Isle. But who else is in this one? Spalding 31, Shamel Gadsby running third in the BAS points. Ella John in PhD 6. Samantha Graney, Pennine 8, running fifth in BAS points. Nicola Gibbs, Hereford 44, out of she's coming out of lane 3. Now, Nicola Gibbs last time, she had some flying starts. And down at the Nationals as well. So let's see how she's going to come. She's coming out of lane 3, and I think we've just been looking there with Graham that those middle grids were just starting to get an improvement for the drivers. Earlier today, grid 1 and 2 was probably getting people to slingshot, but we are steadily moving across that line. So keep your eye out for Nicola and Samantha. Samantha is no slouch off that line either, and always a good one to watch. So where's your money on this one? Well, I don't know. They're all up there. Shamel Gadsby's been going well in the Spalding 31. Samantha Graney had some good, strong results so far during the BAS this series. But what's going to happen in the next few minutes? We're just getting that car recovered. Just getting the forks under the back. Just make sure nice and steady. And you can see there, Doris just going, oh, be careful. No damage. All damages have to be paid for. Yeah. Someone would be saying, where there's blame, there's a claim. There you are. She's doing the supervision and going, yep, thank you very much. Pick it up nice and steady. Thank you. And then we'll get that car, hopefully, maybe put it back in the middle, get some more racing going, and then take it back into the pits at the next opportunity to break. So where are we on the clock? So just gone 2:15 in the afternoon on the first day of the fourth round of the British Series. A few challenging conditions this morning, a bit of track work needed to get it to where it is at the moment, but they've done really well. Got a message in from Mr. Lover, Paul Glover, who says, hi, miss him being there. Good luck to all the White Rose drivers. Won't be at Ireland, so when you get a chance, how much is my bill for red flags? Also my total for ladies and juniors for my sponsor. Oh, Mr. Lover, Paul Glover, sponsored. Hey, that's quality stuff. No, one of kind friends said that they would match on whatever red flags he had, and I've got the actual ladies and junior sheet in front of me. Let's have a look here. Brandon, Scarborough crew. Oh, the Scarborough crew at the ladies and juniors, £100 in there. So that was with Rob and all of that crowd. Wayne Price made a £40 donation. Harry Jones, he was matching Gareth M's red flags, and that was £1 each. How many did Gareth end up with, by the way? Let's have a look here. 15. So both Chris Apps and Harry Jones, 15 quid each from you. When you're ready, we'll gladly take that as well. But thanks so far for everyone's contributions, and so far as we've gone through this meeting, we've had a few donations along the way, haven't we? What are we up to? Lee Waldrom's matching Graham for £1, so every red flag he has. Lee, the bill is starting to total up. Talking Dirty, Ant Ross and the crew, £50 donations. Thank you very much. Ian Jones Tyres, the collection that was done at work with Margaret, giving you the get your money out your pocket, £70, and that's been kindly received. Thank you very much. Grant Victory to match, and I think that is Mark Hoppy. Yeah, he's matching Mark Hoppy, and Jason Bryan from SY, £50 donation. So thank you very much, and we are back racing. And it is with our Super Saloons. And there we are, Nicola Gibbs, another good start. Oh, she gets one in the side door for a trouble. Samantha Graney then from Ella John, from Michaela Dance, Shamel Gadsby and Nicola Gibbs. That is how they're running. Bit of mounting going on as well. Misses as Spalding 31, Shamel Gadsby felt someone right up the back of her, and it was Nicola Gibbs, but keep running on this one. A bit of eventful stuff so far, but it is Samantha Graney, pen on 8 from PhD 6, Ella John from the Michaela Dance at PAC 53. Then we go to fourth place, Shamel Gadsby, Spalding 31, Nicola Gibbs in Hereford 44. Starting to spread out now a little bit as we come round for the last lap marker already. One to go on this one then. Samantha Graney, Pennine 8 leads it from Ella John PhD 6, from Michaela Dance PAC 53, Spalding 31, that's Shamel Gadsby, and Hereford 44, Nicola Gibbs. Hold on a minute, Michaela Dance is coming up the inside of Ella John. Can she find a way through? Oh, she's had to slow it down. There was a little bit of contact there, and taking a win, it's Samantha Graney. Michaela Dance across in second. Shamel Gadsby finds a way into third. PhD 6, Ella John fourth. Fifth goes to Nicola Gibbs in the Hereford 44. So tick in the box there on that one. But there was a little bit of noise coming over the radio. And on that one, let's have a little listen. Can we hear anything going on?
We had a green flag with contact on the PhD6 coming into top corner.
I'm hearing something coming over, and it is going to be a green flag. Hold on a minute, I've got money flying out, all sorts from me. A bit of talking dirty as Ant Ross has come in. Right, we're back running, and this time we are running. Who's going to go this way? Oh, no! Sue Harris has had one in the side. Oh, dear Sue. Lindsay Allen, look. And the worst thing is, she's looking right through her window now. And what's the conversation going on? Look what you've done to me. And I'm sorry, it's just one of those things. I caught a little bit of the wet, sloppy stuff. I've gone into the side of you. I'm really sorry. And guess what? It's red flags. So it's a repeat for the ladies' fives. We got one successful through and one went to rerun. And that is the story for me. Up on the line, we've got some open wheel special. Is that some reruns? Ladies 8s and ladies 9s. And who's doing ladies 9s? Here we are. We're going over to Graham. Off you go, mate. The special one. He's doing really well as well. He has. He's taking it to like a duck to water. Whack.
What, keep bobbing away? Smooth on the surface and pedalling like underneath. Let's have a look then. Ladies class 9 then, I'll do this. So who we got then? We got Heidi D. Lee Seagraves. Big mouthful now, isn't it? Sharon Barker, Macy Carlin Grasby, Claire Horner, Chloe Richardson, Katie Adamant. So there's your... Actually, where's Trotty then? Is Trotty retired already? Trotty, have you retired? Come back to us. Send us a message. Now you're champ. Have you retired? So we're just waiting for these cars to get removed then from... she's going to drive off. So hopefully she can get that moving and get out in the rerun. Not 100% sure what happened there or what will come of that. We'll have to wait and see. So we'll be on to move ladies class 9 like we say. So I wasn't supposed to do this, so I couldn't tell you exactly who's doing what and what the winner is. I would guess that Claire Horner is obviously going to be somewhere near the top of the tree, as you would expect from Claire. So let's have a look back through on the points and see who's currently your class leader. So it is Claire Horner then. M62. Chloe Richardson is P5EM. She is in second place then. Between them is 685, 628. So there's a race between them, basically. So let's wait and see. We've got yellow flags starting to go up, which we have, which is good. Bit of a pirouette done. Let's see who makes the best start then. So Adaman makes the great start from the inside. Wasn't at Nationals, I don't think, in the 9, but definitely was in the 10. I think there was a few engine problems for Katie, but is she your current BAST champion? We'll have to do some homework and have a look. But Katie Adaman definitely makes the great start with M62. Claire Horner is going to stick it right around the outside, pick up that grip on the outside. There she goes then. So Claire Horner around the outside in M62, down the back straight they go. Katie Adaman, you're going to have to wake yourself up, girl, and get chasing after her. She's in second place then with P5EM then in third place, and the Barker machine, I think that is, in second with Dealey Seagraves and Macy Carley-Grimsby at the rear of the field as we speak though. In they go again then, just a little bit of a jump going into this bottom bend now, into the bottom corner, the pits corner then we'll call it. So M62 then down the back straight then. Claire Horner definitely got this car singing now, isn't she? Pitches the back wheel in, picks up that grip. Adaman gets a huge wheelie, picks up a shed load of grip there. Down her onto her last lap, M62, Y6 then, P5EM, E26, ARC3 and Macy Carlin-Grimsby, E21, just a 218, sorry, bringing up the rear of the field as we speak. So down the back straight, plenty of motion forward, isn't there? With Claire Horner sticks the back wheel in again and gets the grip, comes round, picks up that nice discoloured piece of mud and gives her a boost down the straight. So Y6 then in second, Claire Horner in first, P5EM in third, 26 Evesham in fourth, ARC3 then, and Macy Carlin-Grimsby in E2 and 8, just bringing up the rear. So what we got now, Mark? I reckon this must be you then, because this is fours. Fours. Yeah, got to be 4s and 6s. So have you got your sheet? Are we organised?
Yeah, we're all ready. We're ready to go. Yeah, I'm all ready. This is 4s in stock hatches, ladies version. So we've got 4 stock hatches and 3 class 4s. So we're going to see. Kelly Weatherick, assuming that Colin Naturals fixed the car after he ended up in the fence in his heat in SS272. Catherine Hardin in TA13, NS434 Claire Compton, and then the stock hatches are going to be Nicola Carey in Mountain 4, SS40 Sophie Pitt, Ludlow 47 Sophie Eggleton, and Hereford 61 Tracy Lewis. So a bit of a battle between the 4s and the stock hatches. Interesting to see who comes out on top. You'd imagine that the highly tuned class 4s will just have the pace perhaps up that first straight, but it's all about grip that we've seen. The start line sort of moved where the grip is from inside to outside to the middle. Well, I don't know, maybe not to the outside. I don't think we've seen much quick out of the outside grids, but around the track, I mean, we've got a lovely vantage point up here, and that's come very, very nice now, quite smooth. Right, well, they're away. Who are we going to see? The class 4 of Claire Compton, but on the outside, Kelly Weatherick it is in the 272 machine. So the mini pickup slides in, she gets it all tidied up and she's away. So it is class 4 that's in the first 3 places. So they've shown a clean pair of heels to the stock hatches, who've all managed to pile themselves up and detract my 50p down to 40p of credit by the looks of it. So yeah, so we've got the SS40 machine and the Mountain 4 machine joined at the hip, and well, they've all propelled themselves away. So a bit of work for Dougie Atkins with the SS40 machine, by the looks of it, with the nose all squashed in. So that's my first rerun of the day. So I'm going to park my bit of paper and pick up my next bit of paper. However, that looks like class 2s. Oh, Gareth, are you back for that? Excellent. Well, Gareth's back for class 2, so nice that I just acted as the warm-up act for you there, mate. So he's going to put his headphones on, and then you'll hear the those beautiful Welsh tones to talk you through ladies class 2.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mark. Yeah, 2 runs of ladies class 2 going to be coming your way in this first round of qualifying. As with the men's, Fleet Care Services, your series sponsor, Your local sponsor for the Southern League this weekend is P&R Transport, and coming out to play. Not coming out to play at all because they're already out playing. Race 1 then leaves the line. Linda Thomas, PAC 91. Oh, good start there, but they're all getting messy behind her. And it looks like Lara Jones, and is that the face Steventon machine? I get it all wrong, and that's 20p out of pocket. I should have stayed taking photos, Westbach. Right then, so race 1 of ladies class 2, straight back into the arena lane, didn't get very far at all. And going to be interesting to see what the marshals decide on that one. But race 2 down there on the line brings out Leanne Lewis in Swansea 3, Jess Conway in Scunthorpe number 1, Jess Tate in Scarborough treble 2, Charlotte Jordan in Radford 231, Vicky Robbins in St Ears 34, and Hannah Cheshire in Breeden Hill number 12. So they're the 6 drivers that we're expecting to see down there on the line. We've got 5 that have made it into their grids, while the other race from ladies class 2 then make their way back into the pits. So the only one that we don't seem to have is Leanne Lewis, who should be starting in lane 8 in Swansea number 3. But as you can see, if we're watching the live stream, then grid 8 is actually unoccupied. Quads back in the centre of this Bailey Raceway. And I think just a quick changeover of marshals, or just a quick light refreshment out to the marshals. Then we should have track clearance, and we should be good to go with this second race in this first round of qualifying of your ladies class 2. On cue, Bungee breaks, almost, and gets away from the line. And St Ears 34 then is Vicky Robbins, and she was quite eager out of the blocks, but she's there, and she's falling wayward down the field as they're going to turn on. Oh, big head-on collision there between the Radford 231 machine and the Scarborough treble 2. But it looks like the Scarborough treble 2 machine of Jess Tate is going to continue. So yeah, I should have let Graham do this one as well, as the second red flag of 2 possible red flags come out in this first round of qualifying. So yeah, Jess Conway, got away from the pack in Scunthorpe number 1, but we'll have to wait and see how long it's going to be before she can actually claim the 55 points that are on offer in this first round of qualifying. So we're not going to talk about the dreaded R word, because apparently it's going to be a very good and interesting day tomorrow. But for now, we've got super saloons of the front wheel drive variety, and for that one is over to the super, Mr. Mark Hoppy.
Super. When you're on about the R word, I thought you meant reruns, but you did it. You meant, I know what you meant now. So, right, okay. So, class 6, ladies. Right, from the inside moving out, we're going to see SC33, Ellie Bailey. TA66, Karis Thomas. PhD12, Nia Jones. S16Y, Hannah Thomas. Typhy 36, Sophie Lewis. SC36, Zoe Coupland. P9, Gracie Coles. And SC15, Ellie Lockwood. So a full grid. And just looking at the screen, yep, they're all there, ready for action. So just trying to pick out from the men's, the P9 machine, which was handled by Josh Holden this morning to take a good win in the hands of Gracie Coles, coming out of 7. So can she carry on winning ways for the P9 machine? SC15, Ellie Lockwood. I think the SC15 car pulled to the middle earlier on in the men's, so hopefully, well, it's definitely back out there because we've got 8 lined up. Right, it looks that we're about to go racing. So who are we going to see first? Fairly even break, but on the inside, it is the SC33 Ellie Bailey pickup. It's first to show. Smoke pouring out of one of the machines there. Can't quite pick out what one it is, but it is Ellie Bailey under some pressure from Grace Coles in P9. TA36 looks to be in all sorts of problems with smoke pouring out of the car. So marshals have got that under order, but as we were looking the other way, Ellie Bailey's drifted all the way out into the mud, and she's gone from first to last in one foul swoop. So Gracie Coles, motors on, P9, the machine absolutely on form this weekend. PhD 12 running second, Nia Jones. And then the battle is in third place between the SC15 Ellie Lockwood car and who's that up the outside? Definitely need some new glasses. Or the numbers need to be better, one of the two. But P9 it is, it motors on, Gracie Coles, PhD 12, Typhy 66 now on the move, right round the outside into second place. So, Karis Thomas absolutely motoring on, but Gracie Coles has a lead of about 6 or 8 cars at the moment, but that's shortened considerably into that top corner because the Karis Thomas machine absolutely motoring on, but it's all over already. That was super quick. So P9 it is, it takes the win from Typhy 66 from SC15. Are you 1, 2, 3 on that? No, you're SC36, sorry. Zoe Coupland took third place, SC15 down in front of us, spun across the line, facing maybe not the right way, but it's continuing under their own steam to get away. So Class 6 ladies done, good win there. P9 unbeaten so far this weekend. Right, looks like Class 8s, is it, Graham?
Yeah, it is, mate. Yeah, so ladies Class 8 then. Current series leader even. Lindsay Mullen, YD37. Alice Bevans is PAC 2 in second. Josie Tonkinson, SC52. And Claire Horner, your current ladies national champion, M1, is in fourth place. So Timber Displays even is your series sponsor. Weekend sponsor. And ProLinks is your series sponsor. So let's just the stricken TA36 car just gets pulled back out. Fair bit of smoke out of that, wasn't it? Hopefully they can get that sorted, and it wasn't as bad as it actually seemed. Maybe a pipe blew off or something, but fingers crossed they can get that fixed and back out for the rest of the weekend. In this first race then we have Ellie Hines out of grid 8, Taylor Jade Pascal, H350 in lane 7, Lindsay Mullen, your current series leader, YD37 in lane 6, CM20 Shoned Thomas lane 5, ARC2 Charlene Hankey in lane 4, Abby Jade Bennett 8F in lane 3, and MA48 Nicola O'Brien in lane 2. Anybody who knows me knows how difficult this one's going to be for me, so let's wait and see. Let's wait and see how we get on. So as the Toby car gets pulled off and the track team, Ellie Bailey, I didn't see Ellie at the top corner. She was like really unlucky and lucky at the Nationals, didn't she? Because she could have gone an absolute pearler in that first corner.
I mean, the way she drove to come back.
Amazing. Yeah, amazing drive, yeah. She was getting cheered from left, right and centre, to be fair, because she deserved it. She deserved it. But wasn't to be this year for her, but she'll be back fighting again. So here we go then. Cars into the centre, or machinery into the centre, and cars off the track. Yellow flags are up, revs are raising. So let's see how we get on then. So here we go then, middle of the grids are the ones that are picking up the best there, but we've got Abby J. Bennett 8F on the inside. Lindsay Mullen is your series leader, as I say, she's at the inside, so let's see how they do in this top corner. Loads of sideways from both of them, but it is Lindsay Mullen, YD37 from 8F, Abby J. Bennett, MA48, CM20, H350, ARC2, into the bottom corner they go then. Abby J. Bennett's looking for the inside line in 8F, but it is YD37, just got the drive on the back straight. We'll work on that for the next one. So YD37 top corner, Abby J. Bennett drifts a little bit wide, Mullen loads of sideways on, Abby flips the other side and tries to come round and picks up that grip, so it is YD37, 8F, MA48, CM20, H2 350 and PAC2 in the rear of the field at the moment. So down the back straight it's Mullen, she's leading the way in the points and she's leading the way in this race then. Down the back straight she goes, YD37, Abby J. Bennett though, she's trying everything she can just to get somewhere near her, and who's that trying around the outside? Shoned Thomas, she took the wide line and she's coming through, so these girls in front need to look what they're doing. So Abby J. Bennett's trying for the outside then, 8F then, she goes down the back straight, she's gone past Mullen on the inside in YD37. This is on to the last flag, so it is loads of sideways from Abby J. Bennett in 8F. She comes through, she's going to take the win. YD37 in second, MA48, CM20, ARC2, H350 and the Breedon Hill car. Right. Professionalism at its key. That was Mickey. You can learn a lot from me, Mickey B. You can learn a lot from me.
Defibrillator for Graham Bennett.
Absolutely brilliant. And what a drive from her. No wonder you're excited.
Excited? Wet my pants.
I think, to be honest, you probably need to spend more time up here and let Abby just do the driving.
I did tell you. So fantastic result. Well done, Abby J. Bennett. Your curfew's been extended till 10:30 this evening now, at 20 years of age. So on to, we're away. Brilliant then. So who have we got in this one? Let's have a look then. Terry Mumford will be out here. She had a fantastic third at the Ladies and Juniors Nationals, and your current Ladies National Champion and fourth in the series at the moment. M1 then, Claire Horner. She's round the outside. Picks up that lovely bit of dirt and gets a slingshot down the straight. We've got IK65 P9. And then the girl that's really impressed me the most is the Almond girl there in the Melton car, North Wales car, down the back straight though. She's had a fantastic run the last couple of meetings. She's really been on the money. But it is Claire Horner, your current Ladies National Champion. M1 then, she knows her way around the track, doesn't she? She's just been round in the nines and she'll tell you exactly where to go. Hey, 158 Terry Mumford. She's come back and she's having a great little run at the moment in 158F. Car is for sale. Wow, for Terry it isn't, but everybody else is for sale. So round the top corner we go to come onto her last lap flag. Sticks that wheel in the loose and it is M1 then. She takes it down. She's onto her last lap flag. Terry Mumford 158F. IK65 P9. NW271, R9 and Evesham 20 bring up the rear of the field. So down the back straight they go. Claire Horner stretching her legs now. Like I said, she's had some practice in the 9. She took a win in the 9 and now she's going to take a win in the 8. And she's currently fourth in the BAS at the moment, so she'll be trying to wing on. She loves that one. Then one. Brilliant result for 158F Terry Mumford. IK65 Jade Russell, P9, NW271. R9 and Evesham 20. Fast and furious from these ladies, and 2 races done. Lee Waldron, I don't know if you said ladies, but I'm telling that you did, so you're safe at the moment. So none for me at the moment. So race 3 then, WR11 Jodie Glover, SC52 Josie Tompkinson. She is currently 3rd in your ladies BAS as we speak at the moment. This is going to come out quite quick. I'm not going to get through them, which it is. So we're yellows all around. The man's going to do his pirouette on the first. Oh, he's not. Do you pirouette? We're waiting for it. I could have gone through it, couldn't I? Oh, carried away. Vicky Appleton, the unluckiest lady in Graston at the moment. S2Y, she's there. Hope Bolton, Sharon Barker, Sandra Jones, Julie Hurfon-Fernio, your current ladies class 7 national champion. There's only 4 cars. Are we missing am I on the wrong race? No, we're on the right race, but 4 cars there is. So it is Vicky Appleton that takes it into in the lead, and she got Josie Tompkinson all over at the moment, just trying to find her way through. ST22, Hope Godfrey, Hope Bolton, sorry, name. She's there in 3rd place, and NWR11 bring up the rear. So let's see what Josie can do then. You need the points, Josie, because they've just pulled her through on you. Lindsay and Claire Horner just pulled a couple on you. So let's see how you get on. You stick it out wide. Oh, she gets a wheel from Hope Bolton, but S2Y, maybe some luck finally coming for her. So she sticks it into there in that bottom corner. So at S2Y from Josie Tompkinson there in 2nd place. Hope Bolton still in 3rd, and a WR11 car there. It's Jodie Glover there at the rear of the field in 4th place. But distinctly lacking a fair few cars here. Let's see how they get on then. So it is last lap flag then. S2Y, SC52, ST22 and WR11. And in the back straight they go then for the final time. S2Y then. Josie Thompson trying to reel her back in now. And around she tries to dip it in, but it is going to be S2Y then. Finally a bit of luck then. S2Y from SC52, ST22 and WR11 just a little bit close to Hope on the last bend. So, yeah, Dingle Sniffer did really well there in 2nd place, didn't she? Bless her. Josie, she'll be back out in the 10 very, very, very shortly. So, yeah, let's see how they get on. But we do have one more heat left. I'll have to look through and see what happened to these other cars. Sandra Jones, Julie Hawthorne-Fernio, they didn't go. So let's see who's in this one then. So that looks like WW148, your former ladies national champion, who had a good start there. But it is Alice Bevans currently running 2nd there in the ladies BAS at the moment. But it is PAC2 from Teal Reese, PAC21. Teal will be trying hard, won't she? Sticks it straight around the outside, picks out that grip, lifts the front wheel, and away she goes down the back straight. Alice Bevans, though, she is long and tough. She knows what to do. She'll be straight back on her. She won't let the young pretender come and take her glory. She goes out wide, but she sticks back on the inside. So it is PAC 21 then from PAC 2, WW158, SS11 and SS72 bringing up the rear. So into the top corner they go. It is PAC 21, Tia Reesen. PAC 2 finds the inside line and just gains a good 3, 4, 5 car lengths just in that. Tia sticks it in wide though. She's got this set up lovely, hasn't she? Round they come onto her last lap flag then. PAC 2 in second place, WO158. SS11 and just bringing up the rear as we speak is SS72. Down the back straight they go. Then Tia Williams, a fantastic race. Tia Reese even, fantastic race. There she goes then, sticks the wheel in. And she has definitely showed them the way around, hasn't she? PAC 21 takes the win. PAC 2, WW158, SS11. And bringing up the rear, as we say, would be SS72, Sophie Pitt. So well done, you ladies. That's all 4 of my races done in Ladies Class 8. And we're back to Mickey with Ladies Class 7 rerun.
Yeah, thanks very much. I've got a feeling that the reason why Julie went out in that Ladies 8, because she's sat in the car in the 7 for the rerun. So, yeah, only 4 out in that, but good racing there from the 8s. Right, here we go then. Max Sport and D&M Design and Fabrications are sponsors. Rerun of race 2 of the Ladies Super Saloons. Kesney Adams, Julie Hawthorne-Fernio, Katrina Thomas, Lindsay Allen, Sue Harris. And only 3 are going, which is why I think Lindsay Allen and Sue Harris were the ones that were all stuck together, and they're not back out. But it is Julie Hawthorne-Fernio, your new Ladies National Champion 2023, showing the way then from Kesney Adams, and Kesney going with her on that pace, and Kesney just looking to close the gap going down into turn 1. And is she going to try and put the pressure on Julie? Is Julie going to buckle? No, I don't think so. She's definitely been consistent for the last couple of years. And but commentator's curse always seems to work. And who knows, with a lap and a half to go on this one, they slow it down again into turn 1. Julie maybe just frustrating her a little bit. She's going, if you want to get past me, get round the outside, because I'm not going to leave a gap up the inside. And that's exactly what she's doing as she comes out of that start gate tune. Julie Hawthorne-Fernio then, Raffle 176. For Oz, Kesney Adams in border count is 26. They're the 2. Look how close they are as they bring it round the final. And it is going to be Radford 176, Julie Hawthorne-Fernio. Kesney Adams border count is 26, second. And third, not having the best of luck, going looking for potatoes or potatoes. It's Carmarthen 21, Katrina Thomas. So that's your ladies 7s done. Right, we're going to switch it now to the 5s, because I can see Sarah the Snake Bateman up there in Stroudon District 45. Sandra Jones. Ooh, are they all up there? Let's have a look on the screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And Nicola Jesse, York 44. I'll tell you what, it's a little bit like deja vu, because this is how it started last time with, is that Donna Forrest in the... oh, that's interesting, isn't it? All right, nothing for me to say. Donna Forrest then from Nicola Jesse, from Kirsten Barley, from that Stroudon District 45. Sarah Bateman, and look at this, near enough 3 abreast as they come out of that start gate turn. Up that opening straight they go. PhD 20, Donna Forrest it is from Nicola Jesse. Looking around that outside, where's that Sarah Bateman machine going to come from? Still in that 4th place. South Somerset 22, Kirsten Barler still holding 3rd. Sandra Jones starting to close the gap as well. Out of this one though is Lara Jones. But we go back front, and Nicola Jesse now looking for a move up the inside. Can she find a way through? She's applying the pressure round as they come round for one more time of asking. Nicola Jesse looks for the cut back up there. Donna Forrest is on the pace though and holds on to that first. Look at the battle going on for 3rd, and it is that Sarah Bateman, the Snake, comes through into that 3rd place. Oh, Kirsten Bartlett, the car's gone off. She's now dropped down, and look at this for the fight for the 1st place. Donna Forrest then, PhD 20, going to hold on for the maximum points from Nicola Jesse. Sarah Bateman in 3rd. 4th is Sandra Jones. 5th, who's coming up? Come on, 5th. It is Breednill 4, Lara Jones, because we had the car that went off for South Somerset 22, Kirsten Bartlett. So there you go, ladies 5s and 7s done. We'll see you hopefully a little bit later. if we can get a little bit of a skate on. Right, looking up on the line, we are going ladies 10s. And it's back over to Graham, who I think's been doing a sterling job. Votes on a postcard. You can mark him out of 10. Okay? And if you mark him 10, apparently he's going to give you a 10% discount of all parts. Is that right?
Yeah, just after I put the price up. So here we go then, ladies class 10 then. So your current series leader there, Josie Tompkinson, is SC53. She goes into the lead there with H250, Jodie Pascal, and Y7 Sue Herdman there at the third place. But it is SC53 then, just saw it, like I said, she knows her way around the track, doesn't she? She's just been round in the 8, so quick change for her, and away she goes. Oh, SC53, sterling form, hasn't she, this year? A little bit of push on for H250, who just gets it sideways, and away she goes. Y7 at the inside. So SC53 then. There she goes, and round the bend again. Another lap completed. So we're missing Becky Faulkner, aren't we? She was second in the BAS at the moment, and I don't know if they sold the car or just parked it for a bit. But yeah, Josie's definitely got it all her own way now, hasn't she, in SC53. So a good straight in front now of Sue Herdman. He's been out of the car for a couple of months now, seeing with a few family issues. So we're glad to see her back. We do miss her on a race field. And there she goes, she's come through there into second place, H250 in third, and then we've got the F600 in H16, just bringing up the rear, the only F600 at the moment here in ladies, so hopefully that will grow next year. But it is off the last corner then, we'll say then, so SC53 then, she takes the win then, Josie Tompkinson. And then we've got Y7 there, Sue Herdman there in a second place. Pascal then just brings up the third, and then the F600 H16. So we have an empty grid over there, Mickey. So what is going on? What are we on to now? Is it interval? Yeah, we definitely got some yeah, you've definitely got reruns, haven't you, Gareth? Yeah, so we do have a couple of reruns to do, a couple of class 2s, and a did you say stock hatch 4, Mark? Yeah, stock hatch 4 rerun to do. So hopefully we'll get them off and done pretty sharpish. And then we can move on to the second round of qualifying. What time is it? 10 to 3. So it doesn't get dark yet. Anyway, does it? It's still got till half 7.
Not down here in the south. Don't get dark till...
Never gets dark.
Well, that's it. Yeah. Right, Summit's moving. That's a class 2 over there, I would say. So Gareth's going to suddenly turn into... Or Graham's going to turn into Gareth. I'm just going to stay here. So.
Yeah, he needs to put a lot of weight on then if he's going to turn into me, doesn't he? Right, then ladies class 2, race 2 is down there on the line, because we can see Jess Conway has already been pulled into grid number 6, and the rest of the field then have just been asked to move from the holding lanes and onto the start line. So this rerun is because there was a big contract on the top part of the circuit between Charlotte Jordan in Radford 231 and Jess Tate in Scarborough Treble 2, and at the moment it's going to look like either they've both been excluded or there's too much damage for them to repair. But then from that from the distance, Scarborough Treble 2 just is pulling into the start line, and Jess Tate is going to be pulled forward into grid number 5. So yeah, it is 10 to 3, but Southern League have battled very well with the overnight rain, and the track certainly has become a very raceable Bailey Raceway now, and it's going to certainly speed things up for the second round of qualifying, which we're not too far from. I think we got possibly 3 reruns to come your way before we start with the second round of qualifying of men's class 1s, because certainly I've got 2 reruns of ladies class 2, and Mark then will take you through the rerun of ladies class 4 and the stock hatches. And I reckon they've moved, because I thought that the TA13 machine of Catherine Harding was over there in the holding lanes when I saw them earlier, but it certainly looks like she might have moved on, so she might be behind that big red lorry. And class 4 and stock hatches probably not too far away from their rerun either.
Jess, while we're waiting then, Gareth, or no, we're not waiting,
we're
going to go. I'll do that later.
Thanks. Yeah, we've got bungees lifted then on the rerun of race 2, so we're going to go without Charlotte Jordan in Radford 231 and Leanne Lewis in Swansea number 3, but it is the familiar sight of Jess Conway. Scunthorpe number 1 then leads through that banked turn 1 and turn 2 and leads past us for the first time. Already about 8-10 car lengths clear as Vicky Robbins just crawls into the top part of the circuit behind the wheel of the St. Neots 34 machine, and she's crawling back down the hill now at the moment. So we continue to race in the yellow flags on the entry to turn 1. There's a yellow flag waving out there in spectator land as well, so there's probably some kid out there, and that's lush to see as well. So it's Scunthorpe number 1, Jess Conway, that continues to lead. She's making her way through the start gate turn, and it's Hannah Cheshire in Breeden Hill number 12. That's going to be the closest one to pressurise her, but she is about 10 car lengths down on your race leader. Jess Tate in Scarborough Treble 2, the only other car running in this one in that 3rd position. And unfortunately for Vicky Robbins, St. Neots 34 then just coming to a standstill there on the entry to turn 1. But already the laps continue to be counted down as Jess Conway makes it up into the top part of the circuit, this time for the final time, because that checkered flag is being held aloft, and it's Jess Conway, Scunthorpe number 1, that takes the win from Hannah Cheshire in Breeden Hill number 12, and Jess Tate in Scarborough Treble 2 will come round to conclude in that 3rd spot and will take 36 points from round 1 of qualifying, and then the recovery team can go out to the stricken St. Neots 34 machine of Vicky Robbins.
Great that you spotted it right up in the corner. There's probably, as you say, a young lad or a young lady there practicing their marshalling skills. You see that a lot at the stadiums, don't you? That they sell their little mini flag sets and that. So great to see that. Don't usually see that in Grassing. A marshal in the making.
Yeah.
So I love to see that. And nice flag waving up there.
Yeah, very good. There's no missing that, is there?
Absolutely. Brilliant. Well done. Keep it going up in that corner. Give us a wave if you can with your whatever.
Oh, there's a red flag there now.
Oh, red flag.
He's waving a red flag.
Yeah. Is that
we don't want to see them, do we?
Is that for us to stop, Gareth, or not? So, and then the other thing that I just needed to mention that I didn't slot in. The gentleman over on the electric bike stall over there is running a raffle, I think, all season long. Paul Glover usually promotes that, but not here this weekend is Paul. He's down to his last 20 tickets, so now is the time to get over, get a ticket, and he will soon be in a position to, when everybody's paid up, to finalise the draw.
So is it being drawn this weekend if he's out?
I'm not sure. Everybody needs to pay, of course, as with these raffles. But get over, have a look, electric bikes, chance to win one. Gareth, yours.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Yeah, we're back with the ladies' class 2. And Lara Jones gets away from the line a little bit easier this time in TA17 and followed into turn 1 by the South Somerset 45 machine of Jess Singer and the North Wales machine of Jess Owen. So it's Jones from Owen and Singer. That's your 1, 2 and 3 as they go through the start gate turn. Then for the first time, York number 190 is Hayley Verity. She's there in that 4th spot from Faith Steventon in Pennine 89, and the car at the tail end of the field is Gabby Smith in Scarborough 249, but it's Lara Jones, and I think Lara is lying second this year in the British Autograss Series, so 55 points in this one to match Jess Conway's at the very least means that gap won't get bigger, but it's TA17 and she's under some pressure, heavy pressure this time from Jess Owen in North Wales 151 as they go into the top part of the circuit, but it's a long way round in these class 2s. Can she make it stick? Can she cut back on the inside possibly as well as they go on to their final circuit? That's where the biggest battle on this field is at the moment, at least on track, but it's TA17 that makes it there on the far side from the North Wales 151 machine. She's got one bend to make it from 45 to 55, but Lara in a class 2 is severely experienced and heavily experienced, and she holds on to take the win in TA17 from North Wales 151. South Somerset 45, Jess Singer doing it for the home league there in 3rd from Hayley Verity in York 190. Gabby Smith gains a place at the last couple of laps in Scarborough 249, and just not Faye's race there in Pennine 89. So Faye Steventon finishes back at the back of the pack in the Pennine machine. So the St. Neots 34 machine of Vicky Robbins gets pulled back into the pits for the chief mechanics to work on the East Anglian Eagle machine. But we've got the rerun of Class 4 and Stock Hatch down there on the line. So once again, it's back over to Mr. Mark Hoppe.
Oh, thank you, and thank you. Right, so we had a bit of a tangle up in the first corner with the Stock Hatches. Claire Compton is going to take off where she finished the last one, and that was out in front. So it is the NS machine, the 434 Claire Compton machine, the Rover Class 4 machine in front of the 272 South Somerset mini pickup from the mini saloon TA13 Catherine Harding. So the fours are the ones at the front, and then we've got the Ludlow 47 Sophie Egerton Stock Hatch all on her own, leading the Stock Hatches, and the Hereford 61 machine, Tracy Lewis, still running, but just looks to have a bit of a problem. But the battle, let's have a look at the front. Claire Compton versus Kelly Wetherick, that's the battle. So it's Rover versus Mini, and the Rover looks a big machine against a Mini, but it's going well at the moment. K-Series power in there, as I understand it, working well, and Catherine Harding coming up. So these Class 4s pretty evenly matched, and you can see in the North Shropshire machine of Claire Compton, she's actually sat right in the middle of the car. So it is a well-built, cleverly built car. The mini pickup, one from Endaf Owens Stables, a very, very nice, very, very well-engineered piece of kit. And Kelly Wetherick just found a gap under inside, but it's not quite going to happen. So it is Claire Compton that takes a win from Kelly Wetherick and Catherine Harding in Class 4s, and your winner of the Stock Hatch, Ludlow 47, Sophie Egerton. And your final finisher, taking second in the Stock Hatches due to the no-show of Mountain 4 and SS40, is H61 Tracy Lewis. So I think that would suggest that the whole of the first round has finished, which means we're all the way back round to Mr. Steve Langley to take you through Class 1.
There we go. And thank you to my fellow commentators for losing my paperwork, but no, we're all right. So I haven't got the points on how the Class 1s did last time. We gave them to Mickey B for safe filing, and we haven't seen them since. So never mind, right. One of the heat winners last time round, I'm sure, was Lee Deegan in Cambridge 48. He's out there in this first race. He's joined by Kieran Griffiths, Timothy Gardner, Connor Urquhart, Toby Chamberlain, Adam Jones, Andy Kelsey, I think also was a heat winner, and Liam Morris. So this one could be a little bit good. Your sponsors then, PWL Engineering are your meeting sponsors, and TBR Racing, your British Autograss Series associate sponsor. So big thank you to both of those. Big thank you, of course, also to Kent Cams and Beresford Chassis and Components, who are our overall British Series sponsor for 2023. So we're looking around the track. I think we've almost got track clearance. Conditions very, very much improved from what these drivers saw when they kicked things off at 9 o'clock this morning. If you remember, we did take the Class 9s off, Class 1s off the track because conditions were so bad. But yeah, they're going to have a much better run, I am sure, this time around. Time-wise, then, yeah, looking good. 3 o'clock. Completion of the end of first round of qualifying, considering how things were for the first couple of hours. Excellent effort from organisers and drivers, because that's what it needs to actually get through a meeting. So well done to all concerned on that one. Long may it continue through run 2. And as they get away from the line, it is Lee Deegan in Cambridge 48, Adam Jones in Swansea 2, Andy Kelsey in Evesham 102, the first ones to show. So this one sort of running to the form book, if we have a form book. As they come round, then Swansea 2 it is there, Cambridge 48, Evesham 102. PAC 209 then racing on the outside of Connor Urquhart. There we go, points have magically appeared. Marvellous. Swansea 2 then it is, going down that far side. Adam Jones had a third last time round, so yeah, he could do with a good heat win this time round. That's what Lee Deegan did last time, but a first and a second isn't too bad at all. Andy Kelsey also was a heat winner last time, as we said, in Evesham 102. Running in fourth then is Tybee 211, Ludlow 48. With a little bit to do at the moment. Toby Chamberlain at the wheel of that, and Timothy Gardner in PAC 209. A good third last time, but running towards the rear of the field this time round. In fact, we won't dress it up. He's at the back. But it is the Swansea 2 car that's going to bring the field past us for the penultimate time. 1 lap to go, but Lee Deegan, Cambridge 48, right there with him, having a look up the inside. Andy Kelsey ready to pick up the pieces in Evesham 102 as they go round that start line turn for the final time. But it is Jonesy, Adam Jones in Swansea 2. Down that far side, Lee Deegan, Andy Kelsey looking to put a challenge around the outside of the Cambridge 48, but he'll be conscious of the cars behind him. But Swansea 2 is going to take this one. Good win for Jonesy. Cambridge 48 in second, just from Andy Kelsey in 102. Tivy 211 finishes ahead of Ludlow 48. Penhouse 65 then is Liam Morris as he comes across the line and completes, as indeed does Timothy Gardner in PAC 209. Race 1, tick. Race 2, George Taylor in Evesham 711, Malcolm Dommett in WS 79, Rich Parks in WS 36, Charlie Mustoe in Breeden Hill 23, Joe Ferguson in Cambridge 34. He was a heat winner last time round. Jason Stotton should be there in North Wales 91, Ocean Hughes in Tivy 122. He had a good second in the first round of qualifying. And Mark Stone in Invicta Kent 931. So he didn't have the best of runs last time round in the Invicta Kent machine. So could do with getting some points on the board this time round. All is not lost if you have one bad run, but yeah, you certainly don't want 2 of them. Not when you've got 48 signed on. As I say, the maximum number that can be signed on without tipping over into semi-finals. And that's what we got this time round. And it's the North Wales car of Jason Stotton on the inside in 91. But coming right round the outside is the George Taylor Evesham 711 machine. He had a second in run 1, so a second in the first. That'll do nicely. NW91 still runs in that second place slot. Joe Ferguson runs in third in Cambridge 34, but looking to put a challenge in on the inside of North Wales 91. Problems on the first lap for Malcolm Dommett in WS 79. No problems for Evesham 711. Your race leader 91, then 36 coming up through the field. That's Rich Parks in the WS 36 machine. So he's challenging now actually Jason Stotton for that second place position as they go down that far side. Ocean Hughes runs in about 6th, but it is George Taylor in Evesham 711 that is going to take the last lap flag as the race leader. North Wales 91 fends off the challenge still of 36, 34, IK 931 and TA 122. And Charlie Mustoe in Breeden Hill 23. Looks like the WS 79 car has exited stage left back into the pits, but coming round from my right hand side to take a good win and finish the day on 100 points, it's going to be George Taylor in Evesham at 711, North Wales 91, then WS 36 in third ahead of Cambridge 34, IK 931, Ocean Hughes then in Tivy 122 and Charlie Mustoe, the last of the finishers in Breeden Hill 23. That was race 2. Race 3 brings out Jamie Hussey in Scarborough 223, Ryan Parkinson in WS 59, Will Henry in SR19, Dylan Hughes in Tivy 22, Tom Herbert in Stroud 31, Rhys Edwards in North Wales 44, Charlie Richardson in Scarborough 94, and Michael Baldwin in WW 245. Michael Baldwin, storming drive, if my memory serves me correct, in run 1, and certainly was a heat winner in WW 245, so he'll be looking to add a nice array of points to the 55 that he currently has. Tom Herbert, a little bit to do in Stroud 31, one of the top runners on a national basis. Tivy 22, Dylan Hughes had a 4th last time round. Will Henry was a non-starter in run 1 in SR19. We saw Laura take a very good win in the first round of qualifying for the ladies, so the car's all right. So is Will doing the chivalrous thing and saving it for the misses? We shall see. SR19, if he is there, should be coming out of lane 6, but not sure that I can see him, so I think he might be another non-starter this time round. So just sorting out the track then on the top part of the circuit. Don't forget, trade stands over there on the far side of the track from where we are here in commentary, and also the refreshment and catering facilities situated. I think there are some on the top bend, and the main ones over there once again on the far side of the track from us here in commentary. We've had some questions with regards to the flags that are in the middle of the track as well. I'll explain the middle one if you don't know, because that's the one that a lot of people are saying, what's that? WW265, WW245, that's Michael Baldwin, I can tell you. And he is the first one to show into that top bend, but he's not the first one to pop out past us, because that goes to Rhys Edwards in North Wales 44. Scarborough 223. Jamie Hussey runs in that third place position. And we are, running minus Will Henry in SR19. But Rhys Edwards it is in the North Wales 44 machine as he goes down that far side. And he had a 5th in the first run. So a first place will do very nicely here. Thank you very much. West Waterford 245, Scarborough 223. Tom Herbert doing a bit better in 4th in Scarborough 32. The Tivy 22, that's Dylan Hughes. Wessex 59 then races ahead of Scarborough 94. That's Ryan Parkinson and Charlie Richardson respectively. But nobody racing ahead of Rhys Edwards in the North Wales 44 cars. He comes round extending his lead over this battle going on for second place. It's still Michael Baldwin holds that second place slot just from the Scarborough 223 car of Jamie Hussey. Tom Herbert looking safe in 4th place in Stroud 31. But our race leader, no challenge at all as the checkered flag gets made ready, and it is coming round then North Wales 44, Rhys Edwards that's going to take the win. It is going to be so tight for second, but it's going to be Michael Baldwin holds on from Scarborough 223. Tom Herbert 4th in Stroud 31. Then comes Dylan Hughes in the Tivy 22 machine, and Scarborough 94. Charlie Richardson completes it all. No, he doesn't, not quite, because that honour goes to Ryan Parkinson as Wessex 59 comes across the line. Right, the flag conundrum then. The middle flag, that's the yellow flag with the rampant red lion on. In the middle there is the county flag of Somerset, apparently. Well, there's no apparently about it. It is the county flag of Somerset. Was adopted by the county in... See, I've researched all this. Was adopted by the county in 2013. That's as much as I do know, so when I say researched all of it. So, there we go. So, we have Wales, Ireland, Somerset, Scotland and England. Can't do any better. Right, here we go then. Race 4 away from the line. Jason Thomas, Stuart McKenzie, Danny Cowburn, Rich Owen, Ben Gould, Rob Barnett, Chris Dyer and Rhys Phillips. So, race winner last time round, Ben Gould. Chris Dyer had a second. North Wales at 51, though, comes past us Rich Owen. He had a third. So, running towards the head of the pack. But Ben Gould looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 in North Shropshire 343 as he goes up that far side, but under very strong challenge still from Rich Owen in North Wales 51 as they come past us. Another lap already completed. Then the Athelston 15 car running in that Athelston 15, Radford 15. Rob Barnett in Radford 15. Looks like an A, but really it's an R. Going down that far side, but certainly running in a good third place. Rhys Phillips runs 4th in Tivy 98. But your race leader, and already the last lap flag going out. These laps flying by. Ben Gould in 443, North Wales 51, Radford 15. Then the Evesham car of Chris Dyer in 28. Problems for the North Wales machine there. Looked like the steering might have gone on the North Wales machine or something. But all sorts of problems down on that bottom bend. But no problems for Ben Gould. Certainly not now. North Shropshire 443 comes home alone, takes a good win. Second place goes to Radford 15, Evesham 28, Tivy 98. Stuart McKenzie comes next in the WS 100. And the WS 58 car of Danny Cowburn comes and completes. So not sure what happened with the Rich Owen machine, but it did look like it sort of like went straight on rather than turning right round the corner. So I think some form of steering problem or malfunction of the front wheels. That's about as technical as I'm going to get. But either way, not good news, unfortunately, for Rich Owen in the 51 machine. So he will get hitched up to the back of the breakdown and will be, I'm sure, safely and successfully removed back to the pits. And we can look forward to race 5 in this second round of qualifying for the PWL Engineering and TBR Race Engine sponsored Class 1s. Don't forget, drivers, that when you have completed your second round of qualifying, you do need to go and sign on for racing tomorrow. Can't stress this too much. So race permutations are worked out on a Saturday night, and we haven't got the time to rework them on a Sunday morning if you say, oh, I forgot to sign on. So there's lots of work goes on behind the scenes to enable a meeting like this to take place. Part of that is the race permutations. They're done on the Saturday night. You need to sign on to make sure you are on the list. So just a few gentle reminders. It's not nagging, but just need to tell you these things. Then please make sure that any rubbish that you've got, you throw it in the bins and bags provided. There are so many bins and bags around here, you can have absolutely no excuse. Those of you that have put race meetings on will know that probably one of the worst things you have to do at the end of a very, very long, hard weekend is go round picking up rubbish. It is so unnecessary and so avoidable, and you good people can prevent it. So please throw all your rubbish in the bins and bags provided. Also, like any venue, then this venue relies on the goodwill of the neighbours and people around the site. I know we find it hard to believe, but not everybody is as keenly mad, or madly keen even, on motorsport as we are. So they tend to tolerate us if we're good. And you can be good by making sure that you do drive very sensibly down the lane past the houses. It's quite a narrow lane, so just please, A, drive slowly. It's 10 mile an hour speed limit. And B, please drive sensibly. If you've got somebody coming the other way and you think, they're going to the racing, I'm going to go through anyway. Might not be. Might be one of the neighbours. So don't want to upset them. So please drive sensibly down the lane. And linked to our neighbours as well, then all the generators need to be off by midnight, please. Hey, that's plenty late enough, isn't it? Mickey B, you've got to make sure you're in bed and your generator's off by midnight. So...
Well, Steve, I think I told you last time, I've now done away with the generator. Oh, and you're back racing.
There we go. Got you out of that one. Right, here we go then. Race 5 it is, away from the line. As they come back round towards then, the first one to show is the Jake Hemsley IK611 machine. That's thrown me, so there we go. Can't see him on my list. So they've put race 6 out in front of race 5. A mean trick. So then Conor Griffiths, Dave Owen, Leon Blackmore, Dave Chapman, Ian Ullathorne, Jake Hemsley, Dylan Tyrrell and Alex Hill. No, don't know why, but I'm sure there's good reason. So not going to moan at all, I'm sure, is going to be Dave Owen in North Wales 97 as he takes the field down that far side as the race leader. And comes back round towards us. Tivy 16 in that second place slot. So Conor Griffiths trying to reel in the race leader. No joy at the moment though. Jake Hemsley, the early race leader, runs in third place in Invicta Kent 611. Ian Ullathorne is in fourth in the Yorkshire Dales 52 machine. Then comes Alex Hill in St Neots 164. It is getting tighter at the head of affairs as the checkered flag comes out. It's going to be North Wales 97 just from Tivy 16. IK611, Yorkshire Dales 52, St Neots 164. Dylan Tyrrell in North Wales 6, 3F and PAC 67. That's Dave Chapman and Leon Blackmore respectively. So that's race 6 completed. Right, I was just doing all the local information. So yeah, please, generators off by midnight. And important one, this one, when you leave the venue, not going to be till tomorrow night, hopefully, but when you do, please turn left onto the dual carriageway. Do not cross the dual carriageway to turn right. It becomes quite an accident hazard, and that's the last thing, obviously, we need in every sense. So make sure, please, when you get to the end of the lane, turn left onto the A303. There is a roundabout not too far up, so if you need to go back the other way, you can swing round the roundabout. Right, here we go then, race 5. Coming towards us. This actually is the last of the second round of qualifying of the Class 1. Scarborough 221 then on the inside on Evesham 82 and Black Flag and all sorts of things going on there. Right, Evesham 82 though, Tom Powell, heat winner last time round. Leading the way now down the far side. On the inside is the Scarborough's machine. That's Ollie Wrigglesworth in Scarborough 221. Tucked in behind there and trying to come up and battle with these leading two is Brandon Glover in Scunthorpe 171. He goes up into second place. The Cambridge 42 car then shows in that fourth place position. That's Charlie Williams at the wheel of Cambridge 42. Not quite sure who had the black flag, but whoever it is, they ain't pulled off because we've still got 8 cars out there. Headed by Tom Powell. I'm fairly certain it wasn't Tom. Evesham 82 comes round as the race leader. Under strong challenge there from Brandon Glover in 171, 42, Scarborough 221. Evesham 41 then on the inside of Thomas Southgate in South Somerset 50, and it's Chris McDonald in the Evesham 41 machine. And then Dexter North in South Somerset 44. Dane Antle completes it all in Wessex 88. Checker flag time already though, and it's going to be Tom Powell in Evesham 82, takes the checker flag, takes the win just from Cambridge 42 in that second place. Scarborough 221, Evesham 41, South Somerset 50, South Somerset 44 and WS 88. And Brandon Glover, it all went wrong on the final circuit. Scunthorpe 171 comes to a halt. So unfortunately he's going to have a DNF by the side of his name. So still not quite sure who was black flag, but there definitely was a black flag shown to somebody. So we'll see what we can find out to let you know. But as far as we're concerned, or as far as we're aware at the minute, race result of that one stands. So we can move on to the Shebden Plant Hire and Ram Developments sponsored men's class 3s. 3 races in this second heat. Heat winners last time round: Jamie Lee, Solway 170, Lee Almond in North Wales 27, and Trevor Cusack in CK 25. Rich Lee, Pete Robinson and Paul Stevens all had second places. Rupert Lomax, Ryan Power and Callum Allenson all had third places. So there we go. We're hearing, unfortunately, that the black flag went out to Chris McDonald in Evesham 41 in that heat of the Class 1. So he will be excluded from the result in the Evesham 41. Right, race 1, but no reruns. Just make sure, Mickey B, that we get 0, please, on the rerun list. Thank you. So, race 1 of the men's Class 3s. Gary Wickham, Spalding 77. Paul Stevens in Ludlow 69. Jeff Gibbs in Hereford 1. Martin Gould in North Shropshire 343. Keith Kelly in Mallow 247. Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71. And Pete Robinson in North Shropshire 72. That's the lineup for, as I say, race 1. Pete Robinson had a good second place. Looked quick in North Shropshire 72. So none of our heat winners from the first round of qualifying are out in this one, as Martin Gould in NS 343 gets away from the line as the early race leader. Pete Robinson slots into second place. North Shropshire 1-2 as they come past us for the first time. Keith Kelly on the inside in Mallow 247. Steve Woodruff though runs third in White Rose 71. Spalding 77. Gary Wickham having a much better run this time round, racing ahead of Hereford 1. The one with it all to do is Paul Stevens in Ludlow 69. So second place last time, but currently running about 7th at the moment. But Gouldy it is. North Shropshire 343 coming past us as that race leader 72. Keith Kelly in Mallow 247 with Steve Woodruff taking an interesting line, I think it's fair to say, going into that bottom bend and not really doing his chances any good at all. He loses a position out then to Gary Wickham in Spalding 77, but there's no living with Martin Gould at the minute as North Shropshire 343 comes round once again. North Shropshire 72, Mallow 247, Spalding 77, White Rose 71. Paul Stevens in 69 winning the West Midland League battle because he races ahead of Jeff Gibbs in Hereford 1, but nobody races ahead of Martin Gould. North Shropshire 343 powers out to that top end for the final time, takes a good win. Pete Robinson going to be second in 72. Third is going to go to Gary Wickham in 77 from Keith Kelly. Then comes Steve Woodruff in 71, Paul Stevens in 69, and completing all Jeff Gibbs in Hereford 1. Race 2 then, brings out two of their heat winners from last time round. Lee Almond in North Wales 27 and Trevor Cusack in CK 25. They're joined by Phil Holloway in Evesham 34, Rupert Lomax in North Wales 1, Nigel Edwards in Tivy 11, Russ Tinker in York 4, and Rich Lee, who had a very good second place and looked very quick last time round, in Scunthorpe 700. So that's what the computer's thrown out for race 2 of the Class 3s in this second round of qualifying. So without any further ado, we are away and racing. Rich Lee makes a Boston start on the inside in Scunthorpe 700. He is the first one to show into that all-important first bend, and he's going to bring the field past us, I think, just about for the first time. But on the outside, then, no, it is the Rupert Lomax North Wales 1 car that comes past. Then just a little bit of a tangle up there. Phil Holloway in Evesham 34 involved in that, I think, with Trevor Cusack in CK 25. The Cork car finishes up parked head-on to the Armco down there on that bottom bend. North Wales motor is on. Scunthorpe 700, North Wales 27 in that third place slot still. That's Lee Almond races ahead of Russ Tinker in York 4. Nigel Edwards in Tivy 11 and Evesham 34, Phil Holloway. But coming round then, North Wales 1, it is, onto his last lap. Lee Almond in 27 looking to make a move up the inside of Rich Lee in SC 700. Rich then goes for the cutback on that bottom bend in the 700 machine, but North Wales 27 manages to hold on. So the closest race at the minute is for this second place position, because Russ Tinker trying to power move right round the outside, but it's going to be North Wales 1 then that takes the win. Rupert Lomax 27 in second, York 4, Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 704th, Nigel Edwards Tivy 11, and not to be for Phil Holloway that time round in Evesham 34. And certainly not to be, unfortunately, for Trevor Cusack in Cork 25, parked down there on the bottom bend. So heat win in run 1, did not finish in run 2. That's the two extremes. So gonna need a good run in run 3. So looks like somebody might have just caught the fence, I think, down just to our right here in commentary. We're just having a little bit of a check on it. But I think it's looking all right, so yeah. So, yep, get the thumbs up. But well done, JCB there in attendance just in case. So that's the way to keep these big meetings moving. But the fence is okay, and it means race 3 can be let loose. Callum Allinson in Yorkshire Dales 34, Ryan Power in Yorkshire Dales 98, Jamie Lee in Solway 170, Mick Sumners in Radford 169, Simon Farrer in Yorkshire Dales 24, Adam Henley in York 11, and Ollie Fernio in Radford 209. So, hey, map takes on Yorkshire, I think, basically. In this one, Simon Farrer was a non-starter in run 1, but can see him there on the line, so that's good. In Yorkshire Dales 24, Mick Sumners and Ollie Fernio flying the map flag. Didn't enjoy the wet conditions, I think it's fair to say. Ollie Fernio in Radford 209 started right on the outside in run 1. He's now starting right on the inside in run 2. In the 209 machine, Mick Sumner's coming out of lane 5. Jamie Lee was the heat winner last time round in the Solway 170 machine. Ryan Power only picked up a third, but as always, looked very quick in Yorkshire Dales 98. So it's a brave man that would pick one of these. Adam Henley, I think, was a non-starter in York 11 last time round as well. So conditions were not good for run 1. So a few of them deciding discretion is the better part and all that sort of thing. But equally, I think they've seen how this track has come on and how good it is now looking. And so, yeah, they said, well, yeah, we're going to come out for run 2. So the Trevor Cusack CK25 machine just being towed off there. And once again, just having a look. No, I think we could just be taking the JCB off the far corner. And as soon as then we do have track clearance, this will complete my second round of qualifying for the 1s and the 3s. So wind up and we're away then. And it is, who is it? It's the 2 Yorkshire Dales cars, I think it's fair to say. Ryan Power in 98, Simon Farrer in 24 that are the first ones to show. And Simon Farrer it is then on the outside. Ryan Power in the middle, right on the inside, Jamie Lee in Solway 170. Callum Allinson in there as well in Yorkshire Dales at 34. Adam Henley coming through in York 11. This one's looking a lot closer as YD 24, Simon Farrer. The start was just a little bit too good. So unfortunately he's going to be excluded for a jump start. So that leaves Jamie Lee as your race leader in 170. Callum Allinson, York Dales 98, York 11 169. Then Ollie Fernio in Radford 209. And that's very much why Simon Farrer has slowed right down in Yorkshire Dales at 24. So he pulls back off to the pits. Jamie Lee 2 laps away from making it 2 wins out of 2 in Solway 170. Ryan Power in 98, Callum Allinson, Adam Henley, Mick Sumners and Ollie Fernio. That is race order. But down that far side, I think there's nobody going to catch Jamie Lee at the moment. As Solway 170 powers round the top bend for the final time. There's the checkered flag. SL 170 takes a good win. YD 98 in second. Callum Allinson, YD 34. Adam Henley fourth in York 11. Mick Sumners in Radford 169. Ollie Fernio in Radford 209 completes race 3 of heat 2. So that's 6 Class 1 races, 3 Class 3 races, 9 out of 9. Well done, those drivers. We'll let you off earlier on because of the conditions. You got yourselves back on track, and I'm sure going to do equally likewise. Looking to the line are the men's Class 5s because they're going to have a go for their second round of qualifying and getting ready to very much get back on track. I'm sure it's Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Steve. We are off and running. Baxter Pargetter, Nottingham 45, got a nice flying start there. Riley Diaper, Forrester Dean 255 goes with him. Oh, we've got Wes Hathaway has got away because he's now facing down the wrong way. And out of this one, Donovan looks for the cutback up the inside there. A Diaper moves up in that second place. Oh, stop it. They have. Oh. So there you go. Short and sweet. We go red.
You said stop it, and they have. So there we go. No pleasing some people, is there?
Or maybe I should just say, keep it going, keep it going. So, yeah, that's a shame, wasn't it? I haven't heard anything come over the radio yet as to why. Oh, are we under pressure? Oh, look at that. Hold on a minute. We'll go. Right, so let's move it swiftly on to race 2. Brings out Patrick Daly, West Waterford 188, had a win this morning. Typhy 8, JJ, Jonathan Jones also had a win. Patrick's coming out of lane 8, Jonathan's coming out of lane 7. There we go, John Marley, Dan Godfrey, Jordan Powell, Jenny Shepherd and Les Shimon Grice. And Les not out in this one. Dan Godfrey is though, but he's got contact and he's got company as it is that South Somerset 22. Jenny Shepherd then takes the running up. Patrick Daly, West Waterford 188, finds a gap up the inside of Jonathan Jones and JJ's back at him, looking for the cut back up the inside. I think it's going to pay off as well as they bring it round 1 and 2. South Somerset 22, Jenny Shepherd it is then at a third this morning. Can she make it a win on top of that? That'd be a good day's work. Daly, look at him. There's contact with Jonathan Jones. They're having a battle. Hold on a minute. Here comes Dan Godfrey. He's now looking for a gap up the inside. Is he going to wait for the second and third place to fight it out and then pick up the pieces? One more lap to go. Jenny Shepherd then from Patrick Daly. Jonathan Jones Dan Godfrey running in that fourth place there. Then we go down to the Ludd 24 machine. And I'm looking down on me Ludd 24. It's not on my list. He's in the next race. Oh, no, he is in this race. I'm only joking. That's Jordan Powell, but taking a win. Jenny Shepherd, Patrick Daly, Jonathan Jones, Dan Godfrey, Ludd 24, Jordan Powell. So well done there. That is race 2 done and dusted. We move swiftly over onto race 3. No previous heat winners in this one, but we have got Brian Neal, PAC 16, at a second, and then 2/3. One for Danny Lodge in Scunthorpe 212, and one for Dev North in South Somerset 10. Here we go then. We are off and running. And who's got the best of the starts this time there? Is that Lodgy going to come through and pick up some maximum points on this one? It's all close and personal. Brian Neal then from that PAC 11 machine. And that's Ian Thorndike. So Thorndike just finding some space. But here comes Lodgy. Wow, put some move on there. Actually put the after boosters on because he's moved right up into that second place. And looking to see if he can get up close to that Brian Neal machine. Thorndike on the outside, and it's Lodgy. Then the Dev North machine. Then the Breed Neal 66 of Ben Reid. And right at the back, Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway, not having the weekend that he expected. He came into the weekend leading the BAS. And this will be another low scoring round, as it's Brian Neal from Thorndike, from Lodge, from North, from that Reid machine. 5 of them still running as they are. Looking at that, the Reid looking for a cut back up to that South Somerset 10, Dev North, but he's holding off that, holding on to the 4th place. But round the final one they come. It's going to be Brian Neal, come the PAC 16, just from the Thorndike machine, from Danny Lodge. Then it's North, from Reid. And that final place will go to Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway. So well done there. And Brian Neal, that's a good day's work, isn't it? 45 points for a second, 55 for a win, 100 points. Well done. Right on the cusp of getting into the final with a top 3 finish tomorrow. Right, race 4. Kevin Glidden, Mark Euchre, Pete Cheshire, Penny Smith, Colin Hadley, Chris Tudgate, and Ollie Bing Bong Howell in North Shropshire 1, who had the win this morning. Oh! Someone's up on 2 wheels, a bit of a James Bond manoeuvre, but all back on dry land, and it is Howells then from that PhD 20. Mark Euchre then. Euchre going right round the outside. What a move that is. Brilliant stuff. Ollie Howells then into that second place. Colin Hadley in the Severn Valley 247, looking to try and find a way up past Chris Tudgate, who's holding on to the 3rd place. Uka then from Howells, from Hadley, from the Tudgate machine. Then Penny Smith there, I think she's got, is her bonnet flapping up? Or was that my eyes? I don't know, I'm wearing, oh it is as well, look. It's flapping. Maybe that's a new way of waving at the crowd. That might be. Here we go then, PhD 20. Mark Uka from Howells, from Hadley, from Tudgate, from Penny Smith. Then we go down to Glidden, and then Pete Cheshire in Breed Neal 99 at the back of the pack. But all through the last lap, checker flag being prepared, and here he comes. Nice little win there. PhD 20 then. Mark Uka from Ollie Howells, Colin Hadley, Chris Tudgate, Penny Smith in Gloucester and District 112, Spalding 252, Kevin Glidden, and Breed Neal 99. Pete Cheshire. So another one ticked off on the list. Right, this is race 5 of the lorryinsurance.co.uk and Maptech Surveys Limited Class 5s down here at the 4th round of the British Series. And it brings out Mallow 184, Adam Brown had a win this morning. Tom Evans had a second in South Somerset 7. Ian Jones, John Wilde, Carl Burns, and Jaber Smith also had a win. Oh, look at that. 2 previous winners and a second in this one. Jaber Smith coming out of grid 2. Now that has been good to and treated people nice and fairly this morning. Adam Brown, though, coming out of lane 8. Now, the track has pretty much improved all the way round, albeit there does look to be a few spots in the air. Right, look at that. I told you that that inside grid, still working well. Jaber Smith then, Ludlow 8, takes it around your current national champion, 2023, and there he goes. He's showing him the way round. Adam Brown goes with him as well. That's no surprise. Adam had a win this morning, as did Jabers. They're running 1-2. Then we go down to that South Somerset 7. Tom Evans, he had a second. Now he's running in third place. Jaber Smith then from Brown, from Evans, from that Breeden Hill 81. Carl Burns, Ian Jones then running in that 5th place. But hold on a minute. It's going to be a right battle going on for the 1 and 2 position. Let's keep our eyes. We've got just over a lap to go on this one. Jaber Smith from Adam Brown, from Tom Evans. Oh, a little bit of square wheeling from Carl Burns. That means that Ian Jones has made a place up into that 4th. And as they come round that turn 3 and Stargate turn for the final time, up the opening straight, Jaber Smith from Adam Brown, from Tom Evans, as they start to bunch up now, round of turn 1 and into turn 2, checker flag prepared. It's going to be Jaber Smith, Ludlow 8, from Adam Brown, Mallow 184, South Somerset 7, Tom Evans, Cumby 31. That is that Ian Jones machine, and Breeden Hill 81 of Carl Burns. So, there we go, Jaber Smith, 2 W's, a win and a win, 110 points, good stuff. Right, we switch it from Class 5s into Super Saloons. Max Sport and SPD Electrical Contractors are sponsors. Race 1 brings out Archie Bentley, Darren Adams, Bill Bradford, Russ Shepherd, Cameron Mills, Simon Hawthorne, Will Bradford. Oh, it's a family affair in this one. Jodie Faulkner. Bill Bradford had a win. Cameron Mills had a second. Archie Bentley had a second. Oh, interesting. Simon Hawthorne, Radford 176. And we know he's quick. Needs to score some bigger points. No semi-finals in the 7s. It's going to be a straight shootout for the top 8 for the final. So who's your money on? Bill Bradford was flying earlier, wasn't he? Can he keep that consistency going? Cameron Mills had to play second fiddle to Andy Holtby in that 1-2 battle. Both of them are vying for big points this weekend. And Cameron, what can you do? Can you add some more onto it? And it is Cameron who's looking to find that tighter line coming up there as well. But round we go then, turn 2. And it's Bill Bradford from Cameron Mills, Archie Bentley from Adams, from that South Somerset 2 machine. As Russ Shepherd trying to find a bit of grip there. I'll tell you who has found it. Archie Bentley. What a move that is. Brilliant stuff there as they come round again, 1 and 2. Cameron Mills then taking up the running. Archie Bentley from Bill Bradford. Then Adams, then Shepherd, then Faulkner. And then there is the Will Bradford machine, with 2 Bradfords running in this one. But Cameron Mills looking to put a win under his belt as he comes round turn 2 for the penultimate time. 1 more lap to go. Cumby 9 it is then. From Border County 7, Archie Bentley. Oh, Bill Bradford found a bit of a bump there, but still holds on to that third place. Border Counties 26. Darren Adams putting some pressure on him as they come up that opening straight again for the final time. But it's going to be Cameron Mills. Adds the win to his second. 100 points for him for the day's work. Archie Bentley a good second in Border County 7. Border County 15, Bill Bradford. Darren Adams, Border County 26. Then we go Russ Shepherd, South Somerset 22. And Will Bradford makes a place up on Jodie Faulkner in that 7 Valley 6. Right. Race 2 then, Senna Proctor, Scarborough 23 had a second, Cumdy 5, Matt Lloyd, Mike Barrett had a win, York 2, Ocadenoo, Central Scotland 21, Colin Reid, Ali Ashmore had a third in Spalding 514, was leading that one for a while as well, Lewis Woodruff, White Rose 72, and Phil Barleyman, Pennine 23. So there they are. That's how they line up. Proctor out of lane 8, Lloyd out 7, Barrett 6, Reed 5, Ashmore lane 4, Woodruff lane 2, Barleyman lane 1. So is lane 2 going to work for Lewis Woodruff? Is he going to get that grip? Is he going to get a slingshot? I say, a young lad coming out in these Super Saloons, learning his trade in it. And as I said when he came out last year, he's taken it like a duck to water. as you've just seen there with Archie Bentley. Right, we're looking for track clearance. We point to the sky with a flag. Bungee lifts. Let's go racing then with the Super Saloons. And it is Ali Ashmore again. A bit of deja vu as Barliman's looking to go with a... Oh, Proctor. You spin me right round, baby, right round. And there's obviously contact there. Back wheel laying flat. And round and round and round he went. So... couple of donuts there. Ooh, talking about food. Donuts, yeah, we like. You like jam donuts? What about those ones filled with custard? Low calorie ones, obviously. Right, so race 2 of the men's Super Saloons didn't go to plan, and it goes red. So we had one red flag in the Class 5s out of 5 races. We've got 4 grids of Super Saloons down here this weekend. 1 complete, 1 red flagged. So we're going to move it into race 3. Right, who's in here, Mickey? Right, Paul Johnson, Yorkshire Dales 22, and Jake Lee, Scunthorpe 12. Both had thirds this morning. They're coming out of lane 3. That's Jake Lee. Lane 4 is Paul Johnson. Jake Roberts, PhD 72, lane 5. Spalding 82, Kerry Pope, lane 7. Pennine 8, Andy Graney, that is lane 8. Sid Lomax, North Wales 199, lane 2. And Brendan Ellison in York 219. So there's your runners and riders for this Max Sport competition tyres and SBD electrical contractors. So SBD sponsoring the 7s this weekend. Max Sport competition tyres are serious sponsor, and have been serious sponsors for the Class 7s for a lot of years. And thank you to all of our sponsors. Don't forget, all around we've got our trade stands on that far side. We've got the catering units going on. The Bowser's going and put some water down. Oh, happy days. I know why he's doing that. He's just putting a bit of water where there's a bit on the track that's there's a little bit of a the track's starting to eat away a little bit. It's probably because the amount of, as they come down that little bit of an incline out of turn 2, there's plenty of pressure put on the track there, and it's just starting to break a little bit. Nothing too much to get concerned about, but obviously the local boys know what they're doing. Going to put a bit of water on that, so as the cars come round there, just slide over it rather than dig into it. That's the tactics anyway. So earlier today, before we started racing, the old graffiti artist had been down on that bottom barrier, and it was the Nicola Jesse corner. Well, that was sprayed in red spray paint. It's now gone because it's covered in mud. But yeah, those that were here a few years ago, 3 years I think we reckon it is, Nicola Jesse went over the double Armco at the bottom and in the ditch, upside down, washing her hair. It was a bit of wash and go. That was it. And she was saying that was her first time that she'd been over. I mean, she's knocking on now, isn't she? Oh, dear me, yeah. I'm sure I spotted a couple of grey hairs last night as well, yeah. But maybe it's highlights. You know, that's what I'm into these days. I'm looking at Graham next to me, who's just he's into low lights. It's that low grey lights. I mean, yeah, it's. I'm kind of like hopefully blessed by the fact that my old man, 82. I told you I'd gone down to see him down at Bexhill. And while I've got time, I did. You know what? I got so far with Steve on my story. So like my old man, 82, went from Cambridge, drove down there. Like phoned him up, said, "Where are you, Daddy? I'm in the kitchen on my laptop, surfing the net. No one else was in the house." So I went round, knocked on the door. I rung the bell 3 times, didn't hear it. Knocked on the door twice, didn't hear me. So we're still nattering away. And I gave it big licks on the door. And he went, "Oh, I think there's someone at the door." So he walked up and opened the door, and there I was. I went, "All right, Dad." Considering that I live in York, he lives down on the south coast. Yeah, don't get to see him as often as if he was round the corner, but no, it was good. A good surprise for him, and we spent a good day together. and then from there went up to Rickmansworth and parts of my mate's drive. Yeah, for the week. It's a lot cheaper than getting a hotel room. You know, tights. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, sandstorm, all of that. If you. Gareth's been out taking pictures. Any decent ones, Gareth, that you can talk about? Eh?
One in every 100 is decent.
1 in every 100, is that? Are you like? Do you want me to call you a pap? Is that how you like to be? You know, paparazzi? Is that?
Oh no, pap.
Eh? Is that where you keep your finger on the trigger and it goes?
Just because paps talk a lot of rubbish doesn't mean that you can class me as one, right?
Eh? Now, but I've heard you can sell pictures for quite a lot of money. You know, if you get the right picture.
The decent ones are.
Oh, the decent ones are right. Okay. You need an agent. Right, here we go then. We are off and racing again with the men's at Super Saloons. And who's going to come round? Oh, it's got a little bit messy there. I can see that Jake Lee is trying to fight his way through, but it's Andy Graney from that North Wales 199. That's Sid Lomax. Well, go on, Sid. You get in there. Then we go to our youngest national champion in Class 7s. That was Jake Roberts. A few years ago now. He's starting to clock the years up under the belt as well. But here they go, down the hill a little bit. Woohoo! Andy Grady, Sid Lomax, Roberts, Johnson, Lee, then Pope, and then Ellison. That is how they're running there. Up the opening straight again. Up a little bit of the hill. And then Andy Graney just starts slowing it down there in that Pennine 8 car, shaping up, just avoid that water. It's been a little bit slippery. Sid Lomax still running second, Jake Roberts, Paul Johnson, then Kerry Pope, then the Lee machine, then Ellison. Those three are having their own little battle at the back, but eyes back front as we come up this time, all through the last lap flag. They're coming round now and taking the checkered. And it's going to be Andy Graney, Pennine 8 takes it from Sid Lomax, Paul Johnson, Jake Roberts, Kerry Pope, Jake Lee and Brandon Ellison. So well done there to the guys. Oh, what, we going for another lap of honour? He said, that's how what. I enjoyed that much. I'm going to come round again. Do you know, he's probably heard that you're out there with your camera. He's looking for like a winner's shot. Hey, we'll have to tell him to clean his door numbers first before we do like that kind of stuff. Do you do any of that, like personal bookings? You know, for no. I've seen that. Some people are kind of going, do you want to have like a suite of pictures with your car? You know, like sprawled over the bonnet and stuff like that. Right, we're going to go race 4 then. Bringing out Damien Harris, Dan Johnson, Matt Richard, Chaz Edley, Sam Gould, Colin Atkinson and Andy Holtby. And right on cue, oh, hold a minute, Holtby's had push on. And that means he's gone from hero to 0. And we're going red. Red flags, guys. Slow it down. I don't know, actually. But, you know, sometimes you do get luck. You know, you come up that opening straight, Andy Holtby had a bit of push on there, went from first to about 5th. And then the red flags come out, so that's it. I never got that good fortune. I've never had that much luck. Right.
Is that tea in your mug or is that your tears?
That's my tears. Right, it's now men's Class 9s, and it's over to the voice of an angel, Gareth Jones.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mickey. 3 more races coming your way. And, well, time-wise, we've gone through men's 1, 3, 5 and 7 pretty quick in the last hour, so let's keep the momentum up and get as much racing as we can get done tonight, because it doesn't look very good tomorrow. But less said about that, the better for now. But Class 9 then, we had Phil Cooper, Sam Pinchers, Kieran Cobb taking a win each in this morning's first round of qualifying. And coming out to play in this one is Kieran Cobb, and he's there lifting the front wheels, Carlo number 9, and just getting a little bit sideways on the entry to turn 1. So that's the Jack Julian machine. But through the middle of the pack, I think that's Mark Barker in Eastern 26. But Pinchers all the way around the outside. It's Radford 35 then that takes up the run-in, with Dave Palmer with it all to do at the tail end of the field in North Wales 31. So we get red flags again on your first race of your men's Class 9s. So looks like the start line beginning to become a little bit problematic now, because I reckon the last 2 races have been stopped possibly for start line infringements, and probably a few more decisions being called for from the camera room. But Mickey, I didn't realise you were a right-hander, and I didn't realise that you could write. Well done, Mickey. And he's swiftly making some notes. Oh, that's a Class 7. So we reckon that the marshal's still deliberating on the rerun of Class 7. Now we'll wait for confirmation on that one, but it sounds as though we are getting information of 2 black flags from the last 2 races. So we're going to go with a rerun of race 1 in Class 9, excluding some pinches, and I think that is for dangerous driving off the start. And it's the same for the rerun of race 4 of Class 7, which will go excluding Scunthorpe 61, Andy Holtby. So that is the outcome of the 2 last stoppages of the Class 7 and the Class 9. Race 2 of the 9s are down there on the line. This one brings out Michael Bailey in TA31 from grid 8, Phil Cooper in ARC5 from grid 7. Grid 6 is occupied by Andy Hornshaw in York 78, Adam Robinson, North Shropshire 71, starts in lane 5. Steve Young starts in lane 3. Wayne Llewellyn, PhD 9, starts in lane 2. And coming from lane number 1, then Stu Taylor in IK 121. We're away, we're racing, and it is Wayne Llewellyn that immediately makes the break. And Phil Cooper is going to have to go right around the outside of him, and he's managed to do so. So it's ARC5 then that lifts the front wheels as they get back onto the finish line straight. Number 5 racing ahead of number 9, and York 78 then makes up your top 3. So it's Andy Hornshaw currently sat there in that 3rd position. Stu Taylor, a turn of speed for the IK 121 driver, racing ahead of Adam Robinson in North Shropshire 71. With Steve Young at the tail end of the field in York 49, just racing behind Michael Bailey in TA31, but the push on for Wayne Llewellyn, and Hornshaw's back up on the inside in York number 78, so he now leads the chase on the early race leader Phil Cooper, second in the standings. Before this weekend he'll be looking to close the gap on Lee Seagreaves in ARC3, but it's number 5 onto his last lap from Hornshaw in the York machine, still holding on to that second spot. Once again Wayne Llewellyn pushing on in PhD number 9, Taylor on the cutback in IK 121. He's through now into that 3rd spot. Can he hold on to it? Yes he can, or can he? Because it's going to be close to 3rd, but it's Coops that takes the win in ARC5 from Hornshaw. 121 takes 3rd from Wayne Llewellyn in PhD 9. Adam Robinson 5th in North Shropshire 71 from Michael Bailey Tonto in TA31, and Steve Young in York 49. So race 2 then done and dusted. They will make their way back into the pits. We've got race 3 down there on the line, and Senna Proctor's Class 7 also needs to be taken back into the pits. Is Senna going to be allowed back in the rerun, or is he excluded? Do you know?
I'll find out.
Oh, the secretary's going to find out now. So yeah, Senna Proctor in the Scarborough 23 machine, not having the best of luck this weekend so far, it needs to be said, but I'm sure that the main mechanics will put that car straight and will be back up in top form for race 3 if he's not permitted in the rerun. Race 3 then of your Class 9. Let's get back into the important stuff. Class 9's down there on the line. This one's meant to bring out Jesse Jones in Swansea 8. He didn't start in the first run of the Class 9, so I can't quite see just behind Aramco, but he is there. That's the cleanest car of the lot in lane 1. Jesse Jones, Swansea number 8. He starts to a man that's flying the flag for the home league, Gavin Pittman, South Somerset 81 in lane 2. Starts next to Thomas Lloyd in TA42. Johnny Barber, Athelston 23, starts in lane number 4. Next to Lee Seagreaves, your current series leader, after 3 rounds in ARC3. Russ Adderman starts in lane 6. Didn't have the best of runs in race 1, but will be making up for it this time, I'm sure, in York number 6. And then out towards the outside, Aaron Richardson in his first BAST round. He raced for the first time, I think, in Class 9 last weekend at North Wales, and he's down there, and he'll be starting this one all the way out in lane 8. As the bungee lifts, then Thomas Lloyd gets a little bit sideways and loses a little bit of ground, but it's the Pittman machine that's going to lead into turn 1. Barber goes with him in Athelston 23, just flicks the tyres just getting a little bit airborne there for a slight second. But it is 24 that takes up the running, and as they go through, no, it's 23 actually, that goes through the start gate turn. ARC3 though, doesn't take much to make up for a mistake, does he? And it's Lee Seagreaves that takes up the running. Who's going to pick up that black? It went out, I think, to Pittman in South Somerset 81. And Thomas Lloyd just facing the pits there in TA42 in the middle of the track. But it is the number 3 machine that leads through the start gate turn as Pittman, I think, picks up a black flag in South Somerset 81. Johnny pulls to the outside in Athelston 23. Aaron Richardson up to 4th now in Pennine number 5. And Jesse Jones in Swansea number 8. Back there in that 6th spot. But it looks like it's Barber that's picked up the black flag in Athelston 23 as he just cruises around the top part of the circuit. But it is Seagreaves in ARC number 3 then that exits the top part of the circuit for the final time. Another 55 points to add to his tally in ARC 3. Russ Adamant takes 2nd in York number 6. 3rd place will go to Arlington Pennine number 5 from Jesse Jones in Swansea number 8. And that then rounds out race 3 of your men's class 9. So Thomas Lloyd, I was pulling Thomas's leg a little bit earlier on because Dad Geraint showed me an interesting photo last night of Thomas trying to load the car by himself, and unfortunately that didn't go to plan, and neither did Thomas's race there in the 2nd round of qualifying. And already Thomas has said he's not going to bother racing tomorrow if the forecast is right. So looks like the weekend is going to be cut in very short for the driver of TA42, and he's just getting recovered there in the middle of the track. And just to let Geraint know, when I told Thomas that I'd seen the photo, his face did drop like a lead balloon. So yeah, so
what was he wearing trying to load the car up? Because like, if his face dropped like that...
let's just say the 4 wheels weren't on the bed that he was in.
Oh.
So yeah, there's enough said there.
The sat-nav went wrong, yeah?
The sat-nav went a little bit wrong, yeah, but we won't say any more until Thomas is out the car and he can actually hear us then. So yeah, we've got Class 5 machines down there on the line. So straight back over to Mickey to take you through that rerun.
Yeah, thanks very much, Voice of an Angel, lorryinsurance.co.uk, series sponsors, MapTech Surveys Limited, weekend sponsors. This is the only rerun in the men's Class 5 in Heat 2, and it was race 1. And looking up the line, there is a couple of gaps there, but I can see Baxter Pargetter there. I can see Jeff Bateman. Alongside him is Riley Diaper. Steve Donovan is there. Lee Cox is missing. And then Wes Hathaway is out there on his own, like Billy No Mates on that far side. But the good thing is he's got a bit of space to move about with, hasn't he? Hey, won't get done for crossover or anything like that. Oh, it's not crossover anymore. Is it classed as dangerous driving? As I think it's one of those, you know, like that whole adrenaline on the line and the bungee lifts and off you go. Yeah, sometimes it can be just the track, isn't it? You get one side that gets traction, the other side not so much, can just turn you a little bit. It's nothing deliberate, it's just sometimes a bit unfortunate. Maybe a few times it's someone like going for a bit of like argy-bargy. Yeah, that's it, yeah. Yeah, no, that's what I've got to do. I've got to mention as many Indian dishes as I can. So we're chicken tikkaed off and we are running. Nottingham 45 then. Baxter Pargetter is taking them round that first corner. Hey, and he's poppadomed down the hill. No, Riley Diaper. Then it's Bateman, the Breeden Hill number 4. Wes Hathaway. That's got a bit. Oh, hold on a minute. Donovan, surprisingly, right down the bottom of the pack. Now there's he got a problem on board. We'll see. It seems to be picking up some pace. Maybe just a bit slow line. So Baxter Pargetter from that Riley Diaper from Jeff the Snake Bateman round that turn 3 into Breeden Hill 4. Wes Hathaway as Ian Lloyd there, North Wales 50, and Donovan are out of this one in the big points anyway. But Baxter Pargetter had a second this morning. If he adds the win, 100 points, another good day down here for him. And he's been quicking out in that car this season. And off he goes again. up down that opening straight, pulling the lugs back, slowing it down a little bit, and he'll lead them round now to checker flag and to the 55 points. Backs the park at Nottingham 45. Riley Diaper, Forest Dean 255. Stowden District 45. Jeff Bateman in third. Fourth goes to Wes Hathaway in the Breeden Hill 4. Donovan's managed to get a place back up in IK 72 from the North Wales 50. Ian Lloyd. So that's your Class 5s done and dusted for today. Remember, drivers, make sure you sign on tonight. No signing on in the morning. Right, up on the line, we are going back round to Mama's Little Darlings. It's over to the voice of an angel, Gareth Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mickey. Yeah, Class 5's boon and gone. Chicken booner. We're going racing now with the first race of the Junior Saloons, and it's Lexi Hardy in South Somerset, number 1. Super quick start for the Southern League driver there, who's going to lead into turn 1. Going with her, Lexi Owen in North Wales, number 97. And it's Lexi that's just got the front end out in front as they come towards us then for the first time, going with a Charlie De Croo in PAC 181. So even though she's racing for the North Wales Club, it's 2 South Wales cars after 4, well, 2 South Wales members after 4, as Lexi Owen just makes her way up that start line straight for the second time. Then it's one of the Cambridge machines. That's Casey Jones in Cambridge 33. That currently rounds out your third place. And Lexi Hardy in South Somerset, number 1 then. Back there in fourth, but it is Lexi Owen, North Wales number 97, that continues to lead in this one from the PAC 181 machine of Charlie De Croo, Cambridge 33, Casey Jones, Lexi Hardy in South Somerset number 1. Kai Rees then is there in that 5th position in PAC number 55, and he races ahead of Isabella Hitchcock in PhD 5. And the Charlie Jones machine, Hereford, number 10. But already, as we managed to name check the full grid, then Lexi Owen in North Wales 97 starts her last lap on this Bailey Raceway. And she's going to move in on the tail enders as they go into the top part of the circuit for the final time. And, well, Lexi doesn't need to apply any pressure because she is going to take a fine win in North Wales 97. Second place going to go to Charlie De Croo in PAC 181. Third place then the Casey Jones machine, Cambridge number 33. Fourth place will go on the track to Lexi Hardy in South Somerset number 1, even though Isabella Hitchcock in PhD 5 has been checkered across the line. So fourth place goes to Lexi Hardy in South Somerset number 1. And then Kai Rees, Charlie Jones will follow through for the minor positions in race 1 of the second round of qualifying of your Junior Saloons. Shropshire Designs, your corporate sponsors within the British Autograss series, and a big thank you to all the sponsors that have supported this weekend. So your runners and riders from race 1 then make their way back into the pits. Race 2 down there on the line brings out the Tri-Hope machine. Scunthorpe 161 starts in lane 6. Lane 7 is Bo Chamberlain, Forest number 22. Warren Dommett, Wessex 27, starts in lane number 8, starting then towards the inside. And in lane 5, Bo Bennett in Breeden Hill number 33, but it doesn't look like Bo is going to start this one. Thomas Davis Williams is certainly there though in TA 29. He starts in lane number 3 next to Grace Booth in Pennow 65 and Lily Chapman in Forest number 10. So fair representation in this one from the Penhow and Forest clubs, and it is Lily Chapman, Forest number 10 then. That's going to lead into turn 1, but going with it and making it stick on the top part of the circuit is the Bo Chamberlain machine, 22F. Then leads down past us for the first time. Then Trey Hope, he goes with him in the Scunthorpe number 161 machine, sponsored by M&M's. And Lily Chapman, that's not an Indian dish by the way. Lily Chapman still there in that third position in Forest number 10 from Stephen Davis Williams in TA 29, who rounds out your top 4. A little bit of contact on the race leader, and it could all change because it looks like Troy Hope goes just with his nose in front in 161. Down into the start gate turn with a couple of laps to go, but they're all bunching up now behind them, and Stefan Davis Williams looking for a gap on the inside of the Bo Chamberlain machine as well, but just about 22F holding on at the moment. Lily Chapman up there in that 4th spot as well, racing ahead of Wessex 27, Warren Dommett back there in that 5th spot. But it is already last lap flag time, and we've lost the Penhow machine of Grace Booth just to our left here. But the rest of the field make it on safely to their last lap. Battle on for second, and it looks like the Tivy man is going to come out on top of that one. But it is Troy Hopey who leads into the top part of the circuit for the final time, and he is going to take another set of maximum points. Gunfield 161 then takes the win. Second place goes to Stefan in TA29 from Bo Chamberlain in Forest 22. Lily Chapman 4th in Forest number 10. And then the Warren Dommett machine, Wessex number 27, rounds out race number 2. So race 3 is down there on the line. This one brings out a heavy South Wales League representation. So it brings out Will Evans in Tivy 7, Rhys Davis in Tivy 9, Jack Owens in Tivy 5, Travis McKilly in PAC number 9. Also brings out Grace Williams in Cambridge 142, Tom Creed in Breeden Hill number 40, who took a win in the first round of qualifying, and Rory Jones, who took a 4th in the first round of qualifying. So interesting to see what's going to happen here, because like I say, Tom Creed, Will Evans, both picking up a win in the first round of qualifying. Then Travis McKilly, Rhys Davis and Jack Owens all picking up second places in their first round of qualifying. So the points really will be mixed up at the end of this second round of qualifying, picking up 36 points and a 3rd place in their first round of qualifying. Well, Stefan's just beaten that. He's taken a 3rd in round 1, a 2nd in round 2. Pip Melly, we yet to see. He comes out to play in race number 4. Lily Chapman, she had a 3rd in her first round of qualifying. She's followed that up with a 4th. And Lewis Middleton in White Rose 21. He's also coming out to play in race 4 as well. So yeah, plenty of swapping and changing will be taking place in the positions at the end of this second round of qualifying. And I tell you, it's going to be an interesting final when the top 8 all go head to head tomorrow afternoon. But the bungee lifts then, and away we go. It's a very, very even break. From this vantage point at the very least, but just got a nose in front is Grace Williams. Once again, the East Anglian League machine, Cambridge 142, leads into turn 1, going with Will Evans in TA number 7. Travis McKilly gets it all wrong, and already we got red flags on race number 3 of your junior saloons. They just don't want me to go back out taking photos, do they? So black flag, that was up for Rhys Davis, I think, in TA number 9. But that could be wrong as well. Yeah, TA9, Rhys Davis picks up a black flag then. So we'll play no further part in the rerun in this second round of qualifying. But race 4 brings out Hannah Lewis in Athelston 2-2. Certainly one of the quickest out the gate, but not sure whether that was a good thing or a bad thing, because she picked up a black flag. And I'm not sure whether that was for jump start or not. But it's Hannah Lewis down there in lane number 8. Starting next to Hannah will be Lewis Middleton in White Rose 21. He starts in lane number 7. Lane 6 occupied by Pip Melly in Swansea number 2. Zach Southgate in South Somerset number 50 starts in lane 5. Grids 3 and 4 unoccupied. Lanes 2 and 1 filled by Will Hadley in Severn Valley 107 and Jacob Morris in Penhow 67. So 6 cars down there on the line as expected, but not for long, because we are away and racing, and it's that little mini once again, one of the quickest out of the gate. And it is the Lewis Middleton machine, White Rose 21, but he's looking for a dry line, and I think he's going to find it pretty hard. A little bit of contact further downfield, but they sort themselves out, but it's 21 that leads. Swansea number 2 then is Pip Melly. He slots into that second spot, leading the chase on the early race leader as they go through the Stargate turn for the first time. Hannah Lewis in Athelston 2-2 is there in 3rd, and she races ahead of Will Hadley in Severn Valley 107. Back there in 5th, flying the flag for the South Somerset Club and the home league, is Zach Southgate in South Somerset number 50 with Jacob Morris in Penhouse 67 at the tail end of the field. But we're hearing bad news for the driver of South Somerset number 50. That is Zach Southgate. He is going to pick up a green flag in the result. So wherever he finishes, he will be demoted 2 positions in the points. But that matters not to your race leader, who continues to storm this one as he comes down the hill to see that yellow flag with the black cross. Lewis Middleton then starts his last lap on this Bearley Raceway. From Pip Melly in Swansea 2. Hannah Lewis in a strong 3rd position in Athelston 2-2, but under some pressure now through the Stargate turn from Will Hadley in Severn Valley 107. Zach Southgate then in South Somerset, number 50, crossing the line back there in that 5th spot. But taking the checkers and taking 55 points from round 2, it is Lewis Middleton in White Rose 21. Pennow 67 checkered, but a lap down, so Pip Nelly takes 2nd in Swansea, number 2, from Hannah Lewis in Athelston 212. Will Hadley 4th in Severn Valley 107. 5th place on track will go to Zach Southgate, but will be demoted to 7th in the result. And Pennow 67 then of Jacob Morris will be given 21 points and 5th place. So race 4 of your junior saloons done and dusted. Like we said a little bit earlier, the corporate sponsor for the juniors are Shropshire Design, and it's Silver Lake Garage. That's your sponsors of the junior saloons here locally for round number 4. And looking over there on the line, we've got race 5. And coming out to play in this one, Finn Robbins in Swansea 46, Josh Pittman in South Somerset number 15, Finn Rowe in Forest 408, Rhys Tipton in Ludlow number 1, Liam Regan in TA 123, and Molly Bubb in Evesham 146. So red flags begin to be replaced with yellow ones. We just await the yellow flags to be shown on Marshall Post number 2 and the bungee to break. So we're under starters orders, bungee lifts, and away we go. Just the 4 cars this time leave the line. And first to show is your current junior national champion, Rhys Tipton in Ludlow number 1. He's the one then that slides into turn 1. Going with him, Molly Bubb in Evesham 146. She now leads the chase down the hill and past us then from the 3rd place machine, Finn Robbins in Swansea 46. And it's Josh Pittman in South Somerset number 15 that currently rounds it all out in this junior saloon heat. But it's Mr. Tipton at the head of affairs. Ludlow number 1 then, pulling a little bit of daylight between himself and Molly Bubb as they go across the top part of the circuit. So Ludlow number 1 continues to lead from Evesham 146. Finn Robbins still there in that 3rd spot in Swansea 46, and then it's the South Somerset machine of Joshua Pittman, South Somerset 15, still there in that 4th spot, but rounds it all out in this lineup of junior saloons. But it is last lap flag time this time round, and exiting the top turn is Rhys Tipton. Ludlow number 1 then starts his final circuit ahead of Molly Bubb in Evesham 146, ahead of Finn Robbins in Swansea 46, and Josh Pittman in South Somerset number 15. All 4 cars onto their last lap, but making his way up that far straight and into the top turn for the final time, it is Rhys Tipton in Ludlow number 1 who's going to add another set of maximum points to his name. So a 2nd and a win at the end of day 1. 100 points will do the Ludlow number 1 machine no harm at all. Molly Bubb takes 2nd in Evesham 146, Finn Robbins in South Somerset 46, and rounding it all out then, excluding the reruns for this 2nd round of qualifying of the junior saloons, is Josh Pittman in South Somerset number 15. So we have Super Saloons up there on the line, the one with Damien Harris, I think, in Radford number 140. So I think that's probably race 2, is it? No, it's not. It's race 4. So to hand you straight over to that one and to take you through it is back over to Mr. Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Gareth. And this is the one that's excluding Andy Holtby, but it brings out Damien Harris, Radford 140, had a win this morning. Dan Johnson and Chaz Edley next on the highest point scorers. And we're going to see how this plays out there. And a flying start there out of the inside line. And Colin Atkinson, Central Scotland 30. And as I say that, he's been swallowed up. I think Matt Richards went for it, but it's Dan Johnson from Richards, from Harris, from Edley, then Gouldy, and Atkinson, who went from first to last in the blink of an eye. As it looks like there's a bit of rain coming down now, so this is going to start to make this track get a little bit challenging, I'm sure. But look at him fly. Scunthorpe 383. Dan Johnson from Matt Richards. Damien Harris, Radford 140. He's looking for a gap. He's found it as well. Oh, Chaz Edley also looked for a tight cut back up there as well. He's now looking on the tailpipe of Damien Harris in that second and third place battle. But coming out to pick some of that looser stuff is Dan Johnson with 1 lap to go. Leads it from Chaz Headley. Damien Harris, Gouldy there in North Shropshire 34. And then Colin Atkinson in Central Scotland 30. Oh, hold a minute. Damien Harris, he tried to get it round the corner, started to lose the grip, and that's dropped him down to 4th place. But coming over to take the checker flag, Dan Johnson, Scunthorpe 383, maximum points, well done. Second is Chaz Headley, Scunthorpe 69. Third, North Shropshire 34, Gouldy. From the Damien Harris, Fradford 140, and then Colin Atkinson in that Central Scotland 30. So that rerun completed. We are going back over to Open Wheel Specials, and it's Class 9s.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mickey. Yeah, we're going to go straight back to the rerun of race 1 of the second round of qualifying of men's Class 9. This rerun goes without some pinches in Radford 35 for dangerous driving off the start. So that leaves us with Graham Davis in PAC 14. He starts in lane 1. Mark Barker's there, starting in lane 2 in Evesham 26. Then grids 3 and 4 unoccupied. But coming from lane 5, Barry Ashmore in Spalding 154. Jack Julian, Carlo number 9, starts in lane 6. Dave Palmer, North Wales 31, certainly there. The Dayglow Yellow Machine starting in lane number 7 in North Wales 31. And Jimmy Smith in Ludlow 80, starting towards the outside in Ludlow number 80. So there, your runners and riders for this one. Yellow flags on this near side straight. Yellow flag from Master Post number 1, Bungee Lift. Carlo number 9, Jack Julian, quick out of the gate. But once again, it's Barker that's going to lead into turn 1. Ashmore goes with him in the Spalding Machine, but he's on the cutback. Oh, we got one over and over and over, and that's Jack Julian in the Carlo number 9 machine. And that unfortunately brings out another red flag on race number 1 of your men's Class 9s. So there's 2 ticks there now, because that's the rerun of a rerun, okay? So yeah, that's 20p this race is going to cost me. Before we move on to... Oh, hang on. Mark Hoppy's coming in with an urgent announcement.
Now my ears were getting cold, so I just put it on. I thought you might want some discussion, Gareth, while this all parked up there.
Yeah, that's a very good idea. I'm glad to see that someone's got my back.
Yeah, I've got your back. So what are we going to talk about this time?
Can we think of any more Indian dishes so that Mike Barker can add to his tally?
No, when I go to bed tonight, I'm going to sleep on my pillow. Rice.
You say pillow up north here, you say pilau down here.
Eh? Well, I just made it sound like a pillow, mate.
Gareth, they'd have it with gravy as well.
Eh?
So.
Well, no, but then, you know, we have this debate about how do you say bath?
Bath. There's no R in that.
There is.
There's no R in that.
And grass.
There's an R in
Grass.
that.
Yeah,
Grass.
that's it, yeah. But then up in the north, my children say grass.
Yeah.
And I'm like saying, no, that's wrong. You know, Queen's English, you know.
But how do you say orange?
Orange.
How do you say that letter?
O.
So how do you say that name?
Am I walking into something here?
So how do you say that name?
Lowry.
No, it's not. That's not changed.
Lowry.
That's still an O.
Lowry.
So it's Lowry.
Lowy.
Lowry.
This Welsh language again that you're trying to teach me.
Dear. It's just not going to work. It's just not going to work.
Hey? Madras. Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
I might go home and see me mum.
So what's that now? 4.
What?
Have you done 4 now, or is it more than 4?
What? More than 4 what?
Meals.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll tell you, he's a rogue in that one.
And my middle name's Josh.
Oh, dear. Yeah, it's getting worse. It's getting to the end of the day.
Yeah.
But anyway, if you did want an Indian tonight, the Rajpoo in Sherborne, excellent. I wish they were listening.
The what?
The Rajpoo.
It doesn't sound right, that, does it?
Yeah,
eh?
well, you know, maybe that's my pronunciation.
Yeah.
Rajpoot. There was a T on
Oh, there's a T.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's a T. I thought it was like just double O.
No.
Rajput.
The Rajput.
And that's good, is it? Recommended?
Very good, very good. Yeah, bit too far, Sherborne, really. So you want to be into Yeovil. Some nice ones in Yeovil.
Is there a-
Memsats in Yeovil.
Do you get local taxis, Ubers round here or anything like that? Or
Ubers? No. There are taxis. We have
Is there?
taxis, yeah.
All right.
And there is no red flag in front of them. But, yeah.
Because I'm not sure I'm going to get my motorhome out to go drive down into there to go to the Indian tonight.
No, I don't think you will. You might not get that out
If I get my
tomorrow,
camper out, I'm going home.
let's be positive.
Yeah.
Can't get much worse.
Sorry, you know me.
No, it'll be fine. Have I ever told you I'm a quarter Welsh?
Are you a quarter Welsh, yeah?
Yeah. No, it's no joke. Mickey's looking like there's a
I'm going to
punchline
say,
to
how
that.
does that work? Right.
My gran was Welsh. She lived in Aberfan.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So,
Yeah. What is the best thing she did leave?
No, probably not. Probably not. My sister ended up with a Welsh name, so my sister's called Menna. So, thankfully, I'm not called Gwyndaf or anything. So,
but at least you can say Gwyndaf.
Well, I can say Gwyndaf. Yeah. I can speak Welsh. We got some Welsh trialers, and I send them messages in Welsh. Usually quite rude, and usually
like
Google.
hello and okay.
No, I'm quite rude. I can do a whole sentence in Google Translate can. So they love it. They love it when and then they start talking in Welsh, and I just join in and make some letters up and join them together, and they actually answer because they think it is a word. I think so. I'm not sure if Welsh people can speak Welsh either. Really,
You know, at the school, do you talk? Is it Welsh speaking? Yeah. So
it's a Welsh.
So that's the primary language, and then
It's a Welsh school.
English.
Yeah.
It's just like
It's an add-on.
It's an add-on.
But then, to be fair, the main language that the children talk is English. Which is a very hard job and difficult to get them to speak Welsh. But then I bet, like when we were at the Penhow UK a couple of weeks ago, obviously it was the summer holidays, and Darren Hockley was there with his kids, and I work with his kids, and it was very, very difficult to speak English to them because I'm always used to speaking Welsh to them in school.
Right.
So it was very, very difficult.
in Welsh is more rare in South Wales and North Wales. It is the primary language, isn't it, for a lot of them?
Obviously, there are loads of different dialects in Welsh, so it's a very difficult language to learn.
Yeah.
But it's all I know.
So were you brought up speaking Welsh and you were taught to speak English, or was English always part of your... I'm interested because like I'm a typical, selfish, I only know... Well,
you're not selfish,
no, you know, I suppose I am a little bit bilingual and a little bit of la cuenta por favor, you know, that's, you know, so I can talk a bit of... do a bit of language speak. Yeah. But generally, we're selfish. We just speak English. You know. And I'm intrigued at how people can retain that knowledge to flick. So if you wanted to start talking to me, well, you could do it like that, couldn't you?
Yeah,
and then switch back.
Even when I speak English, I think in Welsh.
That was what I was going to ask you that. I was going to ask what language do you think.
Even though I can waffle and talk a lot of rubbish, I'm very, very unconfident. If it came to an interview situation, I would much prefer to do an interview in Welsh rather than in English. Yeah.
So I'm now making you feel uncomfortable. This is like a semi-interview, isn't it?
You haven't told me how much I owe you yet. You haven't told me how much I owe you yet, so it'll get even worse then.
I don't want to put you off. All I'm going to say to you, do some overtime at the school. It's starting to ramp up.
It looks like it's all clear there, so...
yeah, it's not going to be long before we're back racing anyway.
The picture's back to racing cars, so Gareth.
Yeah, so we're going to go on then to the second round of qualifying of men's Class 2. Race 1 down there on the line. This one brings out Kyle Ucart in TA2 and 2, Jamie Lillington, South Somerset 45, Ryan Mulroy in Mallow 117, Craig Conway, Scunthorpe number 1, Jack Bromley in IK 130, Ryan Smith in PAC 25, Chris Manners in Forest 96, and Josh Woodward in Athelston 182 with 24 on the car. But we're going to have red flags on this, aren't we? Yeah, that's going to be a red flag surely. But if not, then it's the... yeah, we're going to get reds on that. So just as Jack Bromley was going to head past us, then the reds come out. And even though you were making me feel uncomfortable, then I think it's going to get even more uncomfortable now with that extra 10p out of the pocket. So, very, very interesting discussion going to be taking place in that one. I know what I saw from here, but I won't divulge that information over the airwaves, would I? Race 2 is down there on the line. This one is meant to bring out Adam Smith in PAC 50. Jay Alberton, he's currently placed in 5th in the series. He starts in lane 7. I'm pretty sure he started in lane 7 in this first round of qualifying as well. Wes Hathaway goes into lane 6 in TA 17. Paul Melly, Swansea 3, starts in lane number 5 next to Dan Heath in Pennine 89. James Espley, North Wales 101, starts in lane 3. I think he took a win in his first round of qualifying. Jordan Robinson in Spalding 26 starts in lane 2. Brad Ellison, York 16, started in lane number 1. We're away then, we're racing. And it is the Ellison machine that leads into turn 1. Jordan Robinson goes with him, but these little class 2s then just sorting themselves out. Just a few of them just snaking into the minor positions, but it is the Robinson machine that takes up the run in. Spalding 26 leads into the start gate turn for the first time. Going with him, Brad Ellison in York number 16. Jay Alberton, Scunthorpe 156 then rounds out your top 3. Then it's the first of the South Wales League machines. PAC number 50, Adam Smith back there in 4th, racing ahead of James Espley in North Wales 101, and a little bit of contact towards the front end of the field, and even more contact as they try and sort themselves out. But it's one in the door for Alberton from Adam Smith, who really realistically had nowhere to go there in PAC number 50. But the Marshal's going to try and keep this one going, and it's 26 that makes his way up that far straight once again. It's the Robinson machine, Jordan Robinson in Spalding 26, and he's going to be the first one to see that yellow flag with the black cross and move on to his last lap from Adam Smith in PAC 50. Brad Ellison in York 16 still there in that 3rd position, racing ahead of James Espley in North Wales 101. Then it's the new car for Paul Melly, who's there in that 4th spot in Swansea number 3, and the race on at the head of affairs as Smith's had enough of following Robinson. He's going to try and go the long way round on this Bailey Raceway. One again in the door from the Spalding 26 machine, but as they dash to the line, it's going to be Jordan that holds on to take 55 points. Just I reckon Adam Smith holds on to 2nd from Brad Ellison in York 16. Paul Melly in Swansea 3 takes 4th from North Wales 101 is there in that 5th position. James Espley, Jay Alberton finishes in 6th in Scunthorpe 156, and Dan Heath rounds it all out for race 2 in Pennine 89. So the Jack Julian Carlo number 9 machine then just getting carried back into the pits following that rollover in men's class 9. A few of the tyres and the cones being put back in place on the top part of the circuit and also on the entry to the start gate turn. We're hearing then that race 2 has been given clearance. So as we look to the line, we can see race 3. We can see Will Elford in PAC 81. We can see Ben Foster in IK 231. Then we can see Carl Verity in York 190. Chris Hall in Scunthorpe 227. PAC 28 is Wayne Blackmore, and he starts in lane number 4. Josh Lewis is in lane 3. Lane 2 is unoccupied. And Ben Griffiths in Seven Valley 8 then starts in lane number 1. We're hearing then the consultation has finished from race number 1. And it's going to be rerun, excluding Craig Conway in Scunthorpe number 1. So a black flag for Craig Conway in Scunthorpe number 1. And again, we assume that's for dangerous driving off the start, but haven't been officially told so. Yellow flags then are waving around this Bailey Raceway as race 3 leaves the line. Who's going to make the break this time? 227 from the middle of the grid. Ben Griffiths from the inside in Seven Valley number 8, and Will Elford from grid number 8 are the first 3 to show. Going with them, Josh Lewis in Swansea 1 and Carl Verity, I think, in York number 190, just there on the inside of the Swansea machines. These 7 then sort themselves out. It's certainly Wayne Blackmore back there in PAC 28, back in that 6th position, racing ahead of Ben Foster in IK 231. Nothing to split 3rd, 4th and 5th at the moment. But already after just 1.25 laps, and they're away and gone. It is the Scunthorpe 227 machine of Chris Hall being pressured by Will Elford in PAC 81. Then there's a little bit of a gap down to 3rd, 4th and 5th. Good battle on between Ben Griffiths and Josh Lewis. Oh, Ben Griffiths just holding it in a nice and tight line, trying to anyway, holds on for dear life. Gets back on the racing line, and then he's taken out by Carl Verity in York 190, who slows, to be fair, slows right down. And just gives up the position really with Wayne Blackmore with it all to do now in PAC 28. but that yellow flag with the black cross goes out, and it's Chris Hall that starts his final circuit in this second round of qualifying from Will Alford in PAC 81. And we're hearing Josh Lewis in Swansea number 1 is going to pick up a green flag for that one, but it's not going to make too much difference on the track for him because he's quite a way down the order. But it's checkered flag time, and it's Chris Hall who takes the win in sprint club 227. Second place goes to Will Alford in PAC 81. Then on the track, Josh Lewis will be third, but he'll be demoted to fifth. Ben Foster, I'm sure, is further down than that in 231 from Carl Rerun at York 190. Wayne Blackmore in PAC 28, and then Ben Griffiths will come round to conclude it all. And we're hearing that Carl Rerun in York number 190 has also picked up a green flag in that one as well. So that will promote Ben Griffiths 2 positions in the result as well. But got a little bit frantic there from the Class 2 boys, so let's hope that the runners and riders in race 4 can just fare a little bit better. So we look towards the line then. We can see Ashley Lillington in the purple machine. South Somerset 38 starts in lane number 8. Also going, well, they're all going with him, but it's the St. Neots machine of Dan Robbins, and that's going to lead into turn 1, going with him, 7 Valley 23. That's Tim Harbour behind the wheel of that one. Sign on is 25, but it's certainly 23 on the door, and he's gained that inside line. Dan Robinson not giving up without a fight though, and that allows the 249 machine of Ash Farrow to take up contention as they go into the Stargate Turneys round. He's facing oncoming traffic, rejoining the field back there in that 4th spot side by side with the Ashley Lillington machine. South Somerset 38 trying to claim that 3rd spot. But it is Tim Harbour and Dan Robbins, your first 2 to show. Who's there in 3rd? Farrow back on the inside of the Robbins machine in 249. Lillington also looking at the inside of the St. Neots machine in South Somerset 38. And he claims that 3rd position. Obviously, the Ashley Lillington machine, a home league driver, familiar with all conditions on this Bearley Raceway. And just a little bit of contact towards the tail end of the Scarborough 249 machine. He does ease off the power, but he gives what he got. And 249 then just taking Lillington out from about 3rd back to 7th. But it's last lap flag time, and Tim Harbour moves on to his last lap from Farrow, from Robbins. 127 then is George Cresswell. He's there up to 4th. Also going with him, Sam Doddridge in Forest 515. Scott Cheshire in Breedenhall 12, and Ashley Lillington is South Somerset 38 now trying to make up the positions, but we're hearing that the Scarborough machines picked up a black flag for his actions. So Ash Farrow picks up the black ninja, but it's Tim Harbour. South Somerset 23 then is going to take the win from, well, it's Dan Robbins takes 2nd then in St. Neots 34, Jamie Lillington 3rd in St. Neots, South Somerset 38, and we'll allow the lap scorers then to conclude the result on that one. So McBee once again writing very, very frantically. So it's going to be a green flag shown to Ashley Lillington in South Somerset 38. Ashley Farrow picks up a black in Scarborough 249. But race 3 and 4 is concluded, and I think other than the flags that we've announced have had track clearance. So race 5 then, the last scheduled race of men's class 2 is up there on the line, and this one should bring out JD Farrow in Scarborough 17. Owen Marley in Causeway 72. Paul Morgan from lane 5 in Radford 22. Dano in North Wales 151 should start in lane 4 next to Michael Jordan in Radford 231. Ash Wrigglesworth in Scarborough treble 2, and Tim Pole in Radford number 11. So race 5 leave the line, and already they're fairly well spread out as they go into turn 1, but that could all change because there could be a lot of panel swapping, panel rubbing and paint swapping. So it's treble 2 that takes up a run in, and that means it's Ash Wrigglesworth, because it's got clear daylight in front of him. Going with him and making it to Scarborough 1-2 is the JD Farrow machine. That's the Scarborough 17 machine, and they race ahead of Paul Morgan in Radford 22. Then it's the Northern Ireland machine, the Causeway 72 machine of Owen Marley, and he's there in 4th, holding off the challenger Tim Pole in Radford number 11. That's the F. Shane Jenkins machine there back in 5th, racing ahead of the Michael Jordan Radford 231 machine, and at the tail end of the field with it all to do, Dan Owen in North Wales 151. So the biggest battle for that 4th and 5th spot, but it is the Scarborough treble 2 machine that leads into the top part of the circuit then with a lap and a quarter to go. So treble 2 Therefore, 55 points go in Wigglesworth's favour. From JD Farrow in Scarborough 17, Owen Marley still there in that third spot now in the Causeway 71 machine. He's holding up a bit of traffic. He's going a little bit faster than the 20 mile an hour that we'll be able to do on Monday. But he's there in that third spot. Paul Morgan pulling towards the outside in Radford 22, and he falls to the tail end of the field. But Scarborough 1 and 2 looks to be contented and sorted as Treble 2 holds on from 17. Then it's Owen Marley in Causeway 72. Dan Owen makes a comeback from 7th to 4th in North Wales 151. From Radford 231. Radford 11 is Tim Powell. He finishes in that 6th spot, and Paul Morgan rounds it all out in the Radford 22 machine. So Fleet Care Services, your corporate sponsors for the British Autograss Series. Your sponsor for Class 2 locally this weekend is Keep Camping. All the information, as always, online on the Southern Autograss Facebook page and in your programme. Class 2 machines, though, making their way back into the pits. We've got a couple of reruns of Class 2 to come and another rerun of Class 9 to come as well. But I think Mickey B is done for 5 and 7s. So you've got... No, there's one rerun of 7 outstanding, isn't there? Yeah, there is. So, yeah, one rerun of Class 7 outstanding, one rerun of 9 outstanding, 2 reruns of Class 2 outstanding. But I reckon the next race we're going to see is going to be Class 4. And to take you through the second round of qualifying of your men's Class 4, it's going to be over to Mr. Mark Hoppe.
Sorry, just watching the Grand Prix qualifying. So, and the football scores, of course. So, right. Well, the football scores are good. Vinnie Gibbons will be having a great afternoon looking at the United score at the moment. So, hello, Vinnie. Right, Class 4, Race 2, not on the line yet. So, let's have a bit of a preamble on this one. I've seen Dorian Davis, didn't have a great first heat. He's loaded up. He's not gone out again. So we've lost the TA12 machine. But I'm imagining we will see the other front runners. So Darren Grasby, winner of the first heat, leader currently of the BAST Championship. Adam Henley was second, but just didn't have an answer for Darren in that first one this morning. So the conditions are a bit greasier now, so maybe the Imp will struggle a bit. And then, of course, we've got Otis Williams in Typhy 13. The Mini Saloon was in there. And 4th was Ben Gould in the North Shropshire 434 Rover machine. Andy Whittingham in SR50. Jamie Williams not having the best first heat, following on from a great performance up in Scunthorpe. It was down in 6th. And we've mentioned Dorian has dropped out. And Colin Attrell ended up a bit in the fence this morning. So no real points for Colin there in the order. I think just the 8th place finish attributed to him. So KP Thomas are sponsors for Class 4. Now, I'm not sure what's happening on the track. There's a whole gaggle of people out there.
Yeah, they're going to do a little bit of stone picking.
Ah, right, okay.
Because somebody, we reckon, has been hit up on the far side. So,
okay.
Yeah.
I thought Ray Wyeth had dropped 50p or something. But, all right, so bit of stone picking, yeah, right. So KP Thomas are sponsors for Class 4 this weekend. Thank you very much to them for their continued support. And D&M Design and are our series sponsors. So they, again, have been supporting the series all year. And again, they do down here at round 4 at Beerley with the Southern League. So we really do appreciate that. So, well, we got a bit of downtime. I've had a message from Stuart Sharp asking for a name check. So there you go, Stuart. Hope you're enjoying yourself at home, listening in.
What's he forgot is?
Well, yeah, as a reminder, just so he knows. So let's have a look. Oh, we got a few. Yeah, okay. So we got a lot of people out on the track doing a bit of work, just to keep everybody safe out there in spectator land. And is it actually raining now, or is it? What would we call this? Drizzle? Rain? Welsh weather? I don't know. What would we call this?
Damp. Moist.
Thank you.
But it's it's not heavy.
No, you can call it what you want.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you're right.
I'll call it sunny then. So, it's beautifully sunny out there at the moment. But so yeah.
Yeah, it's rain, isn't it?
Yeah. So, are you off to Ireland?
I'm not going to Ireland, no.
Mickey, you are.
Yeah, I'm off to Ireland. Fingers crossed that. Well, I know we've just been talking about naming Indian dishes, but they have said that there is an Indian summer that is going to be hitting us. Well, actually, the man who was in the know, who's like got first name turns of the Met Office owner or champion. Mr. Steve Langley said, Mickey, it's going to be an Indian summer when we go over to Ireland. Now, what is an Indian summer?
You should know. You do enough Indian talk.
Eh? Oh, yeah. Yes.
I meant the food.
Oh, right. I told you I was bilingual.
Oh, you speak English and Irish. Yeah, I love it. So. Good. So, I don't know how's it panning out, Steve, in Ireland? Is it going to be a big event? What do you think?
It's going to be a reasonable size event, absolutely. It's not going to be the biggest BASrun we've ever seen, but certainly the feedback is that there's a fair number going over. I know that some of the people that were originally looking to go over when it was round one back in May, for varying reasons now, aren't going, but equally they've transferred their ferries to people that weren't going across first time round and are now going across. So yeah, we're going to have a good contingent going across, I think, and looking forward to it. And it will always be a super warm welcome over there and a very well organised event. Throw in the nice weather as promised, and yeah, it'll be good.
Excellent. And then looking forward to next year. Is there any news on BAS 2024? Or?
Not yet. No.
Okay. That's a short-lived conversation, that one. So.
No, we are finalising. There will be some rule changes for next year. We are conscious and, have taken on board the South Wales scenario, not through South Wales' fault at all, but the concept of running sort of like that late across the weekend, that number of races, is not acceptable, not sustainable. So we are looking at ways of limiting and restricting, stopping that. So there will be some things coming in on that front. We are, and again, cards on the table, sort of like, we haven't got 5 finalised venues as of yet. The list is growing, but if there is anybody out there that fancies putting a BASrun on next year, come and see us. Because there are still some slots. But yeah, it is all coming together. There will be an announcement, if not at Ireland, very, very shortly afterwards.
That's dangerous. Look at that. Oily driving the gator. Oh, my goodness. And
I thought you meant me doing an announcement to Irish BASrun.
No. I just had to, because he's on full drift on that 4-seat gator around there. My worry is that comes from the company I work for. And I prefer not to have seen that. But,
look away then.
Oh no, but it was so impressive. With oily driving, you just couldn't expect it to be in the arm car on its roof any second, really. So, but he handled that well around there. So,
does your contract give you extra pay for working weekends?
I'm not working.
Precisely. Look away.
Well, I'm not. I'm working for the Southern. Who am I working for this weekend? Southern League or BAS?
Southern League.
Okay.
You don't think we'd employ you, do you?
No, well, probably not. I told them I was working for you, and you were telling me I'm working for them. So it's one of them jobs.
It worked.
Yeah, well, I'm here. So, right.
That's
so
the important thing.
The lad's doing a good job out there, whipping around, picking any stones up. So it's keeping people safe. That's what we want before we.
Not many stores there.
No, well, they haven't seen many people bending down, so maybe they're on a sponsored walk. But someone's found something big there, or there's going to be a big oil gush in a minute.
That is Ray Wires 50p, isn't it?
It is. And that's what it was all about, that.
It's the electrical supply at Somerset. That's what they're digging up.
Oh, yeah, it is under the wires, isn't it? Blimey. Well. Well, they're all smiling out there. So.
I was having one of those moments last night. You know, you have a couple of drinks and think of a different thing. And I'm just going to throw something out there, right? And just gauge people's opinion. nationals, ladies, juniors, men's. Obviously, it's 2 hard days fought of racing. Once the racing's finished, the cars have to go and get their post scrutineering checks and strip downs, and there's discussions, debates, and everything like that. At the same time, we're obviously looking to award trophies and stuff like that. So, but this was, I thought, my mind. I was thinking, why couldn't we do, say, a nationals presentation evening, where maybe a month after or whatever, you go and do a venue and crown all your champions to enable all of that pro scrutineering and all that checks to be done. And then, because there are times, isn't it, where there's people, that there might be a technicality that prevents them from actually retaining a title or a position. And then the people that didn't maybe get presented with trophies actually get it presented rightly so. So I'm throwing that on the table. Thoughts?
You're going to organise it?
I didn't say that. I was having a couple of beers last night.
that was a very that was an extremely long explanation of should we delay the presentation. So yes, no, maybe, who knows. I think, as with all things grassing, there'll be a huge debate about the rights, wrongs and wherefores of it, and actually probably will end up changing nothing. That might be a bit controversial to say that, but that's it feels, looking from the outside now as an outsider, it's a fantastic sport, but there's too much politics and debate, and I think it's really tricky. It's a really tricky situation. I think if you run a business with 3,000 people in it, you wouldn't run it off such a small number of people that the sport does, I think, would be my view. I'll probably be chased off the field.
Have you been consulted on that view?
Have I been what?
Have you been consulted on that view?
Well, I'm willing to offer that free, that view. And it's only my personal opinion. Other opinions do exist. So, but I just think it can be hard work. It feels hard work for such a great sport, really. But should we get back to some racing? Before I dig myself right into a really big
I reckon you should keep going.
No.
I'm going to play devil's advocate on Mickey's theory. New ideas and stuff are great, but what I would say with regards to the Nationals is, yes, one post-race scrutineering failure is one too many. Certainly take that on board. But we don't have a great number in the scheme of things. Let's put one class to one side this year, shall we? But other than that, we don't have a great number. And I think it's the crowd that are there on the day, the enjoyment and everything that they get from seeing those champions crowned there and then. For me, again, personal viewpoint, as Mark quite rightly says, for me, outweighs the very small number that might get altered.
Yeah, I agree with you, Steve, but more importantly, juniors are racing. So yeah, let's go. We're back racing with the rerun of juniors heat 3. And it's Tom Creed then that takes up the running down into the start gate turn for the first time. So that was a very definite no from Mr. Langley anyway. But yeah, and it's Jack Owens in TA number 5 that goes through in to lead the chase in that second spot. Then in third, it's the Grace Williams Cambridge 142 machine. She's racing just ahead of Will Evans in TA number 7. And Rhys Davis, even though I thought he was going to be black flagged in TA 9, he's back there in that 5th position, racing ahead of the other South Wales number 9 machine of the PAC club. That's Travis McKilly in PAC 9 and Cambridge 32, then Rory Jones out the tail end of the field. But Tom Creed coming under some more pressure this time from the Jack Owens Yaris that just finds a gap up the inside on that far straight. Is he going to push on though into that top part of the circuit? He's certainly taking a wider line than Tom Creed, and Creed on the cut back in the 40 machine, but not quite managing to make it stick as Jack Owens then starts his final circuit in TA number 5. Once again, he's taken too wide a line through that start gate turn and he's lost all momentum, and that's handed race control back to Tom Creed in Breeden Hill number 40. He is going to go into the top part of the circuit for the final time. Jack Owens behind him In TA number 5, your 1 and 2. That's going to stay in that order as they see the checkers. Third place, Grace Williams will hold on. In Cambridge, 142 from Will Evans in TA 7. Travis Mackey in PAC 9 finishes ahead of Rhys Davis in TA 9. And then the Cambridge 32 machine of Rory Jones rounds it all out for the rerun of race 3 of the Junior Saloons, Silver Lake Garage and Shropshire Design, your sponsors of Junior Saloons. Class 4's down there on the line. This time it's back over to Mr. Matt Coppey.
Thank you, thank you. We can discuss all sorts up here. It's great. I love it. I love it. You know. Anyway, KP Thomas and D&M Design are supporters this weekend for Class 4, and the revs are up. Now, is Grasby going to get that imp to the front? Because it looks pretty slick, and he's not made it out the gate. Actually, he's dead last. Got a problem, it looks like. So, Ben Gould is the first to the corner, but can he hold it tight? Henley is having a look under the inside, but can he get the power on? No, the answer is because the grip has come, or the limited amount of grip, but the most of it has come to Ben Gould in the North Shropshire Rover 25. Now, Dan Grasby has joined the back of the field, so it'll be interesting to see how far up through the field he can get. He's motoring, must have had a gear selection problem. But in front, it is Henley that's trying. He's got a good look this time now. Henley has found a gap on the inside. He's past Ben Gould. Ben Gould is right on his rear quarter. The SR50 Whittingham machine there in third. But Henley it is. Now he's stretched away as they come out of that bottom corner. He's picked up some grip this time. Adam Henley's motoring on, and with Darren Grasby running right down the back of the field. This is a big point sweep in the Class 4 Championship for the season. Grasby has gained a place, but he's running big, wide, high line, and I don't know if that's going to work because Henley is on to his last lap already. Ben Gould now 6-7 car lengths behind. Colin Atchell running in 4th in 2:72. Otis Williams in TA 13. Grasby now into 6th, and Jamie Williams absolutely having a disaster of a weekend after such a good weekend at last time out at round 3. But Henley it is, it's turned on the charm. Takes 55 points in this one. Ben Gould, your early leader, takes 2nd. Andy Whittingham in 3rd. Colin Atchell 4th. Otis Williams, and then a recovering Grasby, but Grasby only through into 6th. That will shuffle the points up. 55 for Henley and 15, actually 15, isn't it, for 6th? I've lost track. 15 for 6th place. So 40-point swing there for Adam Henley.
That, you never forget it, do you?
No, you have to learn. You've got to learn that. Haven't you? Right. Oh, what's this? Class. All right. So I can button it for a minute, get my breath back. That was quite good, actually. Well done, Adam Henley. Right. Over to you then, Mickey, I think.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mark. Yeah, this is race 2, the men's Super Saloons, and yeah, let's have a look up on that line there. We'll work our way through. I can see Ali Ashmore. She had a great start last time, and then kind of just drifted back into about 3rd before we got stopped. I think this is the one with was it Senna Proctor? Yeah, he had the back wheel hanging off there as well. Oh, we've got one. It's York 2. Oh, Mike Barrett facing the wrong way, but it's Lewis Woodruff from Ali Ashmore, Senna Proctor, Barleyman, and then that can be 5, Matt Lloyd. And wow, Mike Barrett, York 2, well down the pack after that spin out, and he had a win this morning as well, so that's not good. And I was telling you, wouldn't I, about Lewis Woodruff, young lad, early days in his Class 7, and look at him, driving like a pro. Senna Proctor goes with him in Scarborough 23. Ali Ashmore spooled in 5-1-4. Barleyman goes as well as Ali Ashmore looks up the inside of Proctor. Proctor on the power though, finds the grip from somewhere, pushes it up into that turn 1. Lewis Woodruff now protecting that race line. He's got just over a lap to hold on. Here comes Proctor though. Senna Proctor looking for the inside line. 2 of them going into that turn 3. Oh, Woodruff's got out wide. Has he avoided Ironco? Yes, he has. Can he get a grip? He's coming back at Proctor. Proctor has got him under his arm to the inside. But can Woodruff hold on for those maximum points? Proctor's coming back up the inside. Ali Ashmore still in that 3rd play. Woodruff takes it from Proctor, from Ashmore, from Barleyman. From that Cundy 5, Matt Lloyd and Barrett. across the line to take those minor points. So Class 7s, what a drive there from the young lad. Well done, Lewis, and pushed all the way by Senna Proctor. Right, up on the line, we are going back for the third attempt, is that, of the Class 9. So it's back over to a Voice of an Angel.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mickey. Third time lucky, hopefully, for this rerun of race 1 of the Class 9s. And this one was excluding some pinches in Radford 35, and Jack Julian obviously rolled over in the rerun, so they go without those two. But it's Jimmy Smith, low number 80, that leads down the hill and past us then. Slotting into second, Euston 26. Oh, wheel to wheel for third and fourth. Dave Palmer and Barry Ashmore in North Wales 31. And Spalding 154. And Graham Davis in PAC 14 at the tail end of the field. But it is, like I say, a man that's been there, done it all in Class 9. Jimmy Smith in Ludlow, number 80. And he has a 10-12 car advantage over Mark Backer in the Evesham 26 machine, but they're all bunching up behind him as Dave Palmer in North Wales 31 looks to find a gap on the inside and manages to make it stick, or does he? He's got to ease off a little bit of the acceleration as they go into the top part of the circuit for the penultimate time. Barry Ashmore looking to go right around the outside, just hitting a little bit of the loose dirt there and just gets out of shape. Maintaining that fourth spot though ahead of Graham Davis in PAC 14. But it is Jimmy Smith, Ludlow number 80, half a circuit to go before he claimed 55 points from this second round of qualifying. No changes for the rest of the field. But it is Ludlow 80 that takes the win then, Jimmy Smith. Second place goes to Mark Barker from Dave Palmer, then Barry Ashmore in 154, and Graham Davis in PAC at number 14. So that brings to a close then your second round of qualifying of men's Class 9s. Is that Stock Hatches on the line? I think it is. 2 runs coming your way for the second round of qualifying. So back over once again to Mark.
Thank you. Stock Hatch then. So 2 heats. Oh, they're already away. We've got a Jake Whittingham in this one, who won the first heat, and third place Paul Lickley, and fourth place Darren Lewis. They're your fastest runners and riders from heat 1. So let's have a look and see who's sorted themselves out. Paul Lickley is in the YD 95 that's out in front. Appleton 16, Jack Stevens there, hot on his tail though. So where's Whittingham? Yeah, Whittingham's gone for the inside line, and look at that. He's really made up some ground in the SR5 machine. But Lickley it still leads. Appleton 16 running a bit more speed up that far side. But SR5 it is that's tucked into second place. They're going to chase Lickley down in the YD 95, the fabulous Lightning McQueen machine. And what a battle going on for all of these Saxos. But Lickley is just quite smiling away, I'm sure, in his mirror, because he's looking at the battle behind him, and they're just dropping back a little bit. And we'll try and pick up the minor placings as they come round. But Lickley it is, but Whittingham looks to have just broken free of Jack Stevens at the moment. So 95, 5 and 16 across the line as quick as that. Garber 64, Hereford 61. And a little bit of battling going on for the minor places. But Appleton 16 having another tackle on Whittingham. Jake Whittingham under some pressure from Jack Stevens. As they come around that top, the checker flag being made ready. But Lickley looks as though he's going to have landed 55 points to go with his third place from Heat 1, so giving him a nice haul of points. Whittingham taking a good second to complement his win in Heat 1, and then a bit of a pile-up after the flag for the Breednill 25 machine, the Wessex 570 and the Hereford 61. The beauty of that being there was no red flag. I couldn't possibly answer that question, Gareth. All of them. I'd say all of them. All of them done very well. Yeah, very good. So TCI Mechanical and Fabrication, our sponsors this weekend, and D&D Transport, our season sponsors. So we're going to look in this one. We've got a winner from Heat 1, that's SS40, Dougie Atkins. 2 second places, Paul Harrington and Dean Smith, and Phil Peake with the third place. But Phil Peake be looking to get back on top form. But Dougie Atkins it is, first to show, but Peake's on the inside line. as they come drifting around the corner. But Dougie Atkins knows his way around this track. Oh, Peak puts one heavily in the side of him. That's cost him an awful lot of time, because he's now moved into the middle and dropped from first to, well, challenging for first to back to the back of the pack. So out in front, SL90, Paul Harrington, under some pressure from local hotshot Dougie Atkins in the SS40 machine. Atkins knows his way around here, we were saying, and he was unsettled by Phil Peak, but Phil Peak was dropped to the back of the pack. Third is the Ludlow 47 machine, Dean Smith, second first time out, under pressure from John O'Crosby, who had a fourth in that first heat, and looking to just gain a few more points to get to that all-important final. But out in front, Harrington it is. It's setting the pace in the SL90 machine. Dougie Atkins favouring a slightly wider entry to that corner, but a good exit. Can he carry some good exit speed? But he's only got one lap to do it this time. Pressure going onto the Ludlow machine. John O'Crosby going right round the outside, or certainly trying to, and loses out as he drifts a bit wide. And Dean Smith it is that takes third, and Atkins just got one corner to do it now, SS40. But it looks to me that the Solway machine, Paul Harrington, is going to lead across the line for 55 from Atkins in second. Smith and Crosby, IK 124, David Gibbs. Peak recovered one place, but that tackle that he made on Dougie Atkins cost him dearly that time around. So, well, Phil Peak, he lost out a little bit there, but Dougie Atkins and Paul Harrington certainly capitalised, going well on the points. So we're through. Oh, we're through four, Sam. Stock catches. There you go, lads. That sounded to it. So that is Class 6 over there. Oh yes, it is indeed, as we'd expect. Class 6, right, winners first time out, Darren Bryan, Ben Gadsby, Lewis Clayton and Josh Holden. And let's have a look, who have we got out in this first race? Well, we've got two winners from the first round. Ben Gadsby coming out of lane 8, Lewis Clayton coming out of lane 7. So there's going to be a battle, both on maximum points so far. The others in this race, a little bit further down on points. Nigel Dooley with a 5th, Martin Phillips with a no finish, and Richard Jones with a 4th. But Richard Jones it is, it's leading up the first straight. But who's that going around the outside? Is Gadsby trying to make the move, but these boys are going neck and neck. But it is Jones from Gadsby, and the Martin Phillips machine having a bit of a foray onto the infield. So let's go back to the front. Jones it is in the big Alpha, motoring on in front. Gadsby looking for a line, trying to get in there. Then it's the TA66 Darren Thomas Clio now coming under some pressure from the SP5 Lewis Clayton, the winner first time out, but 4th this time. So the points getting fully mixed up. Oh, a little bit of contact down there. Yes, as Gadsby come off the power because Jones got the big Alpha sideways and he just eased it up. But they're absolutely chasing each other. Last lap flag coming out this time. You can't tell who's going to win from these 4, but Jones it is. It leads them on to the last lap, 279. But we're going to see some action. Gadsby looking for the big wide line, but is he going to pick up some grip out there? Because SP5 Lewis Clayton having a look up the inside, but it just doesn't fire off the corner as quickly as he needs it to. Gadsby goes in full tilt up the top corner, but Richard Jones recovering from a 4th in heat 1 to take a win in heat 2 from Gadsby from the 66 machine. Lewis Clayton SP5, close run thing across the line for the minor placings there, but what a good battle. Richard Jones had a 2nd in the first heat but was green flagged, so ended up 4th. Andy Johnson just creeping across the line with a problem after a 3rd in the first heat, so that's already mixed the points up. So our 2 winners are now beaten, and Richard Jones joins the list of winners. So that's mixing it up. Let's go to race 2. Josh Holden in Penhow 9 was a winner first time out. Ollie Sol we're going to see as well, coming from the wide outside in the SN 668. He had a 2nd the first round this morning. Jack Brown joining him in Mallow 182. Y24 Alex Hay didn't have the greatest first run, I remember. CM11 Martin James we didn't see, and PAC 37 Adrian Brown's going to be coming out of lane 1. 6 on the screen, 6 on the list, so it looks like they're all out. So this could be an interesting one. So Josh Holden is the one to watch, unbeaten in heat 1. Let's Let's have a look what's going to happen. That outside line not seeming to favour it. We've got one facing the wrong way. But they're motoring on round. Let's have a look. Who are we going to see first? We're going to see Martin James to CM11. Oh, contact between Jack Brown there in 182. Sends him spiralling towards the fence. And this... well, they're still going. They're still going. Martin James it is, though, out in front in the CM11 machine. So no points in the first round. Josh Holden, though, trying to put him under some pressure. He wants 2 out of 2. He wants to be the first to take 2 wins. Ollie Soul is in there as well in the pickup, but he's just drifted a bit wide. They are motoring on down that far side, but CM11 looking mighty fine around that top. Martin James, but Josh Holden's finding an inside line, but they're already going to the last lap. And there's nothing to choose between these two at the moment. Can Josh Holden? He's got about 400 yards to make the difference, but I think Martin James looks to have this one tidied up if he can get around this top corner nice and sensibly. Josh Holden will go with the first and the second. That's not a bad points haul for day one. But Martin James it is in CM11, Pennow 9, SN 668, Mallow 182, recovered from a bit of an issue early on, Jack Brown. And Y24, Alex Hay, who got speared out of the top corner first time round. And he's recovered, but still a long way back in these short races. Martin James, Josh Holden and Ollie Soul come round on another lap. I don't think they saw the finish flag because they were absolutely motoring on so quickly. Wow. Well, we're going back to class 2, are we? Right.
Yeah, indeed we are.
Take a breather then. Let's put a tick on that one and that one. Over to you then,
No,
Gareth.
2 to go then.
Yeah, 2 to go.
So rerun of race number 2 down there on the line. It's not race 2, it's race number 1. And we've got Kyle Lucar, TA2 and 2 starting all the way out in grid number 8. Going with him, JD Lillington in South Somerset 45. Ryan Mulroy in Mallow 117. Craig Conway been excluded in Scunthorpe number 1. Jack Bromley, IK 130, starts in lane 4. Ryan Smith from lane 3 in PAC 25. Chris Manners in Forest 96 and Josh Woodward in Athelston number 24 on the car, 182 in the paperwork. But it's Chris Manners then from the Forest Club that leads into turn 1. Going with him the PAC 25 machine of Ryan Smith. That's your 1 and 2. And then it's the Southern Ireland League machine, I think. That's just about starting. No, it's not. The Southern Ireland League machine's at the tail end of the field. Oh, the IK 130 machine of Jack Bromley gets it all wrong. And he is there now parked up towards the entry to the start gate turn. But your new race leader is the PAC 25 machine of Ryan Smith. And going with him is the Forest machine of Chris Manners. That's your 1 and 2. Then it's the Wellington machine. And it's Jamie behind the wheel. It's set 45, racing ahead of Kyle Cart in TA2 and 2. And I think he's the one that picks up a green flag. Then it's the Mallow 117 machine. Athelston 24 and Jack Bromley in IK number 130. Race on the field for that second spot between Manners and Lillington. Lillington now looking towards the inside. Oh, there's contact. The door was left open, but it's shut in favour of the Forest machine. And as that goes on, that means that TA2 and 2 has moved through into that second spot, but he's going to get demoted back to 4th as he picks up a green flag. So he needs a second to hold on to 28 points in this one, but they're all bunching up behind him. By the way, and gone and taking the win. It's going to be PAC 25 then. Ryan Smith. Kyle will take that second place on track, but will be demoted to 4th in TA2 and 2. From Lillington, Mulroy, then the 96F machine of Chris Manners, then Athelston 24 of Josh Woodward, and the Jack Bromley IK 130 machine then rounds it all out in the IK 130 machine. Okay, so just a quick announcement. If you have ordered canvases from me and are meant to pick them up this weekend, then I will be in the camper for half an hour after the end of racing, and the camper is the second camper on the top bend. So yeah, there's 3 or 4 of you that have ordered canvases or photos. If you could come and see me at the end of the day's racing, the second camper from the beer tent on the top bend. Okay, so Class 6 is on the line. Back over to Mark Hoppe.
Thank you, thank you. Right, so Andy Russell was second this morning. Lee Nicklin is up there in the championship. Didn't have a good run this morning. He's out in this one. Neil Reid, he didn't have a good run either in Typhy 221. Jordan Tinker ended up with a second in York 35. But Darren Bryan was a winner this morning. Can he be the first Class 6 to go to 2 wins out of 2? He's coming out of Grid 2, and Andrew Lewis in PhD 85 coming out of Grid 1. So 6 cars. I can see 6 on my screen, all lined up and ready to do battle. Just a little bit of tyre wrangling going on down the bottom corner, and then I think we'll be off and running. So Darren Bryan will be the one looking to make it 2 out of 2. Josh Holding didn't quite make it. Ben Gadsby, Lewis Clayton didn't quite make it to 2 out of 2. Showing the depth of quality in Class 6. Right, let's have a look. Can Darren Bryan do it, or is someone else going to put their selves on it? Actually, Andy Russell will be looking for the big win, and he's certainly on the wide outside line, looking to pick up some grip. He looks as though he's going to be first back across the line. A little bit of contact between Bryan and Russell, so there's the main protagonist battling away there. But Andy Russell, your reigning national champion, your sponsor for the class today, and your current BAS points leader, is now out in front in the IK 64 machine. Motoring on and holding a nice tidy line. Darren Bryan is going to have to switch to the outside and try and get the undercut on him, but it's really tricky conditions on this fast, slick, polished oval. Lee Nicklin through to third place now, and trying to chase down the first 2, and he's looking quick into that top corner, but going quick in doesn't necessarily equal quick out. But Russell is on his last lap from Bryan, from Nicklin, from Tinker, from Reed, and then PhD 85 just being outpaced a little. Andrew Lewis there, but second battle's on for second. I think Darren Bryan is under some pressure, but Lee Nicklin on a big wide line. Can he cut under him for the finish? But it's Russell from Bryan, from Nicklin, from Tinker, Neil Reed in the mini estate, and then Andrew Lewis. So nobody in Class 6 has gone 2 out of 2. So very, very good racing for those fellers there. Right, let's have a look. We're going to go to race 4. Best positioned in this one so far, James Sinnott in the CW 174 machine. Carl Proctor, your winner from Scunthorpe, didn't have the greatest first heat, but he'll be back there fighting. But he's coming out of lane 8, which may not be the best place to come from. S76Y, James Armstrong, TA36, Tristan Daniels, SC15, Jordan Coupland, and PhD12, Ashley Hutchins are your runners in this one. So, who's first to show? It is the Coupland machine. It's first to the corner, gets on the power, those wheels, gets him in line, send it through to second, he's chasing, but Proctor's round the outside into second, so they're going to have a battle, but Proctor's drifted ever wider. He's got to get that power on and try and catch him up. Sinnott looking quick, but Proctor is really unleashed the power in his machine up there, but he's under pressure, and getting the power down is a problem. SC15, Jordan Coupland, though, having no problems at all, just running on at the front, but he's gone a bit this wide this time. Can Sinnott go for the gap on the inside? But no, it's not. Coupland drives off that corner pretty quickly. Sinnott closes in under braking as they come round for the last lap. He's looking for a gap on the inside whilst trying to defend. Proctor's right on his boot lid. Proctor looking for the big outside move, but is there grip? Can he make it work? And in himself, Tristan Daniels putting Proctor under some pressure. So these first 4 absolutely all going at it, hammer and tong. But out in front, Coupland it is. It's been fairly relaxed in this. Proctor looking for the inside gap, but it's not. Coupland, Sinnott, Proctor, Daniels, Scarborough 76. Your next across the line is James Armstrong, and the PhD 12 of Ashley Hutchins, your final finisher. Class 6, done and dusted. Oh, is that F600? Oh, I thought I was going to have a breather and a drink of this lovely cup of coffee that Mr. Wyeth or Mrs. Wyeth made for me. So, right. So, Formula 600, Heat 2. AT Commercials, our sponsors this weekend, and D&D Transport, our season sponsors. So, again, we're very grateful for their support. Harry Russell, of course, won Heat 1 from Tony Wilson. Charles Spencer was there in 3rd. Shea Fuller took 4th. Peter Evans in the Typhy 35 in 5th. Phil Goodenough in 6th in Stroud 7. And Athelston 33. Dave Murphy was 7th. So all back out. Who we've got this time? So Tony Wilson's going to be coming out of grid 1. Harry Russell out of grid 6. Now, is that going to slow down Harry Russell? Because he looked very, very good this morning. Tony Wilson wasn't too far back from him, but I don't think Harry had, was really ever under any threat with his nice, smooth, calm driving. And of course, he spent several years in junior specials, which really taught him the trade, and he's taken to that F600 like a duck to water. Really has. Tony Wilson, been a specials driver for a long time in 9s and 10s, and always quite flamboyant in his style, and I'm not sure if an F600 takes that flamboyant style. So he was driving quite neatly this morning, but Harry Russell is still just holding sway, I think. So let's have a look if Harry Russell can make it 2 out of 2, or if Tony Wilson's going to have something to say about that, or even Charles Spencer. Let's have a look. Who is going to appear first? Just got one car stuck in the exit from the track, just trying to clear the way. Yep, the red flag is replaced with yellow, and we're going to replace that with about 14,000 revs from the F600s as they come firing up the first straight, he said with the utmost optimism. But no, we still have a red flag. Right, now we're going to go. Right, the revs are right up. You'll hear the little hornets firing away. And who's that? Tony Wilson had a rocket of a start out of lane 1. Now we'll see. Well, but Harry Russell all the way around the outside, or is he going to be all the way around the outside? They're close, but I think Harry Russell has got the drive off the bend, or has he? Wilson on the inside. Oh, we've lost something. Bonnet up off something, but Harry Russell absolutely just motoring away. Tony Wilson, at the moment, no answer to it. Harry Russell just found some grip off the corner and just drove off that bend. And the YD86 Motors by SC10, ARC19, S7D, TA35, and we're PAC20 next through. And who have we got? Who's that down there? Oh, is that the ARC machine? Down in the bottom fence. Got himself going, but Harry Russell's back round already. Tony Wilson, no answer. Feel good enough, though, running in 3rd now in the Stroud 7 machine. Typhy 35 next up is Peter Evans. I think the PAC20 needs one more gear there. That sounded like he was properly on it. But Harry Russell's won already. He's back in the pits having a brew. And Tony Wilson takes 2nd, Phil good enough 3rd. The ARC19 still going, so I'm sure he'll be getting his points. Charles Spencer, after having a little bit of a foray towards the fence. PAC20 comes around, found a slightly higher gear, judging by the engine having a slightly nicer pitch to it that time round. But good clean racing from the F600s, which I believe does my stint for now. So, over to Graham to take you through 8s and 10s.
Cheers, Mark. Thank you very much. So, yeah, we're on to men's class heat 2. So, first race, Ant Ross out on grid 8, Rob Morgan, lane 7, Jay Kerdman, lane 6, Phil Talbot, lane 5, Michael Tinker Abbott, who had a problem in the first heat, he's in lane 4. Your highest point scorer is Cameron Mills in this one in lane 3, James Heston lane 2, and Neil Tivey, who took a 3rd, is in lane 1. So we're just moving the last car off the track, and there's a few yellows just yet to go out. Oh, we got a quad at the top corner, so just give it a second for them to get moving. So Rossi will be out for some points, won't he? He had a black in his first heat. I'm not 100% sure what it was for. Maybe just the cause of the stoppage. So probably that, to be fair. There we go then, so away we go. So who makes the jump then? It's Jake Herdman then, straight into the lead with Ant Ross tucking at the inside of him, coming out the top corner. So Cameron Mills sticks the wheel in and he's away we go. So TA57, ST77, C19, YD75 Heston and the Tivey car then sat back in for 5th place. He'll want a bit more than that, won't he? Oh, Ross is round. Oh, front end gone. Tivey down and Rossi done. We had a good conversation. That's got to be Red's, gents, I think, isn't it? Yeah, Red's flag. So we had a good conversation, Rossi, on Thursday night before he was travelling up, and just saying he was just losing a bit of the bug for it, and maybe that's just showing a bit in his cars, in his racing this weekend. Concentrating on the boy, which is what we do, isn't it? We concentrate on our kids, but well, the steering wheel's off anyway, so I'm sure he's going to be okay. Bit of damage to Salt before Julie takes it out in the ladies later on, and hopefully the Tivy car can be fixed as well. So real shame that, real shame. So on to Heat 2 then. ISS 69 Jamie Candy, Tyler Priest, who had a second, C27 R76 Tom Hawthorne, Daniel Smith, lane 5. Alex Hall, he's your top one in this one. He had a heat win in the first heat, so R411 Alex Hall. Lane 4, Scott Shell. Lane 3, WR9 Graham Moss, who sat on a third place. And Paul Sharp, lane 1 in SL8. So, whilst they're moving these cars out, what do we think to a three-day nationals then, gents? Now Steve's disappeared.
I definitely have an opinion on that.
So it was a broach to me in the week. A gent broached it to me in the week. Says, why aren't we, as the size of sport we are, everybody's on the field by Friday anyway. Why aren't we scrutineering Friday morning, having the first heats go off the line at 12 o'clock, second heats and third heats on Saturday, finals on Sunday, post-race scrutineering done, and then a proper end of the day trophy presentation when we know what's happened.
Yeah, I like that. I mean,
it was a mega idea, to be fair to him.
I think you're right, isn't it? I mean, if you think about just like, say, BAS rounds, you know, I mean, people are taking holidays and coming down and
100%.
And travelling and taking that extra day for a nationals. I think it's great, and it then does counterbalance what I was just saying about from the presentation.
Yeah, making sure the right cars get the right trophies, 100%.
I have a different view.
Enjoy your coffee. We'll carry on.
Oh, no. You got to listen to the right view, because it's not fair to just spread the wrong view. I don't agree. Yeah, it's a very easy statement to say that everybody's there on Friday. I wasn't there on Friday. No, actually I was, but not by dinner. Not by dinner time. To do my bit. So I think it's all right thinking about the drivers, and the drivers will be there. We're all the scrutineers, we're all the marshals, we're all the pits, the control team, we're all the officials there on Friday. Because I think that's the bit that often perhaps gets missed, that the event won't run without all of those people.
No, but I think people will tie it in, won't they? They will tie it in. 9 times out of 10, everybody books the Friday and the Monday off at a nationals, don't they? Let's be honest. So,
well, show me your facts of that, because that's a nice feeling to have.
Well, walk into the field on a Friday morning or a Thursday night. It's packed. And officials from that weekend, they're normally there for the week anyway. Having run a BAS round, I know I was there from the Monday until the following Monday, and so was Mike Lydia. You know, we know what's involved in it. I mean, there is no facts to say that it would work. It's again, as you said earlier on, an opinion. And it was broached to me, and to be fair, it was pretty sensible. I'm not 100% sure it was exactly as I just said it, but it was pretty close. I think I probably added a couple of bits, as I always do, but not being a controversial person, I am.
Ah, okay.
I think
why does the Nationals need to move to 3 days?
No, I don't think it needs to. It was an option to. You know, at the end of the day, we didn't know who won the Stock Hatch this year for another 5 weeks, was it? 6 weeks?
Well,
which is so unfair.
Still not sure we do we?
We do, yeah. It was announced this week,
well,
wasn't it?
It was announced, but I think there's still appeals pending as well.
Possibly.
So it's messy. It's messy, I agree.
But at least like Mickey B said, at least you would have a true representation of...
Well, you wouldn't, because it's taken 5 weeks, so it wouldn't have solved that.
A truer representation then, wouldn't you?
It would have been the same.
Well, only on Stock Hatch. The rest of it wouldn't, would it?
Well, because there was no exclusions, so nothing's changed. But irrespective of that, I think there's a huge assumption that the meeting would be able to run on a Friday afternoon. I'm not saying that the idea is flawed. I'm saying that people say 9 out of 10 and, everybody's there. Is that actually true? And then I guess that there'll be additional costs for the organisers, because actually, how much will it cost to get in? Will you be paying for 3 days now?
You pay 3 days for border counties.
Well, that's a 3-day event.
Well, so would the Nationals, wouldn't it? At the end of the day, you've got to. You're up in the classes, aren't you? So you're adding F600, you're adding Stock Hatch, but you're still trying to start the event at 10 o'clock on a Saturday morning.
And it's still smaller than what you want to run a BASS round over 2 days in. So
I completely agree. But it is the pinnacle of our sport, starting at 10 o'clock on a Saturday. You know, either we need to start moving times and dates around, or we look to make the event a bigger event than it actually is now. It's a massive event, isn't it? You know, look how well Evesham did this year, and we still struggled. You know, in certain aspects of the meeting, it still struggled in certain places, obviously due to the weather. But you know, you've got to look forward. We can't keep standing still because it's been like it for 50 years or whatever it is. We still need to, as long as I can remember, I've been racing since I was in my mum's belly at 46 years of age now, and it hasn't changed. So we need to look at ways of changing it and making it better.
I think but there's an interesting comment you made there. You say it shouldn't stay the same, but you also believe it's the pinnacle of the sport. So it's already got its mantle. I'm not sure that moving to a Friday would fully work. You know, you're asking everybody to pay more, for those 3 days. So would Friday just be a bit of a, you know, damp squib because no punters would come? Because let's face it, the 10 or 11 or 12 races, however many classes are, that people really want to see over that weekend are on Sunday afternoon.
The races, as in the finals, you mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
I sort of I agree and I don't agree.
Well,
I mean,
there's no prizes on Saturday.
No, there ain't, but you still need to qualify, and some of the qualifying races is better than finals, you know, ironically.
But you don't see an end result. The end result you see is 12 races, Sunday afternoon.
But then ladies' nationals this year, it was dark when we saw the end result. When the juniors, you know, when the last race went off, it was not juniors, but junior saloons, wasn't it?
Same number of cars at the ladies as at the men's this year. So would you have the ladies as a 3-day event?
I think there's a way of mixing it up. I think, you know, we've got to look at mixing it up. Maybe odds and evens or something, you know, to mix it up. It's unfair on, you know, what the ladies and juniors go through. Fortunately for everybody out there, Class 8s are about to go again. So
we shut up now.
So here we go then. So we made a cracking start then. R411 then. He makes a cracking start. Alex Hall into the first corner with Tyler Priest, who I think sat on a second. He is. C27 tucked in behind it. Oh, Graham. This goes to the form book, doesn't it? So your first, second and third placings from the first heat are first, second and fourth now. Graham's just dropped back there, Graham Moss. But it is down the back straight then. Alex Hall with Tyler Priest hot on his heels this time. A little bit of push on there. Does catch him out on top of that hill. You'll be surprised it's a big bank, but it does drag you out. So R411 then from C27, Lud 44, WR9, SL8, IK95, S69 and R76 just bringing up the rear as we speak. So down the back straight then, R411 then, he's on scintillating form, isn't he? He obviously can't wait to get to his wedding day. He's top form. So down the top corner he goes and on to his last lap flag. R411 then, Alex Hall from C27 then, still there in second place. Ludley 44 and SL8, WR9 having a fantastic battle there for fourth place, and Graham Moss just gets a big sideways and gets it round, and he drops to the back of the field and he's right in the mire there, isn't he? So your race leader and race winner is coming round. R411 then, Alex Hall, he takes the win then. C27 from second place. Ludlow 44 takes a great third place. SL8 from IK95, SS69 and R76 bringing up the rear. And unfortunate for Graham Moss there, he sat there in last place. He was on a third, so he needed a good result there to help him get through to the semi-final. But unfortunately there, that's not going to come. So we'll move on. Race 3. Again, this meeting is sponsored by GP Metals and Spares, and ProLinks is your overall sponsor. So as we said then, we've got Dan Thomas, Ash Howard, Jonesy, Steve Mills are your top 4 in your British Autograss Series points total at the moment. And who have we got out in this one then? So Kate Lockwood's out here, she's on a win. And then we've got 3 cars that are sat on second place. Dizzy Dance, Chris Dance, he's there in grid 6 with a second. Craig Piles with grid 5 with a second. And Gethin Lewis is on lane 1 with a second. So yeah, what's this weather doing? We did don't look at your phones and don't look at your weathers on your phone, your weather app. Let's put it that way. But let's hope we can get through this and get going. We're on our way round. Then red flags are down, yellows are up, and the pirouette is done. So let's see who makes the best start. Then Gethin Lewis out of 1 and Kate Lockwood out of 2. So great start for Kate Lockwood. Then she goes into the lead there with Dizzy Dance stuck in behind her, and Gethin Lewis again to the form book. These are your top 3 going in and out of this one. And who's that trying to sneak up the inside there? Dex North it is, SS11 then. So into the bottom corner we go then. Kate Lockwood, SC191, showing the boys the way round yet again. Dizzy Dance there, having a good run, isn't he, Dizzy Dance? Oh, SS11 is all over the shop. And then we got contact at the back there with BC64, Liam Morris. Hopefully he can get that going again. He's had a few problems with that motor, so hopefully he can get that going. He's in a little bit of a precarious position, but hopefully they can pull him in and get him out of there. So Kate Lockwood then, he's got going. That's great news then. Kate Lockwood then down the back straight, then certainly showing the boys the way round. She's had a quiet start to the season. I don't think the car was quite ready on time. Dizzy Dance got a load of push on, so is Gethin Lewis though, so that helps him out massively. On to their last lap flag they go. SC191, R62, BC40, SS11, WS666, Craig Pyle and E20 at the rear of the field at the moment. And BC64's pulled off, so down the back straight she goes. She's going to be our first one on 2 wins, isn't she? Around she comes then, top corner. So here she comes, SC. Oh, what's happened to Dizzy Dance? SC191 takes the win. Well done, Kate. BC40, SS11. Dance goes back to 4th and R62. E20. And Pyler drops to the back of the field in WS666. So well done, Kate Lockwood. Fantastic driving this weekend. The girls certainly showing the boys how to do it, aren't they? So she's the first one through on 2 wins to tomorrow. So nice early night, Kate. No drinkies. And away you go. Who we got in this next run then? Race 4. We are on race 4. So we have WR11, Sean Wright. He's on a second. Owen Williams, Dan Barnard, SC181. MA13, Colin Leyland's on a third. Mike Sturmey, WS89. Chris Juggins, SC50. Callum Barker, S50Y. And CA427, Sam Matthews on a third also. So best one in this one would be Sean Wright. Who makes the break though? Sam Matthews. And who's that going around the outside? Juggins, I think that is around the outside then. So Jugs takes the big wide line, but Sam Matthews trying to come back at the inside, but he has picked up that grip. And here we go then. So into the bomb corner. Oh my word, it's getting tight and tidy, isn't it? So a little bit of push on from about everybody there. But it's Juggins that comes at the top bend, at the bottom bend, sorry, into the top bend, throws it sideways, beautifully controlled, isn't it? Lovely to see. He's there in first place at the moment then. Matthews then tucked away in CA427 line, then Leyland, MA13, and then a gaggle of cars coming through with a little bit of swapping. He's nipped on the inside. Owen Williams trying to go on the inside of Sean Wright, but Sean Wright gets the grip down the back straight, and Callum Barker there sat there in 4th place then. He's going to try and nip back at the inside of Sean Wright, who's took a really, really wide line, but we're on to the last lap flag. SC50, CA427, A13. Oh, Juggins, clutch. And away he goes, he does, and hopefully gets it going again. He does, he saves it. So, but it's Sam Matthews does get the drive on him, so they're going to go side to side, aren't they? 2 abreast coming around that top corner. Juggins gets it wrong again, but just manages to save it. So, 427 Matthews takes her in from Juggins, MA13, S50Y, 95F. Sean Wright, I think, was just after that. Wow, that was a run. Barnard tucked in there. There was some quick cars there, weren't there? Really, really quick cars. Just a gaggle of cars. No touching, nobody at each other. It was just, I don't know how. No idea how, but what a great race. Fantastic to watch. So let's move on to the next run then. Dan Ray, lane 8. He's on a second. Regan Coles are lane 7. Mark Barker, lane 6. Michael Barrett, lane 5. Dan Thomas, lane 3, your current series leader. Jamie Meehan, lane 3. James Bow, lane 2. And Darren Mullen, who had a third in his first run, is sat in lane 1. The revs are rising. And the Bungie's gone. So Dan Thomas had a flyer and then just seemed to bog maybe, but Darren Mullen gets an absolute screamer from the inside, doesn't he? So he puts it in. Dan Thomas is going to try that outside line and try and go around him, but Mullen's going to try and find that grip, and he does as he comes off. Dan Thomas around the outside, WW32 Meehan, and Dan Ray just switches back to the inside. Meehan takes a great big wide sweep and sticks it in sideways and tries to sneak back out the inside, but Dan Thomas has gone right around the outside, hasn't he? Pulls around in front of Mullen, so Mullen sticks his nose up, tells him he's still there. So it is. Oh, Darren Mullen trying back at the inside and straightens himself up. So PhD 47 knows he needs a result here, doesn't he? And Dan Ray is the guy that won the last round at Scunthorpe, but he just gets a load of push on there. Darren Mullen back at the inside. Oh, Robbins racing, boys. Keep the toe down. PhD 47 then into the top corner. We're coming round for our last lap flag. We got Mullen on the inside, Dan Ray on the inside of him, but it is Dan Thomas and PhD 47 from Darren Mullen, SC31. Then we got P9, Phillips up there in 4th place, and a lot of push on for the Mir machine again. So coming out the top corner then, bottom corner even, it's PhD 21 then, Dan Thomas, PhD 21. You know who we mean. Dan Thomas then, he's there in first, but he's got Mullen screaming at the inside, so it's going to be 47 from 37, from 31, P9, 31, 32 Mian, and then Regan Coles, WS 96 bringing at the rear. Fantastic drive from them, Jensen. Dan Ray really get him in the mix there. So he's causing a right hullabaloo, wasn't he, to be fair to him. He was right in the mix, trying to get involved in it, and that's another one off my list. And we move on again. I hope you're listening, Tonky. Making me look at a person. So then, race 6. Who we got here then? So we got... race is already away, so no time to look at this. But I can tell you who is your leader in this one, Mitch Wells. But he's had a terrible start. He's right at the back. What's he? Nearly last there. So who pitches it in round the outside then? So at the inside, oh my word. Tim Russell takes avoiding action from Rich Cooper. Had a horrendous first heat for Rich Cooper. Rich Cooper's red flags. Wow, that was going to get quite messy, wasn't it? Let's wait and see what Mickey's got on the hotline and see what happened and why that was stopped.
I'm in that one. Yeah, I had a message from Vinnie Gibbons. Well, there's just half a second of downtime. They're in the pub watching it, but they all looked a bit sad because I think they've been cheering on Man United this afternoon. So unlucky, Vinnie.
Whatever.
Hopefully you'll have a good afternoon watching the racing, if not the football.
Sorry if you heard or whatever. I just heard the Wales score. I wasn't bothered.
14-3.
14-3.
Portugal.
Portugal. What, that great rugby nation,
Yeah,
Portugal.
They lost. Half-time.
Well, they're losing. They're losing.
Right then, race 7 then. So here we go. Ain't got time to run through them again, which is that's me gobbing off about Wales, isn't it? But C10 Steve Mills makes a fantastic start, doesn't he? So he's had a second in the first run, so this will give him 100 points if he can pull this together. But Dan Mack is sat on a win. He's your leader going into this one. Who's that coming through the middle and giving Dan the wheel? Oh, Kerwin Thomas. CM26, not 100% sure what was going on there, but out the top corner we go then. C10 Steve Mills and Ash Howard's in this as well, so we got some winners in this one, haven't we? So we got Ash Howard, Dan McKenzie on win, Steve Mills on a second, Harry Liversidge back there at the rear of the field at the moment, and sorry in fourth, but here he comes in. C10 Steve Mills from PhD 21, CA44, YD90, Liversidge then, C48, CM26 WR5, Stu Whitehouse at the back of the field, unusually for Stuart, struggling with that BM round here at the moment. But Steve Mills then, he certainly knows his way around, doesn't he? But Ash Howard is right on a mission at the moment. That boy can pedal a car. PhD 21, he's all over the back of him and sticks it straight at the inside of Steve Mills. And Steve Mills comes back inside of him. So he's right in on that rough. Has to ride the bucking Bronco around that top corner. But he still does. Sticks it back at the inside of Steve Mills. Come on, Steve Mills, do it for the old boy. C10 out wide. Ash Howard at the inside, straightens him up. Ash Howard pulls the win. PhD 21, C10. Dan Mack there in third, YD90, CM26, WR5, Stu Whitehouse, and BC17 Duggan just bringing up the rear. Sorry, C48 just bringing up the rear then. What a fantastic race that was. Steve Mills nearly held on, but Ash Howard is showing some scintillating form at the moment, isn't he? He's just absolutely on a mission, that boy. He can pedal a car. Fair play to him. So what we got next then? We've got race 8 then. We've got Cat Cox, who was on a third. Chris Pope's on a win. Russ Shepherd's on a win. Liam Nichols had a bit of damage, I believe. I'm not sure if he's there. I think he is. I can see an orange car. That's good. Matt Dodderidge even, 51. Maurice Candy, SS24. And obviously Adam Jones on a win. 3 cars in this race on a win. So only one of them's going to go away from this one happy, let's be honest. So let's see who can do it. Oh, we've got Jonesy on grid 1 again. I think that's twice he's had grid 1. So let's see if that one's working. Cat Cox out there on lane 8. Let's see if these grids are coming good. Okay, mate. Yeah, lovely. So we've got a couple of reruns to do. Looks like IK116, unfortunately, Mark Weeks has picked up a black flag for that race 6 incident. And that one's gone back to the rerun lane. 2 reruns again. Hopefully I don't get any more. So we're just moving the glass car off the field. And he's going to do his little pirouette again, isn't he? And away he goes. So we drop the clutch, and it is the centre of the grids that seem to be working again, isn't it? That looks like Russ Shepherd across the back there, and Jonesy up the inside with Chris Pope. So there's your top three, and that's the 1-1-1 out of Heat 1, isn't it? Popey just sticks the wheel in into Jonesy there, but seems to work it out. So Russ Shepherd from Jonesy, from Popey, from Cat, and then Liam Nichols sat there in 5th place, trying to wait to see what happens as they go in the top bend. But it is Russ Shepherd, knows his place. Oh, we got damage, and cars climbing all over, and it's the centipede, isn't it? All sort of looked up on each other, and my big mouth opens it again, and stick me down for another 10p, and Lee Waldron down for another pound. And we'll move on to Class 10.
I've just had a message in from Charlie Thompson. So he's got, "Now, Mickey, how's it going? Listening to all the convo on BAS. Why don't you all have a think about and mention about a 3-day BAS rounds if they are on bank holidays?" Now, a lot of people, I'm telling you, a lot of people that I speak to say that. Why don't we have dates that align with bank holidays? Because we can take the extra time. That's that's just another thought, as everyone wants as much racing as possible. Cheers for the great commentary all year. So there we go, Charlie. Well, we've mentioned it, and I'm sure there's some discussion that will be had.
No, I'm not saying nothing.
I'm not switched on. Oh, switch me on,
No,
quickly,
no.
switch me on.
No.
Great idea.
Why is that a great idea, but Nationals isn't?
Because the Nationals is something special.
It is, but that's why it should be put on a pedestal on a 3-day.
I don't think it is a great idea fully. The bank holiday lends something to it, but a lot of people work bank holidays, so it's not that clear cut.
Yeah, but we got 5 BAS rounds here, and we 5 weekends that we got to look at and get sorted. 1 weekend for Nationals. Most people live their life through racing. It's not hard to have an extra day off. Unfortunately, Mark, we're going to have to cut you off again, Mark.
Oh yeah.
No, we are ready. Honestly, we are ready.
Oh yeah, I can see that. Yeah, all right. I'll let you off this one. Yeah.
No, Class 10 then.
Switch me off.
Away we go then. So who have we got in this one? We got Gary Morris sat on a win and Paul Cole sat on a win, but it is Aston 21, and he's out there. George Young, he had a 3rd in the first heat, slows it right down, tries to get the nose turned in, and he does. And I think that's Bishop on the outside, isn't it, in YS1? So down, where's Colsey then? I'm sure Colsey's supposed to be in this. He says he's supposed to be, so not 100% sure where Paul is. Hopefully he's got the cars okay, but massive wheelie there for Aston 21 coming in the back straight. Then G28D, Gary Morris there, and YS1 then Bish in 3rd place. So as they go down the back straight, Lewis Royley and Tyrone Cusack just running in the rear. But A21 from G28D, YS1, S88Y and Mallow 25 seem to be struggling this weekend. Does Cusack machine, fantastic driver once again, but hopefully he can get himself sorted out. But G28D just slips at the inside. He's taken into the lead now, just drifts out wide, tries to get that wheel out in the loose just to give him a little boost down this back straight onto the last lap flag they go. So G28D from Aston 21, YS1 then Bish having a good run, sticks it at the inside, finds a bit of drive, and it's going to be A21 round the outside trying to pick the front wheels up. He's got low weight in the front of that, isn't he? It's bouncing all over the place. So we've got a bit of a race on for 4th place as well, with Cusack's trying to nip up the inside, but he's gone wide. And here's your race winner, Gary Morris, is 2 from 2 in G28D. YS1 from A21. S88Y holds on to that 4th, and Tyrone Cusack there in MA25 just picks up the 5th place. So not 100% what's happened to our round sponsor, KS Coles. Round as in round, not Paul Coles' round. Obviously, Paul, friend, pal, buddy. Not sure what's happened to your car. Hopefully you can get that sorted, mate, and get yourself back out there. So on to race 2. Phil Young had a 2nd. Chris Ellis, not sure what happened to Chris in the first run. I didn't catch the rerun, did I? But Ben Herdman, lane 5 is on a 3rd, and Lee Seagrave is on a win. Craig Bartlett and Andy Hornshaw on the outside. So Seagraves and Hornshaw go head to head yet again in this run. 3 runs of Class 10. Very good. No, we're all good. They just need filling these cups, Ray, that's the only problem.
Debating. We're going to get
There we go then. So we've got some yellows going up and the old pirouette's done yet again. He's getting good at that, isn't he? So as they leave the line again, Hornshaw's on the inside and it is the Scottish Borders car, who's a Central Scotland car, apologies. So he's snicked there, he just drops back then. Bartlett there into second place, got a load of push on though, and Phil Young's trying to come at the inside of Hornshaw, but it is Y7. Where's Seagraves then? He's at the back of the pack. Come on Seagraves, sort yourself out then. He ticks back up the inside, so we've got Y7 Andy Hornshaw then out of the top bend, bottom bend even. E23 in second place, CS43 and ARC1 tucked back into fourth place, so he's sat on a win. A fourth would be okay for his points, and there's massive problems there for R207. He's got a tyre off or a wheel off or something. He's banging the steering wheel. He's not a happy boy, is Ben Erdman. So Y7 then is out there. We're just nipping that loose and getting some good drive down that straight, and E23 there tucked away in second. Seagraves is now up to third place, so he's on the chase. So keep going, Ben. It's points for you, mate. R207, you're in a good position at the BAS. Oh, he's only got a puncher. I think he's got more damage than he has, but Y7, he's gone around another lap to go then. E23, they're all on to their last lap as we speak. So Y7 from E23, ASC1 settled in third place now for CS43, and SS6 Chris Ellison usually at the back now, but here he comes then. Hornshaw sorted this out, didn't he? A great start. Y7 takes the win, and he was from 23 second. ARC1, CS43 going to take that, and Chris Ellis, like I say, very unusual for Chris to be sat at the back of the pack. Fantastic racer for many years in the same car, ironically. I thought you were going to say something. No. Right then, race 3 then. So we got Gary Ray, who unfortunately had a black in the first heat. Brandon Young, E1, hopefully he's got that fixed. Tinker there in lane 4. Mark Pascal is our top point scorer in this one on a third. Sam Burbridge, who I think won the last BAS round at Scunthorpe in lane 2. And Joe Grasby out in lane 1 in Evesham 122. So here we are then. Let's see. We got some yellows up, and he's going to get on his pirouette again. He's going to screw himself into the ground, that boy, isn't he? Let's go. So away they go. ST40 gets a good start. Tinker from the outside of him, but it is ST40, like I said, the man who won your last BAS round at Scunthorpe, but he dips a bit quickly, doesn't it? Tinker sends it as he always does. Oh my word, buries it in sideways, but manages to catch it. And who's this sneaking up the inside? It's Jill Grasby trying to show the men the way around then. So here she goes. She ticks at the inside of another one there. So here we go. Where's Tinker then? 40 down the back straight from ST40. Evesham 122. Mark Pascal, he's your third place guy, but currently, third in the first heat, but currently running in fourth. And who's that out wide then? Burbridge's gone out wide, and Tinker's nipped at the inside of him. So Y40. Oh my word, Burbridge and Grasby were getting a little bit close for comfort there, but they're no damage and no touching, so that's great. And Mark Pascal finds a route through at the inside, so he's trying hard to get back up to third place there. So H250 does just shoot through, but Tinker sticks the wheel in the dirt. He knows his way around, doesn't he? Y40 then. He's in the lead from ST40, H250, E122, Evesham 1, the rear of the field, and Gary Ray right at the rear of the field, which is really unusual for him. So down the back straight they go. Y40 then, Tinker slings it sideways, trying to stay away from that loose this time, and that's the best line he's took all race, isn't it? And he takes a comfortable win. Well done, Wes Tinker, and then a race for the line, and it's going to be Mark Pascal takes the second from ST40, E122, E1 and SC53. That's your race done and dusted, and I have a tick and a tick, I think, Mickey. So
Well done.
no money for me, no money for Lee Waldron. What do we got now then? I think this is our rerun. Is it? Oh, junior specials. Junior specials. Right then. So let's move on to junior specials. That's my 10s done. Let's get them out of the way. So we're already Ray. Look at this. Proper racing now. We're away. One off, one out. I reckon this is Iago Evans then on the inside. Got a good grid. And away he goes. It must be because he is in this race then. So Iago Evans into line. Lily Rose Pratt then. She's there on the outside. And we got some mountain. Alfie Ross got it all sideways. Climbed over the back of the B5H car. Alfie Ross is your current BAS leader. And he needs some points. Come on, Alf. Get it going again. So Lily Rose Pratt clicks at the inside then. She's a fantastic little driver, isn't she? YD78 then, or 79 or whatever it is from this view, but she's YD nonetheless. Down the back straight then. Is that Iago Evans still in second? No, Iago's dropped back to third, so let's have a wait till they get round. We're just losing some numbers now, but we know who's in front, don't we? YD75 from S6, Junior Jones then, TA6, Iago Evans, B5H, E120, PAC50, Y23, and Alfie Ross with all the work to do now, doesn't he, Alf? ST717 at the rear of the field, so down the back straight then, it is YD76, Lily Rose Pratt. I just need to look at the sheet, I can find the numbers. YD76 into the top corner, she's coming round now onto her last lap flag. As I say, she's a fantastic little driver is Lily. So S6 then, second place, YB58, then Yago's dropped back to fourth. E120, Dylan Grasby and PAC 15, Y23, and Alfie trying to pick up some places just to get some points going. So down the back straight they go then. YD76 then, she's fantastic, isn't she? Great little driver, I keep saying it, but I do mean it. They just surprise me, these kids, they really do. But she's going to take the win. YD76 then from S6, B5H, TA6, E120, PAC 15. Alfie does pick up a place in ST717 and Y23. He'll be kicking himself, Alfie Ross. Just run up the back of the Breedon Hill car on the first corner and then just spun himself out on that slippy ground at the top. And again, no apologies for saying how good Lily Rose Pratt's doing at the moment, because she can really pull a race together when she puts her mind to it. She's a fantastic girl to watch, to be fair, and definitely showing the boys' weight around, and yeah, really good to see. So on to Heat 2 then. We have C55 in Grid 8, Rosie Russell and IK19, and again, fantastic marshals, well done. We're away again, you don't have to listen to me reading them out. So we got Y46 in this one, and he is Max Young, so he's on a win then. So we got Y46 Max Young, but Kean Lewis, I think he's on a second, has just gone right around the outside of him, and he's checked out, isn't he? Rosie Russell, who's again there in second place. So I'm not sure what Rosie had in her first heat. I know she had a great start and got into the lead, but I think she dropped back a few places. But Max Young, what are you doing? You're going backwards, kid. Get yourself up and going. So it is Kean Lewis then. Again, another young lad that just pulls it out now and then. And he's certainly shown him the way around here. Rosie Russell, though, she's going to try and find her way around. She switched back to the inside and tries to come through under the power of the BC39 from IK19, ALC25, Wardy46, and Tom Williams and B10HC55 and at the back of the field. Not sure what the last one was. But down the back straight then, Kean Lewis he is. From IK19, from ARC25, Y46 then, he is dropped back into fourth place, so a fourth and a first. Oh, he's going to have to work a bit harder in the 30, isn't he? But Kean Lewis, BC39, Rosie Russell, ARC25, Y46, TA44, B10HC55 and C49 to main check. So we have got down the back straight then. Rosie Russell's done everything she can to try and make Kean Lewis make a mistake, but it is Kean down the back straight. Into the top corner then, around the bank bend they go. He hasn't made any mistakes, has he? Fantastic drive. Goes, hasn't made any mistakes, but he finds his drive. BC39 from IK19, ARC25, Y46 Max Young then takes the fourth, so he's on a win and a fourth. B10H takes the fifth, C55 and C49. So that one's done and dusted, isn't it? So 2 down, 3 to go. Tom Williams, unfortunately, parked over there on the far side. Not 100% what happened to Tom there. He was second in his first heat, so this has done him absolutely no favours whatsoever. What have we got in this next run then? So Ben Ayres is sat on a win. Max Holtby is sat on a second. There your top two then. But we have Daisy Bennett, SR25. She's on grid 8, H50 Sky Pascal, grid 7, William Smith, Lud 46, Ben Ayres, he's the lad that's had the win then. He's Y22 on lane 5, BC116 Owen Bradford on lane 4, Vince Pascal H450 lane 3, Max Holtby SC6 on grid 2, and PAC 13 Dexter Jones on lane 1. So the middle grids have been coming out quite well, haven't they? So let's have a look what Y22 can do then. Ben Ayres. You've got your national champion on the inside of you, SC6, Max Holtby. So he will be pushing, won't he? He wouldn't have liked having a second place in that first run. He'll want some more points. He'd have seen what's happened to poor Alf in that last run. And these boys and girls are very competitive. Very, very good friends, though. Really good friends. So that's really good to see. But when the crash lid goes on, they know what's going on. They know what they need to do. So we're away again. And it is a cracking start from Max Holtby. Wow, he wound that up good, didn't he? He absolutely pinged that. So he's away then, SC6, and then we got BC116 on the inside, and it is, I think, the let's have a look. I think it's Y22 just sat on the inside there. He switches back on the inside of Bradders there on BC116. So it is then Max Holtby in the lead then. Bradders trying around the outside then in BC116. Y22, he's there at the inside though, so they switch back. And then we got H50, Vinny Pascal then in fourth place. And we'll check the other ones when they come through. So Max Holtby then just drifts it out, catches that loose. He's away with this one in SC6, super smooth. Y22 then second place, BC116, H50, SR25, Lud 46 and H450 at the rear of the field. So it's Sky Pascal, Pascal family, Sky Pascal doing a great job there in fourth place. So round the top corner we go. We're going on to our last lap flag then, and that is for your national champion, Holby SC6 then, Y22, he's going to be happy with the first and the second overnight. BC116, H50 Sky Pascal, SR25 William Smith there then, H450 Vinny, and that's your lot for now. But down the back straight he goes, he's got a good half a straight lead, isn't he? 10-15 car lengths. And he comes round, no mistakes for Max Holby this time, absolutely on the money. Down he goes, SC6 then takes the win. Y22, he's going to be really happy with the first, second overnight. Bradders will be happy with the third as well. H50, SR25, Ludlow 46, and Vinny Pascal just bringing up the rear there in H450. First season for Vin, I think it is, or maybe a bit last year, but he'll certainly be on the pace in the next couple of meetings, won't he, going into the beginning of next year. So, shh, Mickey, shh. 3 down. 2 to go. Race 4. We have 2 winners in this one. Harry Berryman, Triple 1Y, had a fantastic win in that first run. And Liam Grasby, again, a fantastic win. Both of them, I think Liam beat Max, actually, you just saw take that one in Evesham 121. We got Darashi, we got no time to run through him. This one, Farah, he needs a result, doesn't he? So he had a terrible run in the, say a terrible run, I think it was a 4th or a 5th, which is, he'll be thinking it's terrible. We think he's done really well. But let's see what they do when they come through then. So we reckon that's YD3 then. Lewis Farah, who's come out of grid 1, he's stretching his legs now. Berryman in second, Liam and Shawnee Bradford there, and then Car, I think that is there, nicked into 5th place, trying to nip through on the inside of Shawnee, but down the back straight they go. So it's YD3 from the Berryman car and S111Y, and then we got Grasby and Shawnee Bradford really close into tension, and trying up the inside is the She car, just gives him a bit of a love tap. Shawnee says thank you very much, I'm going to come back at the inside of you in BC117. So into the bottom corner they go. It is YD3. Farah certainly making amends for his first run, isn't he? And the guy who won the first one of the first heats, is the S111Y. Harry Berryman, right, he's back there in second place, but he'll be happy again to go in overnight with 100 points. So we're on to our last lap flag. Getting tight and tidy, isn't he, with She and 121, Liam Grasby, So we're into the top corner they go. A few cones being taken, but they all get round and no places were changed, so I think that one will be okay. So down the back straight they go then for the final time. YD3, Farah, he's coming in, he's drove superbly, hasn't he? Tight and tidy. We've got contact. Shawnee Bradford and the She car, but YD3 takes the win. S111Y, WW She car, R210 Tilly Clark, didn't even see you out there, Tills, apologies for that one. And WR7, again, another junior that's fresh into the sport. Liam Grasby does get going, and so does NS35, and so does Shawnee Bradford. So I'll have to wait and see what comes over the radio with that. Mickey B's got it glued to his ear. I'm going to put some tape around it, Mickey, so you know what's going on. Hold it to your ear and see what we do then. But we have got a. We're going to take a result with that then. Is that what's going to happen? Yeah. So it looks like Shawnee Bradford, unfortunately, is going to take the rap for that in BC 117. And it's going to go from the lap before, which means that Liam Grasby will get his position. I can't remember what position it was. I think he would have got third, wasn't he? I think so. He'll be really happy with a win and a third if that is the case overnight. I'm sure he'll be tamping as he gets back into the pits there. But go and sort him out, Mum and Dad. He'll have his points, and that'll make him happy, won't it? Third, yes, he did get a third. So again, another race done. So who have we got in this one then? We've got Nick Rogowski. He's on a second, and Corey Mumford out on lane 1 with a win. So there's your first, your top point scorer. But we have got Lewis Middleton right on the outside. He's no one to be outcounted. So it is the flying yellow machine then, a Corey Mumford that gets a great start. Georgia DeCrow, unfortunately, just misses a gear or something off the start. So here we go. We've got the husband and wife team, haven't we? Boyfriend and girlfriend, first and second. We've got Corey Mumford, 161F. WR20, he's not the girlfriend. I meant Denver Whitehouse. She's dropped back. So it is 161F then from WR20, sorry, Smurf going down the back straight then. So let's see what we can do. Corey Mumford's had a few issues in the week, and Mike's obviously sorted the car and got it going as he always does. So 161F then from WR20, and then we've got SC125, CW18 and WR6 then. A21 213 Cara Blaber and PAC84 Georgia DeCrow just at the rear of the field at the moment after a few issues off the start. start. So down the back straight, stretching his legs away then, isn't he? 161F, terrible luck at the Nationals for young Corey Mumford. Just got caught up in a little bit of carnage in the semi-final, but he's certainly making his voice heard now, isn't he? 161 from WR20, SC125, WR6 making a challenge around the outside then. Get it in there, Denver, go around the outside of him, CW18 as they go round. So up the back straight they go, 161F. As he goes into the top corner, super smooth this lad, isn't he? As he puts it sideways, sort of super smooth, but he does take the win nonetheless. Corey Mumford down 161, WR20 in second, SC125, CW18 Gravoski and WR6 there in 5th place. So we're going to have a little race to the line between the two young ladies. That will be definitely, it's come to the front of the pack within the next year or so. Cara Blaber and Georgia DeCrow. And the only one I didn't name check in that one is Lucy Conway. Again, fantastic little driver. So good to see these ladies coming through, but when your mum is who your mum is, you've got a good future, let alone a dad. Well, Craig's almost as good as his missus, isn't he?
Oh, is it still half-time?
Right then, it looks like we're back to Class 8 then. So, jiggle my sheets around and see if I can find what heat we're in. So, it looks like Lee Talbot down there. So, I'll quickly try and find that one. If it is Lee Talbot, I'm guessing... Ooh, I'm not sure which one this will be then, mate. Race 6, I've been told. So, we're not going with race 1, we're going with race 6. So, this is Rich Cooper, I think that is, on the inside of race 6. Yes, it is. So, he came out of grid 1. So, who's that trying on the outside? We have got Lee Talbot around the outside, and then we've got somebody even further than that trying to go out there. And they come through. So, we have E2 from ST187, Bryn Powell, Ludlow 4. In second, it is Tim Russell. Is it Tim Russell? He's just got hung out to dry there. I'll just we'll check. Yeah, it is Tim Russell. Just hung out to dry. BC81 and a Somerset car to rear the field. So Rich Cooper had a few problems in the first heat, didn't he? But Lee Talbot is definitely all over him this time. So we got Evesham 2 from ST187, Ludlow 4, IK65, BC81 and SS72 bringing the rear of the field as we speak. But it is Bryn Powell trying his hardest to do something with Lee Talbot. Down the back straight they go then. Rich Cooper again has had a few issues in that first heat, didn't he? But backs it right down, has a tiny bit of push on, squares it back off. And Lee Talbot's trying something on the inside, but here he comes in. Ludlow 4, he's been off the pace the last couple of rounds, but my God, this boy can drive. So Bryn Powell then up into second place, builds his own chassis down there at PWL. Down the back straight they go then. It is Evesham 2 to Ludlow 4. And again, he's pulled a little bit on Lee Talbot there. And IK 19, I think it is, there in 4th place. So your race winner, that'll do him. E2, Ludlow 4, ST187, IK65, BC81 and SS72 bringing up the rear. So great race there. Rich Cooper had the drop, didn't he, out of the gate there in grid 1, and Bryn Powell made a good dash through, didn't he? I think he come from 4th or 5th to 2nd place. So we'll tick that one off the list. That's one done. I can see that we got race 1 and race 8 left to do. I think that's Cam Mills on the start line there, maybe in grid 3 or something like that. So that, I would say, is your race 1 then. So it's going to be our race 1. Yeah, I can see Hesse there as well in lane 2. Did Tivy get his car fixed? No, it doesn't look like it. So nobody on grid 1, nobody on grid 8, nobody on grid 4. So let's see. So Ross is obviously out, Tivy's out. And who else is out then? So we've got nobody on grid 8, Rossi. Tivy was 1, and who was on 4? Michael Tinker Abbott. So he had a few issues, didn't he? Michael Tinker Abbott in the first heat was sat in the middle of the track, but obviously got terminal issues now because he hasn't made it down for the rerun. So let's see what's going on now. I think we're just waiting for something on the start line. Maybe we are waiting for the Tivy car. It's not 100% sure, so we'll just. We are definitely waiting for a car down there, but not 100% sure who it is. So, who's the top of the shop here? Then Cam Mills was on a 2nd, and Neil Tivy was on a 3rd. So there were your top point scorers. But you've got people like Jake Herdman in this race, and you know, you cannot write him off in any way, shape, or form. So hopefully he can pull something out the bag here and get himself some decent results and get himself in contention for that semi-final, which will come later on tomorrow afternoon. Here we go then. So we're not waiting for the Tivy car, we're not waiting for anybody, we're away, and it is Cam Mills that makes a fantastic start, and it is that guy on the outside that I did say to look out for. It's TA57, Jake Herdman, who sticks it in sideways, but Cam Mills unusually backs off and comes out wide, but it is Herdman through the inside there. TA57, C19, great mates these two. Well, boss and worker, I think it is. So Don't go too mad, Jake. But Jake's at the inside then. So Craig, round the back straight, then they go. So TA57, and Cam just gives him a little bit of a touch and spins himself out. Hopefully everybody can miss him. That was such a shame there, because that was looking up going to be a really good race. TA57 and YD75 SE, CS12, SL2. Cam Mills does get it going again, however he's back in 5th place and the final slot. So down the back straight then, we got TA57 then into the top corner. They're going to come round this time for their last lap flag. He drifts it in lovely, doesn't he? Hesse there, just trying to reel him in the best he can. Last lap flag, good result for Hesse in 2nd place, so YD75. CS12 then, SL2. The battle of the furthest travel there. Cam Mills just absolutely pinning it out in the rough at the top corner, but he is nearly a full straight or full half a lap down now on TV57 then, so it is going to be Jake Herdman. I called it, didn't I? I'm not going to say I did, but TV57 takes the win. YD75, CS12, SL2 takes the 4th place, and Cam Mills is he's just out for a bit of fun, isn't he? But he absolutely dips it in and tries to show how fast he can go, and he is in 5th place, so he's still got points there. So a 2nd and a 5th. Ooh, maybe a win tomorrow, Cam, might just squeeze you into that semi-final, but we're gonna have to wait and see. So race 1 is done. So we have got race, as far as I can see, race 8, which is the Cat Cox, Chris Pope, Russ Shepherd, Liam Nichols, Matt Doddridge, Reece Candy and Adam Jones race. So Jonesy, I think, had a re-one this morning as well, so he's getting his money's worth of racing today, isn't he? And we're away again. It is Russ Shepherd. It's a good start, but a very wavy start, but he did back out, so hopefully that one will go. And it is Chris Pope then that takes up the lead. Jonesy squeezes at the inside, but he's on full right-hand lock, and you don't want to be doing that on the grass field. So it is Popey from SS3 from YD7. Liam Nichols there in 3rd place. Cat Cox and Jonesy battling at the back of the field, so they'll want to try and sort that out between them. Cat Cox is on a 3rd and Jonesy's on a win. Down the back straight they go then. Chris Pope then, SP8 into the top corner, drifts it down really nicely, just missing that burn on the top of there and get plenty of grip. So Russ Shepherd there in 2nd place. YD7 from BC69, 158F. Cat Cox there in 5th place, and then Somerset 24, I think that is. So it is down the back straight then we go. They're coming around this time for their last lap flag, so Pope has got this one now, doesn't he? Just beautiful round that top bend, nice and drifted. Liam Evans is trying all he can to try and come past Russ there at SS3. Flicks it sideways. Jonesy has to just back out and get back on it again. A little bit of smoke from the inside of Jonesy, but hopefully that's nothing to worry about as he tries to gain another position. But Liam Nichols holds him off, so into the top corner for the final time. Russ has got loads of understeer. Jones is going to try and come through, so it is going to be SP8. Russ Shepherd, BC69, unfortunate for YD7. 158F and SS24, so Liam Nichols just had to take a aversive action on the top corner to get out of the way of Russ Shepherd. And Russ just all of a sudden just barrel loads of understeer, so not something you want to see. But he did keep a 3rd place, 2nd place, I think, did he? I missed it already. I didn't see it. 2nd, yeah, and Jonesy nicked 3rd, so poor Liam Nichols, he was sat there in 3rd, wasn't he, for a while, and just gets pipped on the post by Jonesy having a sterling move at the inside. So Jones is going to be happy in a 1st and a 3rd. Russ is going to be up on a 1st and a 2nd, and Pope is going to be even happier on 2 wins. So what have we got now? We've got nothing. So we're just waiting for some cars to come down, but I reckon it might be... Are we on ladies' races, Finn? We think we're on ladies' racing now, so let's just wait and see what comes to the line. I think I'm done on all reruns in 8. I never had any in 10, and I didn't have any in J-Specs, just for the record. But we just have to wait and see what's coming down to the line. There's just a little bit of a hold up in bringing them up. So what time are we on, Mickey?
We're on 9 minutes past 6.
9 minutes past 6. Not too bad, is it really? Not too bad. Hopefully if we can get on to ladies and get some of these quieter ladies through. I'm not sure if we've got time constraints on this venue or not, but it's a long day, isn't it, for these marshals and all involved in getting this meeting going. But we are seeing, I think that's ladies class 1 going down to the line, so I think Finn will just warm his vocal notes up and vocal cords, I think the word is, isn't it? And see where we're going. He's on that one, is he? So he did. So I'll let you go then, and I'll go and...
14-3 still Wales.
14-3 Wales, no.
And the mighty
still
Portugal.
Mighty Portugal. The rugby side that is Portugal.
Oh, it's 19-3 now.
Right. Mick is excited. He's obviously a closet Welsh fan. Right, I'll leave it to Finn then. So Finn's on the mic now with these ladies class 1s, and I'll be returning for ladies class 8.
Thanks. So, I can see Maddie Tilson on the line. So we're definitely on ladies class 1s. So race 1, I think we've got WS36 of Charlotte Hart, Scully 171 of Kirsty Glover, SS 183 of your Emily Retta, St. Neots 16. On unbeaten so far is Maddie Tilson, St. Neots 296 of Victoria Tilson, Spalding 16 of Jane Knight, IK 161 and Typhy 25. But we're already away in racing and they're very even. So I can't see who's made the best of the breaks. But as we go into turn 1, there is a clear leader of your Typhy 25 machine from Spalding 16, from IK 611 and SS 183 trying to make a move right around the outside, but they can't find a gap. And St. Neots 16 falling away now a little bit. That is Maddie Tilson. Obviously unbeaten going into this race, but IK 611 has taken the lead from your IK 25 machine. Scully 171, St. Neots 16, Spalding 16, SS 15, 183. But all eyes back to the front. It is IK 611 trying to stretch a gap now from your TA 25 machine. Spalding Scunny 1671 under pressure from your Maddie Tilson in St. Neots 16. But can anyone stop your IK 611 machine? That's your race leader coming across to take the last lap. That is IK 611. That's faced Steventon from Typhy 25. Was leading going to turn 1, but lost it to the IK 611 machine. And it's been the same ever since. But we've got some moves to the back as it is. SS183, that's Emily Retta trying to make a move on your St. Neots 296 machine of Victoria Tilson. But coming across to take a checker flag, that is IK 611 from TA25, from Scunny 171, from Maddie Tilson, from St. Neots 296, from St. Neots 15, from your SS183 machine, and your final finisher is WS36 of Charlotte Hart. So nice clean racing from your ladies class 1. So race 2, we have a full grid. WS165 of Leanne Page, Scunny 951 of Claire Crompton, PAC 181 of Angela Duckrock. I'm so sorry if I butchered your name. Laurie Fionn Jones in North Wales 6, Star 19, that's unbeaten so far, of Laura Henry, but as we've seen in the case of Maddie Tilson, that can all change. And we've got Lud 19 of Meg Parsons, Cambridge 34, Stacey Mills, and Swansea 46 of Joe Robbins. So we've got one race winner per race. So Scunny 171, what did she have? She had a second. And Emily Retta did as well. I know Emily had, I think it was a 6th or 7th. Scunny 171, I think she had a 3rd. I'm not really sure. I know Victoria Tilson finished just ahead of SS183. So I think, not really sure. But we're starting to see yellow flags all across the circuit. And we see the man do his manual. First marshal supposed to do his pirouette. And we are away in racing. And your first to show is the Star 19 machine living up to the race win. So it is Star 19 first into the first corner from Scunny 951, from Cambridge 34, from Lud 19. We'll pick the rest of them up as they go down this side. But it is Star 19, Lud 19. We have a little bit of contact. And again, as Cambridge 34 is on the infield. And we've got WS165 pointing the wrong way. And PAC 181 staring at the Armco. So not really ideal from your ladies. I jinxed it, didn't I? Said good, clean racing from the ladies, and there we go. We have red flags. So they will go back to holding lanes once they're all sorted. So race 3, I can see is on the line. So we've got Evesham 146. That's Shania Jones. from Evesham 82, Jess Conway, also one-year race winners. And we got Scunny 161 of Danielle Holtby, obviously also being raced in the juniors by Troy Holtby. Typhy 2, Laurie Davies. York 90, Hayley Verity. PhD 5, Jess Hitchcock. So, who can I see? So, Emily Lodge and Scunny 213 and a 4th. Jess Conway has a win. Evesham 146 also had a 4th. That's Shania Jones. Scunny 161 was a non-start, so currently bottom of the table. So gonna need a bit better there. So a 7th for Typhy 2. York 90 had a 6th. And PhD 5. PhD 5. Who can I find? Yeah, so she had a 6th as well. So quite a mixed grid. Couple from the bottom of my sheet, couple from the top of my sheet. But it's variety, isn't it? So I'll tell you what, they've been proper shaken up, these orders. As Emily Retter obviously had a 2nd, but then had a 6th, I think. And then obviously Maddie Tilson having a 5th on a win. Although he's Star 19 machine, obviously that's a rerun. So, we yet to see what Evesham 82, which is Jess Conway, can produce. I think Scunny 171 had a... Did she have a... She was thirsty when she had... Did she have a 2nd? I think she had a 2nd. Oh no, it might have been 3rd of your Kirsty Glover machine. So... Oh yeah, IK611 had a win. So that's Faith Steventon. Was Cambridge 34 was Sandy Infield, although got it back going, so it's alright. Right. Yeah. So yeah, it has rained quite a bit, hasn't it? But I think it stopped, hasn't it? Like, well, when I say it stopped, it's a bit on and off, isn't it? Proper chucked it down last night, but it was yeah, but it's been a bit on and off all day, hasn't it? Yeah, like first couple of hours really of today have been full on rain, but then it kind of stopped. Was it like pretty much around like 8:30, 9? Stopped raining, and then it didn't rain until like didn't rain for a bit, and then it started going on and off again, and that's kind of where we are now. I think it stopped. I don't really know. I'm in a bus, so I'm in the bus. I don't know. But I can't feel rain because I've got a roof over my head and windows, so you tell me. So we have your Lud 19 car being brought back into the pits of Meg Parsons. So just a little bit of track work. Speedy Gator, I must say, absolutely flying across the track. Motoring, I'll tell you what, could probably give some of them men's eights a good run for their money. Do you reckon they'd let a Gator? Do you reckon they'd let a Gator go in men's eights? Not sure.
You having some good waffle there, are you, Ben?
Yeah. Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see what goes on in your next 81 race. And as I say that, we are away in racing. So Evesham 82 is your first to show, and that is obviously your race winner last time around of Jess Conway. But we have nearly 4 wide into turn 1 as Typhy 2 is your second one. But all the way back to the front it is Evesham 82 coming down this side from Typhy 2, from York 90, from Evesham 146, from PhD 5. And we'll pick up the other one as we come along. But down the inside goes Evesham 146. Very slow is your York 90. And a bit of bish bash washing. And Typhy 2 very, very slow, crawling to a halt. I don't know what's happened there. We'll wait to hear. But it is Evesham 82 stretching a lead already now. Absolutely gone is Jess Conway from Evesham 146. As of, oh my goodness, we got red flags. Seriously. So that's probably because your Typhy 2 machine is stopped on the racing line. So Speedy Gator back on the track. So Evesham 82 will just go back into the holding lanes. We'll wait to hear about Typhy 2. So that'll be recovered. And on the line, I can see Ladies Class 3s. So I do know the Becky Shaw definitely had a win. Carmarthen 3. That's Catherine Bainon? I think so. Had a second. Typhy 1. Naomi Davies had a third. NS343 Becky Smith had a fourth. And Northwest 27. Erin Almond had a fifth. So only 5 of them this weekend. I mean, it is quite far. It's quite a pain for most people, isn't it? You have to be quite dedicated to come all the way down there for most people. So, yeah, just well done to everyone who has had the guts to come down here. So, yeah, we've just got the marshals going back to their posts. As I can see that Typhy 2, as can you, being pulled into the pits by the Gator as we have a Jeep coming onto the track. So we should be racing relatively soon. So we have a marshal just speedy running.
So just the vehicles that are parked up on the top of the track. Can you turn your headlights off, please? So it's not that dark yet. So headlights off, please. Don't want to distract the drivers. Here we go.
So we are away in racing, and your first to show, I think that is NS343 of Becky Smith, had a fourth, so a win would do her a lot of good. In the point standings, that is Becky Smith, sliding it around turn 1. Carmarthen 3 is second. There's a race on for third. BC Treble 1 over the Becky Shaw, even though as I say that, she goes from fighting for third to overtaking for second. So Becky Shaw with a brilliant move right running outside, but all eyes back to the front. It is NS343. That's Becky Smith. Can anyone stop her? She's already starting to stretch a gap. As Becky Shaw will do everything she can. Trust me, she will. So, but it is NS343, BC Treble 1, Typhy 1, Carmarthen 3, and Typhy 1 has a little bit of understeer, and North Wales 27 trying to take advantage as Carmarthen 3 did. But closing up now is Becky Shaw. Becky Smith still holding on though in the 343 machine. Obviously racing in men's 3 under, is it Bengal? I think so. So 343, 111, 3, 1, 27, up the inside, now making it stick. So a fifth and a fourth for Erin Almond is not amazing. But they'll make it to the final anyway. It doesn't really matter, does it? As long as you get there, it doesn't matter how you get there, right? So 343 takes the win from 111, from 3, from 27, from Typhy 1 with a little bit of damage there, I must say. So that's 5s on the line. I can see Kirsten Bartlett, so I'll hand you over to Mickey.
There we go. Oh, right, there we go. We're back going. Some of my best commentary there, all on the quiet. There again, the people down maybe. No, you wouldn't have been hearing me at home, would you? But just to let you know then, that Sandra Jones picked up the win. Well done, Sandra, from Laura Blade and Kirsten Bartlett. Then we went down into Lara Jones. Lucy Wickham was there, and that final position just being collected. She came onto the grass. South Somerset 10, Dawn North. So there we go. Let's move it into race 2. Lorryinsurance.co.uk, Plum Pal, our weekend sponsors, and it brings out two ladies who picked up seconds. Nicola Jessie, York 44, and Kirsty Godfrey, Cambridge 10. Sarah Bateman and Lynn Olsen picked up thirds. So there's a little bit of a bout. Oh, yes, there we go. So with the headlights on the car at the top of the track, can you turn them off, please? Right, here we go then. We are off and running, and it's Kirsty Godfrey. Cambridge 10 then. Nicola Jessie's gone out wide and looking for the pick-up of the speed down the hill. Woohoo! So, Kirsty Godfrey from Nicola Jessie. Then it's Sarah Bateman, Lynn Olsen looking for the cut back up the inside. Lynn has found that grip and moves it into that third. Sarah Snake Bateman is in fourth. But again, looking to go for a wider line or a cut back up on the inside. Still Kirsty Godfrey then from Nicola Jessie. Side by side, Bateman and Olsen go for it as well. Round turn 3 they go. Nicola Jessie now looking for the cut back up the inside of Kirsty Godfrey. Godfrey closes the door. Up the opening straight they go. Rain a little bit in the air, but nothing too heavy at the moment. Godfrey then still leads it. Round that turn 2 for the penultimate time. One more lap to go. Godfrey from that Nicola Jessie machine. Shimon from the Snake. Sarah Bateman. Bateman now. Oh! Contact. Jessie's gone back round. She gets it going. That's like a James Bond manoeuvre, that. But it's Kirsty Godfrey then. Leads them up into the turn 1 for the final time of asking. Round the crown of the bend. Out of turn 2. Checker flag at the ready. And it is Kirsty Godfrey. Cambridge 10 from Sarah the Snake Bateman in Shannon District 45. Lynn Olsen in third. Nicola Jessie fourth. Gloucester and District 112. Gail Morris in that 5th place. So, S45 and just hearing green flag for contact. So Sarah Bateman dropped back down 2 places. Right. There's some good stuff coming over on the airwaves, by the way, from all the debate that was going on earlier. Have I got time? No, I've got to read out the 7s here. Nicola Gibbs, Ella John, Kesney Adams, Julie Hawthorne, Fernio and Lindsay Allen. They're out in the Heat 2 Race 1 of the Max Sport and D&M Design and Fab sponsored Super Saloons. And they are off and running. And off they go. They're already up there, aren't they, Mickey? They are. And I think what they've done is that they've put Race 2 out. Because there's Samantha Graney, Sue Harris, then Michaela Dance, Jamel Gadsby, and then the DA21. Where's that come from? CM21, Katrina Thomas. I've got my glasses on as well. But here we go then. Samantha Graney had a win this morning. Can she make it 2 out of 2 as she comes down the hill? Woohoo! From Sue Harris, from Michaela Dance, Jamel Gadsby still 1, 2, 3, 4. But Michaela Dance looks for the cut back up the inside, moves it up into that 2nd place. Sue Harris drops down a place into 3rd. Jamel Gadsby, and then that Carmarthen 21, Katrina Thomas running in 5th place. Oh, Sue Harris, you've gone round, my love. There we go. 1 more lap to go. Samantha Graney, Michaela Dance, and then it's Jamel Gadsby. 1, 2, 3. Katrina has made a place up into 4th place and looks still facing down the wrong way. And, they've stuck red flags out. I'm sure they could have seen her. But we were on the last lap, so I believe we're going to take a result from that, which means that Samantha Graney will pick up the win. 2nd was Michaela Dance. 3rd, Jamel Gadsby in Spalding 31. Carmarthen 21, Katrina Thomas in 4th. And did not finish. And that will be old Sue Harris. She was doing well as well, but she just spun round. Right? So that was race 2. So looking up there, we'll bring out race 1 now. That's the one I was calling. I should have looked up onto the line first, but yeah, you do that. Nicola Gibbs, Hereford 44, coming out of lane 8. Ella John, PhD 6, lane 7. Kesney Adams in Border Counts 26, lane 4. Lane 3, Julie Hawthorne Fernio, Radford 176, your new ladies class 7 national champion, Pennine 37, Lindsay Allen out of lane 2. So that's their runners and riders. Bungee lifts. Let's go racing then with the ladies. And Julie Hawthorne Fernio got a slingshot of a start. Lindsay Allen goes with her as well. Lindsay looking for the cutback. Nicola Gibbs there as well, running in that 4th place. But Kesney Adams looking for a wide line round the outside. Can she make that payoff? She looks for the cutback up the inside. She's got it as well. Kesney Adams from Julie Hawthorne Fernio. But Julie puts the power down again. Round the outside, retains that 1st place as they bring it up that incline into turn 1. Round the crown of the bend and then down the hill. Woo! And it is Julie Hawthorne Fernio, Kesney Adams, Lindsay Allen, Nicola Gibbs and Ella John in PhD 6. That's how they're running. And again, Kesney Adams still looking to try and find a way past that Radford 176. She's just got over a lap and a quarter to go because last lap flag is being prepared. One more to go on this one then. Julie Hawthorne Fernio, Radford 176, Border Counts 26, Kesney Adams in 2nd, Pennine 37, Lindsay Allen in 3rd, Hereford 44, Nicola Gibbs in that 4th place as they bring it round again. Up that air, Ella John PhD 6, still not giving up on this one as they bring it up into turn 1 and 2 for the final time of asking. Checkered flag, Julie Hawthorne Fernio, Radford 176 from Kesney Adams, Border Counties 26. Lindsay Allen, Pennine 37, Hereford 44, Nicola Gibbs in 4th, and then Ella John in PhD 6. So ladies, 5s and 7s, nice and clean, done and dusted. And we are going into ladies class 9s. So ladies class 9s, I'm going to hand you over to Gareth, and we're going to go hunting for some paperwork. So bear.
So I think Gareth's out there doing a bit more photography, so I'll run you through these ladies' 9s. Straight away we go though, so who makes a fantastic start there? Y6 is that? Or Y7 even, or Y9, or Y5, or it's Katie Adamman, isn't it? So Katie Adamman gets a big sideways in at the top bend, so she comes out. Let's have a look. Y6 it is. So yeah, Y6 from M62. Claire Warner got the better of her in the first heat, didn't she? But Adamman definitely had a good K that time and sticks it in sideways. So she's a bit rusty, isn't she? She's had a couple of meetings out. So Katie Adamman's now showing her true pace, isn't she, in Y6. So sticks it into the top corner, drifts a little bit wide, drops that tyre out towards the loose and just picks up off that nice bit of dirt coming off the corner to slingshot them down. Claire Warner M62, P5EM, ARC3, E25 and E218 Macy Callan Grasby just bringing up the rear. So down the back straight they go. Y6 then down into the top, down up into the top corner then, shall we say. Y6 Katie Adamman then. Out she comes. She's coming through onto her last lap flag. Let's see what Claire Horner's got then. M62. So she's there in 2nd place. Still P5EM, ARC3, E26 and E218 at the rear of the field as we speak. So down the back straight they go into the top bend. Y5 Katie Adamman. She seems to have the handle of this, doesn't she? Sticks it sideways, sticks that wheel this time on the loose. And Claire Horner's trying the inside line, but not too much going on. So Y6 Katie Adamman takes the win. M62 Claire Horner in 2nd. P5EM there in 3rd place. ARC3, E26 and Macy Carling Grasby, E218 just bringing up the rear. That's done and dusted, so not sure where Gareth is to come and run through these ladies' 2s. So we will dig the sheets out and have a look and see what we can find.
So we're going to do a little bit of a combo here. I'll run you, take you through race 1, and then it will be race 2 will be Graham. So here we go then. We're off and running. And the Scarborough 249, Gabby Smith. Now, Gabby, She hasn't been racing that long, but she really has got into this Class 2 battle. Whoa, a York 190. She gets Hayley Verity there, having a little bit of a battle going on, but it's getting a little bit dull at the moment, isn't it? St Neots 34, Vicky Robbins then, in that unmistakable colours of BP Grassing. They've only got the small tent today, haven't they? But they've all come packed. So Vicky Robbins from Hayley Verity, Gabby Smith, Breenhill 12 comes across. It's Hannah Cheshire. And Gareth here has made his way back in from snapping. I'm going to keep talking. St Neots 34 then. Vicky Robbins, York 190. Hayley Verity is going to chase her from behind. Who misses with one more lap to go then. Can Vicky hold on? Verity there from Gabby Smith. Breenhill 12. The Pennine 89 of Faye Stevenson. And then Scarborough 222. Jess Tate in that final position. All picked up the last lap flag. Half a lap to go for your lead car. St Neots 34. Vicky Robbins then. Can she get the maximum points? She's going to come round. Hayley Verity's behind her. But checker flag. Vicky Robbins taking Hayley Verity from Gabby Smith. From that Breenhill to a Hannah Cheshire. From Faye Stevenson. And that final place. Scarborough 222. Jess Tate. And from doing all of his little paparazzi, the pap, it's over to the voice of an angel.
Thanks, Mickey. Thanks for covering that one. Thought they were going to put the ladies class 4 and stock hatchet out first again, same as they did in the first run. But I guess that's what happens when you get a tidy commentator taking through ladies class 2s, no reruns. So let's hope that we can get through this one without those red flags as well. Race 2 brings out Lara Jones, TA17 from lane 8. Swansea number 3, Leanne Lewis, should be down there, starting in lane 7, but that's an omission because lane 7 is empty. Lane 6 is Jess Singer. South Somerset 45, Linda Thomas in PAC 91, Jess Owen in North Wales 151, and Jess Conway in Scunthorpe number 1. And this bus actually is deceiving because it's not actually that wet out there. But ladies class 1s get away from class 2s then get away from the line, and it's the familiar sight of number 1 that is taking up that number 1 position. So it is Jess Conway in Scunthorpe number 1 that leads through the start gate turn for the first time in this second round of qualifying. Linda Thomas had a black flag in her first heat, and she's there making up for it on 45 points in that second spot at the moment. From Lara Jones in TA17, who's there in third and rounds out your top 3 ahead of the North Wales 151 machine of Jess Owen, with Jess Singer in South Somerset 45, with it all to do at the tail end of the field. So a battle of the Jess is going to hot up at the tail end of the field. That's just going to allow the other Jess to pull ever cleaner, and that is Jess Conway in Scunthorpe number 1. Battle hotting up for second and third as Lara Jones is reeling in the boot lid of that PAC 91 Nissan Micra in second. But on that note then, all 5 cars get well spread out again, with Lara under some pressure now from Jess Owen in North Wales 151. I think they're all on to their last lap, so half a circuit to go as Jess Conway makes it into that top turn for the final time and makes it 2 heat wins out of 2. Scunthorpe number 1 then takes the win. Linda Thomas takes second in PAC 91 from Lara Jones in TA17. North Wales 151, Dan Owen, and South Somerset 45. Jess Singer then rounds it all out for your ladies class 2. So we will assume that class 4 and stock hatch is the next race, and to take you through that one, it'll be over to Mr. Mark Hoppe if he's back in time.
So we will. What we hear, we're going to keep going. We're going to try and get through the two heats. So we've got ladies. What we got? 4, 6, 8s, and 10s. Yeah. And stock hatch in there as well. And that will mean that we've got 2 full sets of heats done in a day at a BAST round, and I'll be happy days. So we'll see how we get on with that, but it is going to be ladies 4s come up. It's funny, isn't it? You know, like when you look outside. I know we've got tinted windows in the bus, so it does look a little bit. It doesn't look that bad outside. And when you look at it on the TV screen, and you viewers down who are watching it on BAStv, it looks quite bright, doesn't it? But it's 20 to 7. I suppose we've got about 30 minutes, 35 minutes, I would think, and then it will start to get a little bit dim. You know, and when I said dim, Gareth looked at me then with a wry smile. So I don't know what that means, but yeah. Yeah, okay. Right, well, here we go then. I'm going to hand you over to Gareth, who's done a sterling job, by the way, hasn't he? His first BAS round. Graham, yeah. What do I call him? Gareth. Because I looked at you.
I've got to be honest, mate. I'll take anything.
Yeah, no, that's it. Yeah, no. Have you got a voice of an angel?
100%. Absolutely. I am the English version of him.
Is he?
Yeah. Island in our dream.
Where is it though? I did write a song for this year's Autograss All Stars, and they never come back. So.
Did you get any royalties or anything like that?
No,
or?
they never used it. That tells you how good it is.
Oh, right. Okay.
Island in our dreams it was. It was great. Looking for, I think that's Class 6 coming out there, Mickey, isn't it? So they must be skipping 4s and Stockhatch, because that's definitely Class 6 coming up. So we've got to find a sheet again.
That's Hannah Thomas, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or Hannah Johnson Thomas. Now she's a double barrel name. Now she's got married. Ellie Bailey, I think, isn't it, as well? She's coming up. Former national champion in the sixes, nearly made a brilliant comeback at this year's nationals. Came right down to that final corner.
It's phenomenal
and
drive,
if she'd done it, it would have been probably the comeback of all time, I would have said.
Yeah, phenomenal
but,
drive.
it was great to watch, by the way. One commentator on it, I was just watching it. Oh, hold on a minute. We have a result, if anyone's interested, and there are a lot of people. Wales beat the mighty Portugal 28-8. So well done. That's great. Is that 2 wins on the bounce now for you guys? Yeah. Yes. Well done. Right. Over to the serious stuff then, and it is over to ladies Class 6s, and it is over to Graham.
Yeah, thanks, mate. So Potter Plant Hire, I think, would be your round sponsor here then, and Elite Transmissions is your serious sponsor through the weekend. So not sure where the 4s and Stockhatches are gone, but definitely Class 6s up there, because we can see them come to the line. So, which is good, which obviously means it's not dark yet, so we can get on with it. So Hannah Thomas, she's down on our sheet, S16Y. SC36 Zoe Coupland, Karis Thomas TA66, PhD12 Nia Jones, Ellie Lockwood SC15, Sophie Lewis TA36, P9 Gracie Coles, and Ellie Bailey SC33. I did catch a bit of this first race, but I won't go into it because we're away. Ellie Bailey then gets a cracking start, doesn't she, off the inside? But who's that on grid 2 just coming out? That's P9 then. So Gracie Coles, she sticks it in the outside. I think Gracie, I'm not 100% sure, but I reckon Gracie might have won the first heat. She was definitely in the lead when I was watching. So here we go then. P9, SC36, SC33, TA36, X16Y, TC60, and SC15 at the back of the field. And down the back straight they go then. So it is P9 then. Away she goes, Gracie Coles up the back straight with SC36 just pulling her in. Zoe Coupland trying the outside line. Gracie's going to stick to the outside. Zoe's going to stick up to the inside. Let's see who can pick the grip up the best then. So it looks like P9 has got the grip from SC36. Ellie Bailey then, SC33. And tucks in there in third place, but up the inside then. This is a fantastic move. She had loads of smoke in the first heat, and she's coming on through now, isn't she? So it's TA36 Sophie Lewis. We think that might be as it comes at the inside. She's trying the inside line, so it might have just been a pipe or something that blew off. So didn't look like an engine blow up, didn't it? But they're away then. So TA36 then comes through on the inside from P9. Gracie Coles just steps a little bit wide, and TA36 finds the line. So that she's not out of it yet, is she? She dips at the inside, just gets a little bit of a tap, nothing in that. SC36 then into second place. TA36 though coming down the back straight then into the top corner. This is for the final time, and the checkered flag. What a drive this is then. So she comes back after a non-finish to a TA36 win. SP36, SC33, P9, SC15, SC60, S16Y, sorry, and TA66 Karis Thomas just bringing up the rear. So well done, ladies. That race is done and dusted, which means it isn't a rerun, which means Gareth doesn't get a fine because it's not my class. And we move on again. Now, what we got here then, Mickey? I reckon that might, is this your rerun, Finn? Okie dokie. So Finn's going to be back on the mic then for a rerun.
Scunthorpe 36, green flag for contact.
Okay, so Scunthorpe 36 then just picks up a green flag for contact. That won't affect, obviously, her getting to a final with only one run of them, but it will affect her grid position, obviously, because it means that she won't get the run.
So we're wearing racing with your rerun of your ladies class 1, and your first to show is again Evesham 82. Can anyone stop her? So far the answer is no to that one. So she is the first to show from York 90, from PhD 5, from Evesham 146, from Scunny 213. And we'll pick the rest of them up as we go along, but it's Evesham 22, Evesham 82, from York 90, from PhD 5, from Evesham 146, trying to make a move up the inside of a PhD 5 machine. And I think she's going to make that work. Not sure, no he can't. So it is, Evesham 82, from York 90, from PhD 5. Time with the Evesham 146 machine. But all eyes back to the front. It is Evesham 82, from York 90, from Evesham 146, from PhD 5, from Scunny 213, running at the back of the pack for the moment. But all eyes back to the front. Evesham 82, on a roll now. From the York 90 machine, from Evesham 146, from PhD 5, from Scunny 213. But as Evesham 146 looks for the move up the inside of York 90, but can't make it stick. So it is, Evesham 82 into the top turn. Comes out for the checkered flag. It is, Evesham 82 takes the checkered flag. That's your race winner from York 90, from Evesham 146, from PhD 5, from Scunny 213. So, it's a good finish from the rerun of race 3. I think we've got the rerun of race 2 on the line, because I can see the Star 19 machine, that white car. So it is. So we've got Cambridge 34, we've got Lud 19, we've got Star 19. I think that's Scunny 951 in North Wales 6. So, got a bit of sourcing out. We've got yellow flags all across the track. So I think we should be racing very, very, very soon as we look to the first marshal's post and he does his pirouette and we are away and racing. So who's your first to show? You know what, I think that's the Love 19 machine. But Star 19 goes with and all the way around the outside. Can she make it stick? You know what, I reckon she can. That's a great move from the Star 19 machine. So into first place. And Scunny 951 looking to do exactly the same to the Lad 19 machine. And pulls it off beautifully and switches to the inside for to look up the inside of his Star 19, but can't make it work. So it is Star 19, Scunny 951, Lad 19, Swansea 46, Cambridge 34. I don't think that's that North Wales 6 machine. But all eyes back to the front. Can anyone stop the Star 19 machine? On a win already from Scunny 951, from Lud 19, from Swansea 46, from Cambridge 34, from North Wales 6. But Star 19 it is. Scunny 951, Lud 19, Cambridge 34 looking for the move up the inside of the Swansea 46 machine. But Star 19 it is. Scunny 951, Lud 19, Swansea 46, but down the inside. Can Cambridge 34 make it? No, she cannot. So it is Star 19, that's your race leader. That's Laura Henry from Scunny 951. That's Claire Crompton from Lud 19. That's Meg Parsons. And that's Cambridge 34 looking for the move up the inside, but it's already checkered flag. So Star 19 takes a brilliant victory from Scunny 951, from Lud 19, from Swansea 46, from Cambridge 34, and your final finisher is indeed North Wales 6 machine. So I'll hand you over to Graham to take you for Ladies 8.
Yeah, thanks, Finn. So, just had a text from Diane Tonkinson who says she's actually sozzled at the moment, but she said it's 1:30 in the morning. Can you get a move on? But also say a huge thank you to everybody for their donations, obviously, for Alzheimer's for George. So, fantastic guy, wasn't he? So, that's me done. Beth Tonkinson, if you're listening, get your money out. That won't mean anything to anybody else, but I'm done. So, ladies, Class 8 then, on the line. So, we've got Jen Houlihan. Oh, we're away already. So Jen made a fast start actually from the far side. Loses this at the inside. IK19 maybe. It's getting a bit dusk now, isn't it? So we'll have to wait and see. But come on, Josie, your mum wants to go to bed. Get your toe down. She's right around the outside. And here we go then. So it is Jen Houlihan in WW158 from SC52, IK65, CM20 shown Ed Thomas, Hope Bolton, I think that is there, just nipping through the inside. And Alabam's right at the back for, that's unusual, isn't it, Alabam? Get your toe down, girlie. So down the back straight they go then, WW158. And she's just nips it on the inside, IK19, and she's going to have to switch her, and here she comes, Josie Tompkins, and try and back at the inside, but she does, and she just a little bit of Robbins racing going on there, so they nip it inside, and it is Jen Houlihan just slightly out wide, and there she goes, doesn't she? So she knows her mum wants to go to bed, nips at the inside, Josie Tompkins in the way, backs off, and Jen Houlihan's there, keeping her honest, isn't she? So they come round this time for the last lap flag, and it is SC52 then, from WW158, IK65, CM20, ST22, and PAC2, Alabama at the back of the field, as I say. So unusual for Alabama. I think she's running second in the BAS at the moment, or third, or something very up there anyway. So down the back straight they go then. Jen Houlihan's not letting her get away, but it is Josie Tompkins going to stick it sideways. And who's this coming up the inside then? So we're going to have a dash for the line. It's going to be SC52. Whoa, Houlihan keeps it then from IK65, CM20, ST22, and PAC2 bringing up the rear. Fantastic racing, ladies. And you're not used to racing on a Saturday afternoon, are you? Or Saturday night on your second heat. So well done, and away you go. Right, we're on to Heat 2 then. Sophie Pitt, SS72, YD37, Lindsay Mullen, Sue Harris, R9, Taylor Jade, Pascal, HR350, Jodie Glover, WR11, NW271, Shelby Amlin, and let's see if Julie Hawthorne-Fernio is there. No, she's not, so she decided not to go out, and there's nobody in grid 4 either. No, it's not on my sheet, so here we go then, yellow flags up, pirouette done. Let's see who makes the best of the starts on this one then. It is Mullen from the outside, and somebody makes a good start, but then just either misses a gear or just something happens coming up the straight. But it's Lindsay Mullen then, had a second in her first run. I think she's the top one out of this one, she is. So Lindsay Mullen's away then, WR11 there in second place. They in the Album Machine, and Almond Machine there in third place, with Taylor J. Pascal picking up fourth place. Down the back straight they go then. Lindsay Mullen stretching her legs now from Jodie Glover then in WR11 into the top corner they go. We nice and sideways then, nice and controlled. Seasoned veteran now is Lindsay Mullen then in YD37, WR11, NW527. No, 271 even. I don't know where 527 came from. So down the back straight they go then. Lindsay Mullen just a little bit of sideways coming off of there. Has to square it up. She goes into the top corner then. This is going to be for the last lap flag. So the weather's holding out for us, isn't it? So let's get these little girls and get this car done, get this racing done. YD37, WR11. North Wales 271 now is catching them up then. So any mistake by these two in front. And I'll tell you now that Shelby will be straight through. Down she goes on the back straight then, and it is Lindsay Mullen, backs it down then. She tucks it in nice and tidy, and here's Shelby Allman trying to come up the inside. Jodie Glover gets the boot down though, so it is going to be YD37, WR11, NW271. H350 takes a great fourth there, well done Taylor Jade. SS72, and then Pit R9 just bringing up the rear there, Sue Harris in R9. So that's 2 done and 2 to go. So next run, Charlene Hankery, lane 8, Ellie Hines, Sharon Barker, Abby Jade Bennett, Macy Carlin Gradby, Cassie Gunn and Claire Horner. So we have 2 heat winners in this one. Just got a marshal running across the track, so we just wait for him to get moving and then we'll get going. So
race 4's on the line.
Race 4's on the line. Okay. So that'll be PAC21 who took a win and Vicky Appleton who took a win, and away they go. So Vicky's coming out of grid 1 and away she goes. She gets a cracking start, and I think that is, oh my word, Tia Williams there in second place. For Tia Reese, I think Tia Williams. Tia Reese even. So down the back straight then. So it's S2Y from 158F, PAC21, MA48. Into the bottom bend they go, and Suddy sticks it in sideways. Tia Williams, Tia Reese, Jesus. Sorry, Tia. Tia Reese then, she kicks up in second place then. She took over Terry. Terry drops back to third. So Terry's on a second and a third. Tia sticks it right out in the loose though, and Terry's going to try hard to come back under. So it is S2Y from PAC21, 158F, MA48, SS11. And Sue Nichols just bringing up the rear as we speak, but Tia Williams is trying up the inside of Vicky Appleton, and she makes the move. Can she make it stick? She backs right down, and Sooty just backs out a little bit, allows her to just carry on so they can just finish the race, and it is going to be last lap flag time. So it's Tia Reese, PAC21, S2Y, 158F, MA48, SS11, YD7, up the back straight they go then for the final time. Tia Reese having she's having a better meeting than me, having a great drive there into the Corner, round she comes in. She's going to be sat on 2 wins overnight. Fantastic drive then. Well done, Tia. S2Y from 158F, MA48, SS11, YD7. So we have 4s and stock hatches on the line, which I'm guessing we're waiting for Claire Horner to probably go and get in her car for the ladies class 8. Getting out of the 9 into the 8 obviously is a bit of moving around. So we have ladies 4s and stock hatch on the line. Okay. So Finn's going to take you through stock hatch. Oh, he's got it over here then.
So, we are away in racing, and who's your first to show? Obviously, of the 4s and stock hatches. So, who's your first to show? I think that is NS434 of Claire Compton. That's the class 4. And who's in the stock hatch? I think that's Hokey 13. Oh no, she's not stock hatch. So the next one, which is, I don't know. So, all eyes back to the front. It is NS434 from SS272 from Typey 13 from, I think it's Hereford 81. But SS272 trying to make a move up the inside off your NS434 machine. So it is NS434, SS272 as it stands from TA13 from Hereford 61. Right. Trying to go for the overtake. Trying to close up and go for it is the SS272 machine, but NS434 is your race leader. That's Claire Compton from Kelly Weatherick in the 272 machine and Typey 13. Is your 1, 2, 3, but first is Hereford 61 of your stock hatches, and I think it's 267. I can't read it from here, but from M4. So, but it is NS434. That's Claire Compton is your race winner from 272, from 13, from Hereford 61, and coming across the line is Lud 47, and M4 is going to be your final finisher of your stock hatches. So we did miss, I think we did miss SS40 from that one.
Yeah, well done, Finn then. So one ladies class 8 race to go then, and class 10. And that's you done, mate, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, so
well done, buddy.
I'll see you all tomorrow.
Well done,
Thank
mate.
you very much.
Yeah, well done, Finn there. Young lad coming in, and he's the future, isn't he? That's what we've got to look for. So the class 4 then, the actual machine just gets driven off. And who have we got on this line then? So we've got Abby Jade Bennett in the centre. Claire Horner will be on grid 1. These are your top 2. And we have Ellie Hines, Charlene Hankey, Sharon Barker, Macy Carlin Grasby, Cassie Gunn. And we've got loads of revs, and away we go then. So let's see what happens this time. Claire Horner makes a fantastic start out the inside. Abby Jade Bennett into second place then. And then I think that's P9, maybe. It's a bit dark and dusk now, so we've got a job to see. So, it's good on the telly though, mate. So we got Claire on the outside. Abby Jade Bennett, 8F there in second place. And it is P9 from B14H, E20 into the top 4. These are your top 2 at the Ladies Nationals a couple of weeks ago. So Claire Horner and Abby Jade Bennett down the back straight they go then. So we are M1 from 8F. Pitches it in the corner. Problems for Charlene Hankey there in ARC2. But Claire goes wide and Abby Jade's trying up the inside. So she's gained a little bit there. So let's see what happens then. They ditch it into the top corner. Or pitch it into the top corner even. Sticks it sideways. Gets out of the way to the Hankey machine. Down the back straight they go then. Definitely inroads now from Abby Jade Bennett. She's closing that gap up. But M1 is a canny racer, isn't she? So she sticks it out wide on the grip just there. Abby Jade Bennett at the inside. So this is the last lap flag. Let's see what you can do, girls. This will be great results for both of you. So we got M1 and we got 8F closing her down. She's going to try her best down the back straight then. So P9 settled in third place, B14H in fourth. Into the top corner we go then. Claire Horner backs it down there. And Abby Jade Bennett's going to try at the inside. So she's trying with that grip. And what do we got? M1 takes the win. 8F, fantastic drive there for second place. P9, B14H, Evesham 20. And that's your lot. Fantastic racing, girls. Brilliant racing. So, again, as I say, that was your top 2 from Ladies Nationals a couple of weeks and go into form. Claire Horner is on absolute scintillating form at the moment. And happy age. She's 20 years of age. She's got a lot left in her, hasn't she? So she'll be chasing on down for the time to come. But that'll be Claire Horner, Tia Reese. Oh, God, why do I keep getting Tia Williams from? Tia Reese from. They're definitely both on 2. So who have we got this time? She can't go to bed yet, can she? But Josie's away then, pitches it in, and then we got Pascal Machine there in second place. Y7 now coming through in second place at the inside. So Josie Tompkinson from Y7 to Herdman, H250, and then the F600 tucked there in the 4th place, but 1st place in her point. So the F600 ladies sponsored by A&T Commercials. Got a bit of a telling off from Adi Taylor. Apologies, Adi. You paid your money, mate, so you've got to sponsor your class, so well done. But it is SC53, Y7, H250, and then the F600 of A16 at the rear of the field. So down the back straight we go then. Totally in command now, isn't she? Josie Tompkinson. You can get to your bed soon, Di, because she's coming around. She's coming onto her last lap flag. Pitches it beautifully sideways, and down she comes then. So that's her then onto her last lap flag. Sue's onto her last lap flag. Pascal's there onto her last lap flag, and so is the F600 H16. Down the back straight they go then for the final time, and for the final time today, because everything's quiet on the start line. Down we go then, H250. So it's going to be SC53, going to take a great win there. Y7 in second place. H3, let's have a look when it comes around. H250, always get them confused. And H16 bringing up the rear. So that is us, done and dusted. Thoroughly enjoyed my first day commentating at BAS. Please, just have a look around you and pick up all your rubbish. We have got some terrible weather coming in. It might come, it might not. So the more you pick up today and help these good people down here at Somerset, the better it's going to be. And we're really grateful if you could just clean up after yourself. It'd be nice, wouldn't it? So go for it, Mickey.
8:30 start in the morning. 8:30 start in the morning, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you have an early night. Get yourself prepared, ready for day 2 action. Down here at the 4th round of the British Series 2023. It's been an exceptional day. Well done to the club, by the way, for getting all the racing done. 2 sets of heats, and again, and we had some downtime as well when they were preparing the track about an hour or so into racing, and it paid dividends, absolutely. So hats off to everyone. You can't, unfortunately book what weather you want. You have to put up with what you get. But well done. I've enjoyed it. Well done to all the rest of the commentary team. Well done to Graham. His first BAS round, day 1 done, and he was like a natural, wasn't he? So we look forward to more of it tomorrow. Have a good evening, everyone. Tune back in tomorrow if you're watching on BAStv. Enjoy your evening and stay safe. Good night.